than, I mean, I would say besides Trump, than Scott Presler. All right, he's been diligent, ruthless. He has been on it. And so he posted this yesterday. We need one brave senator to force a roll call vote in order for the Senate to vote on leaving for a 37-day paid vacation for August recess. We need one senator to object to unanimous consent and ask for the yeas and nays. And Mike Lee, who is awesome, he came out and he goes, "Yeah, sure, I'm in." So, Leader Thune, I hereby object to any effort to put the Senate into recess in August, at least until such time as the Senate has passed the Save America Act, and hereby request a roll call vote. Do not assume you have my consent. You do not. So, Zach looks very smart on that thumbnail. It bothers me to no end how this current Senate and House and just government in general works, right? Because as I've said many times, okay, the way this country is supposed to work, the way this government is supposed to work, is representative government, okay? Like, so you elect a representative to go and represent you, right? Not them, not what they want, what you want, right? Their job is to represent the will of the people, right? It's very simple. The will of the people with the Save America Act it's an 80-20 issue overall. It's a 90-10 issue on the right. So when we have a majority in the Senate, this shouldn't be a problem. But like Thune basically is just blaming the filibuster and blaming the fact that, so the way the zombie filibuster works is, if you guys aren't aware, and by the way, this isn't constitutional. This should be we should nuke the filibuster. But it went from a simple majority to now apparently we need 60 votes in order to pretty much pass anything, right? So that means that 10 Democrats would have to, well, not 10, I think 7 would have to join in with Republicans in order to pass anything, which is ridiculous, right? Because what's the point of having a majority? There's no point in having a majority if you have the filibuster. I used to think that the filibuster was actually like a necessary safeguard to prevent like Democrats from abusing their authority, but they're going to do that no matter what. And if we don't do it, if we don't nuke the filibuster and bring us back to a simple majority vote, then when they do it, they're going to abuse their authority. So why not just do it first? So absent of nuking the filibuster, there is I guess there's a way to pass this with a simple majority under like continuing resolution. The House, I will give credit to the House who keeps on sending different ways to pass the Save America Act to the Senate. But Leader Thune is the problem. Leader Thune is not a leader. He's not doing his job of getting his party in line to pass an 80-20, 90-10 actually, because it's on our side issue. So yeah, it does. It bothers me when our representatives aren't representing us. I think that the best way to handle that is to primary them, which we did an amazing job this year. Right? Like this year's primary really was spectacular. The amount of people that we got out and in seems very promising, but it doesn't mean anything if we don't win in November. That's the bottom line. If we don't win in November, it's useless. So I'm going to give you guys a little reminder. We have this midterm cheat sheet. I wonder if we added anybody to it. 113. Hell yeah, dog. All right, how many states we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. If you guys haven't seen me talk about this, this is Sway. It's sway.co/misfits. You can find it with the beacons link in my bio. I'll be going to my social media, or you can go to midtermcheatsheet.com. This is a website I put together, which I was supposed to update this weekend, and I didn't. My bad. If you go to midtermcheatsheet.com and click join Sway, you can find it there as well. Now, what Sway does is it gives me the ability to message people in districts and in certain areas to get out the vote. It's really just a messaging app, right? So you join my Sway, my Misfits midterm cheat sheet, the Misfit Army, and then when there's elections coming up or when there's things that I think I need to send out, I will either email or text you. It's really that simple. It's nothing. It's nothing crazy. But if we build this large enough, we can get out the vote on our own. Because if we don't pass the Save America Act, I think what we're looking at is we have to rely on too big to rig. It's going to be the only way to win. I think that the fraud and the election fraud is still there. I think that the Trump administration has done a lot to knock it down or put a focus on it, but it's still there. It's still very prevalent, especially in Democrat districts. I mean, you saw what they just did to Spencer Pratt in California, right? Where he was like number two, and then all of a sudden they counted the votes over the course of like, I don't know, a week or so, and he just got bumped right down. Same thing they did in the 2020 election. I don't care who wants to try to call me a conspiracy theorist. The election was stolen. Elections are stolen. I don't like to go and say that every election we lose is stolen, but especially in these places where it's like deep blue, they're stolen. Like Carrie Lake's election was stolen. Katie Hobbs did not win, in my opinion. I think that even Fetterman, right, in Pennsylvania, we have certain states that just have too much election fraud, and they're coincidentally swing states mostly. So I hope this works, but I'm still not optimistic. I hope I'm wrong. I don't want to give false hope on it, but at the same time, if this doesn't go through, too big to rig. All right. So not all is lost if the Save America Act doesn't pass. We won in 2024 by making it too big to rig. That's all you have to do again. But we'll see how this goes. Like I said, I just I don't get it. I don't get it. Like Thune is just a coward. He really is. He has no spine. He's not like Nancy Pelosi where he will, you know, make some type of offer to one of his like, "Hey, I'll put you on a committee or something like that. I need your vote." He just doesn't do anything. And it's also kind of messed up how they keep on going on vacation. It's like I think that the Senate works less than public school teachers. Like they really get they get so much time off, and we're gonna have to change that. We got to just keep on electing new people in primaries, and hopefully over time we can fix this broken system. Okay, so I was on Sid and Friends this morning, and it was a great time. So I'm not going to play the whole clip. Obviously, it's 13 minutes, but I want to show you a little part of this. Let's see here. Show on that sounds really low, but give me a sec. I think it was because he's an action. You said so. People are going after Sid Rosenberg because he went on Fox and Friends and called Mamdani a terrorist. I think that was generous. Like I think that I think that he could have gone even further than that. So I think this is the clip. It's socialist because the oh yeah, that's really low. Hold on one second. Aggressive when they started putting. All right, let's try this. Putting in colleges, and then those socialists are the first ones that were wiped out as just like every other time authoritarians come in. Sorry, hold on. Idiots. So he's been really successful at pushing. Technical difficulties. Uno momento. We got this. We got this. We're going to go. Boom. All right. Now it should work. You said. There's nothing wrong with what you said.
Thank you. That is what I said. Of
Republic of Sprska and two, which is complete annihilation for total surrender, is date like I mean, hey, who's one of our greatest allies right now? Japan. You know why? We bombed them. I mean, it's not a crazy thing to say that the best way to stop this war with an ideological death cult is to annihilate them until they surrender. That's what you said. There's nothing wrong with what you said.
Thank you. That is what I said. Of course, they twisted it. They said that I want Americans to die. I want boots on the ground in massive numbers. I didn't say that. In fact, I said I'd love to win this without it. I'm not Jack Keane. Let's get to Mamdani. You're in San
Sure.
Antonio, Texas, misfit patriot, but you're all over this guy. You heard what I said about him on Saturday. What are
Mm-hmm.
your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it was very tame you just calling him a terrorist, right? Because I think that we can take it a step further, right? Mamdani is the living, breathing, walking embodiment of the Red Green Alliance. If you guys don't remember how the Ayatollah came into power, the radical Islamists would use useful idiot socialists because because Iran was becoming more and more progressive when they started putting in colleges. And then those socialists are the first ones that were, wiped out as just like every other time authoritarians come in, the useful idiots. So he's been really successful at pushing this democratic socialism, but it's not democratic socialism. It is Islamo-Marxism, and people need to understand that it is just socialism wrapped up in this promise of free stuff. But what happens when you run out of other people's money? That's what's going to happen. And a socialist would probably take it a little bit slower, but Mamdani, he just called for the arrest of a world leader based on a fake criminal court. I mean, it might as well be the Court of Narnia, the International Criminal Court. It doesn't. They've convicted 10 people in 24 years. It's not a real court. It's a Zoom call with a bunch of UN aligned activists who don't understand what the definition of the word genocide is. So the fact that he thinks that he has that authority kind of is a prelude to how he would run if he were to ever be pinned into a corner. He would become authoritarian because he is an authoritarian. All right, so I just wanted to play that clip because we're going to talk a little bit more about this with Alex. But what I'm basically referring to is Mamdani came out and said that Bibi Netanyahu should be arrested because he's a war criminal, and then he found out that he doesn't actually have the authority of the International Criminal Court, which isn't even recognized by the United States of America. He's not an agent on their behalf. So when that got squashed, now he's coming out and he's saying, I think the bedrocks of our city is protest. He's saying that New Yorkers should take to the streets when Bibi Netanyahu visits for the UN General Assembly this September. Guys, how many of you think that that's going to be a peaceful protest? Does anybody think that the mayor of New York calling for, in a deep, deep, deep blue district, calling for his constituents to, quote, protest and, quote, take to the streets, how many of you think that is going to be peaceful? We saw the BLM riots of 2020, the mostly peaceful protests. I honestly don't. I didn't think he would go this far this fast. I thought it was going to be a slow drip, but like I was just saying on Sid and Friends, right? Like the with this quote democratic socialism, it's not democratic socialism, right? It's an Islamo-Marxist, it's a jihadi Marxist red green alliance type of movement, and it's growing really fast, and they're going so hard so fast that I'm like, wow, I really thought that this was going to be maybe something like over the course of 3 years or something like that. It's been less than a year, and they're already doing this. So I think that we should keep an eye on this because, and I don't want to like sound like I'm saying like, oh, speech laws. No, no, no. I mean, I think that public officials should be held to a different standard when they start calling for this type of stuff, right? Like where it's like, if this leads to a riot, he needs to go to jail. If it does, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. But in September, if one person dies in a quote protest, he needs to go to jail. Period. It's exactly what they tried to lock up Trump for. And Trump said peacefully and patriotically, make your voices heard. He did not say take to the streets. So we'll see. All right, I can hear Alex. So let's see if we can get him on and we will go over this together. We're going to obviously talk about Patriot Pouch, but let's go and bring on our guest. All right, where are you? Where are you? There he is. Copy. Okie dokie. Oh yeah, I knew I was gonna have to put this thing in again. I need a producer. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. There he is. All right, Alex. It looks like our audio is working this time. So we had issue. We tried to
Yes,
bring you on a
finally.
while back. Yeah, we tried to bring you on a while back, and it was a little iffy. But okay, so I wanted to bring you on a long time ago because obviously you're a sponsor of the show, and
Right.
you sent over these nicotine pouches, and I'm trying to quit the vape. I know I do a horrible job at it, but these Patriot pouches, right? I think when we originally started talking, I was like, okay, so Tucker Carlson had those Alps, right? And then he became
Right.
woke, right? And then Zinn has their pouches and like they're woke left. And I was like, all right, you know what I got to look at this guy's page and see if he's woke right because
Right.
I'm not gonna promote anything from anybody like that. And no, and you worked, so that was good. But then I'm doing these things for like 2 weeks, right? And I'm literally on the show finding out in real time while I'm reading an ad they're not nicotine, right? So
Right.
I was like, oh man, I'm so curious. So I intentionally never looked this up all the way up until now. I still have not looked it up about Nixidine, right? So let's put
Right.
this on the screen. This is the Patriot Pouch website. This is what we do every week. Nixidine is a cleaner compound that binds to the same receptors as nicotine, delivering a better, cleaner effect. So after you get into this, I should have had you introduce yourself first, but let's just go over this real quick and then we'll do it backwards. But
Right.
what is Nixidine and what's how are these different from nicotine pouches?
Yeah, so Nixidine is essentially just a
Nixidine.
nicotine analog. So you can see the chemical structures very similar to nicotine. It just has an added analog to it, which on face value doesn't look like it would change much, but it changes everything. So it still binds to the same nicotinic receptors. So you're going to get that buzz you want. So my big thing was before, I mean, I dipped back in high school for years, switched the nicotine pouches, and then I wanted to find an alternative because I was having blood pressure issues with like heart rate spikes and everything attributed to nicotine. But all the alternatives back in the day were, caffeine pouches or grinds, which were just coffee
Hmm.
grinds, and it never felt like nicotine. Well, I did all this research. I found Nixidine, and at first I was skeptical, and everyone's like, "No, just try it out. Give it a little time. You're going to see it works just like nicotine." And I tried it. I was like, "Wow, I don't notice any difference other than my heart rate's not spiking. I'm not having the vasoconstriction like nicotine causes."
Hmm.
So I was like, this is great. I could get the feeling of nicotine and the benefits of it without the downsides of spiking my heart rate, spiking my blood pressure. So that's what really turned me on to it. And then come to find out, and I'm just speaking from my own personal experience, but the dependency I had on nicotine was almost, non-existent after solely switching to these pouches. It took about 3 days and I no longer had the cravings. Like I was popping out pouches every 20 minutes, it seemed like for a while. And after switching to this, I could go on and off this thing and have no withdrawal symptoms, anything. So
Hmm.
it's the perfect option if you just even want an alternative or you're looking to get off cigarettes or vapes or your traditional nicotine pouches. It's just a great alternative to switch to.
You know, I did notice that because like when I was like I said, I'm trying to get off this vape. I tried these. I think I was on them for like maybe a month solid, and now, but I don't feel like I'm addicted to these, right? So like,
Right.
so now I just pop them in every once in a while. I actually pop them in whenever I'm going somewhere where I can't vape, and they're like a perfect like backup, and I can vouch just as strong, if not stronger, than the nicotine pouches. And I gave one of them to my neighbor, and he was like, "These are awesome." So I think he put in an order. But
Nice.
the the main question I have is, are they made in America?
That's the biggest thing. So, I was a fan of Tucker Carlson for a long time until he just became mentally ill, it
Yeah,
appears,
yeah.
and lost it. And even when he came out with his nicotine pouches, like, oh, this is great because I don't like Zen. I don't like how woke they are. And
Hmm.
then, you turn over the can and, Alp American Lip Pillow, but made in India.
Yeah.
Oh, very great American company you got there. So when I set out for this, I was like, you know what? I want something solely made in the USA. So I found it. Everything is entirely made in the USA from start to finish. So that's a huge, bonus piece of that.
It's so funny that people like I think Tucker Carlson even tries to say they're made in America, and they're made in India, and like people don't know that. Somebody
Right.
in the chat, how much are they? So you can get a Sovereign sample 4 pack for 23.99. There's what, 20 pouches I believe in there. So
Correct.
20 pouches, that's 80 pouches for 24 bucks. That is cheaper than you'll get at the gas station. The flavor is amazing. They're really, I would say, like, well, and then I think we got to bump up my discount code because I see 15% off here, and I think we're gonna have to raise mine. So, but you can use
Yeah. Let's,
you can
I'm going to,
use.
I'm going to change that right now.
Okay, so we're gonna use, we'll do code what, Misfit, how much?
Let's go Misfit 15.
Okay. Well, changing the code, guys, it's going to be Misfit15 for 15% off. And you can use that code on patriotpouchusa.com. Here, let's put that back up here for you. So if you guys want to try these out, go to patriotpouchusa.com and you can buy these right off the website. They ship right to your house. Let's see, we got We the People Wintergreen, Freedom Frost, Liberty Mint, and my favorite flavor is really my favorite flavor. It's Orange You Glad You're an American. So awesome. But yeah,
That's right.
like again, like I want to support American companies who are actually run by good American patriotic people, so like Alp, I won't, I won't lie, Alp's good, like as far as the
Right.
actual product. But I
Yep.
don't support Tucker Carlson. I don't support products made in India. Who knows what's on those things? I mean, I don't know if they wash their hands over there. Um, and I just couldn't do it. And I also don't want to support Zyn. I think they're made in China or something, or somewhere else. But
Yeah. And,
it,
and they're owned by Big Tobacco. They're
and
owned
they're,
by
yeah.
Philip Morris now. And it's,
Well, Dan Bongini used to talk about this, the parallel economy, the way that we beat the woke, system that's been, sort of a cancer on our advertising, on our society, is by creating a parallel economy, and this is how you do that. So,
right.
support patriotpouchusa.com. We will be changing the code to Misfit15 at checkout, and that'll get you 15% off. Sweet. All
Yeah. And
right.
that code's live. I updated it in real time. So it's good to
That
go.
code's live right now. Let's go. All right. So, where was the? Let's see here. You are also pretty vocal about Islam. It's another thing I like about you. So you,
Yes.
let's see here. We can find. I'm sure we can find one. Oh yeah, here we go. The conquest. Rob Schneider's hit or miss, man. I like him, but he's
I
also
know.
he's woke adjacent, and it's like, or woke right adjacent. I saw a post. Islam is pure evil. Boom. Here you go. I think that I used to try to make a distinction between Islam and radical Islam, like, jihadism or Islamism versus Islam.
Right.
And like, because I think that myself and many other people know Muslim people who are not bad people, right? This is not.
Right.
I would never say that every single Muslim is a terrorist, or every single Muslim is a bad person. Their ideology, however, right? Islam, you have to reject it in order to be a peaceful Muslim, because in their religious doctrine, they're called to strike down infidels, and they're I think it's something like 68% of Muslims support some form of Sharia law. It's a subjugative political
Right.
ideology. It's not a religion, in my opinion. I don't recognize it as a religion. I think that that's the best way to actually fix the Islam problem is for the U.S. to officially unrecognize Islam as a religion. Therefore, it's not protected under freedom of religion. But what is your
Right.
how by the way, again, hold on. Introduce yourself, Alex. Before I forget again. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Give us your how you got into this and what you do with Patriot Pouch, what you do on the side, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. So, Alex Duncan, I was born and raised in California, unfortunately, but I served as a police officer in Southern California for 13 years. And I started learning about Islam because I worked in a city that had a decent Muslim population. But, back, this is now going on 15, 16 years ago, and they're sending me to these trainings on Islam. It was radicals, extreme, that it's a peaceful religion overall. And then, I went on to get my master's in international relations, and I focused on Middle Eastern studies and Middle Eastern affairs. And I was like, well, now I'm reading the Quran, I'm reading the Hadiths, the Sunnah, and going through all this stuff. I'm like, well, this really isn't radical. These are just adherents to this ideology. Just
Yeah.
like, like you said, not all Muslims are bad. It's just like Christians. You have secular Muslims, you have secular Christians
Hmm.
that don't adhere to it. And I never attack Muslims because, Muslims, they're a person.
I try not to, yeah.
We're all made in the image of God. We all have inherent worth. God wants to see us all be saved. It's this ideology that they've been infected by. That's the real problem. So I started digging into that, and I got injured, had to medically retire from law enforcement. And I was like, get to Texas as fast as possible. I need to raise my kids in a good, God fearing state that values family, everything. So I moved out here, and I was shocked to see what was going on with Islam here. I
I
said,
know.
wow, they're coming after Texas. And I started to get really involved. I do speaking engagements all the time now across Texas about this issue, but talking to the actual, people that have been in this world for a long time, the subject matter experts, and all of them agreed. They're like, yeah, Texas is the number one target of Islam because they know if they could take a red, powerful state like Texas, America's done. America just falls with it.
It's
So
exact
I
yeah.
think that's what's so important. We need to step up, get our voices out there, speak out on these things. And from a Christian perspective, we're not supposed to just roll over and submit to evil. We're supposed to
Mm-mm.
oppose this evil.
Hmm.
And we have not done a good job. I mean, we could go back and say the church is at fault for what culture's turned into, because for the longest time we just sat back and remained silent and let all this evil just run over us. So yeah, I mean, I truly believe Islam is the greatest threat to America, to the entire world. And
Hmm.
like you said, it is not a religion. It has religious components, but
Hmm.
overall, it's a political ideology. Ask any of them, what is peace in Islam? It is when Islam rules the world and subjects it to Sharia.
Hmm.
So it's like I always go back to, why are we allowing our enemy to just operate freely here? We don't let Russia and China come in here, build bases, and say, "Hey, do what you want."
Yeah.
It's the same exact thing.
Well, unfortunately, like we have in the past. I mean, like, and I think that it's a very close race. I think, but I would say China is the number one threat to America, but Islam is the number one threat to the world. So because what we're seeing, and I live in Texas too. I was going to vote in a special election. I don't know, like 6 months or so ago. I'm driving into the polling station, and I only see one person at the entrance, right, holding up a sign, Muslim, right, and they wanted their Muslim candidate. And
Mhm.
I thought to myself, I go, why isn't there a Christian standing right next to them? Why isn't there a veteran standing right next to them? Because there was
Right.
more people running in that race. They are my point is they're organized and they want Texas because first of all, Texas is pretty much the like it's the it can be like the tipping point for either party, right? So like
Right.
if you have Texas, you can sort of win an election, right? Because I mean they already have
Right.
California. California's in the bag. They already have all the blue states, but Texas has oh shoot, how many seats do we have? Is it like in the 270? I think it's like 30 or something. It's
Right.
it's a big win if they can flip Texas. Then We have the Sharia cities and everything they're putting up because they get into politics at the local level. They do what we should be doing. They get in at the local
Exactly.
level. They get in at the bottom and they grow from the bottom up. And the problem with
Correct.
us is we start trying to do shit at the top down, and it's the opposite. Why isn't Trump fixing everything? That's one guy in the executive branch. Why aren't you at your local teachers school board meeting? Why aren't you in your the district clerk's office? Why aren't you getting involved in your local judicial races? They do this from the bottom up. We should honestly take notes, right? And
Yes.
if we
You
don't,
you I mean, you
good.
I was gonna say you nailed it. You nailed it. They are very smart, they're calculated, and they play the long game. This
Hmm.
isn't a quick, hit and run. No, they play the long game. They know exactly what they're doing. And the whole thing is like, do you have to fear terrorist attacks and stuff? I mean, we're gonna have one-offs of those all the time. The entire world suffers from it because you do have these groups that want to go out and in that form of jihad warfare. But no, the long game here is they say it openly. It's the ballot, not bullets. They're going to
Hmm.
use our system against us until they're in power.
Hmm. Yeah, they weaponize our.
And
Go ahead.
you're exactly right. When it comes to these local elections, right? I was going to say, when it comes to these local elections, people want to complain all the time. Oh, Trump's not doing enough. The federal government, this and that. The federal government, you should be more worried about your local government, your state reps, because they are what influences your daily life.
Hmm.
They're what influences your property taxes. Uh, I mean, everything going on in your state. Yeah, the federal government puts regulations down, but most of the time, the states could override those because the state has a lot more power than people realize.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, like all politics is local, but I mean, like I said, I think that what we're the only way to fix it, honestly, is to do exactly what they did and reverse it over time. Everyone wants a quick fix, but I do believe there would be one quick fix. But I mean, I honestly don't think it would happen, which is to ban Islam as a religion, and then that would be a very big risk because however many of them we already have in here, I think it's like similar to the Jewish population where it's like 2%, but it's 2% of billions instead of not billions, but I think that we have hundreds of thousands of let's say Muslims in America, more than
Right.
that probably millions. And if 10, let's say 10% of them were radical, right? And I think that that's a reasonable, in fact, probably a low estimate of the average radicalized Muslim, because again, the more you adhere to Islam, to the Quran, to the religious teachings, the more radical you become. The more you adhere to the Bible, the less radical you become, actually, right? So that's the
Right.
difference between the two. If that was 10% of, let's say, I don't know, 4 million, 2 million, 3 million, we're looking at hundreds of thousands of terrorists that would uprise in
Right.
America at the drop of a hat if something were to happen. So they could activate if there was enough of them organized. They could activate based on like another 9/11 style attack if they wanted to do one big mass casualty event, and then everyone took to the streets at the same time. If they were organized like that, we'd have a big problem. So it's a huge threat to America, and
Yeah.
I think the more we talk about it, at least the more aware people are, then it would be a little bit helpful. But I think the best way to solve it, honestly, is to go local. I think that we just need to start recognizing that we need to be as involved as they are, and reject it. And we need to get more, like we need to get more boots on the ground, like organized, and we need to actually start caring about our country as much as they care about taking it over.
Right. I mean, the scary thing is, I don't know if you saw the last election cycle, CARE put up, I think it's around 76 candidates they put up, and 50% got into office.
Yeah, yeah, I
That's
know.
that's scary. Where this political organization could put up 76 candidates and get 50% of them in.
Yeah, I
And the
mean,
funny thing is they're running as Democrats, and that's the comical part of this thing, because they oppose everything the left stands for, but they know the left is so stupid that they could manipulate them and get them to vote for them. and that's who's putting them in office.
Well, I was just talking about that before you came on. I went on Sid Rosenberg and I was talking about how in this whole Mamdani situation, it's essentially he's like the embodiment of the Red Green Alliance, right? So the Islam uses useful idiots, right? Like
Yes.
socialists, because they've weaponized they've weaponized Western values against Westerners, right? Because we believe in free speech. So they go, okay,
Right.
if you're free speech, right, then you should be able to I should be able to say this. And if you say something towards me, then you're Islamophobic, and they definitely always go for the weaponization of your
Yep.
own ideology, of your own freedoms, right? They use your own freedoms against you. But then you have like we took a huge jump with Mamdani, right? Because Mamdani, he's not just an Islamist that's using the left. He's a leftist Islamist who's using both parties. So he's actually one of the more dangerous individuals. So he said in a
Right.
rap song that he wrote, I can't believe this. Send my love to the Holy Land Five. And that was a group of criminals that were convicted in 2008. And right after 9/11, they were providing material support to Hamas. $12 million they funneled to Hamas. And then CARE, like you just said, who's connected to the Muslim Brotherhood, who's designated terrorist organization, is running through these NGOs, all these DSA candidates, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a clip of the, yeah, here it is.
My love to the my love to the Holy Land Five. You better look 'em up.
So that's 2017. Mamdani is saying, "Give my love to the give my love to this a group of Muslim of terrorist collaborators." He's also got these pictures. He's all smiles when he wants to arrest Bibi Netanyahu if he shows up to New York. But Siraj Wahaj, right? This is the guy who was a unindicted co-conspirator for the 1993 World Trade Center attacks.
Mm-hmm.
We have this guy, Motsa Aziza, who's, how they say that they're journalists, the Gazan
Right.
journalists, when they're really terrorists? This is the guy that praised Yahya Sinwar. He's a, quote, Palestinian journalist, which essentially means he's a Hamas propagandist and terrorist. Smiles, 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 smiles. And then he also went to a mosque in New York and spoke at a prayer service, and then shortly after they started praying for the murder of infidels by sword. So
Amazing.
then you look at his face here, no smiles. No smiles. You know why? Because he's like talking about the Jews. He's like, no, that's Netanyahu.
Well,
What
I
do you-
like that we had those two Jewish men stabbed the other day in New York by shocking, a Muslim, and he came out and tried to say he kind of stepped on his own foot with this one. He said that he's mentally ill. It's like, yeah, if you adhere to Islam, you are mentally ill.
Yeah.
You're correct.
Yeah, he
First
told on
factual
yourself.
thing you've said.
Well, what are your what do you think? I have a maybe naively optimistic view on this whole Mamdani situation. I think it will maybe create some type of walk away movement, because I think he's accelerating this far too fast, right? I think that what I was expecting was him to run very moderate under the radar for the first couple of years, and
Right.
he's not. Right? He's not. He's going
Yeah.
full send. He's spending a ton of money to try to put lipstick on a pig. He's rearranging furniture on the Titanic. And I think that what I said before he even got elected, when he was running against Cuomo, I said maybe if he wins it would be better, because I think New York needs to hit bottom.
Right.
And I think that he's definitely getting them there faster, but I could be wrong. It could actually create some type of, I guess you could call it socialist, communist, Islamist movement that actually continues in America and spreads to other cities. So it's either going to be this fails miserably and other cities take notice, or he's able to pull the wool over their eyes long enough where it spreads big enough in the country where we have a big problem. What do you think?
Right. Yeah. I mean, you've kind of nailed it. It's like what direction we're going. We're seeing pushback against him right now, and that's great.
13
But-
Democrats.
what we're seeing with just the state of America right now is you're even having, it's kind of dying off, but it's still there, is this whole idea of Chrislam, where these Christians
Tucker.
are aligning themselves with Islam. They've turned so anti-Jewish. And
Yeah,
it's like, if we continue down that path, who knows where America is headed, because that is a very dangerous path. If you want to, not side with the Jewish people and then align yourself with Islam, that's just a disaster waiting to happen.
Well, I
That's
know.
going to just,
Yeah, I noticed these Christians, they don't it's either they're not some don't go as far as Tucker, right? Tucker
right,
is literally like Tucker's like praising like Islam. He's praising Sharia. He's like, "Oh, I would never want to live in a place with Sharia law. That sounds awful." Like sarcastically, and it's like, "Bro, it's like
yeah,
you're downplaying this legal system, this religious legal system that subjugates women, that calls for the the killing of non-believers, right? They're a convert or kill death cult when they
right,
become radicalized enough, and he's downplaying that. But I'm not. If you take him out of the equation, think about the other people: Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Alex Jones, Kyle Seraphin, Joe Kent, all of these people. They don't they don't talk about it too much, but they don't criticize it at all. They
right,
ignore it. They only
yeah,
focus on the Jews. So it's more about what they're not saying, right? And I think
right,
that you have these conservatives, Christians, who probably don't realize why the Crusades happened, right? Like,
right,
and don't really understand that the Crusades was based on the people before them who are acting like they are right now. Until
right.
real Christians stood up and was like, "Listen, sorry guys, we're gonna have to go full send on this," and I don't want to see that happen. So I would think that the way that we try to prevent this is to keep shining a light on it. But if it gets to a point, then yeah, that's what's going to happen. We're going to have some
Right.
type of war.
And the sad thing is, like you just mentioned, all these people is they're not even knowledgeable in the Bible. They're not even knowledgeable in the Quran, but they want to speak with authority on these subjects. It's
Mhm,
great. You could have an opinion and give your opinion, but when you start speaking like you're an authority figure in these subjects
mhm.
and getting people to buy into whatever garbage you're selling them, that's when it becomes a problem. I have no problem with someone going up there saying, "Hey, you know what? I don't know too much about this stuff, but what I do know is this is how I feel about it."
Yeah.
That's fine. But when you're gonna come in and act like you're a pastor and that you're some theologian and know this stuff, it's like, to take a back seat. You don't know your place.
Yeah, what's the guy's name? Joel Webbin or something. He's like he just like
Yes.
yeah, him and Alex Stein, and they're all doing, and some reverend, they're all doing these events. It's like, bro, this is the problem. I don't want to be associated with Christianity on in that regard. So I think that
Right.
it could be a psychological operation where these people are either intentional or unintentional controlled opposition, like they're either aware of it or they're not aware of it, and they're just leaning into audience capture, and the powers that be are trying to feed that to them. But even
Right.
if they are aware of it, then that means that these people are not only not Christians, right? They're heretics.
Right.
They're going to use Christianity to try to destroy Christianity, right?
Yes.
Look, here's this. I mean, the woke left is definitely still in the lead as dumber than the woke right. This is in German, so you can't hear it, but I did confirm that this was an accurate translation. The Muslim that just ran over people and stabbed people at the Pride Parade in Berlin, one of these speakers at the LGBT event after, she said, "I hoped my attacker was not an Arab or a Muslim, but a white Christian person." It's like,
Oh
and I
man.
mean, so this is the story. This is the story here. I mean, it's this this guy, this Lebanese ISIS terrorist. He plowed through a parade with a car. He killed one person. He got out of his car and started stabbing other people. And the people, they're more upset that he wasn't white than they are like, this is the we're in the idiocracy timeline right now. And
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, we could go down it's not the whole great replacement theory. It's a fact what they've done, and they still want to paint the white man out as the problem. It's like, look, there are much bigger problems than the white man going on right now. But yeah, sure. Focus on white people as the problem for everything.
Well, I mean, in majority white countries, and by the way, every race, every country has a past, and our ancestors were evil. Yeah, 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 got it. But the only ones that have fixed the problem are white capitalist nations, right? The only ones that have
Right.
actually tried to reverse the the sins of the father have been predominantly white Christian capitalist societies, right? America,
Hmm.
Europe, Australia. Every other society that's if it has either Arab or African, or let's say like the even in parts of Asia, West Asia, and they all still do slavery. They all still do subjugation. They all still
Right.
do all of the things that they say that the white man is evil for in
Right.
2026. So I'm confused as to how we're the problem, because I think that it's the same, tactic that they always use: accuse your enemy of what you yourself are doing. But I'm just confused at how people believe it, right? It's like, how are you buying this? It's like you can Google's free. Google's free.
R-
Uh,
Right.
yeah, there
Well,
you
and
go.
then the ones that are here in America that have immigrated or even come illegally over here, and they want to complain about America, it's like you fled your third world cesspool, and now you want to complain about your treatment here.
Yeah.
It's like, go back. I mean, I'm all for people that want to come here legally because they know this is the greatest country in the world, that we have the most freedoms. We're not perfect, we never will be, but we are the closest thing to perfection this world has ever seen when it comes to allowing people to have freedoms, allowing them to do what they want and not be subject to persecution for their beliefs. And
Mm,
you want to come here and complain? It just sickens me. It
yeah.
sickens me. It sickens me when illegals, especially those that are here illegally, are complaining about our system.
Yeah.
It's like, do you know
Well,
what would happen if I went over to your country and tried to, run my mouth? I would be thrown in prison or killed. And guess what? I understand that. That's why I'm not doing it.
so I was talking to my liberal friend yesterday. It's funny, we were down at the pool, and I love her, but she's just super liberal. And I wasn't talking about politics, but I was talking about how I ordered Uber Eats, and the guy didn't speak any English, and he got lost trying to get into the building, and like I couldn't communicate with him, and then I was like, I just think that they should have to speak English, and she's like, well, I don't think so. And I was like, no. I go, listen. I go, I'm not going to say her name. I go, yeah. I go, if I moved to Italy and I wanted to get a job, I would expect them to expect me to speak Italian. I go, this isn't
Mhm.
racism. This is just, why are we allowing people to come into the country and not learn the language and not assimilate? And then like
Right.
I kind of got her to like sort of agree with me a little bit, even though she didn't want to. But I was like, it's not racism. She's like, yeah, but shouldn't we learn more languages? I'm like, no, because they're all coming here. I go, we're not going
Right.
there. She's like, some people do. I
Right.
go, not a lot. I go, not a lot. There's not a lot of expats from America. We don't have them because we are the greatest country in the world and people want to come here. So if you want to come here, you learn my language. If I want to go there, I learn your language. If you come here, learn the language, and we'll allow, if you come here, first of all, legally. I think there should be a 6-month review where you have to come back and do an oral exam on the English language. And if you fail, get on the boat.
Right.
Right? Like, see ya. I mean,
Right.
I think that that's the
And you know
problem that
what's
we're having is collectivism. The warm embrace of multiculturalism is not, because it's not a melting pot. It's not. It's not melting.
no, and I think, I mean, what's been the downfall of America is we don't really have a culture anymore. We
Mm,
used to have an identifiable American culture. The entire world knew it, and it was great. But now we've let so many different cultures come in here. And at the end of the day, culture is basically just an outward expression of religion. So you have all these different religions coming in, cultures from all across the world, and we're just letting them operate freely here. And it's like, hey, that's great. You have a culture. I don't want it here. If I want to experience your culture, I will go to your country and experience it and
yeah.
see and enjoy it when I'm there. But I don't want it here. We need to have a united culture because guess what? That brings unity when you're united together and say, yeah, this is America. This is our culture. This is what we stand for. but we've lost our way when it comes to that.
Yeah, I mean, well, the culture of America was always just faith, family, freedom, and
Right.
that's been demonized by pretty much everybody that has come here to be part of the American experiment of faith, family, and freedom. They want no family. They like the left, and this is predominantly the left that's done this, right? They've been like, you shouldn't, they tell women, you shouldn't, get married and have kids, and then they tell people that you shouldn't have faith and that we need separation of church and state, and it's like no.
Right.
I was like, we are a Christian nation, right, based on Judeo-Christian ethics and Western values. I've said this 1,000
Right.
times. That doesn't mean Jew, it means Judeo-Christian, Old Testament, New Testament. Our Constitution
Right.
and our Declaration of Independence are very heavily influenced by the Bible, both, right, Old, New Testament. When you open up your Bible,
Correct.
there's the first part, which is actually bigger than the second part. That's the Old Testament. That's what the Jews read. And then you got the Jesus part, which is like 35% of the ending. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with that. But we can say,
Yeah.
if that,
And people,
good.
I was going to say, and people forget that was written by who? Jews.
Yeah. No, but the thing is, it's like they have no problem with the fact that the countries that people are fleeing are religious nations, right? There's Islamic
Right.
nations. They are literally perfectly fine with a religious nation being like categorized as a religious nation and bringing that religion to here, but they don't want us to have our religion. That's the weird
Right.
thing. And I just think that we can fix this with a few different things. I know it's going to take a long time, but we really just need to start defining what America is, right? We just need to start defining it and standing by it, and that's what Trump does better than anybody. It's why they hate him so much. He says Christian nation. He puts in Pete Hegseth. He says this, that, and the other, and he doesn't ask for their he doesn't apologize for it. He doesn't ask
Right.
for the people's opinion because he understands what America is. He obviously asks, or at least he's open to changing certain policies that he has based on how the voters feel. But as far as what we are a Christian nation. We are the world's leader. We are a strong nation. We are a military superpower. We are supposed to be. We are an exporter of trade. We should be the number one big swinging. Like we should be. He understands that.
Right.
Whereas other leaders over the past few decades, it feels like they've just apologized to the world for how great we are.
Yeah. And that's sure shot ourselves in the foot now, because now all these other countries think they could run all over us.
Exactly.
Oh, look, they've, white guilt, Christian guilt, we could get one over on them now. And that's what we're seeing by all these people until Trump came in and kind of put a stop to that.
Yeah.
He's like, no, you're not going to walk all over us anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, I like what you said. We are a Christian nation. And I can't stand when people say, no, we're not. It's like, well,
We are.
Let's see. Why did we flee Europe and England? Oh, because we didn't want their state imposed religion. We said we want to open it up to Christian denominations to practice their, denomination freely, and go back to the 13 original colonies.
11
all had declarations of faith.
11 of
all
them,
of them.
11 out of 13 had Christian declarations of faith in their constitution. I didn't realize that we just blew through that. It's 8:58, so I'm gonna get you out of here. In fact, you can stick around for the Maha Minute, but just a quick reminder, guys. Alex Duncan TX on X. He is the CEO of Patriot Pouch. And Alex, every Monday from Maha Monday, we go through the Maha Minute. So here it is from, I can never remember her name. All right, here it is.
Orange juice is making headlines this week. Yeah, we have a lot to get to. I'm Caitlin Sinclair. Welcome back to your Maha Minute. First up, your orange juice is getting a makeover. Even your morning OJ was getting crushed by government red tape, and Secretary Kennedy said no more. He just announced an update to his 63-year-old regulation governing pasteurized orange juice that he says was hurting American citrus growers.
That's how we grow our economy. That's how we support our farmers and U.S. businesses. And that's how we give Americans access to real food that they can trust.
And next up, mercury is getting kicked out of the dentist's office. That's right. Secretary Kennedy and Dr. Oz are now pushing states to phase out coverage for any mercury-containing dental fillings and move towards better alternatives. And finally, Dr. Anthony Fauci is in the hot seat.
He will be brought in, not voluntarily. He will be brought in under subpoena.
Dr. Fauci will finally be questioned next week under oath, where he will have to answer about issues including gain-of-function research, finally giving those long-awaited answers to the American people. Thanks for watching. I'll be back next week.
All right, there's Caitlin Sinclair, Alex Duncan, great guest. Sean Farish is coming up next. Alex, say goodbye to everybody, and we will keep in touch.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you having me on. God bless everyone.
All right, boys and girls. Rosebud, Family Low, Dave for Real, T. Hodges, One Sandman, Moose for Trump, United since 1776. What is a Fen map? I have no idea. Just followed Alex on X. Nice. All right. Yeah, no, that was a great interview. Somebody said in the chat. Appreciate him coming on. We'll bring him back for sure. All right, there it is. 9 a.m. Central. Sean Farish. I think Sean Farish is coming up next, but it might be pre-recorded because I think I saw him say he was on Bongino. But tune in to whoever's next, and I will see you tomorrow for TDS Tuesday.
Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGloy Nation. We are coming to you. It is pre-recorded today from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. I'm happy to be here and over on rumble.com/Bongino, of course. We're live over there. We are pre-recorded over here. 2 different shows today. Today we've got a treat, as you could tell by the title. You know, I love this whole movement. I love political activism. I eat, sleep, and breathe it. You've heard the story. If you haven't, I'll give you a quick, in a nutshell view. 2024 election, night before the election, night before election day. Super stressed out. Everyone's pulling their hair out. Dylan Filion and I are texting back and forth. How many people we've texted in Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and all of the swing states. But Brennan tells me this. She goes, she says to me, you sat up straight up in bed from a laying flat position to straight up. You stuck your fist in the air and you screamed, too big to rig. And then you laid back down. I was like, really? That happened? She said, yes. I eat, sleep, and breathe this stuff. It's my favorite. And one of the things I love about it is you get to meet people who are just unbelievable workers. Dylan Filion is one of those people. The guy just knows how to work hard, whether it's hockey or politics or anything else. He just knows how to grind. I love it. And, add into the equation that he is a young, articulate, ambitious man in it for the right reasons. I mean, you got to highlight people like that. That's what will give. I'm 35, he's 22, I'm 13 years older than he is, right? So it's like, it gives me hope. I can only imagine for some of the older folks in the audience, not to say it in a bad way, but it must give you, if you're 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, whatever, seeing a guy like this has got to give you hope, and I love that. We need more hope. We need less demoralization. Why would you be demoralized when you have people like Dylan Filion out there leading the charge? Folks like Chase Bowes out there making a name for themselves at a young age. Another rising star who I think is going to be a force to be reckoned with is this young gentleman. I'm sorry, I don't know his name, but his show is called The Liberated Podcast on Rumble. Dylan's going to be joining that show as well. Another rising star. I've listened to a few of his episodes. He's great. I love this movement because of the talent that is in it, because of the people that I've met in it. And as Bongino said on Friday when he's making his announcements, it's not about me. I just want to win. And this young crop of guys, whether it's a Liberated Podcast, whether it's Chase Bowes, whether it's Dylan Filion or others that I know I'm not going to name because I don't want to, put targets on their backs. But these guys are the future. And I am so excited for you to meet some of them, to be introduced to some of them, to seek them out and be inspired by these people. Dylan's story is inspiring, and you're going to enjoy it. He joins us today for an interview, an update on his campaign. He has knocked on thousands of doors, ladies and gentlemen. This guy is leaving it all on the field. So before we get to that interview, I want to get to a word from our friends. Our good friends, you know who? OFP Farms. I love OFP Farms. They are the best. The absolute best. This is the sale that you've been waiting for a long time. Christmas in July. Oh, yeah. Goat Kisses Lip Balm. Slather it on, baby. Christmas in July has officially come to OFP Farms, and they are thrilled to present one of their favorite seasonal offers. One of my favorite seasonal offers, too. It's probably my favorite offer that they've ever rolled out. For a limited time, you can enjoy 20% off of your entire order, plus a free smack pack. What is a smack pack? It's 4 of these. Goat Kisses Lip Balm. Free smack pack with qualifying purchases of $35 or more. This is the ideal chance to stock up on your beloved farm-crafted goat milk, grass-fed tallow, and magnesium skincare products. Stock up on the items you love, explore something new, or pick up a few extras for gifts before the bustling holiday season kicks in. It'll be here before you know it. Every product from OP Farms is meticulously handcrafted in small batches with ingredients that your skin will understand. Whether you're dealing with dry, fatigued skin, cracked lips because you're a lip licker like me, or you're preparing for your soothing nighttime routine like Brennan, she loves her magnesium stuff before bed. This sale makes it easier to pamper yourself and your loved ones. Use the code SHAWN, SHAWN, at checkout, and you will get 20% off during the Christmas in July sale. That is OFP, Oscar Foxtrot Papa Farms.com, OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean for 20% off of your entire order. That is OFPfarms.com. You're not going to want to miss this sale. OFPfarms.com. That free smack pack is very appealing. Hey, by the way, you get a free smack pack. You don't want it? We're about to have a P.O. box again. Send us the smack pack. All right, there we go. No, I'm just kidding. OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN. Next up, a word from our friends over at Armra Colostrum. You guys know I'm into life hacks. I'm always looking out for ways to strengthen my immunity, my gut health, improve my fitness and metabolism, and enhance my skin and hair radiance. That is what Armra Colostrum can do for you. This is an incredible product and brand. Colostrum is a great supplement. It's a superfood. My friends and I recently discovered colostrum, You know, a lot of folks that I've been talking to, hey, I've started taking this stuff. It is, for me, it's been a game changer, especially in the gut department. Colostrum is the first nutrition we receive in life. I didn't know that until recently, and contains all the essential nutrients that our bodies need in order to thrive. It can help reactivate your hair growth. It can help your skin glow. It can help fortify your gut health and ignite your metabolism. And it can help fuel your fitness, performance, and recovery. Check it out at tryarmra.com/LFATV. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Tryarmra.com/LFATV for up to 30% off of your entire order. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. tryarmra.com/LFATV. Look, we're going to get into this interview with Dylan Filion in just a moment. I encourage you to share this with your friends. I encourage you to sit back and listen. I encourage you to support him any way you can, whether it's monetary donations or sharing social media posts or sending messages of encouragement, whatever it might be. Guys like Dylan are the future. Guys like Dylan are the future. He's in it for the right reasons. He's doing this as a service to his community, not to enrich himself, not to become famous, not so that he gets to parade himself in front of cameras and grandstand. He wants to achieve results. So do I. I've said it a number of times. Oh, what's it like getting 1 million views on a video or on a post? I said, it's great. It doesn't matter to me. Yes, those things matter, and I love it, and I appreciate all the support. Don't get me wrong. What matters most to me is winning. I just want to win. And so does Dylan. And that's why we're going to continue to have him on regularly, and we're going to continue to track this campaign, and we're going to continue to show everybody how to do this the right way. So, without further ado, here is the great Dylan Filion of Iowa, running for Iowa House District 81, 22 years old. He has knocked on thousands of doors. It's a great update. You're going to love it. Our good friend Dylan Filion joins us now. All right, welcoming back to the show, a good friend of the show. As you've heard him and you've seen him before, we said we're going to be getting him on regularly as the campaign continues to ramp up. We're in midterm season, and we are going to go to Iowa. And joining us today, once again, the great Dylan Filion in Iowa, running for Iowa House District 81, a seat that was previously won by a Democrat unopposed. And Dylan looked at that and said, this is ridiculous. No, we're not doing this unopposed stuff. So he put his name on the ballot, 22 years old, and is disappeared on Jeremy's show. He's going to be on Liberated podcast on Wednesday. I love that show. So welcome back, Dylan. It's good to have you back.
Well, Sean, thank you very much for having me on again, and it's a great honor to be speaking to you. Also, the Liberated podcast, we should be doing that on Thursday.
On Thursday,
we had to reschedule due to some scheduling issues. But however, Sean, it's great to be with you, and I can't wait to give you guys some updates on my campaign.
Yeah, awesome. I found the Liberated podcast through our friend Speak the Truth McGroin, who's in our chat all the time. He said, you got to check this guy out, young. So both of you guys are going to be on there, and it's going to be great. So I'm looking forward to that on Thursday. But for right now, we'll stick with where we're at here today on Monday. You are out there campaigning for Iowa House District 81. This is a seat that was previously won by your Democrat opponent unopposed, if I remember correctly. He is
Correct.
not running unopposed anymore, is he?
No, he is not. And he has an actual challenge.
Yes, and that challenge is in the form of you, somebody who is not shy and is not afraid of hard work. So let me start from 30,000 feet here, Dylan. Where did this work ethic come from, right? You play hockey, you're out there, I know you were volunteering for campaigns. I remember back in 2024, sending texts all over the place, had to change your phone number because you sent too many, the whole thing, phone calls out the wazoo. How did you become someone who's just like, I'm going to grind until I win?
Well, Sean, I owe that to my parents because my parents have always pushed me to another level to always achieve my goals and And not only that, I just owe my work ethic to my parents, because my parents are really the one that has really instilled hard work in me. There's been a lot of situations, whether it's in hockey or just in school, where I've had to persevere through a lot of things. And I think it really just comes from my parents. My dad and mom are two of the hardest working people I know, and I owe my work ethic all to them. And it's obviously worked out because of some of the things I've achieved in my past, and the great success I've had.
Yeah, I would say they raised a pretty good child here, a pretty good guy, right? A nice, a fine young man. And how are they taking this? Like, you go to them and you say, "Mom, Dad, I'm going to run for office." Like, what was that conversation like?
Well, my mom and dad have always been supportive of me in whatever I wanted to get into, and my family's always been supportive of me through hockey. And hockey is really the biggest thing that has gotten me through this point, whether it's learning on the ice or whether it's learning through other people. And I would say, when I asked my parents if I could run for office, like, my parents were totally okay with it. And not only were they okay with it, Sean, they're sticking by me and they're cheering me on, and they know why I'm in politics in the first place, and they know I want to make a difference for the good sake of this nation. And I think it's pretty important that we have leaders who want to step up and actually want to make that good difference in which all of us want, and I think our whole entire country wants.
I'm with you on that. Now, I know I've asked this question before, and I just, for those who are new here, like, you're 22, right? 22 now?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Just turned that on May.
So there you go. So 22 years old, and you're not just into politics, right? Which most 22-year-olds aren't. They're just like, whatever. I'm going to go out. I'm finally old enough to go to a bar and not have to worry about, sneaking around and all this. Or they're going to play, whatever video game or whatever it is that they're doing. They're not running for office. There are not a lot of 22-year-olds who are involved in their local Republican Party, who are putting their name on a ballot, who are joining campaign. There are a few. There's a nice young crop of young Republicans coming up, but in terms of the general demographic, it's not common. Why is this your thing? Why is this something that you decided you want to dedicate essentially your life's work to?
Well, Sean, I love that question, by the way. I would say the biggest reason why I'm in politics is because I'm just really sick and tired of seeing the things that are happening. Sean, my generation is one of the most suicidal generations that has ever come. And my generation is the first generation in American history where we're actually inheriting a worse country off than a lot of the other generations past. And I think what really got me involved is that I'm really just seeing a lot of people struggling in my generation. I'm seeing a lot of the corrupt people that are in our government, and I just look at that and I'm like, those are not the people that represent the average American. The average American does not go into government and then just get rich off the taxpayers in which work their butts off every day to pay their way by. I don't think living in an unaffordable country is really normal to me. And I think it's very important that we start electing people who actually care about the working man and actually want to make the working man's life better so they can have more kids and have the American dream.
Yeah, it's a great idea to chase that. And as someone at your age, it's not the way a lot of young men are thinking. And let's actually let me go to this. Young men are a demographic that's been a very interesting demographic. First, it was, falling victim to a lot of the left-wing ideology in terms of LGBTQ.
Right as well.
But now the woke right. That's where I wanted to go, is this woke right thing. Fuentes and these folks that are online. I would imagine you can resonate with your demographic better than someone like I can. But how prevalent is this woke right thing among folks your age?
Well, It's hard to say because I haven't seen a lot of numbers in regard to the woke right stuff with my generation, but I think my generation just sees that there are a lot of problems and they don't know who to listen to, and then they see a small reel on Instagram by Tucker Carlson or one of these people, and it gets millions of views, and they obviously think, okay, this person probably has some relevance. I should probably listen to this person. And then I think they also do their research behind the scenes, sometimes finding things that, sometimes may not be true. And then all of a sudden they latch onto that, and then they see a bunch of their other friends following along, and then they're like, well, this obviously must be true. So I think it's a combination of they listen to something, they think it's true, and then they also combine a bunch of the other things from the past that they have heard, and they obviously presume that this must be true.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a lack of discernment there, where it's like just because something got millions of views online does not mean that thing is true. And matter of fact, the way I look at things is like when I see something get a lot of views, I actually wonder, I lean more towards like, it's probably not true, because the way these algorithms and things work online, sensationalism is rewarded and the truth is suppressed and ignored because it doesn't generate as much engagement. Unfortunately, it's like folks see tons of views, tons of followers, and that equals credibility. And that's what's really dangerous. And that's why what you're doing is important, because you're out there in the real world actually having real world conversations. So I want to get into kind of what you've been up to in the campaign. I know that, we both are incredibly impressed by what our friend Chris Rose did in West Virginia, not once now, but twice, because he was able to get his co-senator Toby Heaney over the finish line. And the local media was actually referring to it as the Chris Rose bump, as if, this is a guy who calls the shots out there in West Virginia. This is a guy with a couple of volunteers, knocked on tens of thousands of doors in his primary, got outspent, I don't know, it was 50-something to 1 or 25 to 1 or something, and wound up winning by 20 or 30 points in his primary. So it looks like you're employing that method, right? You've knocked on a considerable amount of doors thus far. Before the last time we talked, I forget what the number is. What are you up to now in terms of how many doors you've knocked throughout this campaign?
We're around probably 4,400 doors, just myself.
Wow.
I have been working my butt off on the ground, meeting every voter I can talk to, and we're just working hard on the ground. We're earning the support from the people, and I think that's very important. I think if you're running to represent somebody in government, I think you should be able to knock on their door and have a conversation with them.
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, we've seen people like Kamala Harris who cannot even have a normal conversation, which ran for president. So
she can't even find the Doritos in a gas station, Dylan. She's like, "Where's the Doritos, Dougie? Where's the Doritos?"
Sean, Kamala Harris thinks if you ride on a spaceship at night, you can land on the sun. That's how dumb she is. So I think we can put that there. That's a Senator John Kennedy quote right there, but I had to use that.
Oh, I love me some John Kennedy. One of my favorites that he said if President Biden was in charge of the Sahara Desert, he'd run out of sand. I was like,
That's
what?
True, though.
It's freaking brilliant, but it is true. Okay, so you've knocked on, wait a second. So this is just you.
Just me alone.
4,400 doors. So tell me about some of what is the most common conversation that you're having? You knock on a door, and there they see you standing on their doorstep. What is that conversation like? You tell them you're running for office, right? You tell them you're running to be their state legislator at a House District 81. And where does the conversation go from there on that doorstep?
Well, I obviously say my spiel, and then I ask them what issues matter to them. And I normally hear like cost of living, crime. They're concerned about the data centers, or concerned about just a lot of things nationally. And Sean, what I do is when they ask about something nationally, and it comes back to our district, I ask them, I ask them what issues matter to them, and I hear them out, and if they're confused on something or if they have a question on something, I usually try and answer that question to the best of my ability. But I've been hearing a lot of disinformation about the education system here in Iowa. Sean, education is the #1 expenditure on our state budget. It is 40% of our state budget. And what the Democrats are doing is they are misinforming people by telling people that we are cutting public education because we are funding the private the school choice program, which gives parents the right to send their kids to whatever school their choice. I just want to mention something as well on top of that. When you sign up for the school choice program here in Iowa, anybody can sign up. Whether you're poor in the poorest community, you can have that opportunity to send your kid to the school of their choice. And whether they're leaving a bad situation or not, you still have that choice. I think it's pretty important that we continue to speak the truth and facts, because here's the thing is, Sean, is the Democrats are lying about how Republicans fund our education system, of which we've increased funding every single year.
Yeah, well, I'm going to bring this up. You bring up education. It's one of my favorite issues, right? Because I've been saying this for a while.
I went through it.
You went through it, right? But
very recently.
Exactly. I've been saying this for a while. When I was on Long Island, we were helping with the school board candidates. That education really is the premier, aside from the border, okay, and maybe foreign aid, all right, because we send too much money overseas to all countries, not just one country, but like everywhere, right? And shutting down USAID helped, right? So I don't like foreign aid. If there's a homeless veteran in their country, we should send the money there first. The whole line. Everyone's heard that. Everyone's heard that before. But I say outside of maybe the border and where we send our money, education domestically is probably the premier America First issue in our country. People go, whoa. How is our education an America First issue? I said, well, think about this. If you have a child goes through, let's say K through 12, that's 13 years of education, right? 13 years of school.
Yep.
And they come out of high school, out of public school, and the only thing they know how to do is stick their fist in the air and yell Black Lives Matter and Free Palestine. How does that how does that prepare them to enter the workforce as a productive individual? Or they're going to go through 4 more years of college and learn the same crap. They're going to come out with a degree in underwater basket weaving and gender studies, and they're not going to be able to do anything. So what do? They get paid to protest by George Soros or somebody, some left-wing organization is paying them to protest. They're not a productive member of society. Now they're like, well, I deserve this. You don't know. No. You need to learn a skill and work, right? I mean, this is why.
Exactly.
And then you see the jobs that those kids could have had, right? They could have occupied those jobs had they learned useful skills. And those jobs go to someone else. And in many cases, foreign students. That's a problem. And I'm happy to see you tackling this in Iowa. So tell me more about this school choice program. How does it work in Iowa? How does it work? A family wants to send their child out of, instead of public school somewhere else. How do they do that?
Well, Sean, basically, I'm pretty sure it goes to the Iowa Secretary of State.
Okay.
But however, they sign up through the program. I think either it's through the Iowa Secretary of State or I think it's through the Department of Education. I'm not really sure where they sign up, but I gotta confirm that. But however, when the parent signs their kid up, they basically open up a bank account. The parent does not have control over the bank account. The state does. And basically, Sean, if I wanted to send my child to, let's just say, I don't know, Bettendorf High School, and I live in Davenport, okay, that money will actually follow your child to the school. So when your child goes to the school of the parents choosing, that money will follow the child. And the school's not losing money by no means. It's just following the child. And actually, if you look at it, that's responsible budgeting, because you actually want the money to follow the child.
Well, and this is competition. Sean, so if you have a school, if you have a district that's doing better than another district, or a school that's doing better than another school, and they win more of the business, and the bad schools lose the business, they lose the money that's following that child, that's their own fault because they're failing. If you're dealing with a school that is teaching children nonsense and they can't read and they can't write and their test scores mean nothing, and parents are like, well, why Why am I sending my kid here when I can send them to a school where they will learn how to read, they will learn how to write, they will learn useful skills, they will get prepared for their next chapter in life? I mean, this is just where we get to the free market that decides what lives and what dies.
Oh, absolutely, Sean. And not only that, if I'm a parent and I'm sending my kid to a Davenport high school, and I find out there's litter boxes in the bathrooms because one of the kids likes to dress up as a cat, like, I'm not sending my child to that school. Respectfully, I don't want my child around that stuff. I want my child learning how to do math, science, learning the history of our country. I want my child to learn the basic things in which are going to help them be successful in their future. And Sean, what kind of message is that sending to the parent when I find out this bad info? For example, Sean, we actually just had somebody on the Bettendorf School Administration received $700,000 of taxpayer money because this community wanted the superintendent out, and whoever negotiated the contract negotiated a 3-year contract, and that person received $700,000. And Sean, we fund public schools to the tune of $1 billion, more than $1 billion here in Iowa. And Sean, we always look at like, oh, well, where the money is going. The Democrats always complain about, oh my gosh, public schools aren't funded enough. It's not a funding problem, Sean. We got to know where that money's going. And I understand some of the money's earmarked for certain things in school. That's totally understandable to me.
Yeah.
But here's the thing is, I have questions about where that money's going after that, because some of the money, clearly some of our teachers are getting paid, but I don't think they're getting paid enough. And then we have an administrator here making $700,000 sitting at a desk watching a computer all day. But that's my question. And I think the transparency thing is very important, because we should know where our taxpayer money is going in the education system.
Absolutely.
I don't think that's hard to ask.
No.
I have to report my campaign dollars every single quarter because people want to know where I'm receiving money from.
Right.
And by the way, for all the APAC haters, you
here we go.
You can go check on my campaign filings. I haven't been paid a single cent from APAC, but hey, you can think whatever you want, but the truth is the truth, and I've not received a single penny from APAC. Thank you very much.
And it's not even that you don't, that you're on the woke right side of the issue. It's just that they're not funding your race. That's it. That's all it is.
No, they're not.
They're
not. And I don't have any problem with people there. And quite honestly, I don't want the money. So.
Right. There you go. All right, we got to take a quick break here and get to a word from our friends over at Silent. You all know them. Silence the chaos. You know all about them. Ladies and gentlemen, your phone, it is a tracking device between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals. They are all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And the worst part about it is what? They don't ask. They just take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It is the same technology trusted by special operations teams all around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you. So you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. All you've got to do is drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve. And just like that, it is off the grid. It is completely silent. It is invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com, slnt.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. That's slnt.com/SHAWN. All right, back to the interview with the great Dylan Filion, running for Iowa House District 81, running to be a state legislator in the state of Iowa, 22 years old. He's knocked on thousands of doors. This guy is absolutely crushing it right now. And without further ado, let's get back to our interview with the great Dylan Filion. I'm going to give you this one, too. This is interesting from Nate Silver. Nate Silver, political analyst, data analyst, not as good as Chase Bowes. Nate Silver is past his prime. But Nate Silver also leans to the left, and his bias bleeds into his analysis, which I don't like. But he posted this on July 21st, about 6 days ago. Income and education are usually positively correlated, but sometimes the relationship breaks down. What's the most Democratic voting group in America? People with postgraduate degrees, but lower to middle incomes. He says in today's newsletter, I argue this is the sweet spot for the DSA. DSA members are very college educated. 80% have a bachelor's degree or more, but not particularly well off when it comes to incomes. Their incomes are below $60,000 a year on average. Their class status is ambiguous, but they tend to be very liberal on culture as well as economics. So this is exactly what we were talking about. You're spending all this money for education. People who are going to college are spending their own money or having student loans, right, for education, but they're not getting anything from it. They're not getting any return on investment, right? You see what's going on here.
Yep, and Sean, it seems like what you read right there, the bureaucracy is receiving a lot of the money while the teacher is getting low on the totem pole money.
Yeah.
So that's what it seems like. And Sean, again, I think it's very important to ask for transparency in our education system, especially with our taxpayer money.
Well, and it gets even better now in this thread. Chris Hayes, who is a host on what was MSNBC, which is now MS Now, admits the quiet part out loud. I mean, we've been screaming this from the rooftops. Kids who are going to these schools are learning skills that do not translate or do not give them an opportunity to succeed in the real world, right? So he says this: the most left-wing people in America are people with postgraduate degrees who are financially strapped. And the most right-wing people in America are people without four-year college degrees who are rich. What does this say to me? This says if you don't go to college, and I'm not telling you that college is bad for everybody, but if you choose not to go to college and instead, let's say you learn a trade, you become a builder, a painter, a steam fitter, a welder, a plumber, a painter, whatever, one of the trades, a mechanic, and you go to a trade school, doesn't cost you an arm and a leg. You get certified in that trade. You work at a specific location. Then you start your own trade, your own I say practice like a doctor, but whatever, your own mechanic shop, whatever it might be. You have a skill that the world will always need. As long as there are cars around, we're always going to need mechanics. As long as there are homes around, we're always going to need builders and carpenters and painters and plumbers and all this. As long as there's architecture going on, we're always going to need draftsmen, right? And folks who are dealing. Like, this is, if you learn a skill that the world needs, you will always have a job. What this means is a lot of these liberals that are going to college are learning skills that the world doesn't care about. If you have a degree in underwater basket weaving, if you have a degree in gender, what are we doing? What is gender studies? There's two genders.
Sean,
one's the other. Like, what? Well, you don't have a skill the world needs. You're not going to have a job. Of course, you're not going to be well off. Nobody wants to hire you if you majored in gender studies. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I can go on forever.
Sean, I have a doctorate and a bachelorette in common sense. That's what I have.
There you go, right? And that's what the world needs a little bit more of, common sense. So this is what I mean by education is an America First issue, because you have our students in this country getting pushed through a system for 13 years, K through 12, 4 more years in college, talking about almost 18 years of their lives, and they come out of it and they don't have a skill that they can apply in the real world at a job. And now they're financially hurting. And then in comes a Zoran Mamdani, Dylan, and he goes, well, I'll give you everything for free. How do you combat that? How do you combat that on the campaign trail when you talk about affordability?
Well, how I combat it is I say I want to put more money back in your pocket by cutting your taxes.
There you
I want
go.
to cut your taxes. I want to cut more government regulation so that you have the freedom to spend your money where need be. I trust you to spend your money more than the government spends your money. I think you should be spending more of your money while the government should be spending less. I think that's how I approach it. I trust you with your money. I don't think the government should be making decisions over your money.
How do
Personally.
people respond to that? How do people, if I had someone knock on my
People-
door and say, I trust you to make decisions with your money more than I trust us, the government, to make decisions with your money, I'd be like, yeah, that's awesome. Like, I want that. How do people respond to that when you tell them those things?
People absolutely love it, except the Democrats, because the Democrats just want to get taxed.
Right.
So, but I get a lot of great responses from independents, and I think I get a lot of great responses from independents and Republicans who just want more money in their pockets and just want to have more of an affordable living. I think that's very important, Sean, and I've received a lot of great responses from that.
You ever notice how, by the way, the Democrats who are, whether they're Democrat voters or they're Democrat politicians, you ever notice how, they're all about high taxes, but they never voluntarily pay more in taxes? Why do you think that is, right? If you get when you're filing your taxes to the IRS, you're paying your taxes at the end of every year or April, whatever it is, when you pay your taxes April 15th, and you overpay, right? Let's say you owe, $2,000, whatever, and you give $2,500. The government's not going to be like, hey, did you mean to send us $500? Well, they're going to take it. Okay, that's it. It's gone. That's it. You're not getting it back. Why do you think it is that these Democrats, these high-tax Democrats, we're going to tax the rich, Bernie Sanders, oligarchy. Why doesn't he pay more in taxes, like, voluntarily?
Because they know something that we know, and that the government is corrupt and the government doesn't know how to spend your money well.
Yeah. Because they want to take the rich's money and they want to redistribute it everywhere and institute communism. I mean, you have the Democrat Socialists of America talking about abolishing the Senate, government and public ownership of major corporations, abolishing the presidency, packing the Supreme Court, we going to a parliamentary style of government where the president or the chief executive is appointed by the House of Representatives. I thought we were talking about threats to democracy. That's a huge threat to democracy. You don't actually get to pick your executive. How active is the DSA, by the way, in your area? And is your opponent tied to them in any way?
Well, I heard my opponent was in a Facebook group of the DSA.
Really?
I heard about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard about that. But I also, if I were spying on what they were saying, I mean, I guess you'd want to be in that group, but I don't know. I don't know why he's in there, but however, I think my opponent is radical left. I do think he supports the DSA. I think he's just very quiet about it. That's literally, I think he's just quiet about his views, and I think his voting record really speaks for itself when he co-sponsors bills like giving hormonal birth control drugs to minors. I think that really speaks to his voting record. I mean, it doesn't take much to look at somebody's voting record and be like, man, that guy is definitely not with us.
Right. I mean, you look at hormone blockers or, hormone replacement therapy, whatever they want to call it, for minors. How does that help affordability? The answer is it doesn't, right? If that's priority number one for you.
Funded by you, the taxpayer, Sean.
There you go. So
funded by you, the taxpayer.
That doesn't help me at all. You're taking my money and you're spending it on a hormone replacement for minors. That doesn't make anything more affordable. If anything, that makes it less affordable. That's crazy. Exactly. So you're out there knocking on doors, 4,400 doors. And how long have you been knocking? How long? 4,400 doors in how much time?
I've been door knocking since March.
Since March. Okay, so that's about 4 months, almost 5 months. So it's almost 1,000 doors a month. About very close. Have you ever had that like tense moment where like, oh my gosh, my opponent is knocking on the doors on the same block? Have you had that? Have you ever crossed paths with them on the campaign trail and had that like kind of intense moment before?
Funny enough, Sean, I am so effective that I knocked on my Democrat opponent's campaign manager's door the other day.
Oh,
So, and her husband was a registered Republican, supposedly a registered Republican. But she told me her and her husband are voting for my opponent. But however, I had a great cordial greeting with her, and she was nice. But and then we walked away. But other than that, like I knocked on my Democrat opponent's campaign manager's door.
have you seen any of your Democrat opponents, material out on the campaign trail? You coming up on houses with like door hangers and stuff?
I saw 2 signs. I saw a few door hangers, but here's the thing, is Sean, is me and you talked about this in the background before we started the show.
Yeah,
The most effective people door knocking are the actual candidates.
I agree. Look at what happened. Look what Chris
helpful.
Rose did, right? Look what Chris Rose did. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Volunteers are helpful, but they only do so much. And I think it's very important that the candidate, me myself, actually goes out and greets every single voter that I can. Because Sean, at the end of the day, the election, you are on the ballot.
Right.
It is not the volunteers that are on the ballot. They may be a part of your program, but however, it's you on the ballot at the end of the day. And you're going to have to figure out a way to coerce these people to the polls on election day and through early voting and through whatever method of voting you can.
So you mentioned affordability, cost of living, which seems to be an issue everywhere. And it is an issue everywhere.
It is.
Needs to be addressed, and cutting taxes is a great way to attack that. Cutting spending, or like what Elon wanted to do with Doge, spending efficiently. A friend of ours lives out East Tennessee. He tells me, he goes, yeah, I live in the city limits and I pay city and county taxes, but I get trash pickup and yard waste pickup, and also like, wow, wouldn't you know it? Like your tax dollars actually going to something, and it's working. Like that's the way. That's what we were promised, but that's not what we're getting in a lot of these locations. So you have affordability, you have education. What else? Is the war in Iran popping up? Is socialism, communism popping up? Is crime popping up in these conversations, in these 4,400 doorsteps that you've had?
I've had the Iran war pop up a couple times, but I also remind them that I'm also running to be their next state representative, so I don't have any say over foreign policy. That's the national government.
And that's the right way to answer that question, by
Sean,
the way. That's the right way to answer that question.
You.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I also remind people when they start going off of a Trump derangement syndrome rant, I also remind them that I'm also not running to be the next representative from the White House. I remind them that I am running to serve as their local state representative, and I think that's very important. And then I ask them when they rant or rave about Trump, I'm like, do you know your state representative? And they're like, no. And I'm like, there's the problem right there. You should. So I'm just saying, like, I'm running. So Sean, I give these people the time of day to actually talk to the candidate myself. And I actually, it's unbelievable to me how some people will slam a door in my face when I am the actual candidate on the ballot that they will see. And they slam the door in my face or don't even want to talk to me at all. But yet we have these people complain online about how they never get to talk to their elected officials or candidates. And yet I'm at their door ready to talk to them and answer any question that they can throw at me. So it's just interesting how some people just don't want to talk to you at the door, but yet they do have concerns about everything else. But the person who's actually running for that specific office is actually at their door trying to get their concerns measured out, and yet they don't even want to talk to them.
Is there a
I find that interesting.
Is there a crime problem in Iowa House District 81, or is it a relatively safe district? Have you dealt with any of the impacts from the illegal alien invasion from Biden's 4 years in office too? Has that become an issue out there in the district?
So there is a crime problem in Davenport. There is a crime problem. Unfortunately we have had some offenders reoffend and keep on getting out and keep on reoffending again. So there's actually a bill that was passed in the Iowa legislature that stopped this revolving doors of justice, and it actually increases the penalties for repeat offenders. I think it's very important that we also continue to make policy in which makes it punishable, very punishable for people who have intentions of committing crimes here in the city of Davenport. But however, we do have a crime problem, but we have like cars getting stolen sometimes at night. There's certain parts of town that happens in. But at the same time, though, Sean, there needs to be hardcore punishments for people who do that. And people need to understand that if they want to go commit a crime here in Davenport, they better be ready to serve up the consequences when they get found.
Where does your opponent stand on, like, let's say, defund the police, abolish ICE, some of those radical left-wing positions?
Well, Sean, I would argue with you that it doesn't matter where he stands because his party supports the opposite. So regardless, he's not even going to have the balls to stand up to his party.
Well, that's actually very true.
And Sean,
yeah,
and Sean, let alone he couldn't even, Sean, in September when Charlie Kirk got shot, I actually called him out. I gave him a week to try and at least, like, send out a message saying, I did not agree with Mr. Kirk on everything.
Yeah, show some respect.
But
yeah,
but we should at least show some respect. He gave 0. Okay.
Wow.
He could even have the balls to come out online and say, you know what? Political violence is not worth doing.
And do you think that's because he was afraid of pushback from within his own party? Like if he had said that, they would say, "Oh my gosh, you're a MAGA Republican type guy."
Well, it depends. It depends if he's in politics for the right intentions. I personally think he's in it just to enrich himself. He's supported by the unions. He's a union president, and it doesn't surprise me that he didn't respond with the Charlie Kirk in regard to the Charlie Kirk political violence stuff. So I think he's in politics for the wrong reasons, and there's a reason why we have elections.
And finally, you mentioned in politics for the wrong reasons. So I'm going to ask you this, and then we'll, wrap with, telling everyone where they can find you and how they can support you. What is the right reasons to get into politics? And by that, I mean, too, like, we know why you're in it and what got you into it. But what you say, he's in politics for the wrong reasons. That is, enriching himself and all of the kind of, a lot of these politicians walk around like they're celebrities now and they're actually public servants. What is the right reason to be involved in politics in your eyes?
Well,
or to run for office, to want to serve in public office.
The right reasons, I would say, is to help make a good difference that's going to benefit everyone in the community. I would say that's one of the right reasons to get into politics. Also, too, I think making sure that everything stays on the right side of things. And I think it's very important that when you get to politics, you make sure that you're well grounded in what you believe in, so that you don't get moved either way in regard to the issues that really you care about. But also, too, Sean, I've seen just in politics in general, there are some people that just don't have a life in general, that just go into politics just to make friends and just to do whatever. And I think that's been spoken about on a lot of podcasts just with people alone. And I think that's just one of my things with that. But I don't know. What's yours, Sean?
Well, I'm with you. It's public service. You're going there to serve the public. You're going there to leave the community or the government better than when you found it. And a lot of people, unfortunately, are doing the wrong things here. I'm with you, where it's like you go in and instead of leaving it better than you found it, you leave yourself better than when you entered, right? You see your net worth climbs. You write a book. You start doing television hits. You start, prioritizing the camera and the views and the publicity instead of the wishes of your constituents. All right. Your job is to serve the people, and you're in it for the right reasons. These Democrats, a lot of them, almost all of them, maybe except for like John Fetterman and a few others, are in it for and Republicans. There's a lot of bad ones on our side too, but it's midterm season,
Absolutely.
right? We have communists that we have to beat. Okay. So, let everyone know how they can help you, how they can support you. DylanPhilion.com. It's been scrolling all episode here on the ticker and on the bottom. So let everyone know how they can help you. Can they donate? Can they text bank, phone bank? Let everyone know where to go, how they can help.
Absolutely, Sean. So they can go to DylanPhilion.com if they're interested in volunteering. There's a volunteer form underneath there. If they want to donate, they click the contribute button on my website. It will take them where they need to be. If they want to mail me something, feel free to DM me on any of my social medias, and I'd be more than willing to get that going for you. And that's and they can follow me on Instagram, Facebook, True Social, and X at Dylan Filion IA.
Thank you, Dylan. 4,400 doors, the current number. We're going to have to make like a new thing on the show, like the Dylan Filion door counter. And we'll just have to like CNN had the death clock for COVID. We'll have to have the door clock for you. And you just keep updating me and say, hey, he's up to 5,000 now. Hopefully by the next time that we speak, you'll be over that 5,000, maybe even 6,000 mark. We'll see. Keep knocking on doors. Keep knocking on doors. Keep doing the hard work. Keep doing the heavy lifting. We are all behind you. We all support you. And can't wait to talk to you again. Thanks for jumping on, Dylan. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Sean. It's my honor.
I hope you enjoyed that interview with Dylan Filion. We're going to have him back on soon again for another update as his campaign continues to roll on. What a job that he is doing out there in Iowa. It's inspiring. I have to say it. It's absolutely inspiring. And I want to continue to bring you the rising stars in this movement, the folks who are going to be here in the future, right? It really, to me, doesn't make a difference about who's established in there now. I want to know who the next generation is, and I believe he is a part of that next generation. All right, quick break. Let's get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't take a lot of things at face value anymore. I just don't. And I'll be honest, tap water was one of the last things on my radar until I actually looked into it. That is why we now purify all of our water in this house with Cove Pure and the amazing CP16 reverse osmosis. You got to love it. Over 176 million Americans are drinking tap water with PFAs in it. They are man-made chemicals used in food packaging, non-stick cookware, and firefighting foam. Scientists call PFAs forever chemicals because once they're in your body, they stay there. They don't break down, and they are linked to hormone disruption, immune damage, and increased cancer risk. But here's the part that stopped me cold. The EPA set legal limits for PFAs in drinking water back in 2024. But water systems have until 2031 to comply. That is 5 whole years from now. Until that deadline arrives, a utility can be operating above the legal limit right now, and they're not required to notify you. Meanwhile, there you are, just drinking it. The EPA knows these chemicals are harmful enough to regulate. They're just not making anyone act on it yet, which means it is on you to take matters into your own hands. Cove Pure was engineered exactly for this purpose. Unlike the normal pitcher filters you get at the store, their Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, PFAs, heavy metals, fluoride, and pharmaceuticals, filtering particles hundreds of thousands of times smaller than a single human hair. Now, one of the biggest complaints about RO, reverse osmosis water, oh, but you're stripping all the good minerals out. Yes, you're taking everything out of the water. But what the CP16 does is it puts those minerals back into the water before it comes out of your pitcher. You get more magnesium, you get some calcium, it adds it back into the water. The best part about Cove Pure is they make it so easy. It sits right on your countertop. You don't have to drill any holes. You don't have to call a plumber. You just plug it in, put the filters in the right spot, fill up the tank, and it does the rest. Don't wait for 2031. Take control of your water quality right now. Head to covepure.com/Sean and you will get $250 off for a limited time. That is CovePure, CovePure.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN for $250 off the CP16. That's covepure.com/SHAWN. Folks, I hope you enjoyed the interview with Dylan Filion. I want to bring you as many of these new rising stars in the conservative movement as possible, because I think it is important for us to get acquainted with the next generation. We may agree on some things, we may disagree on some things, but the bottom line is together, we've got to move forward with this next generation of leaders. You know, we call for term limits all the time, right? Where you're going to need young people to step up and replace some of these guys like Mitch McConnell, et cetera, who, health is in question right now. You're going to need some of these young guys to get inspired. put their names on ballots like Dylan Filion, and go out there and take this opportunity. So I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you could support him. DylanFilion.com, DILLON, FILLION.com, Iowa House District 81. He's running. He's crushing it. He's doing a great job, and he could use our support. I know I'm fully behind him. Hopefully you're all fully behind him too. I think you are. Jeremy Herrell is up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. No matter where you're coming from, where you're listening to it, audio, video, you're coming from Bongino's channel and Silverlock's channel and all that. Make sure you're following this channel too, LFATV, rumble.com/LFATV. Again, my show will be launching on August 17th over on rumble.com/Shawn, SHAWN. You could also subscribe on Apple Podcasts and Spotify at Shawn Farish Live. Hit that subscribe button. In the meantime, Jeremy Herrell is up next. He's got a great show for you as well on rumble.com/LFATV. Live from America, the flagship show of LFATV is up next. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Monday. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Same time, same place, rumble.com/LFATV. 10 a.m. Eastern time. I'll also be over on rumble.com/Bongino live tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern time as well. Have a great rest of your Monday. Be safe. Enjoy Live from America next. And as always, as we always say, thank you for your attention to this matter.
welcome, welcome, welcome. It is 11:04 Eastern Standard Time, 10:04 where I am, and of course 8:04 a.m. on the West Coast. If you are watching from the West Coast, rise and shine. Grab that coffee and let's get to it. If you're on the East Coast, it's probably more close to lunchtime. And, maybe this show is what you listen to during your lunch break. Maybe you listen to it while you're at work the entire time. Maybe you're at home. Wherever you are, let me give a big shout out to each and every one of you and thank you guys for being here every single day. Lori says, let's hope I can get through one without freezing. Still trying to watch Rise Up. Well, that's no good. That's no good. Make sure you try to clean up your computer, empty your cookies, clear your cache. Make sure you're on a decent... There's so many little troubleshooting things that you can do. But sometimes it is Rumble as well. Mermaid says, done with coffee, onto water. Well, at least it's not onto whiskey, especially at this time of day, right? Tammy says, West Coast in the house. Erica says, I'm on my lunch hour. Sherry Z says, thank you for being here. And C. War said, yep, just getting out of bed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we could really, really use some likes and shares, so we'd appreciate that. Want to give a big shout out to everybody over on on YouTube. Let's go over to YouTube and say hello. We've got Dee Dee over there. Waffle is over there. Ozzy Crosby. Harry Litzler is over there. Ed Z in the live chat over on YouTube. Sheila is there. Coast Rider is in the live chat. And did I say Waffle Jackson? Thank you guys also for being here every single day. We appreciate you. LFATV.us, the official website for Live from America TV. If you did not get to watch last week, some of the news was that Sean Farish has been offered an opportunity to go work with Dan Bongino on the Bongino Report channel. So Sean will be here, I believe, until August 14th. And then Sean will be on to, a new journey, a new path. So we're definitely happy for Sean, joyful for Sean. And, when I run for office, Sean will have me on his show. And maybe we'll make some magic happen. Catch lightning in a bottle, right? But that's a few months off. But I just wanted to reiterate that for those who probably didn't see last week. If you were gone, you definitely did not hear that. LFATV.us, that's where you can go and become a one-time or a monthly donor. We're always in need of monthly donors. We live off the power of the people, always have. So make sure you check that out. It's a quick, easy, and direct way to donate to us. You can also donate to us through the Rumble chat. They're called Rumble Rants. And those are what keep our producers butts in the seat when we need them, when we're out in the field, and when we're just producing daily shows. So LFATV.us, brand new stuff on the store, and you can even sign up for our newsletter. Also, the LFATV Facebook page. We did get some more reviews over there, so thank you very much. LFATV on Facebook. If you have Facebook, follow that page. We post short clips and the shows there every day. So definitely go over to LFATV on Facebook. It is LFATV US on YouTube. And then last but not least, wherever you get your audio podcasts, just search up Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. You get Rise Up and Live from America every single day. So that's the sales pitch. LFATV, Live from America, LFATV US. You kind of got it all figured out. Remember during the World Cup, wasn't that long ago, when everybody was just so happy that we were seeing all of these people from all over the world, whether it be from Africa or Europe or Asia or wherever, people that were coming here from all over the world, and they were genuinely happy about being in America and genuinely surprised that it wasn't like what their media told them. It wasn't just a wild, wild west full of people trying to kill each other, full of racism everywhere. And a majority of the people prior to coming to the United States of America thought that that's what they were going to walk into. There were people that were absolutely scared that coming to America was going to get them killed. Then they came. They saw. They posted. And they were all talking about how the media lies everywhere and that their media lied to them about everything. as it pertains to this country. They had a blast. They got to try ranch dressing for the first time. They got to see massive big warehouse stores like Costco and Walmart and Home Depot stores that they've never seen the size of stores that large in that capacity. So many experiences. Some of the fast food that they've seen on TV, they get to try for the first time. But one thing they all said that was the common denominator, regardless of the food, was that the people were so nice. The people here were so welcoming, so humbled, so nice, and that they'll never experience anything like that ever again unless they come back to the United States, because they've never experienced it in their lives. This video here are Europeans that returned home finally after the World Cup that desperately want to come back to America. Play this video.
Flying back to LA today and I just can't stop crying. I don't want to go. I had such an amazing trip. I've met so many amazing people. I felt so loved.
Today's my last day right here in the United States.
I just want to be allowed in, man. Someone call up Donald. Get us a green card, please.
You literally waking up still thinking you're in this amazing, beautiful country where you've just been going around living your best life.
The biggest reverse culture shock that I experienced after coming back to Germany from Texas is that I realized how rude Germans are.
Europeans went to America for the World Cup. They came home missing something you'd never expect: supermarket flags. And when they walked into their own grocery stores, they realized Europe has nothing. It sounds small. A flag hanging over a produce aisle. But for thousands of fans flying back to Germany, Britain, Italy, Sweden, that flag became the symbol of everything they'd lost the second they landed. They pushed their cards into the checkout machine at home and just froze. No stars and stripes, no electric pulse of abundance. Just sterile shelves and quiet resignation. One traveler said it felt like the entire European infrastructure was apologizing for taking up space. Go through what they actually said. A German fan. After Texas, she realized how rude Germans actually are. A British woman crying on her flight home said she didn't want to leave. Fans in Seattle called the cops pretty chill. One guy said American supermarkets function like self-contained universes. Groceries, electronics, clothes, medication, all under one roof, with staff who actually smile at you. Compare that to the European stores they grew up defending: modest, restrained, quality. And suddenly that word quality started sounding like a euphemism for we settled. Steaks the size of a family meal. Burgers stacked like engineering projects. Bottomless coffee refills. Free bags. Return policies that don't require a fight. None of it's political. None of it's propaganda. It's just what they saw with their own eyes after a lifetime of being told America was the rude, broken one. And that's the part that stings for European media. These aren't American tourists bragging about home. These are Europeans, the ones who were supposed to come back relieved to escape it, instead coming back apologizing, literally apologizing, on camera, for the narrative their own countries fed them. One fan said it straight: the media doesn't just lie about America to Americans, it lies about America to everyone else too.
I'm flying back to LA today.
It lies about America to everyone else too. Did you ever play that game when you were a kid? I doubt they play it anymore because it was probably looked at as toxic, masculine, too much physical violence. But when you were a kid, did you ever play that game, King on the Hill? If you didn't, let me give you an idea what that game was. So, there's a group of, usually it was boys, sometimes girls played, but mostly this was a boy game. And there was a big hill. Girls played too, I guess, now that I remember it. My sisters played. And whoever could get on top of that hill was the king. And then everybody else's job was to come up and throw that king off so they could be the king of the hill, so that everybody else would try to push them off. Whoever stayed on the king of the hill, whoever stayed up on top of that hill the longest was the king of all the kings of the hill. That's what is happening in the world. America is the king on the hill. And every single nation out there wants our demise so badly that they will lie to their citizens about our country, not only in an attempt to stop them from coming to our country, but also in an attempt to get them to badmouth us online, because perception is reality. That way, the left wing of party of this country and the world can always have a talking point and have some validity to the fact when they say, we are a laughing stock around the world. We are an embarrassment. Every other, modern country on earth gives free health care. No other industrialized and modern nation on earth just gives their citizens guns the way we do. You see how it goes? So I propose an exchange program. We'll take all of those people that came here to watch the World Cup, and we will trade you for not even all the illegals. We'll work on those ourselves. We'll trade you for all the people that are here that are citizens that hate this country because they claim everything from its stolen land to it's the most racist country on earth. How about that? We trade 2 of those for every one of yours. Or we'll even go straight up. Pink slip for pink slip. We'll just go straight up. We'll take one of those from anywhere that they came, and we'll just give you one of ours. And then everybody's happy. All boats rise. The people that hate America, and I'm not saying everybody on the left, but usually it's the left. The people that hate America, denounce your citizenship and bounce. The people that love America, come on in. Come through the right way. Assimilate. Pledge your allegiance to our country and the flag. And bing, bang, boom. Everybody's happy. Those people that live over there will be happier that they finally live over here. And those people that live over here that hate this place will finally be happy that they're in an actual socialist country or an actual communist country or an actual third world, you know what. Everybody wins. And I know without even asking Eli, he's down with that. Eli, you down with that? We trade one of ours who hate the red, white, and blue for one of theirs who love the red, white, and blue.
Yeah, absolutely. But I say that we up it to get rid of 10 of ours, even for one of theirs.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'll even go with that. We're running a 10 for 1. Screw the BOGO. Screw the buy one, get one. You give us 1, we'll give you 10. Fair trade. Deb Graham says, I'm down with that. David says, sounds good to me. Jedi says, and have them live in red states. They'd love it. DeClue says, imagine saying this while living in North Korea. You think you'd be alive? True. Great idea, says later. Let's do it. Denise says, fabulous idea. Sonia says, I'm down. I'm down. And Mix6 says, I agree, Jeremy. Let's trade. Is that all right? I think that's a fair trade. That's a fair request. That's a fair ask. And it's an all boats rise situation. If we're looking to not be a part of the problem, but be a solution to the problem, that is a solution. And even if I know I'm saying that more to be, jokey and kind of just, fun, but look at that in its reality. Everybody's happier. The people that cried when they left here are happy to come back. The people that cry while they're here will be happy to leave. We'll be happier that we're rid of them and we get people who actually love the country again. Because that's all that being a conservative is. That's all that being a conservative is. Less government, more freedoms, love the country. You can break it down in pretty much those 3 categories. More freedom, less government, love your country. That's a conservative. Period. We don't care what color you are or from what country you come from. Come legally, everybody wins. That's a reality of which I would love to be a part of. And I'm sure you would too. If you would, share the video to your social media platforms. Okay? All right. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. And once we're done that, we'll get right into it. M. Rose says, no returns accepted. That's right. That's right. All deals are final. No returns. Nope. And I'm sure that the people that we take won't want to leave and go over there. So, our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. D. Brummett says, good, sounds good to me. Ashley says, all final deals, no returns. It doesn't matter, even if you have your receipt. And David says, we'll even give you a free ride to the airport. Heck, we'll even pay the money that it costs for you to apply to denounce your citizenship. How about that? Okay. Let's get into the first and foremost section of the day. Please lift up your cups. Brave Matt says, tuning in a little bit late, but Trump 2028. Did you see how he trolled the White House Correspondents' Dinner with saying, I'm here to announce my fourth presidency. And he put on the Trump 2028 hat. Well, that was beautiful. MDUS says, who do we need to focus on most, the Muslims or the illegals? Myself votes the Muslims. Yeah. I'd say that too. Although, hold up. I don't want to inject my own disdain for Islam into this. If you were to ask a serious question based on which ones are causing more harm, Islam is causing more long-term damage and long-term harm and long-term risk. Illegals are causing more short-term damage and short-term risk because we can report on a different person getting killed by an illegal alien every single day. So I would say the long-term right now. I'd say the long-term would be is what I would vote for. The slow, constant beating down of our country and slow change into a radical Islam. And don't forget, and I'm going to report it a little later, Katie Hobbs just vetoed a bill. By the way, she's the queen of vetoes, the absolute queen. Katie Hobbs just vetoed a bill that would outlaw Sharia law in her state. So, call us crazy all you want. Let's get into the meat and potatoes of it. Controversial anti-Trump Judge Boasberg, remember that guy, keeps ruling against the President of the United States, but yet he keeps getting overturned. And every single time, we got a birthday in the house, Redneck. Jeremy, how about a 40th birthday shout out? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Redneck. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Redneck. Judge James Boasberg. Every single ruling that he's made on President Trump has gotten overturned. Every single one. My question is, at what point do you strip this guy of his ability to be a judge and practice law? At which point do you suspend this man's law license and remove him as a federal judge? At which point do you do this? Because it's not just the Supreme Court who's overruled this guy. It's circuit courts, it's higher federal courts, and Supreme Court. This guy clearly has an axe to grind. So, again, I ask, at which point do these judges get removed? Because they're clearly ruling in their own favor and not by the rule of law if he's been overturned every single time. Now, we know he's a swamp judge. I get it. 100%. But when is action actually going to happen to a judge who should absolutely be disbarred? Because every time he's ruled against President Trump, which I believe it's upwards of 10, he's been overruled in the last 2 years. Well, we'll say 3 years because he was doing it during the campaign as well. And that's a real question for anybody. And every time he rules against Trump, the left uses it for weeks and weeks and weeks as a federal judge said, a federal judge said, a federal judge has ruled against Trump. But they never come back and talk about, well, another judge has overruled him because he's wrong every time based on the rule of law. Something needs to be done. Absolutely. In April of 2026, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit shut down James Boasberg's contempt inquiry, with the majority describing it as improper, quote, judicial intrusion into the autonomy of a co-equal department. Is it not? Hey, if Candace Owens can ask questions as a journalist or / reporter, then why can't I just ask some questions? You've got the D.C. Circuit Court, folks. D.C. I don't think I really need to say anything else other than that. You got the D.C. Circuit Court saying that he had improper judicial intrusion into the autonomy of a co-equal department. That was just one of his overrulings. Hello, McFly. James Boasberg, the chief judge of the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, has seen some of the most high-profile decisions stayed and overturned or sent to an appellate court for review. James Boasberg, 62 years of age, was appointed to the federal bench by Barack Obama in 2011 after serving nearly a decade in the District Columbia Superior Court, and has decided several cases connected to the Trump administration in the areas of immigration and executive authority. And he's lost every single one. Just asking questions to anybody out there with a brain, regardless of politics. Is that correct? Is that right? Should that be allowed? In March of 25, he temporarily blocked the administration's use of the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 in order to rapidly deport alleged members of the Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang without traditional immigration proceedings. When deportation flights continued, Boasberg later determined that he found probable cause to pursue criminal contempt proceedings against the administration officials. That contempt effort ultimately did not survive after another appellate review. He also directed the U.S. government to facilitate the return of more than 130 deportees so they could challenge their removals. That order is still under appellate review. Trump called for Boasberg's impeachment after one of his deportation rulings, which led to Chief Justice John Roberts of the Supreme Court deciding to issue a rare public statement, quote, impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision, said Chief Justice John Roberts. Well, how about the fact that there's a constant overruling of a judge that just somehow seems to randomly continue to be selected as the judge to rule in a Trump case, rules against him every time, and then gets them overruled every time? Should that be grounds for impeachment? I'd say that's a little bit more than disagreement. At this point, I would say that's harassment, in which the DOJ should then get involved and indict this guy for constant political and judicial harassment. Something's got to be done. You can't allow this to continue. Now, if President Trump didn't win those appeals and these judges weren't predominantly ruling against and overriding Judge James Boasberg, but then I would say, well, it's the way she goes, right, Eli? Sometimes she goes, sometimes she don't. This time she didn't.
Don't start getting me into Trailer Park Boys references. I will annihilate you. Way she goes. Sometimes she goes, sometimes she doesn't. Today she didn't go.
Today she didn't go, boys. Every day it doesn't go for James Boasberg. Back when we had Attorney General Pam Bondi, remember? Please don't bring her up, right, guys? Later directed the Justice Department to file judicial misconduct complaint alleging Boasberg made inappropriate comments about the administration during a judicial conference hearing. I think that's the least of the accusations, by the way. Oh, he made, inappropriate comments. He's making inappropriate rulings every single time. I think that's where you should have went. The complaint was ultimately dismissed by another federal judge who concluded that the statements that were in question did not establish misconduct. Okay, that's why you stop playing pity pat. That's why you stop playing patty cake. And that's why you go to straight up one-on-one political fist fighting. And in this case, judicial fist fighting. Because the guy literally has had every case against Trump, except for the ones that are still in review, overturned. Something's got to be done about that. Judge James Boasberg needs to be A, impeached, and B, criminally charged. Because at this point, if you can't say, that's a rogue judge, that's a judge with clearly an ask, not an axe, right? Because we got to switch them up thanks to Candace. Clearly has an ask to grind against one Donald Trump. And then the part that really flips me out about all of this and just constantly makes me just go, what the hell, is these federal judges, they're randomly selected basically on a rotation. That's how Judge Eileen Cannon got the case down in Florida with Jack Smith and with the federal government, and she ended up throwing all that out. They didn't think that they would be unlucky enough to get the one federal judge in that region that President Trump appointed to that lifetime position. So they didn't realize that was going to happen. So aside from all of the, stuff that's being overturned all the time in this ask to grind against President Trump, you've got this guy who just randomly gets the Trump cases every single time. That's about as mathematically possible or numerically possible as Joe Biden getting every vote in the middle of the night when everybody went to bed when they shut down the elections. See what we're doing here, folks? Now, remember President Trump's executive order to not allow the USPS to ship out ballots of states that did not turn over their voting rolls? And remember when we said there'll be legal challenges against that, clearly, especially after the United States Postmaster came out and said, I'm complying with that executive order. And then it got challenged. And then a DC Court of Appeals said, nope, as of right now, as it plays out and goes through judicial, review, we're not staying that order. We're not granting that request. That order stands. That executive order stands. And the United States Postmaster General saying that he's going to enforce it, that stands. We knew it would go all the way to the Supreme Court. Well, here we go. Over the weekend, Flo says Candace does not say axe. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke from a previous video we played, guys. It's amazing to me how some people will pick up on little things like that and they'll make it their whole day. I think pretty much everybody in here knows that that's a joke. That no, she doesn't speak like that. Everybody, let me, this is news. Candace doesn't really speak like that. Is everybody better now? All the 5-year-olds better now? Okay, good. Let's get back to the news. Far-left activist First Circuit judge blocks President Trump's historic election executive order in 23 states protecting mail-in ballot chaos ahead of the 2026 midterms. I imagine this will get expedited up through the courts, and it'll go to maybe the Supreme Court is next. I think there's one more stop before the Supreme Court. But let's get into this story, okay? A Biden-appointed majority on the First Circuit Court of Appeals handed President Donald J. Trump a major setback Saturday, refusing to lift an injunction blocking key election integrity provisions of his executive order in 23 states of the District of Columbia. The three-judge panel denied emergency stay requests filed by the Trump administration and 12 Republican-led states, leaving in place a lower court order that prevents the Department of Homeland Security from distributing federal citizenship lists and blocks the USPS from applying new mail-in ballot requirements in the plaintiff states for elections held on or before November 3rd, 2026. Judge Gustavo Gelpi and Julie Rickleman, both appointed to the First Circuit by Joe Biden, formed the majority. Trump-appointed Judge Joshua Dunlap concurred in part and dissented in part, arguing that the states lacked standing to block the Department of Homeland Security from merely providing citizenship information. This ruling is not a final decision. Hold on. This rule is not a final decision on the administration's appeal. Instead, the 20-page court order denies the administration's request to suspend the injunction while appeal proceeds. The administration could now seek emergency relief from the U.S. Supreme Court. So that is the next stop, the U.S. Supreme Court. That's where we are. President Trump issued the executive order, which was numbered, if you want to go read it yourself, 14399. That's 14399, titled Ensuring Citizenship Verification and Integrity in Federal Elections. On March 31st, to enforce existing federal law that reserves federal elections exclusively for U.S. citizens, and to bring basic accountability to the chaotic, fraud-prone mail-in ballot process. You know, that's the part right there. When you really get into that and read what I just, or just repeat what I just said, that part blows me away. To enforce an existing federal law. That's what the executive order does. It enforces an existing federal law. So if we have an existing federal law, what does that federal law say? Well, anybody out here who's taken a civics test or remembers civics, part of that civics learning that you did in school or maybe after would let you know that only U.S. citizens are allowed to vote in federal elections in this country. That's federal law. That's what he's enforcing. So if there's already federal law on the books that says only U.S. citizens can vote, then why aren't we enforcing the federal law? Shouldn't the Department of Justice be able to come in immediately and just slap charges on anybody if they find any mail-in ballots from illegal aliens or dead people? So if New Jersey votes, by the way, this is going to go to the Supreme Court. We'll see what happens. And you know what's going to happen? The Supreme Court's probably going to sit on it unless there's an emergency request for it to be, expedited, in which case they don't have to comply with that request. They can deny that request. They're most likely going to sit on it. But anyway, that's why the Save America Act is the other, it needs to happen. But let's say that New Jersey votes. And as of right now, federal law says only citizens can vote. Let's say New Jersey votes, and let's say they find, 500 non-citizens and 2,000 dead people that voted in the upcoming election. By federal law, whoever certified that, allowed that, was a part of that, or in any way championed it, all should be charged with election fraud immediately as soon as there's an audit done to find out that those individuals voted. And whether it be the governor, the secretary of state, the attorney general, whoever's involved, they should all go right to jail. Why? Because there's federal laws on the books already. I don't even know why President Trump needed to put out an executive order. Because there's federal laws on the books already. The order directed the Department of Homeland Security, working with the Social Security Administration, to compile state-by-state lists of confirmed American citizens who would be eligible to vote in upcoming federal elections. Those lists were scheduled to be transmitted to state election officials by September 4th. Trump's order also instructed the United States Postal Service to create new safeguards for mail-in absentee ballots, including uniquely serialized barcodes. I think that should be a must. And state-provided lists identifying voters authorized to vote by mail. That way, when somebody's delivering a ballot, they can look and go, oh, that person's on the list. They don't get a ballot. Right? What's wrong with that? Now, under the proposed system, the post office would not transmit certain mail-in ballots unless the voter appeared to be on the appropriate state list participation list. It's that simple. The order further directs the Department of Justice to prioritize investigations and potential prosecutions involving election officials who knowingly issue federal ballots to people who are not legally eligible to vote. Who's that? Secretary of State's office. That'd be your Jocelyn Benson. Now, we knew this was going to be challenged all the way up to the Supreme Court. A coalition of California, Massachusetts, Nevada, Washington, Arizona, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, Virginia, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, through Democrat Governor Josh Shapiro, along with the District of Columbia, sued to stop the order. That's where we are right now. The Trump administration and 12 intervening states, Alabama, Missouri, Florida, Indiana, Kansas, Louisiana. By the way, you can't stop this on the grounds of standing. Every one of these states have standing in this. Alabama, Missouri, Florida, Indiana, Kansas, Louisiana, Montana, Nebraska, Oklahoma, South Carolina, South Dakota, and Texas asked the first court to freeze the former injunction while the appeal moved forward. And the judge said no. So, where do we go next? Supreme Court. When? I don't have a time frame for you. But as that plays out, we'll definitely report that, okay? Let me read some of the comments coming in here. RD Comp says, Jeremy, Republicans just have to kill the filibuster and pass the SAVE Act. They don't even have to kill it. They just have to force it. That's the crazy part. I'm telling you this. The SAVE Act doesn't pass. The communist judge gets his way, Republicans will lose the midterms. So you think that the Republican midterms rely completely on the SAVE Act passing? I disagree. And I can prove it, actually. I'm not trying to debate here with you. I'm just going to lay my side out. Who's the president right now? Who has the House and who has the Senate right now? How'd we get there? There was no SAVE Act. There was no mail-in ballot executive order that included the United States Post Office or the United States Postmaster General. How did we get? How did we do it? How did we do it while they were in charge? We did it by getting off our asses and getting to the polls, something Republicans don't do during midterms. You want to hear some crazy numbers? Listen to this. Because I'm getting involved in Republican politics here, and because I'm getting involved in the party, and because I'm going to run myself, one thing that I've done is I've familiarized myself with the last 3 elections. I have been comparing and contrasting information from the last 3 elections in this district for this seat. Why? Well, because I want to know how many votes I need to win, how many registered voters there are, how many of those registered voters are Republicans, Independents, and Democrats, how much money needed to be raised. What was the most effective messaging over the last 3 elections? What was the messaging over the last 3 elections? Was anything solved? Was anything fixed? Was anything better? Is anything better for Iowa than it was before based on those promises made by those certain people who won those elections? Okay? So I've been doing as much homework as I possibly can on this area, these elections, the issues here, and next is going to be visiting all the counties and all the towns of the district. But My point is, I understand the numbers, okay? This is going to prove how lazy Republicans are. In order for Marionette Miller Meeks to beat Christina Bohannon during the last general election, which was 2 years ago, albeit a general election, I get it. I understand that. So the down ballot candidates are all going to get the same, attention that the president candidates are going to get. So 100% I understand why it's such a jump in a presidential year. But you'll never guess how much of a reduction there was from that primary to this primary. Marionette Miller Meeks beat Christina Bohannon in 2024 by just 800 votes. Literally, by just 800 votes. Okay? Each of them had over 207,000 votes. So each of them had over 207,000 votes. That's a total of like 415,000 votes in this district. That was last general election. Now the primaries just came up a few months ago. Do you know how many votes Marionette Miller Meeks ended up getting to win the primary? I'll give you a guess. Remember, almost 210,000 votes to win a general. And then, not a year and a half later, she wins her primary against one other guy here in this district with 18,000 votes. 18,000 votes. 207 a year and a half before in a general. I get it. 18,000. Less than 20,000 votes. You know what that tells me? Republicans suck. Sucks. How could you allow that to happen? How could 190,000 people just not show up? Poor messaging? Maybe lack of leadership? I don't know. Definitely poor messaging. Now, it wasn't that much different on the Democrat side. Christina Bohannon also got, upwards of 210,000 votes. And she got 28,000 people, almost 29, to come out during her primary in a midterm year. So not only is it not a general, but it's a primary. But still. Now, I also get out of those 207,000 apiece, there were a lot of independents that don't vote during primaries, and they just vote when it comes to the general election. I understand all that too. But 190,000 people just said, you know what, I'm going to skip until we go all the way to the next general. Like, why? That's complacency. That's It's mind-boggling to me how people will come out in droves to vote for a president, but they won't come out in droves and vote for somebody that's within their own state that affects them arguably more. It's just mind-blowing to me. So, is it complacency, laziness, poor messaging, not enough excitement? I don't know. But again, it was on both sides. But still, the Democrats in this region came out 10,000 more than we got in ours. Jay Fish says, why do they bother coming out in the general if they don't vote in primaries? I don't know. And you'll see a massive reduction in the amount of total voters that come out during the midterm as well. The majority of people only focus on 4-year elections. They don't focus on local elections. They don't go to city council meetings. They don't go to school board meetings, and they don't vote in midterms. Why? I don't think that they understand, literally. I'm not saying this in trying to be mean. I'm just saying I don't think they understand the importance of those elections. And arguably, they're just as important, if not more, because they affect them personally right then and there. C3 said, you're missing the point. It's the normers who don't vote until the presidential vote. That's exactly what I just said. That's absolutely exactly what I just said in different words. They only come out to vote for the presidency because they don't understand the importance of voting in midterms or local elections. So it's messaging. I would say it's messaging, leadership, and the right people to get people excited about voting. People aren't going to go vote unless they're excited or unless they're mad. One of the two. And when you look at those numbers, you got to say to yourself, wow. Oh, it's okay, C3. I got you. You were a little behind. It's all right. It's Monday, my friend. All right. Harmeet Dillon, who is the civil rights attorney in D.C., she said she's ready to send states to the Supreme Court over the dirty voter rolls. Says 20 states handed their rolls over voluntarily, and hundreds of thousands of people were found on those voter rolls that shouldn't be there. Imagine the states that are holding back. The Department of Justice warns the states of criminal liability if they keep non-citizens on their rolls. You know what? Eli, when I was a kid, tell me if you've ever experienced something like this. When I was a kid, I lived with my grandma, and grandpa raised me from 13 until 18. And my grandparents were old, so I basically did whatever I wanted for those years, right? Like if my mom told me to do something and I was younger and I didn't do it, I'd get the belt, right? My grandparents were just like, spoiled me, and they were old and I took advantage of it. My grandma would tell me this, Eli, if you walk out of this door, you're going to be grounded. And I'd walk out the door. And she'd come out to the front door and she'd say, if you leave this front driveway, you're going to be grounded. And I'd walk out the driveway and I'd walk out of the road. If you walk past that mailbox, young man, you can consider yourself grounded for the whole summer. And I'd walk past the mailbox. It's kind of like Obama's red line. Unless you're willing to do something about it, you can say, well, if you don't do this, we're going to give you criminal, blah, 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 and criminal. Eli, nobody's scared of getting arrested. That's the problem.
It's true. In answer to your question, I'm not trying to toot my own horn here or anything, but in all honesty, I was a pretty good kid, so I never did any of that threatening or running away, or so I can't relate.
Brown noser. Brought an apple to the school every day for his teacher. Brown noser nerd. Probably got wedgies and noogies, didn't you?
No.
Yeah. Remember that? Remember wedgies and noogies and snake bites, Indian burns? All that stuff we used to do, and we used to pick on kids like Eli, who was a brown noser and brought the apple to school. I was a pretty good kid, he said. I never got in any trouble.
I never even had to deal with any of the bullies or anything. I was always able to talk my way out of everything else. Let's talk about that. Why do you want to kick my ass? It's intriguing. It's not going to happen.
So anyway, you can say you're going to arrest somebody and you're going to bring criminal charges on them all you want, but, until you do, doesn't really hold true. Okay? Michael Gross says, my mom used to chase me and my little brother up a tree. She said, y'all come down. Y'all got to come home for supper. That's true. My mom used to make me get a switch or a branch off that tree so she could beat me with it. So I, climb the tree and then have to get a switch on the way down to get beat with. But guess what? That builds character. Hey, I want to jump over real quick. And I want to say hi to some people over on YouTube. We've got Claudia over there. How you doing? We've got Chad over there. Slam is over there. Slam says, bro, are you kidding? At this point, if you support MAGA, you're out of your mind. We're all sorts of out of our mind over here, I guess. Ozzy, how you doing? Good to see you. Beautiful Bill, good to see you. CSEN5, I support making America Great and recovering from the shill that was Biden. Aztec says Lindsey Graham, Mitch, and Dementia Donnie. What do they all have in common? Maggots. So mad. So mad. The Zinkrufer, there's no law against lying to yourself. I think you mean lying? Lying? Lying doesn't make sense. Shannon says, I'm over on both. What's up, Jeremy? How you doing, Shannon? Good to see you. Scott Rollins said, whatever happened to Phil Beam? Funny you ask. My other neighbor just asked me Saturday if we've heard anything else from him. Heard absolutely nothing from him, but I think he's still got his job. Claudia, Aztec is already trying to dehumanize us in unhuman ways. Okay. Well, hey, you guys have fun over there on YouTube. I know we're having a blast here in Rumble. We got Jill from Indiana. Hello, every patriot here. Chameleon for Babe says MAGA all the way. Denise says, I guess Slam ditched us. Yeah. Well, that happens. It's called the law of attrition. They come and they go. Something that doesn't come and go, though, well, actually it does if you consume it, is Rise Up Coffee. Be right back.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Rise Up Coffee. You can get it at jeremyherrell.com or lfatv.us. Somebody in the live chat said it must have reminded them of the Washington movie. Eli, that George Washington movie has pulled in over, I think, upwards of $50 million now, which would be over double what it cost to make and to market. And that's Angel Studios. And word is we're getting another one.
Damn, Skippy, baby. I still have yet to see it. I feel so bad. I was going to go last weekend. I just ran out of time, but still can't wait to see it.
It's so good. It is so good. Somebody said no cussing and no gay scenes. Absolutely. The only gay that was in there was the French. The French. That's hilarious. That commercial is bad as, said Sundancer. It's bad axe. That's what it is. Cat Lady says, why isn't this commercial made it to TV? Well, because to get a commercial on that kind of stuff, you have to pay for it. And LFA TV is a very small news organization. So, but I'll tell you what, not only is that commercial and that coffee patriotic, but so is Chicago Steak Company. Why? Because all the grass-fed, dry-aged up to 6-week premium USDA prime steak cuts are all from the vast, beautiful Midwest lands right here in Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, and more. Free shipping and 3 gifts if you order on Chicago Steak Company right now. And all you have to do is go to this landing page, which is mychicagosteak.com/LFA, and choose one of your values. Now, each one of these values has a different group of things that it comes with. And when you go to mychicagosteak.com/LFA, which Suzanne has kindly put in the live chat, and I have just pinned, if you go there, you can just read through and you can see which one you want and pick which one you want. I guess the best one, the one that sells the best, is the ultimate gift set, gift assortment. I mean, you're talking, 2 6-ounce premium filet mignons, 2 8-ounce beef top sirloins, 4 lemon herb chicken breasts, 4 steak burgers. You get 16 6-ounce steak burgers, and those babies are huge, by the way. 1 bottle of signature steak sauce, a $25 account to your next purchase, and free shipping and handling. So, mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Put it on the screen. There we go. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. We'll put it on the lower screen there for you. And all you have to do is go to that live or that site, and you'll be right there. You don't even have to put in the promo code. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. And a big shout out to those guys. They're good people, conservative people, and man, they got some good stuff every time they send us something. All right, let's get back to the news here. We're going to go talk about the rhinos, okay? I want you to see 2 losers, Cornyn and Cassidy, both on their way out because of the fact that they've chosen to go against MAGA. So for those who continue to say MAGA is dead, we're still winning 99.9% of all Trump-endorsed candidates, and we're still getting out rhinos that don't like the MAGA agenda. So it still has some power, whether you like it or not.
I have 109 days until the midterm elections, and I don't understand talking about what happened 6 years ago in light of these upcoming elections. And, frankly, as a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, there wasn't a whole lot new. I mean, the president gets his president's daily brief. He's entitled to classified information. That now some of this was declassified, but we've known that our adversaries are trying to influence our elections for a long time. Russians in 2016, the Chinese, Iranians, the North Koreans, anybody who can try to sow discord in the United States, and particularly during our elections, is going to do that. But the bottom line is none of this would have changed the outcome. Right. So I guess I don't get it.
Does it give you pause about this fall's elections, though, his intentions?
Well, I think, historically, the midterms for the party in power are really tough, as you know. Yeah. So, I'm concerned about it. So we ought to be talking about things looking forward that our constituents are most concerned about.
Senator Cassidy?
My concern is that, as a Republican, my concern is that it's setting up a Democratic wave election.
Let me just stop right here. He says we should be talking about things that our constituents are concerned about. Why did you lose? Why did you both just lose recently your primaries? Those are your constituents. We should be talking about things that our constituents are more concerned with. Why did you lose? You going to blame it on Jews? You going to blame it on AIPAC? You going to pull that same tired excuse as Thomas Massey? You lost because you're not talking about things that concern your constituents. You lost because you're going against what your constituents want. That's why you lost. And you've already admitted that there was no shenanigans because there's no way you could do that. You lost because you're not speaking the language that your constituents want to hear from you. It mind boggles me how people are so lost and things are going right over their head. They can't read the room and they're all just sitting in there saying these things. You lost, dude. You and your sidekick there. You lost because you weren't saying what your constituents wanted you to say. And I got something else to say about the 2020 election after this.
Should be talking about what matters to the people around the kitchen table. And right now they can't afford their health care, their housing, their groceries, or
True.
their gasoline.
True.
And so Republicans have good plans for that. We should be talking about our plans to make life more affordable for the average American.
What is that? What is that plan? What is that plan that Republicans in Congress are putting forward that would do that? I haven't heard it. Not your plan. Not your plan. Trump's plan, yes. The only thing that I am going to blame on President Trump as far as any cost to anything after that 4 years of Biden and 9 point whatever cent inflation, over $5 a gas average for a majority of the time he was there, the only thing that I'm going to blame President Trump for is the higher gas prices that we're paying right now. It's the only thing. He owns that. He said he'll own it in the beginning. He still owns it right now, and we're not down. Anybody with a brain can tell you that's an issue. Period. Nothing else is the problem. There's no other problems. 401ks are great. All that money I can't believe I got to pay all this gas. But yet your 401k is sitting 30 grand higher than it was a year and a half ago, isn't it? Borders completely shut. 0 illegal aliens sent into the interior of the United States in the last year and a half. Every single month. You know how you bring all these costs down that you're complaining about? Get rid of 20 million illegal aliens that are here sucking up the system. Driving up the home costs. Driving up insurance costs because they're driving and getting in accidents and driving and killing people all the time with no insurance. Healthcare costs, same thing. 20 million, 30 million people in a country that shouldn't be there. What do you think it does? Come on. And people go, the gas prices are $1 more than they were a year ago. Oh no. Yes, I'll say it. That's something that he owns. But he told you he was going to own it. You don't like it? Move. Rosebud said, yes, Jeremy, my 401k hasn't jumped like this since 2018. Exactly. So while you're crying and moaning over here, you're making a killing over here. And even if you weren't, your country's secure from the southern border where the rapists and murderers and pillagers were coming through.
The president, I understand I'm sidestepping your point. Steve's concerned.
I noticed.
Steve's concerned that there'll be some sort of kind of military we're going to send the troops out there and grab the ballot boxes. But one thing about
You weren't worried about that.
What's that?
You weren't worried about that.
Our electoral system, his job is to always interrupt me.
He's used to it.
But our electoral system is incredibly decentralized.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredibly decentralized. There's not like one place where you can go and control the master election across the country. Every state has their own system, and within that state, there's sometimes subsystems. And so it would take a really massive effort to do that. I'm not saying we shouldn't be vigilant, but that is not what bubbles up to the top of my mind.
We have 109
All right,
days.
so let me talk about President Trump's announcement the other night when he came out to talk about issues in our election system. President Trump wasn't coming out to litigate 2020 or change the results of 2020. That's what you guys keep getting hung up on. Not the LFA audience, but the left and the mainstream media. You guys are hung up on this thing that President Trump is trying to litigate 2020. He's not. Not at all. He wants to make sure that anything that did happen doesn't happen again. Meaning this. He wants to make sure that poll watchers are not kicked out of the polling station and not kicked out of the room when by law, even in each state, there's supposed to be a Republican form of government there and both poll watchers are supposed to be there. He wants to make sure that they don't get kicked out, bipartisanly kicked out, and then have cardboard put up in the windows so they can't see in, depriving them of their absolute constitutional right to be there. That's number one. He wants to make sure that truckloads of ballots don't get stolen from one state and end up in another state. He wants to make sure that voting machines aren't stopped in the middle of people's voting in places where it's definitely a higher Trump output. And all of a sudden, these people just stay in line for 3-4 hours and then they leave. He wants to ensure that people are hired every time that there's a vote so that they count and not the machine that counts. And then they recount and that there's both poll watchers there to make sure that there's no shenanigans going on. He wants to make sure that there's a chain of custody. Ooh, no, for the ballots. And he wants to make sure that there's a way to audit it and have a barcode or some kind of watermark on those ballots so they can be easily audited to find out if a state's election should be certified or not based on the rules that they followed by that state. Yes, states are absolutely allowed to conduct their own elections, but there are still federal statutes that they must abide by, especially if you're talking about machines that have the ability to be hacked, which Javon Hutton Pulitzer did live on the stand during a hearing, under a deposition, under oath in Georgia. President Trump wasn't trying to litigate 2020. He was trying to mitigate the future. And people are too stupid to realize that. And that's all right. That's why LFA TV exists. Does anybody want to take some guesses for me? Ready? Here's the guess portion of today's show. Okay? We got about 80 people over on YouTube watching. I want to say something to somebody over there. Trump did not lose 60 election challenges for 2020. Never happened. Just so you know. It's kind of like saying there were fine people on both sides and you don't play the rest. It's not what happened. President Trump didn't lose 60 election challenges. 60 judges didn't even look at the case, didn't even look at the material, didn't look at the thousands of affidavits, didn't look at the complaints, didn't look at one thing. Not one court looked at one thing. Every single court said you don't have standing. The voter doesn't have standing. The states didn't have standing. The legislature didn't have standing. The election commissions and election boards of those states didn't have standing. Well, may I ask, who does? Who does? Not one single court dismissed any case off the merits of the case. Not one. None of them even took it to look at it. So if I've got a complaint against somebody and I bring it to you and I say, I have all of this that shows that this is a possibility. And you go, nope, don't want to see it. No, but I got video footage, I've got affidavits, I've got witness testimony, I've got it all. And you go, too bad, don't want to see it. And I say, what do you mean you don't want to see it? I have boxes of this stuff. I'll give it to you. I remember when people were even delivering hundreds of boxes to courthouses and to legislatures. And every judge said, there's no there there. There's no there there. There's no standing. That is what got thrown out. So if you're going to say it like this. 60 judges threw out every one of these cases based on standing, not merit. Merit has never been looked at. Affidavits have never been officially looked at. Video footage has never been officially in a hearing looked at. Never once. Never once. So, dropped a mic on your ass on that one too. How many recess appointments do you think Ronald Reagan did when he was president? Does anybody know what a recess appointment is? A recess appointment is when a certain, when the Senate goes on recess, when they go home, when they go on vacation, when they leave D.C., a president during that time makes appointments to certain positions, right? How many do you think Ronald Reagan got when he was president? How many do you think he was allowed to do? Anybody want to take a guess? 240. 240 recess appointments. How about President Bush number 1? And I'm only doing Republicans here because this is our party. This is our issue. How about Bush number 1? 77. How about Bush number 2? 171. Okay? So between 3 Republican presidents, you've gotten well over 400 appointments, recess appointments. How many has President Trump gotten? Anyone? By comparison, does anybody know? Zero. Do you know whose fault that is? John Thune's. Why is that John Thune's fault? John Thune is the majority leader in the Senate. John Thune is not going by Constitution, he's going by Senate rules. There's actually no such thing as a filibuster, even in the Constitution. As a matter of fact, I think if J.D. Vance and President Trump actually wanted to push the envelope here, while on recess, J.D. could go gavel it in as the president of the Senate and start taking things over. Zero, folks. Do you want to know why? Because when they leave for recess, John Thune appoints a senator, and for a while there it was Josh Hawley. He did it. A number of senators have done it. And they gavel in just enough time to say that the Senate is in session. See, the Senate can only be out of session for so long before it's considered, President Trump can come in and make recess appointments. John Thune is having senators stay back in D.C., and he's rotating them, and he's having them gavel in session just for a few seconds and then gavel right back out of it to prevent President Trump, as the President of the United States, to make recess appointments. Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you look up how many recess appointments Barack Obama got to make? Because we know that President Reagan got 240 recess appointments, President Bush 177, President Bush 2 171. Let's find out how many Barack Obama got. Okay? We're going to take it over to Eli now. Do you got that number for us?
I certainly hope so. Says President Barack Obama made a total of 32 recess appointments during his 2 terms in office.
So there you go, folks. 32. So every president does it. Because usually the people that are in charge, the Senate, are working hand in hand with the president. What does that tell you about John Thune? And that is why J.D. Vance and President Trump need to go nuclear. And I'll tell you another thing. Somebody needs to file a lawsuit on the Senate to say that they must get rid of the filibuster when it comes to legislating. When you're talking about just arguing over something, keep all the Senate rules you want. But when you're talking about legislating, ladies and gentlemen, that's a whole different story. Once you get into the matter of legislating, that affects everybody. And guess what? Then everybody has standing. Somebody needs to take the Senate to court and get rid of what's not constitutional. I don't care which side of the party, which side of the political aisle it helps. I want us to follow the Constitution and nothing but the Constitution, period. Tommy says, why doesn't Vance do that? Because once you open that door, there's no going back. And they're afraid of the Democrats somehow getting power back and doing the same thing, which they've already said they're going to do anyway. So I don't get it. I think some people need to grab their nether regions, realize, oh, that's right, I'm a man. Oh, that's right. Oh, I do have something down there. Okay, I'm just going to go do then. Not because that's what I want to do, because that's what the constituents want me to do. That's what an overwhelming majority of America voted for Trump to do. And that's why his approval rating among Republicans is still up near 90%. And everything that people say about People waning, we don't like him anymore. That's a very few compared to the vast majority. A very few. Maybe 1 out of every 10,000. Laura Trump said to John Fetterman last week, "You going to come over to the Senate and be on our side? Give us another vote? How about that?" Here's what he said.
Half of many Republicans out there, I think we would love to have you as part of the Republican Party. I'm just throwing it out there, Senator.
I don't know if they would want me or not, but my whole families are Republican, and I think they love me.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do.
Maybe my dad's watching it. But overall, my criticism directed is at the extreme, and in my view, indefensible kinds of views, things. People that are winning the primaries, they are almost always anti-Israel.
On behalf of many Republicans out there.
So, question to you Republicans. If John Fetterman decided to go to the Republican side, would you welcome him with open arms? Here's what I will say. He will vote the same way he votes now. Sometimes he'll vote for Democrat things. Sometimes he'll vote for Republican things. It just depends on what's in the bill. John Fetterman, for all of his faults, might be one of the most morally sound people in the Senate. And I know who would have ever thought that I would say something like that? Who would have ever thought that I would say, John Fetterman is one of the most morally sound and one of the most, the senator with one of the most, highest levels of integrity. Who would have ever thought that I'd say that? But in the face of his own party now trying to remove him and already actively trying to find a replacement for him when his time is up, the Republican Party is showing this guy 10 times more love. The Democrat Party is rejecting him because the Democrat Party is becoming the Socialist Party. So they're rejecting him. They're calling him names, making fun of him now because of the whole, needing a device to talk to people thing. Same thing that Republicans did. So I would say that regardless if this guy becomes an official Republican or not, he'll vote the way he's been voting. And I'll tell you this, the way he's been voting is 10 times better than John Thune, Tom Cotton, or James Langford, and Mitch McConnell, and Thomas Massey's. Right? I know I mentioned the House of Representatives there, but in the end, but if you're talking about the Senate, he votes better than them, all of them. So I'll take it. I'll take whatever we can get at this point. Now, as we're getting ready for these elections, Hakeem Jeffries is out trying to make his pitch that everybody should vote blue. Here's what he said.
In 100 days, you can vote for an America that is affordable and lower the cost of groceries, gas, and housing. In 100 days.
How? How? How are you going to do that? You know what's funny is that the Democrats never tell you how. One thing I'll give Mike Johnson is Mike Johnson sits down and tells you, very boringly, by the way, and if you let him lull you to sleep, you won't even hear it. But when Mike Johnson says we need to get this passed, this passed, this passed, and this passed, he lays out a comprehensive plan on what that will do. I'll give him that. As much as I'm not a Mike Johnson fan, I've not had much reason to be mad at him lately at all. He's been doing a decent job. And beyond the decent job part of everything, he sits and he explains to you, this will do this, this will do this. If we pass this, then we hope to do that. That'll bring down this cost. That'll fight this. These two. He explains it. I would like to know how. How are you going to bring down the cost of things? So here's what they'll tell you, okay? This is to get around all the BS. This is what a Democrat and a Republican say. A Republican says, we need to make sure that we get a handle on our debt, on our trade deficits, and on our horrible, health care and dying Social Security. We get a handle on these things. Make sure that we have the housing, the Republicans want the market to work itself out. Housing market, groceries, energy, based on policy. They want the free market to work and work itself out. Might take 3 months, might take 6 months, might take a year. The Democrats want to come in and immediately tackle a situation so that things appear to be lower. But what they do is, in order to do that, they have to inject government into it. They pull themselves away from the free market and they make government larger. When Joe Biden would put in all those job creation numbers, he was funneling in only to be redacted later and right-sized later, but he was putting in all government hires. Hired hundreds of thousands of government workers and said it was job creation, which it's not. You can't use government jobs as job creation. That's not free market capitalist. Those are not free market capitalist actual numbers. They're not accurate. So Republicans want to take government more out of it. They want to put things in place for the free market to work itself out. It takes a little longer. The Democrat, but it's sound and it will stay stable. The Democrats want to inject big government into things, hire a bunch of people, force people to do certain things, which temporarily lowers the cost of stuff. So they go, look, we did this for you. But in the long run, it's stifling that business. That business has to do layoffs. That business has to close, or that business has to eventually do anything they can to right-size that cost difference. And meanwhile, the government is growing and putting restrictions and red tape on everything. So it's an immediate fix. The Democrats can show you, look, we lowered this. But they're damaging the country's foundations. Where the Republicans want to say, look, this isn't lowered yet, but once it starts lowering, it's going to be such a solid foundation that it's going to be a domino effect across the free market, and all boats are going to rise and everybody's going to win. And it's going to be strong and secure. Biggest difference between the Republican and the Democrat Party. So again, I would ask this dummy, how? Just how? How would you do that? Let's go back to that video.
In 100 days, you can vote for an America that is affordable and lower the cost of groceries, gas, and housing. In 100 days, you can vote for an America where affordable health care is available to every single citizen.
How? You would have to get that through the Senate, after the House, and you'd have to get that to the president, and then the president would have to sign that. This is a lie. This is not truthful. This is just selling pipe dreams. We're going to make sure that this is lowered, that's lowered, and you're going to get free health care. Well, how are you going to do that? You can't even get this country to raise its minimum wage. How are you going to just give everybody? You couldn't give free health care to everybody when Obamacare passed. He's lying.
In 100 days, you can vote for an America that puts an end to Donald Trump's reckless war of choice in Iran. In 100 days, you can vote for an America that gets ICE under control.
How are you going to do that? How's the House of Representatives going to get ICE under control? Especially if you don't have the Senate, and definitely if you don't have the White House. How are you going to do that? Those questions are never asked. They just clap like seals.
Because immigration enforcement in this country should be fair, just, and humane. In 100 days, you can vote for an America that protects the right to organize and stands up for our unions. In 100 days, you can vote for an America where young people have a chance to purchase a home and start a family.
Talked to my wife about that yesterday. I'm so sick of hearing young people or people placate on that, or young people saying, well, your generation could afford a home, we can't. Bullshit. Bullshit. Do you know how many studio apartments and grimy little shitholes that I had to live in until I bought my first house? You think 20-year-olds just go out and buy houses all the time? I want to ask the chat, how old were you when you bought your first house? Yeah, it might be a little bit different today. It might be a little harder. I'll get housing might be a little bit more expensive, but guess what? Then you go to a less expensive place. Then you go and you rough it out for a decade. That's what we did. Let's bring up that live chat. How old were you when you bought your first house? Were you 18? Were you 21? We might have some, but not very many. Let's see. 59, 26, 59, 55, 32, 29, 22, 40, 36, 36, 36, 50s, 54, 43, 37, 31, 35, 32, in our 50s. 20 there. Rumble said 19. 31, 28, 40, 40, 30, 30, 49, 40. 42, 28, 31, 66, 33. Did anybody have to rough it out for a while before they did? I bought my first home when I was 36. 36 is when I bought my first home. Prior to that, I lived in studio apartments, one-bedroom apartments, small two-bedroom apartments, trailers. Like, you rough it out until you can afford one. And you know what you do? You go get a better job. And you stop crying about, oh, I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Nobody can afford anything that they actually want. It is life. It's always been that way. It's always been that way. Rough it. Stop crying about what you don't have and start being happy about what you do have. And if you want something better, do something different. It's not that hard. America's never been that different than that. You want more, you go get. It's that simple. Anybody who says anything else is just is lazy. You're lazy. Lazy. I don't want to hear I can't get something. I can't afford something. Then go get another job. Go get 2 jobs. Go get 3 jobs until you can get one job that can subsidize your lifestyle. I'm so sick of since I can't do it, then this country sucks because I don't have what I want. I didn't have what I wanted until a few years ago. And I'm almost 50. That's called life. Learn it. Stop pointing your finger at somebody else. Lazy.
Change is necessary in a whole host of areas. That's dramatic campaign finance reform, dramatic electoral reform, including, of course, passage of the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, so we can end the era of voter suppression in the United States of America once and for all. And certainly we need dramatic Supreme Court reform because this right-wing Supreme Court extremist majority is totally out of control and they need to be reined in. Dramatic change is necessary in a...
This right-wing Supreme Court is out of control and they need to be reined in. Why? They're legit. They were put there legitimately by a duly elected president. You know what he means to say, what he wants to say? Not that there needs to be Supreme Court reform, because you can't do that. They're there for life. JDH Patriot says, Jeremy, you do not have an idea of what you're saying. It is way harder than it was when I was 25. Maybe for you. Maybe for you it is. 2 houses just sold in our cul-de-sac. One was $600,000. 31 and 32-year-old. Both have jobs at factories. Now, albeit they have higher positions because they worked their way up. But you know where they were living before this? An apartment. They went from an apartment, no inheritance, no winning the lottery. They saved money for a decade. They got their credit score up, and then they got a house, a $600,000 house at 31 and 32. Yes, it is more expensive. No, it's not harder. I'm just going to say it. Robbie says, my house payment is $1,826 a month. That's about normal, right? It's about average. Yes, I do understand that back in the day, one person could work and the inflation, the cost of everything was, a lot better. But I saved something here for you. Can't wait to read this for you. Been waiting to read this for days. It might take me a minute to find it. Just goes to put to bed put to rest some of the stuff that we hear people complaining about. Here it is right here. All right. In 1975, does anybody want to tell me what the mortgage interest rate was? In 1975? 9%. In 1980, mortgage interest rates, 14.4%. You think it was easy to get a house? Yeah, the cost might have been less. Dollar might have stretched a little further. But the interest rates were like that of a car with bad credit. You kidding me? 1985, 13.5%. 1990, 10.1%. 1995, 7.9%. 2000, 8.0%, 8%. 2005, 5.7. 2010, 5.0. 2015, 3.9. 2020, when President Trump was at the height of his presidency, 2.7. And now, just over 6%. Wages were less. Houses were less. Mortgage rates were way higher when I was younger. But it all equals get off your ass and get it done. This is America. I guess I grew up in an era of no excuses. Everything's hard. And it's only going to get harder as the world dies. It's that simple. Joy of the Lord said, I remember my parents paying like $35,000 for their house. Yeah. And gas was what, 20 cents? A gallon of milk was probably the same. So you scale that, you get to where we are today. I'll tell you what, you couldn't make $18 at McDonald's when I was a kid an hour. Eli, when I was a kid, you'd be lucky to make $5 an hour at McDonald's. Now you go to McDonald's, I saw a sign the other day. Hiring brand new employees, $17 an hour plus benefits. What? $17 plus an hour plus benefits at McDonald's? Huh. I remember when I was 16 years old, I started smoking cigarettes. I remember I could buy a pack of Basic Lights, a burger and a fry, and a drink off the dollar menu at McDonald's for $5. A $5 bill plus a little bit of change got me a pack of cigarettes, a burger and a fry, and a drink at McDonald's. So, scale it, folks. The only thing that's changed is people's willingness to earn it. That's it. Yeah, things might be a little bit more expensive and the dollar might not stretch as far. But guess what can beat that 10 times out of 10? Determination and grit and trying to capture the American dream. Every single time. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, talk about Armor Colostrum, and then we'll get back to the show. Armor Colostrum, ladies and gentlemen. Armor.com/LFATV, your one-stop shop for the only superfood that you need for at least 6 different supplements that you may take already. If you take any supplements for gut health or metabolism, if you take any supplements for skin care, like, if you have rashes or get psoriasis or just constantly have dry skin and lotioning yourself up constantly all the time, if you have hair thinning, if you have massive bloating, Armor Colostrum is going to take care of all that. One-stop shop, 2 to 4 scoops a day of your Armor Colostrum. Here it is right here, folks. That's the jar. Now, all you have to do, there's no promo code needed. You just go to tryarmor.com tryarmra.com/LFATV. That's tryarmra.com/LFATV. You're on the site. No promo code needed. You're already there. Robbie Driver says McDonald's pays $21 an hour here in Washington. What? $21.50 an hour, guys. I might leave and go work at McDonald's in Washington. $21.50 an hour? Anyway, that'll cause you to bloat. Then you can have some Armor colostrum. Stop the bloating from McDonald's greasy fries. Armor.com/LFATV. And a big shout out to our friends over there. Also want to thank Fatty15.com. Again, you eat a lot of McDonald's, you will become a fatty. For sure. Jay Gyro says, today, New York City Union hotel room attendants make approximately $39.87 to $39 an hour? What? That's incredible. That's just incredible. Anyway, Fatty15 delivers you a capsule of C15 every day, and your daily dose of C15 is absolutely going to change your lifestyle. It's going to make you sleep deep, calm, at peace. No anxiety at night. Just you lay down, you fall asleep, you go to a deep sleep, which causes so much more energy the next day. But Fatty15's main purpose is to help you live longer by changing the way your cells age and constantly, daily repairing any damage to your body at a cellular level. That's what C15 does. And Fatty15 will offer you a 90-day starter kit, money-back guarantee, 5-star reviews, thousands and thousands of customers, independently tested, every single batch. Fatty15 at Fatty15.com, promo code LFA. That's Fatty15.com, promo code LFA. One more time, Fatty15.com. Promo code LFA. And a big shout out to our sponsors. Thank you for helping us here on LFA TV, especially in days of, in times of constant cancel culture and risk it losing a brand name. They help us out every time, and we love them for it. So big shout out to our sponsors, and a big shout out to all of you, our donors, who keep us afloat every single week, every single month. So far, almost 6 years. This November will be 6 years since we started this, folks. Can't believe how fast time is going. All right. The Biden administration allowed Floyd Bennett Field Migrant Camp to become a dumping hazard with fire hazards, health risks, and everything. And they did this on their way out to make this a problem for the Trump administration. That's how disgusting they are. A giant Brooklyn migrant encampment deteriorated into a dumping ground and a fire hazard. A Biden administration official ignored pleas by state lawmakers and local officials to fix the problem. Roughly 2,000 migrants were housed at Floyd Bennett Field between November of 23 and January of 25. When then Mayor Eric 8th Grade Adams finally shut down what had become a shantytown inside a National Historic Site. National Park Service employees were well aware of the safety issues, but told higher-ups that the encampment was clean and well run. I wonder how come you never saw anybody try to shut that down. In fact, we reported that the nearest operable fire hydrant was 3,000 feet from the shelter. And we estimated it will take 30 minutes to establish a positive water source in the event of a fire. The hydrants also hadn't received routine maintenance since the airfield was folded. And there was no sprinklers on site. So this was a migrant center that the Biden administration was running that was absolutely inadequate. Horrible conditions, fire hazards, safety risks everywhere. But nobody was trying to shut that one down, were they? You didn't have people over there protesting the Biden administration, did you? No. Why? Because they weren't told to. Because they're sheep. Maze-like conditions of the sleeping arrangements inside the site's 5 largest tents also would have made it difficult for migrants to evacuate during an emergency. What Biden was trying to do was he was trying to flood as much migrants into these facilities all across the country, including this one, so that when Trump took over once it was clear that Trump was probably going to win, so that when Trump took over, he would have a massive problem getting rid of all these, which is exactly what ended up happening. So now we're going to get into the illegal alien portion of our show today. And I'm sure that the people on the left won't be happy about this, but it is what it is. And guess what? We're going to report on another illegal alien killing another American today. This time an old lady, by the way. Okay? A beloved grandmother killed by an illegal alien in Florida, who allegedly continued to back over her over and over again. Every time an ICE agent has to use force against an American or an illegal, the world doesn't stop talking about it, blames Trump, blames Department of Homeland Security. But every day, at least 3 times a week, we report on an American getting killed by an illegal alien, and nobody says a damn word. You won't hear about this on CNN today. You won't hear about this on CNN. You won't hear about this on MS Now. You probably won't even hear about this on Fox News. Deborah Murphy, an 82-year-old grandmother who was walking back to her car outside of a Publix in Panama City Beach, Florida, when she faced the consequences of an illegal immigration right in front of her, and it cost her her life. As she walked on a crosswalk, an SUV allegedly driven by 26-year-old Venezuelan illegal Carlos Suarez Contreras ran her down. His front seat passenger, Luis Sanabria, 29 years old, is also said to be in the country illegally, according to arrest records. According to the arrest affidavit submitted by the Florida Highway Patrol, after falling to the ground, the vehicle continued to back up, running over Mrs. Murphy. Both were determined to be in the country illegally, according to arrest records. Both men told deputies they were born in Venezuela. The two were issued U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement detainers and booked into the Bay County Sheriff's Department jail. Suarez and Contreras submitted a written plea of not guilty to the charge of driving with a canceled license and causing a death, a third-degree felony. His Georgia driver's license had been canceled, according to arrest records. Before conducting an immigration investigation, the deputy on the scene noted that Suarez and Contreras gave suspicious answers to his questions. Sanabria immediately left the scene on foot before law enforcement arrived. He only returned, quote, when I had Suarez Contreras call him, the deputy said. Apparently she was from Illinois, Naperville, Illinois. Not far from me. The story ends with, don't expect Miss Murphy's photo to be carried in a memorial by leftists like those in Naperville, Illinois, because they only care about illegals. Just another story of another illegal killing another American. Let's see what they're saying over on YouTube. Jeremy, that's fake news, bro. Okay. No one reports Jeremy sees conspiracies. Okay. Jeremy doesn't understand inflation. Okay. The AP News is stating that the laws were not broken in 2020 election. You going to say anything about the illegal alien killing the American, though? Funny how you don't say that. Funny how you have everything to say on the left except for the matter at hand right now, which is another American, a woman, a grandma, getting run over by illegal aliens and then backed over again. You don't have a problem with that, though, do you? It's pretty sad. It's pretty sad that another human being cannot just say, hey, that's bad. That you can't acknowledge that every single week we give you names, police departments, arrest records, the name of the officers involved, which you could go look up yourself, but you don't. You only have something anti-Trump to say. And that's bad. You should be massively ashamed of yourselves. Sickening. I don't even know what to say to you people sometimes. Second year, 2 years into Trump's second term, Jeremy still blames Biden. We're like a year and a half. Yeah. Same thing that Biden did with Trump, though. Blame Trump for 4 years. Blame Trump for 4 years of everything. So, it is what it is. But we're talking about an illegal alien killing a woman, so nice that you can't acknowledge that because you're so lost and you're so deep down in your own hatred and misery. It's really sad, actually. And that's half the country, unfortunately. 12GG says the left are effed right now in the head. Absolutely. Godchick says the unintelligent speaking of the garbage on YouTube. 100%. 100%. We need to bring back nut houses and lock up the retards on the left. Don't disagree. How about this one? A woman blocks ICE agents, gets hit with a federal warning, move or be arrested. You want to be Renee Good? You want to have the same fate as Renee Good? What are you doing? Why would you do this? Saying ICE agents are killing everyone, ICE agents are killing everyone. Let's go block ICE agents like Renee Good did and see what happens. Yeah, that's smart.
Passengers, be ready to document anything.
The Ford Explorer is nose to nose with us. They are eating grapes and honking their horn and waving at us.
That's nice feedback.
Can't move.
Document anything.
They are getting out of the car and coming up to us.
Okay. That's West Court.
I'm recording. Hi, can I help you?
Title 18 USC 111. If you don't move your car, you will be apprehended.
I'm blocked in. Do you see that?
Move your car.
Whatsoever.
I will back out.
I'm absolutely blocked in.
I will back out.
You can back up.
Are you guys going to guide me out of here?
No. I'm going to back up my car. If you don't move, that's your chance. You got it?
My chance for what?
18 USC 111.
Which is what?
What I just told you.
No, you just
impeding
told.
a law enforcement officer.
How am I impeding you?
You're impeding
pulled
me
up in
from
front of
moving
me.
in my traffic. We are doing an operation.
You pulled
now
up
move
in front of
your
me.
car or it's over.
We cannot move right Can't move my car.
Back up.
Can't.
Back up.
You can back up. You can turn
back
back.
up or you're under arrest. We're not playing anymore.
Well, you can't arrest me.
Oh, yes, I can.
And that's why you're backing up, huh, lady?
You can't.
Try me. Try me.
Okay.
Try me.
Don't worry, baby. I will.
That's why you're backing up, right? Yeah. Don't worry, baby. I will. As she backs up because she knows damn well that her fat ass doesn't want to be arrested. Zero respect for law enforcement, zero respect for authority. But yet, got her soundbite and then backed up anyway. I bet if there was a McDonald's in the rearview mirror, she'd have backed up 100 miles an hour. And yes, he can absolutely arrest you. And I wish he would just do it and not say it, But I know that these people, they're trying to give every opportunity that they can for these people to comply because they know what's going to happen. If they grab her and arrest her right away, it'll be on the internet. They'll probably be, doxxed. It's a whole thing. Eli says, should have arrested her anyway. AV says, smug bitch. T. Collins said, drive, baby, drive. Pew, 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 pew. I almost wish she would have tried to do a Renee Good there. One less in the world. One less in the world. Brian says, Jeremy hates fat people. I have to hate myself. I don't hate myself. Tom Homan says that there was a high arrest number in June and July, that more than 1,500 people each day are being detained by immigration officials in July, according to recent data. Now, that's 1,500 a day that are being actively detained, not that self-report. Okay? Actively detained, not self-deport. So now when you combine those two, you should get a number of about 3,200 to 3,400 a day, because they're getting a ton of people that are actively, willfully saying, hey, I'll take the money and I'll take the free plane ride home. More than what's actually being forcefully detained, believe it or not. So The plan does, the incentive is working, and it's a lot cheaper if they take that route than it is for us to go get them. And a lot safer. The White House's designated border czar, Tom Homan, said on Wednesday that arrests of illegal aliens have reached their highest levels in 23 years in the Immigration Customs Enforcement Division, as the agency announced that more than 1,500 detentions per day are happening. Quote, since we're fully funded, we just now got to keep it going and make it more. I know that the administration was put under enormous pressure as a result of the previous administration, letting in tens of millions of people. That's what I want to address right there. Germany's still stuck on Biden, even though it's been 2 years, a year and a half, whatever it's been. Yeah. Well, when you let in 20 to 30 million illegal aliens in 4 years, we're going to be talking about Biden for decades. Okay? Decades. He destroyed immigration law. He made his own law. And he violated our Constitution by just giving these people, granting asylum to anybody who didn't even make it to the border. He was letting them do it from their own country and importing them. You're damn right we'll talk about them. And now we're moving more than 1,500 a day forcefully, and that's going to ramp up, says Tom Homan. He says, put under enormous pressure as a result of the previous administration, letting in tens of millions. That means more than 10. And we had no idea who they were, he said. ICE has deported 356,389 so far in fiscal year 2026. That is them going out and getting them. But double that, over more than double that, has done it voluntarily, they say. But what they're going out and forcefully getting so far this year, 356,000. Well, that's not enough. It's not even nearly enough. I don't even care how much more that they're doing it voluntarily. What we need to see is 1 million a year at least. At right now, we're on track to get to what? 700,000? We need that to be at least 1 million a year forcefully, and then we need it to be another 2 million a year voluntarily. We need 3 million a year to even make a dent. That'll give us 12 million in 4 years. We need more than that, but at the very minimum, we need that. At the very minimum. So we'll see where that goes, but as of right now, that's what's happening. About 1,500 a day. Now, getting back to non-citizens voting. 75,000 non-citizens have been summoned for jury duty in New Jersey. Every year, as the state voter roll scandal explodes and continues to shed light on the subject of illegal aliens and dead people and non-citizens on the voting rolls in New Jersey. The revelation comes as state officials are already scrambling to explain. By the way, this was penned by Jim Hoft. Okay? The revelation comes as state officials are already scrambling to explain how thousands of self-identified non-citizens were improperly added to New Jersey's voter rolls and how hundreds reportedly ended up casting ballots. The New Jersey Globe reported that New Jersey processes more than 1 million jury summons annually, using records randomly selected from 3 state agencies: the Division of Elections, the Division of Taxation, and the Motor Vehicle Commission. Peter McAleer, a spokesman for the New Jersey Administrative Office of the Court, said roughly 20% of respondents reported that they failed to meet at least one statutory eligibility requirement. Approximately 1/4 of those disqualifications, an average of roughly 75,000 people annually over the past 3 years, were because the recipient was not a U.S. citizen. 75,000 a year for the last 3 years, 75,000 have reported back they're not a U.S. citizen. But yet these names are taken from 3 government state agencies: the Department of Motor Vehicles, the Department of Elections, and the Department of Taxation. That's where these names are pulled from. So when you spare me your 6,600 volunteered names that Governor Mikey Sherrill brought forth, nobody gives a shit. That's bullshit. 75,000 a year say that they're not citizens, and they're on those voting rolls. So how do you explain that one? Now you might say to yourself, that doesn't mean that 75,000 people are swaying elections. How would you know? Have you done the audit? Have you? Because the audit's being done now. The audit is the voting rolls. Then once you find all those names on the voting rolls, then you can cross-reference them with which of those people got mail-in ballots and returned those mail-in ballots. Then you go ask those people physically, did you ever vote by mail? Well, no, I didn't. Well, it says here that you did. No, I voted in person. Boom, 2 votes. 2 votes, and they don't even have to be the same vote. They could cancel each other out. One mail-in ballot might come back for Biden, the other for Trump, and the same-day voting might be for Trump. That's the problem. That's the problem. And that is what no judge has allowed to happen. They've just dismissed it on standing, not merit. Under New Jersey law, only American citizens are eligible to serve on juries, let alone vote. The judiciary insists safeguards are in place to stop non-citizens from actually serving, because it's supposed to be by a jury of your peers. Quote, prospective jurors are asked about their citizenship and their qualifications when they complete the mandatory juror qualification questionnaire. The Globe said, those who advance are reminded of the eligibility requirements during jury orientation and are directly questioned about their citizenship during jury selection by the judge, as permitted by attorneys. Officials say there's no evidence that non-citizens have served on juries since the additional safeguards were implemented. But that does not explain why approximately 75,000 non-citizens are being swept into the jury summons process every year from those 3 state agencies. Louvhot Salsa says, Jeremy, I sent you a PM on Facebook on Mike Lindell's video explaining everything that's being said about him is false regarding the illegals. So glad he set the record straight. I saw it. I liked it. But if I'm going to be honest, and I'm not just going to be partisan on this, I'll say he said it, though. He might backtrack. That's okay. I'm okay with backtracking. I'm okay with going, you know what? What I said, I didn't mean to say exactly what I said, but yes, I did say it to some extent that we should have a pathway for these people to have citizenship. He did not say amnesty. I'll give him that. But when you're talking about a pathway to citizenship outside of leaving and coming back through the line, we look at that as amnesty. I would love for Marionette Miller Meeks to come on the show and backtrack away from that bill, and I would give her a lot of credit for doing it. I don't have a problem with admitting, okay, maybe I said something out of line, maybe I said something that was wrong. I get it. But what he said is something that I don't agree with, and I don't think that many Americans agree with. Now, if you're going to come out and say, hey, I messed up, I shouldn't have said that, you're right, I'm wrong, it should be completely out and come back in the right way, then I would have more respect for that, I guess, than I do saying, I didn't mean that. Kind of heard you say it, though. Not against you. I want him to win. But we'll see what happens and what he says over the next couple weeks. Okay? Again, it's a shame when somebody says something about being pro-amnesty, even if they don't say the word. Look, the word rapture isn't in the Bible, but snatched away and caught up is, and that's what rapture means. You don't have to say the word amnesty to mean amnesty. You know what I mean? Technically, you don't want to say the word amnesty because it would kill you politically. But if you're saying what it means and you're okay with it, kind of like saying the same thing. But anyway, I want to pull this up. This is from DHS as well. and ICE. A warning to self-deport. Our message to illegal aliens is clear. This is straight from the DHS Gov site. Our message to illegal aliens is clear. Leave now or face the consequences. Fines and penalties. You will face a fine of up to $998 per day if you received a final order of removal and stayed. Now, how they plan on getting that money, I don't know. Not sure. Maybe they'll figure out a way to garner taxes from the country they send them back to for as long as they live. I don't know. Not sure. Imprisonment. If you, other than taking everything they have and seizing everything they have here on their way. Imprisonment. If you fail to self-deport after you get a removal order and you stay, you may be subject to jail time under U.S. Code Title 8, Section 1325. Deportation. You will be removed from our nation and never be allowed to return. So not even the correct way. So let me pull this up on the screen here for you. There it is right there. It's at dhs.gov/CBP home, as you can see on the bottom there. And what they don't want to do is get kicked out and never be able to come back. Right? So the self-deportations are doing a great, they are getting the job done. Just, I want the forced deportations to be double what the voluntary deportations are. That would make me a happier camper, right? We've got, look, folks, I'm going to say the word 30 million. I believe we have 30 million at least. People that shouldn't be here. Whether they came over in Biden's time, whether they overstayed a visa, whether they whatever it is. I would say there's 30 million. That's as much as Canada. That would be like saying we have Canada in the United States. We've absorbed their entire population, and all of them are on government assistance. What do you think that would do to if we absorbed Canada right now? Let me ask a logical question here. If we absorbed every one of Canada's residents and their citizens right now into the United States of America, and let's say just 75% of them, which we know it's more for the illegal aliens, but let's say 75% of them are on some kind of government assistance, SNAP, food stamps, WIC, free health insurance, phones, down payments for things, whatever it is. How much of a strain do you think that would put on our system? Tide Fever put in a link that we can keep in there. 22 million in 2018. Well, there you go. If there was 22 million in 2018 and 20 million came in, and we got well over 30 million that came in under Biden. What do you think that would do to our systems, our safety net systems, and our, Medicare and Medicaid and all that? It would collapse it. It would collapse it within no time. If we absorbed Canada in there and they were all freeloading lowlives, it would collapse it like that. We did that, but we did it over 4 years. And you're wondering why everything is high? Are you stupid? Do you not understand that people cost money, especially if they're not working? Oh, you might go, yeah, but you're saying that 75% of those people aren't working? No. I'm saying that 75% of those people are getting assistance from taxpayers. Just because you're working doesn't mean you're not getting assistance. So you'd have to be stupid to think that the illegal aliens that are here are not the main reason that costs are where they are. You'd have to be stupid to say that. Because if we absorbed Canada right now, which is about 33 million, if I'm not mistaken, let me actually look. Let's find out. How many people live in Canada? 41 million. Well, there you go. 41 million live in Canada. Let's say we absorb a majority of that country, and 3/4 of them are on assistance. We'd collapse in just no time at all. No time at all. And that's exactly why our prices are the way they look. Our insurance is the way it looks. Our housing prices are the way they look. That is exactly the way. Even though inflation is at 3.5%, that doesn't mean there's not a strain on our system with supply and demand. and an overabundant amount of people on the safety net systems. And yet you stupid people are going, oh, Social Security is going to be dead in 20 years, but yet you're advocating for the illegals to be here. Are you just numb? One of those dumb, numb, idiotic individuals, Ilhan Omar, she said Trump needs to get out of our country. Hold up. Wait. What? She said Trump needs to get out of our country, which prompted Elon Musk to post on X and say, I didn't know Trump was visiting Somalia. Ooh! Got him. Got him. Trump needs to get out of our country. Oh, really? I didn't know Trump moved to Somalia. Brian says, Canadians have universal health care. Yeah. Go watch a video from any Canadian that talks about U.S. healthcare compared to Canadian healthcare. Just watch a video last week, actually, Friday or Saturday, where a woman said not only do they not get good healthcare, but they got to wait forever. She said she had to wait for like a month for her son to be seen, and by the time her son was seen, he was better again. And she said, and we only give, 50% of our entire income to our government, and we don't get represented well at all, and we can't even own guns, and we can't say what we want to say without going to jail. There's no such thing as universal health care. Somebody pays for it. Nothing is free. Ever. Anywhere. Trump should leave our country. What? Roll this video.
Between California's policies of enabling wildfires, paying drug addicts to be homeless, giving free sex changes to illegals, and telling rich people they're going to take away, all of your money is going to be taken away. People are fleeing, and they're fleeing in droves. We can't have that in this country. It's becoming such a horrible and dangerous location that Ilhan Omar, one of my favorites, and her brother are thinking about moving together, very much in love. A video has surfaced recently of Ilhan giving a speech referring to World War II as World War XI. And they asked her about that. She thought she got it right. But I'm not surprised because she's a low IQ person. And she's also a very dishonest person.
Inbred.
She ought to get the hell out of our country. She shouldn't be here. She shouldn't be in our country. She also calls her brother husband number one. Omar is reportedly being investigated for fraud. She revised her net worth. I was shocked to see that she was worth much more than $30 million. And then when the press got on her, she revised it slightly downward to less than $18,000.
Again, good question. How is she still here? How is she still here? She said, the idiot who runs our country, she posted that video on X, and she wrote this. I'll pop it up here. The idiot who runs our country says this, but doesn't have the courage or the evidence to come after me. She's not wrong there on the courage part. This should tell you how low IQ he is. Trump is who needs to get the hell out of our country because he's destroying it and making us the laughingstock of the world. You wear a diaper for a hat. And you cannot talk unless you do this. You don't have basic language skills. Ilhan Omar could definitely not pass a civics test. And she did marry her brother, and she should be kicked out of the country. Absolutely. She's not wrong when she said they don't have the courage to come get her, because I'm thinking that same thing. What's the problem? What's the problem? They're actually looking deeper into Ilhan Omar right now, actually. They're widening their investigation into her finances and into her husband's finances. This is not the brother husband. This is the white husband, who she says is, white people are the biggest risk to the world.
Fox News alert, Ilhan Omar under investigation after racking up millions while she was in Congress. Senior national correspondent Kevin Corke Has it? What's up, Kevin?
Good to see you, my friend. What's the old saying? Follow the money? Well, that's precisely what the House Oversight Committee is doing. They are probing squad member Ilhan Omar's skyrocketing family wealth, Jesse, especially in the wake of that $9 billion, some would argue $19 billion, Somali social services fraud scandal that exploded in her district in Minnesota. The Oversight Chair, James Comer, says his team's lawyers are exploring the extraordinary step of subpoenaing Omar's spouse over his curious business practices. Republicans want to know how the Somali-born Omar and her politically connected husband Tim Minette went from being nearly broke to being worth around $30 million in just a year, according to her 2024 disclosure form.
Fox News alert, Ilhan Omar under investigation after racking up.
So I don't know how long it'll be before she actually gets some accountability, but it would be nice. Honky Kong, which I love that name, by the way, what a great name on Rumble, says, I work in that jihadi's district, and it's an absolute dump. She has to go. Katney says, Ilhan's brother, sister, both in fraud, including Ilhan. Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. Amy says the cabal let her in and won't get rid of her. When did she come? Let's find out what year she came. When did Ilhan Omar come to America? March of 1995. Who was the president then? Pretty sure it was Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton let her in, and nobody's gotten her out. Katney says, wasn't Ilhan's family chased out of Somalia for fraud? Something like that, yes. But the whole country is based on fraud. In the Biz says they will do nothing to her. You want to know why I think it is? The only thing I can think, boy, she better hope I don't become a congressman while she is. Oh, I will make it. I will go out of my way to have to walk, by her like two ships in the night every day if I win. Every single day. It's because of the Islam stuff. That's why. Everybody's afraid to be called an Islamophobe and that he's targeting her because she's Muslim. That's what people are afraid of. And until we get this whole Islamification, thing processed and everybody understands, look at Europe, look at the Middle East, look what they're saying, look what the ones that are here are promising, and look at the advancements they've made here. Do you understand how this is a detriment to our society? Do you understand how this is going to destroy us? You have to be able to say that something is wrong you have to identify the problem in order to fix the problem. The problem here is that all of you are afraid to be called a bigot towards Muslims or an Islamophobe. Knock it off, grow a pair of balls, and get rid of this rat infestation and this rat problem before it's too late. TC Butts says, Jeremy, politicians are getting rich off their fraud too. That's why they won't kick her out. Absolutely. 100%. Guess who I'm not taking money from when I run? And not because I don't want the money. Trust me. The more money, the better chance you have of winning a campaign because you could be on more TV commercials and more out there. I get it. But I'm not going to be taking any money from AIPAC. Why? Because I'm not even going to put up with that BS. I'm not going to be taking any money from AIPAC. I'm going to be taking no money from the Koch brothers. I'll be taking money from very few places. Number one, the voters. And anybody who's an individual around this country that wants to send money when we start taking contributions. I'll also take money from Elon Musk. Elon, if you got any money to throw around, I'll take it. Okay? I will not touch a dollar from any other country. You won't see me taking a dollar from Qatar. You won't see me taking a dollar from Israel. You won't see me taking $1 from their American PACs that support them and their causes. I'm not doing it. Why? Because I'm not going to have somebody say, well, you took $5 from this person, so you're bought off. Nope. I'm going to stay so far away from that stuff that not a single person in this world is going to be able to say, oh, he's corrupt. Never going to happen. Never. And again, not that I don't agree with some of these PACs and what they want to do. It's just not for me. I'll take it from you guys, Elon Musk, and any organization out there that I believe in that might want to help me. NRA? Absolutely. I'll take money from the NRA. 100%. What else? Anything that pushes Christian. What do you want to call it? Anything that advances Christianity and pushes the message of Christ, I'll take that too. Other than that, not doing it. NRA, you listening? Elon Musk, you listening? Anybody out there that believes in Jesus, you listening? That's who I'll take money from. Now, in the beginning of the show, I told you we'd get to this. Well, here you go. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs has vetoed Senate Bill 1018. Unimanger says, just don't get mad when I call you a crook like I do all the government officials. They are all crooks. If you ever call me a crook, I will ban you. I will mute you for life. It'll never happen. Unless you got proof that I did, which will never happen. Never. I'm not going there to make a lifelong career out of it. I'm going there to get things done. Co-sponsor bills, sponsor bills, and introduce bills. And be a voice for Iowa. And then come back and report to all of you who's doing what and who's doing where and why. That'll be my job. Don't ever call me corrupt. UI manager says, okay, you win. All right, there we go. Senate Bill 1018, legislation that would have explicitly classified Sharia law as a form of foreign law prohibited from being applied in Arizona courts. The Republican-backed bill, sponsored by State Senator Janai Shamp, passed largely along party lines and argued it was necessary to prevent foreign religious legal systems from overriding constitutional rights. However, existing Arizona and federal law already prohibit courts from enforcing any foreign law that conflicts with the U.S. or Arizona Constitution. In her veto letter, Hobbs said the proposal was unnecessary and unconstitutional, noting that Sharia law has already been outlawed by existing statutes. Okay, so why not double down on it then? Because clearly they're pushing for it in every state. And we already know that. It's like the saying, well, illegal aliens by law don't already vote. Well, we know they do. So you saying, oh, Sharia law is already unconstitutional doesn't mean that you're not allowing it to be implemented on a small or mid-scale level. So Katie Hobbs, the veto queen, comes in once again and vetoes another bill, this time as it pertains to Sharia law. Vote Andy Biggs, folks. Now, did you guys see the Muslim that ran into the people in where was it, Berlin, Germany? Was that where it was? This is what, like the fourth or fifth time we've seen radical Muslims running over people and killing them with cars. They did it on Christmas a couple of years ago. And they've done it with vans. They've done it with trucks. And after it happened, there was actually a woman on German TV. I saw it maybe a day later. Here it was right here. She said, and she's talking in German, but she says she was upset to find out that it was not a white guy. Can you believe that? Can you imagine being upset to find out that it was a Muslim that did it? Because now, Muslims are going to continue to get a bad rap. I wonder why. I wonder friggin' why. Let's go to this video. I was upset when I found out that it was not a white guy and that it was a Muslim. Oh, really? Is that why you're upset?
Alert, you are looking live at Berlin, Germany. The Associated Press is reporting that at least one person is dead and several others are injured after a car drove through a pride parade near the Brandenburg Gate. Authorities say a manhunt is now underway for one or more suspects and have told people to evacuate the scene. Police say some of the victims are dealing with life-threatening injuries. Joining us now is Paul Morrow, retired NYPD inspector and Fox News contributor. Paul, what is it? I mean, first of all, this is right in the middle of Berlin, major tourist attraction, Brandenburg Gate. From what you've seen and learned so far, what do you think is going on here?
Well, look, there's been a series of vehicle-borne terror attacks in Germany going back to about 2016. The big one in Mannheim, the Christmas market, as we all recall, you're into double figures on DOAs, unfortunately, and scores injured. So there is a history of these.
Fox News Alert, you are looking live at Berlin, Germany.
So another Muslim drives a car into another group of people. And if they can't get guns, they'll get machetes. If they can't get machetes, they'll get hatchets. If they can't get hatchets, then they'll get cars. This is what they do while yelling Allahu Akbar. Okay? Now this woman, again, you're going to hear her in German. So unless you speak German, you're probably going to have a hard time understanding what she's saying. But in this speech, she says, quote, she hoped that the suspect was white, a white Christian male, rather than a Muslim. And for the obvious reasons of now everybody's going to go after them.
Bekommen, dass beim CSD ein Auto reingerast ist, ein Mann in einem Auto. Und was auch für mich schockierend war, ist, dass das Erste, was ich gedacht habe, war, hoffentlich ist es kein Kanake, hoffentlich ist es eine christliche weiße Person, aber es war es nicht. Und da zeigt sich dann wieder Intersektionalität. Wir kämpfen nicht alle die gleichen Kämpfe, aber wir sind füreinander da in Momenten wie diesen. And that's beautiful. Zu bekommen, dass beim CSD.
Let's read through some of these. Let's read through some of these comments, shall we? Here, how about this? What is wrong with these people? Yeah, because white Christian men go around running people over. What about the part where you wish people didn't use their car to run over people? Anybody want to do the honors of telling her? Yeah, but it was a Muslim. As a Christian, I don't get offended because God is the only one they should be worried about. How about wishing no one ran into a crowd of people with their car? Fatigue. It's time for the next crusade. She's not a German bloodline. She's a German resident. Big difference. Well, white Christian males don't do that stuff. That's right. That's right. Right now, we are number 4 on the live leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. On Rumble right now, number 4 on the live leaderboard. Thank you very much for getting us there. We appreciate it. And then we saw this over the weekend in Seattle. Crazy footage coming out of Seattle. Crowds are running for cover as reports of shooting. Multiple victims are being reported. I believe this was an individual from Black Lives Matter, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, hold on, that's still the German stuff. I apologize. Yeah. That language scares me, by the way. Maybe it's because of the Hitler generation. I'm not sure. But so this happened. This was somebody who was at the festival with their tent and downtown, and this was happening.
Make sure you guys subscribe. Help me get to 100,000. I'm like 2,000 subscribers away. That is literally one viral video. And 200K. I'll get that plaque that says 100K. Shooting? Oh, shit. Oh, shit, right here. Get down, get down, get down, get down. Yeah, just get down. Oh, it's right there. Oh, shit. Get the register, come. Yeah, you get the register and the tips. And the tips. Call the other side. Call the other side. Hey, call Chimo. Yeah, come from the other side and make sure to not come here. Everyone, make sure you guys subscribe. Help me get to 100,000.
So, apparently, and I only have one piece of footage from this. I actually had another piece of footage, but I think I got one from the front. So this is a video that was circulating. A man being taken into custody at the Seattle Center for shooting. 2 people killed, 5 injured, including 2-year-old. Police have not confirmed this is the shooter, but this is what was being shared around at first. And then I think at the end, we confirmed that they were a member of the Black Lives Matter. So I'm going to get this. Look at this. Stop right there. Look at those pants. What do those pants tell you? Any investigators out there? What do those pants tell you right there? The crotch normally would be about right here. Yet there's the pants right there. I thought that was Joe Biden shitting his pants at first. And then I realized, oh, somebody said it's a Black Lives Matter person. Oh, okay. You know, I never understood the pants thing. You know what? It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. It looks like they have a spine that's like 4 feet long. John Adams on YouTube says, pooped his pants. Dee Dee says, now tell me the host isn't racist. Is it racist to point out the obvious? Black Lives Matter. Pants down around the ankles. What would you think? Oh, no. No. Not a fact. Oh, so racist. The Democrat Party is having a hard time right now getting Democrats to want to vote for them. And there's 3 reasons. 1, they want to be socialists. They want to turn America into socialism. And the common sense think, I don't even want to call them that part of their party, is calling them out. They're having their own civil war. 2, because of BLM, Antifa, and the from the river to the Palestine, or from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Those people. And number 3, they have 0 plan. Their plan is just get rid of Trump. Or in the socialists that are taking over the party, get rid of everything.
Okay, so we're going to put up on the screen a few of the things that are part of your platform. And I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate. True. Okay, replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them. Yep. Abolish ICE. Absolutely. Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally. As a long-term plan, yep. Defund the Pentagon. Absolutely. Abolish prisons, at least in large part. Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah. Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we're going to put up on the screen a few of the things that are part.
So, I mean, at least got to give her credit. At least she answered every question right away. That's what the DSA wants to do. That was a DSA spokeswoman. You don't know what DSA is? It's Democrats, Socialists of America. Communists. Communists. Of which caused Pramila Jayapal to go, you're just calling us names. You're just using whatever name you can to come up with to call us and trying to scare people out of voting for us. The people that are taking over your party just said exactly what they wanted to do. It was basically overthrow the entire American capitalist society and system. They want to overthrow the Constitution, the capitalist system that we have, and society as we know it. What do you call that? You guys are bitching and whining about an insurrection with no guns where nobody on the other side got hurt or killed. Seriously hurt or killed. That's an insurrection. But coming in under the socialism and saying we want to get rid of everything, that's fine. We want to overthrow the government legally. That's why there's 400 million guns and we say bring it.
Gone through the dictionary trying to find the right words.
far left, radical. They tried socialists for a long time, not working so well. Now they're a communist. The thing is, they don't have anything to...
Hold up, you ugly, disgusting wench. Hold up. We didn't try socialism. Retard. You guys did that. You guys are calling it that. You guys are saying, I'm a proud socialist. You guys are calling for socialism. John Leguizamo came out last week and said to that reporter from that Mexican outlet station, Univision, said that he was a straight-up socialist. So he said, you're a socialist? Yeah, I'm a socialist. Mark Ruffalo says he's a socialist. Bernie Sanders pops the word Democratic in front of it, but now they've just completely got away from that. They've got completely away from the Democratic part now. And they want to try to tell you that our social programs are socialist. It's not the case. They want to tell you that fire department, Social Security, emergency rooms, the water department, all these are socialist programs. No, they're social programs that we, the taxpayer, decide to formulate and fund because it will help certain members of our society who need it. That's not socialism. Socialism is the government decides what everybody gets. The government owns everything. The government can decide to take your property and distribute it or not. That's socialism. Those are not social programs. Social programs are something that is voted on, something that is for the common good. We've all come up with, yeah, this is good to have for these people. Nowadays, it's abused. 5 times the amount of people that are supposed to be on it are on it and taking advantage of it and using it. And now they want to say those are socialist programs. That's not even close. That is a retard trying to make you believe that socialism is good.
Actually show for what they are doing, and our ideas are very, very, very popular. So, I think we're in the right place on this.
If your ideas are very popular, then outside the growth of government and the government having control over everything, why haven't you told us what they are? I haven't heard one Democrat tell us exactly, outside of the government doing it, how we are going to do anything that your programs are saying that they're going to do. Actually, I haven't even heard your programs. Just socialism. Get rid of Trump and socialism. Get rid of Trump and socialism.
They've gone through the dictionary trying to find the right words. Far left, radical. They tried socialists for a long time.
Again, we didn't try that. That's your word. There's nothing wrong with socialism. There is nothing wrong with democratic socialism. Donald J. Trump and his cronies want you to believe that socialism is the same as democratic socialism. And it's not. It's not. That is for his millionaire and billionaire friends to make you scared about the benefits of democratic socialism. Democratic socialism is very popular amongst the young people. And in the future, it will be the way of life here in America. Guess we got to pull more kids out of public school then, huh? Here's a Wisconsin Democrat gubernatorial frontrunner and Democratic Socialist of America member Francesca Hong caught appeasing left-wing crowds calling the police shooting of Corey Ruiz an execution.
Die at the hands of state-sanctioned violence.
Say it. It was murder. It was murder.
Say it. This is my statement. This state-sanctioned violence was an execution.
They made her say it. That's socialism.
We no longer can
Appeasing the
have
crowds.
a system
Lying
that
to them.
protects a power and a privilege that puts the pain and lives of armed officers over black people.
Oh, yes.
We cannot protect a system that continues to rain harm and terror. We all deserve to feel safe. It is a human right to be safe. A man died at the hands.
Do we all deserve to be to be safe, and is it a human right to be safe? Hey, Rumble, did you feel safe for 4 years when your country was being invaded by train loads and train loads, riding on top of trains, coming through the jungle and invading our country? Did you feel safe when Ben was taking you through the Darien Gap, minute by minute, hour by hour, when he got involved in an actual gunfight with the Sinaloa cartel? Did you guys feel safe when you looked on the internet every single day and saw another caravan of hundreds of thousands of people all over trains and vehicles coming to this country? Did you feel safe? Did you feel safe when your hotels and your communities were completely overrun by illegal aliens and you couldn't walk down the street without having them take over every Comfort Inn and every Holiday Inn? Did you feel safe? Did you? Did you feel safe when a Chinese spy balloon was allowed to fly over our airspaces, fly over our military sites and our nuclear silos? Did you feel safe then? Did you? Did you feel safe when Joe Biden was trying to enter into an agreement with the WHO that would have taken away American sovereignty and put blue hat United Nations helmets on our soil? That if they thought that there was an epidemic of which they were going to call gun violence an epidemic, and they were going to come in and disarm it? Did you feel safe when all that happened? Do you feel safe when they're talking about taking away your ability to defend yourself and taking away your guns by chipping away little by little, giving everybody under the sun a felony, and then taking away little by little what you can have on a gun? Did you feel safe? No. No, neither did I. And neither did a majority of Americans either. So spare me your bullshit and your Democratic Socialist of America retarded rhetoric. Nobody wants to hear it, except for people that are still in high school and are dumber than a box of rocks. And you know what? I love where Bill Maher's been going lately on this.
Let me tell you about the story that liberal algorithms locked out. Her name is Sia Weaver. And if you ask anyone in the blue sky bubble who that is, they'll look at you like a turkey looking up at the rain. But she's kind of important in New York, being Major Mamdani's chief of the Office to Protect Tenants. And since Mamdani's big issue is the rent's too damn high, yes, he stole this guy's act. It's a very key appointment in the most important city in the country, which is also our financial center. It matters that the mayor stands by, and so I assume stands with, someone who says things like, if you don't believe in the government's sacred right to seize private property, it's over. Seize private property. Home ownership is racist. Elect more communists. Private property, especially home ownership, is a weapon of white supremacy. Really? Even among the 20 million black Americans who own their own home? But these are statements made as an adult. Yes, for co-eds from elite private colleges, you're only a lesbian until graduation, but the communism lasts a lifetime.
That's funny. That's funny.
Democrats seem to be having this debate whether or not Mayor Mamdani is a socialist or a democratic socialist. Let me settle it. He's a straight-up communist. How do I know this? Well, I'm reading between the lines when one of his major advisors says, elect more communists. Let me tell you about this.
Amazing. Can't stand the guy, but amazing. At least somebody's saying the quiet part out loud. Now, this interview that he had, you know, not so much directed at Democrats, but kind of directed at people with TDS. Watch this one.
What differently about him at all is he has spent so much more time on decorating and on monuments to himself.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you choke on the water.
These are the things I don't care about. This is his genius, getting you to care about. And look,
I shouldn't care about that arch or whatever.
Fuck no.
Go on.
Absolutely not. Not the arch, not the pool, not the ballroom. This is all meaningless stuff. Steve Bannon famously said, the way we win is we flood the zone with shit, and you're eating the shit.
Stop real quick. Steve Bannon didn't say that first. Do you want to know who said it first? Steve Bannon is famous for quoting it, but do you want to know who made up that quote? Who said that originally? That if you flood the zone with enough shit or sewer, was his exact words? Anybody? I'll give you a minute to catch up. I know you're about 20 seconds behind. Who famously said, if you throw enough sewer into the mix, well, then you can basically lie to anybody. Is me, you got it right. You got it right. Oh, booty hole. That's right. Barack Hussein Obama said that. Nancy Pelosi is quoted about talking about the 24-hour wrap-up smear campaign, which is kind of the same thing. But Barack Hussein Obama said it, folks. He's the one who said, if you flood the zone with enough sewer, well, yeah, you can tell anybody anything you want. And that's exactly what the Republican Party does. They throw enough sewer into the mix for misinformation and disinformation.
You don't have to. Care about what's important.
Have you thought differently about him at all? Is he...
Stop eating this shit. Care about what's important. Can I say that again to the people over on YouTube and the left? Stop eating all the shit and focus on what's important. There's not one thing that I reported today that you can say is a lie. And if you do, there's not one way you can prove it. You could say you hate me. That's fine. Say hate the people in the audience that's sitting pretty right now at, where are we at on the live leaderboard, live concurrent leaders? Number 4. Say you don't like us. You can say you hate Trump, and you can say that he's destroying the world, but you can't call us a liar. Bet that. Now, before we get into our last couple stories, let me get in our last couple beautiful sponsors. And the first one, ladies and gentlemen, is the one, the only OFP Farms. That's right. Denise, Corey, and all of their beautiful goat friends. One thing we can't do is we can't let the Muslims know, though, that they have goats on that farm. Okay? We cannot let the Muslims of California know that there are goats on this farm, or else they might not be so good. But 100% grass-fed goat milk soap, skincare products made with goat milk and tallow, farm-crafted, all natural ingredients, all design work and all packaging done by the beautiful imaginations and the determination and the precision of Denise and Corey. I call it, they package it with passion. Now, one thing about this business, folks, is they're a small business, okay? Very small. They need your help. They decided a few years ago, you know what, maybe we should put out a little bit of money for promoting with podcasters, because at least we're all like-minded here, and we're going right to the source of people who will actually love and respect what we're doing here and love our product. And I've not met one person that said OFP Farm sucks. Not one. I've never met a person that said it didn't do what you said they were going to do. I've never met a person that said it wasn't great skincare or great soap. As a matter of fact, most people tell me they wish they could buy it locally so they could get it right away. But the good thing about ordering from OFP Farms is you get a nice packaged box set. You get it packed with beautiful love. And you get 20% off by using promo code LFA. And you get a free smack pack out of the deal. So, OFPFarms.com, Christmas in July overstock sale. Denise said, I placed my order on OFP Farms Saturday. I cannot wait to receive it. The Joy of the Lord said, OFP is the best. Carol said, need to order again. Eileen said, I wish that I could afford it right now. Don't worry, Eileen. I have a little bit of a stock supply of OFP farms, and I'll give some away here for some people shortly. Okay, Eileen? And you'll be one of them. How about that? Also, I don't know if you guys got a chance to see it this weekend, but the Crest Report was back. That's right. Gold, silver, palladium, and platinum. And now's the time to get your silver, folks. Silver, silver, silver. That should be your thought process. That should be your diversification of your portfolio. Silver. Your free gold guide. All you have to do is get a hold of them. Go to goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. You'll get a free gold guide, and you can learn how you can get $7,500 of free silver. Qualifying purchases. Reach out to him today, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Carol said also need some more American pecan coffee. Sweetie, we got it. We got the new order in Friday morning. The new order came in. So if there's any outstanding orders out there, they're going out tomorrow. Also, sent out 6 different refunds from us. We didn't wait for the wreath company anymore. We sent out 6 refunds last week. We're going to be reaching out to you and sending out more refunds this week. If it's been a month or two and you haven't heard from us, we apologize. But since we're refunding something that we didn't get the money for, it just takes us a little bit longer. And it's the only company in the world that we've ever had that issue with. So we're taking care of it for you. Don't worry. All right? All right, last but not least, where are we here? We got a couple more stories here. Broke Democrats put up the DNC headquarters as collateral for their massive $15 million loan ahead of the 2026 midterms. The Republicans are sitting on about $160 million, and the Democrats had to get a $15 million loan. What does that tell you? Why do you think that they're all of a sudden coming out now saying the Republicans are going to steal the midterms? The Republicans are going to steal the midterms because they know that they are foobarred, folks. Foobarred. Effed up beyond all recognition. They FA'd and now they FO'd. They have zero money. They had to get a $15 million loan, and they had to put up the DNC headquarters in Washington, D.C. as collateral to secure that loan because they're struggling financially ahead of the critical 2026 midterms. According to newly reported D.C. deed records detailed by Notice, N-O-T-U-S, like POTUS but Notice, the DNC put its physical headquarters in Southeast Washington, partially owned by the committee, up as security for the loan that it took out. The DNC secured the $15 million line of credit to help finance off-year elections and prepare for the 2026 midterms. It was reportedly the largest off-year loan in the committee's history. Why? Because they spent $1 billion on that retard cackling Kamala Harris, and they lost their ass. That's why. Lost their ass. Broke. You're broke. Just like your cities. Broke. You can't handle money. You're not conservative with your funds. Meanwhile, the Republicans are sitting on the biggest nest egg ever heading into a midterm year. Over $160 million. We into money, baby. And y'all are, sir, please, please, sir. Sir, can you put some money in my cup, please? Because I'm broke as shit, because I'm such an idiot. I put all the money, I bet it all on the farm, which was cackling Kamala Harris, and she lost. We didn't do it, Joe. And she still owes millions of dollars to the campaign. So, not looking good for the Democrats. Financial numbers are brutal. As of June, the DNC reported approximately $16.3 million in cash and more than $18.5 million in debts. Their cash that they have doesn't even cover the debts that they owe, according to the Federal Election Commission. I bet you the left on YouTube will say I'm lying about that one, though, too, huh? I love it. I love it. We're sitting pretty, folks. Oh, by the way, remember those contractors that I told you that didn't get paid by Obama for that atrocious Obama library in Chicago? I bet you wouldn't believe me if I told you, but go look it up yourself, just so you don't have to say that I'm lying. They still haven't paid them, and now they've had to lay off workers. That's the Democrats for you. They still haven't paid them for their work at the Obama library, and the main the primary contractor, there was more than one business, but the primary contractor that handled that is now laying off employees. Laying off employees because the Obama library or institute or wherever they're getting their funds from, they can't reimburse them, haven't reimbursed them. So Obama is still killing jobs, and he hasn't even been president for 10 years. The guy hasn't been in office for over 10 years, and he's still killing jobs. What a bunch of losers. What a bunch of absolute losers. Let me tell you, folks, just like Islam, everything they touch turns to, and we'll leave it at that. Let me see. Am I being accused of lying? Nope. Some idiot from Australia says because America's going broke. Our homeless people are richer than your richer people. Okay? Our homeless people have more than your people in Australia have with money. Okay? That's funny. What a retarded statement. Here's some more good news before we go. Acting DNI Bill Pulte fires a ton more of deep state intel officials in what's making rhinos freak out. They hate this guy. They hate Bill Pulte. AGUSA said no USAID either. The Dems need to take out a loan. Yeah, without be getting money from Act Blue and USAID, they're effed. Right in the A. But hey, you get no babies that way, so nobody to kill. Right? Yeah, they're screwed. Absolutely, I love it. Acting DNI Bill Pulte on Sunday evening announced that he's fired more deep state intel officials. This is Bill Pulte's fourth round of firings, and Trump took him golfing this weekend. Can you imagine? Bill, excuse me. Yes, Mr. Trump. Yes, Mr. President. I was just wondering, have you fired any more of those deep state losers? Yes, Mr. President. We're scheduled to fire more tomorrow. Good. How many? Oh, hole in one. How many are you firing, Bill? Oh, we're firing a shitload, President Trump. We're firing dozens. Every time we fire them, it's dozens. Oh, that's like music to my ears. Hold up. There we go. 2 under for the day. Right? Since becoming acting director of national intelligence, our team, this is a quote, has been smartly and carefully reducing the size of the ODNI, refocusing the ODNI on national security, the law, and the statutes. As of this evening, we just finished our fourth round of thoughtful, measured layoffs, said Bill Pulte. I love it. Last month, Bill Pulte fired 50 deep state intel officials, in which the CNN said the deep state firings have begun. CNN reported that Pulte fired 6 political appointees, some of which were chosen by Tulsi Gabbard. Today, I spent time with the National Counterterrorism Center team, who is doing an incredible job protecting our country under President Trump's leadership. The room was filled with true professionals and American patriots. It's a privilege to work alongside them. And MS Now is reporting that Bill Pulte is just on a firing spree, firing anybody that doesn't bow down to President Trump. Yeah, I think we got a little bit of a... There it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Another one bites the dust. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Okay. Will Johnson's coming up next. I do have a couple videos I want to show you before he leaves. Here's one. The NDAA stuff. Actually, I'm just going to post this. Okay, this is Cam. I don't have time to play all of Cam Higby's video. All right, we're going to play this tomorrow. The NDAA, stop worrying about it, folks. We're going to go through it tomorrow. We're going to spend ample time talking about it. It's not a merger of our military with the Israeli military. That is an absolute bold-faced lie. I'm going to prove it tomorrow. I have 2 things to go through for you to show it to you. Hopefully we can have a guest on to go through it for you. It is in no way, shape, or form, not even a little bit, a merger of our military with Israel's military. That is an absolute lie. I'm going to prove it for you tomorrow. We're going to go through the whole thing. Up until then, though, I'm going to play this video of China was definitely bribing Joe Biden. That's why we called him Beijing Biden.
Which I'm afraid, I think, in the media or legacy media, there was kind of a willful blindness. They didn't want to look at the records. All you had to do was spend a couple of hours. I found these records, which are talking about blackmail by China. It was for President Biden's daily brief. I can conclude, I think, that it was probably about targeting his family. When that kind of information is not reaching a decision maker, ultimately the United States and the American people are the losers.
Right.
And I think that's what people need to be focused on.
Well, it's dangerous as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they're not getting into it.
So this is wild. So in these documents she's holding right here, we're being told is information and evidence that the Biden family is being blackmailed by China. This is something that we all thought was happening, but now there seems to be proof. Now, we're not being told what the proof is, but she's saying that it is there, and I'm sure it will be released. So we can speculate a little bit. I found a clip that I shared a while back, and I think that we'll just revisit it right now. Here it is. And this is on CNN, and what they're saying right here is that the Biden family admitted in court that they were being paid off by Chinese companies. So I think it's worth listening to this after what we just listened to in that previous video.
And Kristen, Glenn Kessler from the Washington Post had a fact check about Joe Biden from earlier this month, noting that Hunter Biden admitted in court in July that he was in fact paid substantial sums from Chinese companies. Kessler wrote, Hunter Biden reported nearly $2.4 million in income in 2017 and $2.2 million in income in 2018, most of which came from Chinese or Ukrainian interests. But this.
So right there, let me just stop it right there. So right here, the Biden family is being paid millions year after year from China.
Look at that.
I mean, it doesn't get any clearer than this.
So hold on. They were being paid millions and millions a year from China. And the reports the other day, the first bit of documents that came out that were declassified was that China meddled in our elections for Biden. Weird. So weird. Anyway, tomorrow's going to be a great show as well. I hope today we got enough information out in that 3 hours for you. We tried to jam it all in. There's even more that I didn't get to, but we'll carry it over till tomorrow's show. Until then, folks, Will Johnson comes up next, and I'll just say this. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for always having our back here at LFA TV, always. Thank you for sharing. Thanks for following. Thanks for letting people know that we're live, and thank you for donating and keeping us high up on the live leaderboard on Rumble. There are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, and keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Okay? Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face. Keep fighting for this beautiful constitutional republic, and whatever you do, never stop spreading the gospel. Stay focused, my friends. It's midterm season, and we're just getting started. See you later. Peace.
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars. Let's get it.
When I grow up, I want to work for a woke company, like super woke. When I grow up, I want to be hired based on what I look like rather than my skills.
I want to be judged by my political beliefs.
I want to get promoted
based on my chromosomes. When I grow up, I want to be offended by my coworkers and walk around the office
on eggshells
and have my words policed
by HR. Words like
grandfather,
peanut gallery,
long time no see,
no can do.
When I grow up,
I want to be obsessed with emotional safety and do workplace sensitivity training all day long. When I grow up, I want to climb the corporate ladder
just by following the crowd.
I want to be a conformist. I want to weaponize my pronouns. What are pronouns?
It's time to grow up and get back to work.
Introducing the #1 woke-free job board in America.
That's exactly what we're seeing happening in our country right now, everybody. They're wanting to indoctrinate the kids with the socialism. That's what it's all about. Indoctrinate the kids with the socialist agenda. All of this leads right back to socialism. What's going on, everybody? Happy Monday to you. Hope you had a wonderful, blessed weekend. If you haven't already, please bless us by hitting that thumbs up. Share the live video. Share the live video. We're going to talk about some more socialism because it is absolutely crushing the Democrat Party. See, I was always under this impression that President Trump would be the one that would just end the Democrat Party. And for the most part, President Trump kind of initiated it. But the Democrats, they're doing it to themselves. And let me show you this. This is our thumbnail for the show here. And our great producer, Eli, he's got mad skills. So here you can see Mum Dummy taking a chainsaw and cutting the donkey in half. Divide and conquer. And that's exactly what the DSA is doing. The DSA is dividing and conquering the Democrat Party. Because the Democrat Party within inside of itself right now, they're complaining about one another. They're complaining about Mamdani having all of this access, all of this power, him, AOC, Bernie Sanders. And Bernie Sanders has been working at this for many years. Bernie Sanders was under the pressure that he could get this socialism to come in. Now, if you listen to Bernie Sanders, he doesn't come out and say socialism like he used to. Now, I've noticed that here lately, maybe in a couple videos here and there, but for the most part, I'm not seeing Bernie Sanders go socialism this and socialism that. Now, we already know that he's all about the socialism. That's no secret. But it's to the point now to where the Democrats themselves are terrified of what the socialists are doing. The socialists throughout the country are taking over positions from the Democrat Party. It's all demonic. The socialism just takes it another step with their evilness. And right now, the Democrats are they're scrambling around right now internally. Of course, they won't come out and tell you publicly what's actually happening with the Democrat Party. They won't come out publicly and tell you, oh my goodness, this is crushing the Democrat Party. They won't say that because what they do come out is they say, oh, Trump's the problem, Trump's the problem. Except for a few of them. You have John Fetterman and some of them that will come out and say something about the Democrat Party. But for the most part, none of them will say anything about the socialists. And they know what's crippling them. Like, for example, listen to this dude. This dude is one of the ones that was celebrating 9/11. And 9/11 September is getting ready to come up. And I'm pretty sure you're all aware that some of the people are already asking for Mamdani not to show up. Y'all let me know in the chat. Now, I do have a video where someone was asking him that, one of the press corps, and I'll bring it up again then. But I'm just kind of curious. If you would, leave me a comment. Tell me what you think. Do you think Mamdani should go to 9/11, where they're going to honor the men and women who did everything they could to save lives that day, to honor the United States of America, when he's been in line with people like this? Y'all let me know in the chat. What do you think? What do you think? Personally, I don't think that he should be anywhere close to it. I don't think they should allow him to be there. That's just me.
What does AIPAC want? Well, we saw that last week. They want a vote that is going to send your tax dollars, 3.3 billion of them, somewhere else to a genocidal foreign government rather than to invest that same money here in your schools and your infrastructure. That money does not come for free. They want to buy a U.S. Senate seat for them. But this is Michigan's U.S. Senate seat, and Michigan is not for sale. The people need and deserve a Senate seat that will fight for them. The people need and deserve to get money out of politics so we can finally start putting money back in pockets and passing Medicare for all. The people need and deserve a senator who's going to stand up to the corporations and end the practice of stock buybacks. The people need and deserve a government that's going to guarantee its own people health care rather than send our money somewhere else to drop bombs on other people and their schools and their infrastructure. The people need and deserve a U.S. Senate seat that is going to fight for them and not the corporations and the special interests trying to buy this seat.
So he's telling everybody that he's the one that's going to fight for the people in the Senate. This dude's not going to fight for the American people. He's already made it clear. Is there anybody watching right now that truly believes that these socialist Democrats will look out for the best interests of the people in the United States of America? That's not even a trick question, or at least it shouldn't be. But is there anybody watching right now that believes that these socialist Democrats will go, you know, it's all about the American people. We need to make sure that we do the right thing for the American people. Does anyone see that happening? Anybody? Do you think these socialist Democrats are actually going to do that? I don't think so. They're going to make it clear that they want to get rid of the presidency. They want to get rid of the Constitution. They want to get rid of the Senate. And which is kind of interesting that you have these DSA members running for the Senate. If they want to get rid of the Senate, why even run for the Senate? Am I missing something? I must be. Come on, let's just get it straight. I must be missing something. They want to get rid of the Senate, but yet they're running for the Senate. They have one in Maine, a commie running in Maine. They have a commie in Michigan. They have commies across the country, New York, running for the Senate. And then they say they want to eliminate the Senate. Not only that, they want to eliminate ICE. They want to eliminate law enforcement in the country. What happens if tomorrow we all wake up tomorrow and they've gotten rid of all of the police departments, got rid of ICE, got rid of Border Patrol, got rid of the Senate, got rid of the presidency, and got rid of our Constitution, along with the federal? What do you think would happen to the United States of America? Because, see, if the socialist Democrats get their way, this wouldn't be something that would happen over a period of time. They want it gone immediately. It will be total chaos and anarchy across the country. All across the country, it would be miserable for people who simply want to have a peaceful life and be left alone and have grandbabies and be able to sugar the grandbabies up and send them home and have the parents complain, why you give them so much sugar? Which I can't wait to be able to do that myself. That's something that I want to do. I didn't think I want to do that, but I can't. Those of you that have grandbabies, you completely understand it. And those of you who have grandbabies, had them so many grandbabies and had them for years, you probably just, don't even really think too much about it anymore. Maybe, I don't know. I don't have any grandbabies. I would imagine that you still cherish your grandbabies. But the route that we're going with the socialist Democrats, that could just constantly be a pipe dream. That could be something that never happens, something that never comes to fruition. Well, here it is right out of the donkey's mouth. Getting asked, I'm pretty sure many of you have seen this, getting asked on Fox News about what they want to eliminate. And they're not even hesitating. No, we need to discuss it. We need to talk about it. We need to tell you why. No, they just want it gone. They don't care.
So we're going to put up on the screen a few of the things that are part of your platform. And I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate.
True.
Okay, replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them.
Yep.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Defund the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
Abolish prisons, at least in large part.
Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah.
Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
So everything basically that is holding the United States of America together, that's keeping the country functional, they want to eliminate it. This is not AI. This is not us saying that they want something they possibly want to do in the future. This is what they're talking about doing right now. They want these things right now. And nobody with rational thinking minds would go along with this crap. But you'll be surprised. There's some people that go right along with it because they hate the United States of America because you and I voted for President Trump. You and I voted for President Trump. And because we voted for President Trump, their whole thing in their mind is to get rid of President Trump. For them, that's all they can think about, how to get rid of President Trump. That's what's on their minds right now. And as I mentioned to you earlier, the Democrats, there's a conflict within inside of the Democrat Party because of the socialist Democrats of America. Now, just to be clear, President Trump and the MAGA Republican Party did something similar. The difference is that the MAGA Republican Party wants everybody to prosper, even those that don't like us. I mean, I think we would agree to that. Is there anyone in disagreement with me on that? See, we're MAGA Republicans mean make America great again. That means everybody in the country, regardless of your complexion, regardless of your background, regardless of your status, regardless of your sex, regardless of who you are, we as MAGA Republicans in the United States of America want the entire country to prosper. Am I wrong on that? Is there anyone to say, no, Will Johnson, you're wrong? MAGA doesn't want everybody to prosper. Then show me where that's not the case. MAGA Republicans want everybody to have their freedom. Socialists, they do not. The socialists want to take everything away from you that you've worked hard for and just give it to somebody else. Show me where MAGA Republicans have said that you should not be successful. Show that to me. You can't. You can't do it. No matter how much you come out and you lie about it, and no matter how many times you try to convince people about it, you cannot show a Republican, a MAGA Republican, saying that we don't want people to prosper. Now, do we want you to stop doing the sick, perverted stuff that you've been advocating for and doing? Yeah, sure. We don't want any of that. Leave the kids alone. We've made that clear. Showing the kids perverted stuff in schools and et cetera, is not what you call freedom. That's perversion. We're against that. That's what they always resort to that. Oh my goodness, look, Will Johnson and the MAGA Republicans, they don't want us to be able to do this perverted stuff. You're sick. You're 100% sick. Something's wrong with you. But as I just mentioned, the Democrat Party is having a major conflict within inside of their own party right now, and they're not knowing how to cope with it, except for maybe possibly act like they're all on the same team. Because technically they really are. These are just one group of demons working with another group of demons. And demons, they fight amongst each other. Demons don't have issues fighting with each other. Demons just have hate in their heart. So here's Hakeem Joffrey. Listen to Hakeem Joffrey as he's essentially saying that, well, we're going to bring us all, we're all one. We're together in this, because their goal at the end of the day is to get Trump.
The Democratic Party is not a cult of personality. We're a coalition of public servants. Our diversity of thought, perspective, and life experience, like what Bob brings to the table, is a strength, not a weakness. We are one big tent united by a shared commitment to fighting for an affordable America.
Always talking points with this dude. Every single time. Nothing but talking points with him. They don't want affordable America. MAGA Republicans, on the other hand, we do. You work hard for it, you get it. That's the reward. You work for it. You earned it. No DEI. You earned it. They, on the other hand, have a different opinion about that. They believe that, you work hard. I'm telling all of you that's watching right now, you work hard. Even you socialist Democrats that are tuned in right now, you work hard, and then the socialists just come take it from you. And I don't know why you're so for that. Nowhere in the history of the world has that ever worked out for society. It absolutely crushed society. right? You know, so like if the federal government comes in and say, well, we're going to make sure that the price of the milk and the bread and the eggs and whatever it may be, we're going to make sure that it's all one set price. And we're going to set the price based on what we deemed. Like, so if it's, you know, milk, what have you, we're going to make sure the milk is available for 30% less, all the groceries 30% less for a month. We'll make sure we do that. It's for a month. You won't be able to get anything for a month over this price. Does it sound good to you? So what happens to the other revenue because of the cost of living and everything else? Someone has to pay for it. If you're going to knock out 30% of your entire grocery bill for every single person that goes in there, and this is the federal government doing this, who's going to make up the loss? Who's going to make it up? Who's going to make it up? Somebody has to pay for it. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. 1,000%. But if you listen to Mum Dummy has the solution. Mum Dummy has the solution for everybody when it comes to buying groceries and your goods and your services.
Here's how it will work. Once a month, our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices for this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices. No exceptions, no gimmicks. The savings will last for the entire month. That means no weekly fluctuations nor sticker shock at the checkout line.
No sticker shock at the checkout line. No fluctuations, no nothing. You purchase this and this is what you're going to get. This is what you get. You make the purchase and this is what you get. For this price here. When the federal government comes in and tell people what the price of something is, it's going to cause inflation. It's going to cause problems. And you know what happens? Okay. You remember when the socialists that were in power with Joe Biden, y'all remember that? Y'all remember that? When the socialists were in power with Joe Biden, what happened? Joe Biden's administration said that we're going to give, what was it, $7,200, $7,500 tax credit was what they called it, right? For EV vehicles. An EV vehicle costs $10,000. After they did that, what did the price of the EV go to? What did it go to? $17,500. $17,500. That's just an example. There's no EVs out there for that much, but you get the point. You get the point. All they did was increase the price $7,500, and then when you went in, you still had to do your down payment, and that $7,500 was just a bonus. It was just a huge bonus from the government. You still had to pay the regular price for the vehicle. It wasn't taken off, none of that, because they raised the prices on them. They did it across the board. Same thing they do in colleges and universities. When the federal government came in and said, well, we're going to give student loans. We're going to give you these loans to get this and get that and grants, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What happened to the tuition? This is not something I'm making up. Everyone is aware of this. It went through the roof. Oh, because the government's going to give you XYZ, bonus for them. Straight up bonus. So what happens when they do the same thing with food? What happens? Do you think the price of food is going to stay low? It only lasts for so long, because when they run out of your money to pay for Tom, Dick, and Harry over here not doing nothing, guess what happens? You can't get food. They can't get food. Chaos is at the door. And isn't it interesting that they want to start all of this chaos in New York City, of all places? Of all places. It makes me think about the movie Escape from New York. That's what it makes me think about. Escape from New York.
It sounds like what you're essentially offering these purveyors of grocery services is you cover the property tax, you build out the building, you cover any sort of recurring rent, but they have to bring in the food, discount it a certain amount, high quality of wages. I mean, these are millions of dollars effectively shuffling back and forth. So I'm wondering why not just spend these millions of dollars and give to agencies like the Campaign Against Hunger or City Harvest or, just direct established food programs.
We see in this city an opportunity to take an all of the above approach. We are going to continue to work with incredible partners like the ones that we're here with today, as well as ensure that food pantries across the 5 boroughs can flourish. And what we have seen is that far too often, when it comes to city government's approach to delivering on affordability for groceries, there's always been the question of intermediaries, whatever it may be. And we are excited to deliver directly to New Yorkers that lower cost of essential goods.
You know what the solution is? The solution is not forcing these grocery stores to sell goods at a lower cost. Because, again, let me just say this. He mentioned that this is state-run grocery stores. So if the state-run grocery store has bread for, let's say, 98 cents. I remember those days. I used to get that Wonder Bread for 98 cents. Let's just say the bread right now, bread is like $2.38, something like that, right? Depending on what bread you get. But let's just say they take that bread that used to cost $2.38 and they knock it down to 98 cents for a loaf of bread. 98 cents. Well, what happened to the other grocery stores that are not part of this program? People are not going to buy that bread at those grocery stores. They're going to go over to the one where it's 98 cents. So what happens is that once they run out of all that bread for 98 cents, the local state government, they're going to go tell these other groceries, hey, if you want to compete, you need to lower your bread down to 98 cents. You need to take the loss. You need to eat the loss. So that's going to end up causing another issue where they're not going to be able to have the employees to continue to put the bread on the shelf because they can't pay them. This is a massacre. I can't even believe that this is actually happening. This is like one-on-one crap that they're doing this. But the solution is saying what the city is going to do instead of forcing you to lower your prices so that way you can continue to pay your employees. What we want you to do, or what we're going to do, is we're going to stop taxing you. How about we start there? How about we stop taxing people on the goods and services that they need to survive? How about you stop doing that? No, they're not going to do that because these politicians want to continue filling their pockets. Why are we even here? Why is this even a discussion? Why is this dude doing this to New York of all places, the capital of the world when it comes to the financial industry, the stock market, XYZ? They're doing it in New York. And it's going to cause the collapse of New York because he's just a stinking mayor, thinking that he's above everybody else. I'm going to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm going to arrest him. He's a war criminal. This dude is supporting war criminals. This dude is a tyrant. He should be nowhere close to it. Now, I think this is the one where someone was asking him about 9/11. I believe this is the clip. Let's see.
A number of people who are survivors of 9/11 are calling on you not to go to 9/11 memorial services. I wonder how you feel about the fact that they're trying to keep you away.
I will proudly.
Before he come out here and talk about what he's proud of, I want to go to the chat. I brought this up earlier. Do you think that he should show up being how hateful he is towards Jewish people and how he sort of endorse people that talks about the death of America, wanting to end the United States of America, and people who celebrated 9/11? Do you think that he should show up? I'm hearing the comments. I'm looking in the comments. What do you think? Do you think that he should be there? I don't think that he should be there. He's just saying this one out. He says he's not going to welcome Benjamin Netanyahu to New York. Well, the people in New York, they're telling him that he's not welcomed and that he should not show up. This dude is not a unifier. This dude is not there for the American people. He's there to gloat. What do y'all think? Y'all think I'm right? He's there to gloat. Yep, look what we did, and now we're the mayor. Look what we did. He's there to probably to honor the 19 terrorists that were in the plane. He's there to gloat. This is so disgusting to me. And the stupid people in New York put this dude in there, knowing good and well what his ideology did to New York. And they still put him there. That goes to show, that proves how the Democrats truly feel about the United States of America, that they're willing to put someone in office that hates America the way this dude does. Do you understand what I'm telling you? This dude hates America like that. And they put him there. He should not be there. We should not see him there. Personally, he shouldn't even be in the mayor's position, but the idiots, again, they put him there. They put him there. I don't live in New York, but I can still complain about it because New York is still part of the United States of America. I'm in Texas. So I have every right to say it. So let's go back to it because I want you to hear the rest of what this nut job has to say that he said he's so proud of. Now, let me remind y'all something. His religion, his beliefs, they believe that lying, listen to me, their belief teaches lying is okay. Everything that he says here, I take as a lie.
We'll proudly honor the families, the survivors, the first responders forever impacted by that horrific terror attack by standing alongside them at this year's 9/11 commemoration, reaffirming that we will never forget the solemn day felt by all of us who call this city home and frankly by all of us who call this country home.
Anybody believe him? Anybody believe in him? Anybody? Do you believe what he just said? Again, I told y'all, look, and I'm not on here attacking someone's religion, not at all. I'm just proving a point here, making a point that they're called to lie. Is there anybody from New York here? How do you feel about it? And I remember before they built the building, before they built the structure that's there now, I actually had the opportunity to go into New York. I was doing IT at the time, and I was working for a company, and they had a conference in New York. And I actually had the opportunity to go down to where the site was, where it was still construction. No construction had started either, from what I remember. But I was there where you could see the rubble. It was just still chaos. And it was to the point to where you know, they talked about the scaffolding. There was two that was in the shape of a cross right there on the ground. And I remember seeing it. And that's before I had a cell phone, walking around taking pictures. I did take a picture on one of those disposable ones, but I don't know what happened to it. You know, you don't know how the picture come out until after you get it developed. But I remember being at ground zero after the fact, like two years after that. And it was just so much concrete. Probably less than 2 years because it was still a whole bunch of concrete, just rubble. Maybe a year later even. But it was a sight. It was something that I would never forget. He should not be there. I'm in agreement with every single person that loves this country and say, you know what, Mamdani, sit this one out. Sit this one out. Should not be there at all. We'll be right back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid. that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15. And in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Season, socialists winning Democratic primaries, candidates from the far left. And look at this here. Among Democrats, this is that Fox poll, a majority have a favorable view of socialism. Step outside the Democratic Party, it's a totally different world. Look at independence, socialism, deeply unpopular there. So is that a vulnerability for Democrats that would keep them from capitalizing on Trump's obvious weaknesses here? Look more specifically at the two chambers here. Senate side, this, if you're a Democrat, this is the particularly tough one. They need a net gain of 4 seats to get control of the Senate. Take a look at the map here. How would they get 4? 4 is their target number. There's first thing, they can't lose ground. Georgia, New Hampshire, Michigan, Democratic seats, big primary coming up in Michigan in a few weeks there. They could have general election implications. Democrats have to win those just to not lose ground. Then the 2 Republican seats they think they have the best shot at would be Susan Collins in Maine. Democrats have a new candidate there now. And in North Carolina, where Democrats have nominated the former governor.
See, this is them trying to strategize. How can the establishment Democrats continue to have a pathway here? And they're losing. They're absolutely losing. Because they're thinking, well, if we get these socialists in here, are the people going to go along with it? Are the people going to go along with it and keep the Democrats in control? Is there anybody watching right now that's in support of the socialists? Anybody, anywhere? Is there anybody in support of the socialists? And I've been talking about it multiple times here on LFA TV. You heard Jeremy earlier. For those of you that was tuned in, Jeremy was bringing it up, and I've been talking about it. We're all talking about it, that the Democrats are trying to convince people that social programs is the same thing as socialism, and it's a deception. They're doing this trying to convince people, and it's a complete lie. It's a complete, total lie. Majority of the people in the country don't want to have anything to do with socialism because they know it's not a good thing. I mean, you might as well go ahead and just say, hey, we're going to embrace communism. But they don't want to come out and say that either because they know people that would directly like, nope, I can't get with that. But if they can convince people to believe that working street lights, having paved roads, having first responders, having Social Security, having health programs is all socialist agenda, then they can convince everybody to support them. Oh, it's only, this is what they're going to say. It's only the MAGA Republicans that don't want you to have Social Security. You know, they've been saying that for a long time. It's only the Republicans that don't want you to have health care. They've been saying that a long time. It's just like voting. The socialists want to make sure that everybody that sets foot in the United States of America can participate as long as it leans in their favor. It's the Republicans, those of us that are on the right, not the Rhino Republicans, because if it's the Rhino Republicans were involved, then we'd pass the American Save Act, but they haven't done that. But those of us that love this country say that everybody should show an ID to vote. I don't know what the problem with that is. It's not that women can't find their birth certificate. Women are intelligent. They know how to do it. Stop insulting them. Black people do have driver licenses. Stop insulting them. You notice it's always the leftists, always women and people of color that can't do X, Y, Z, but they never say this about just straight white men or white Republican women. They never say that about them. Like, they don't have any struggles. None at all. It's only It's only black and brown people of color, what they call them, as if white people are not part of the color spectrum, which is crazy. But they always use those terms, that language, to divide people and to say, hey, you know, you can't do X, Y, Z because these bad Republicans not allowing you to do it. And people buy into that. People buy into it. We see it all the time. I want you to listen to this one with Senator Kennedy. He goes on MSDNC, and while he's on MSDNC, he just lets her have it. I mean, you know, they make up every lie you can think of, and then they want to get someone like John Kennedy to go along with it. Listen what he says.
Bigger picture. Isn't
Yes,
it
ma'am.
going to hurt faith in our election process if a Republican-only policy to change how elections are run is rammed through 100 days, you know, less than 100 days out from the election?
No. In my opinion, for both sides to have credibility in the elections, in our elections, we need to do two things and only two things. Number one, you have to prove you are who you say you are in order to register to vote and to vote. And number two, however you decide to vote, that's up to the states. We need to go back to having an election day, not an election month. We've got to know the results of the election that night or shortly thereafter if it's close. That, to me, is what the SAVE Act is all about. And I think we can pass it. And I think we can craft it in a way to survive a bird bath.
Grants, in
but
other
we're
words.
not going to know if we don't try.
Grants, in other words, to states to incentivize, not requirements for states to take action.
Yeah, but
that's your version.
That's not the only thing. I've been contacted by some really smart people about a way to do it in addition to the grants. I'm not saying it'll work, but you're not going to know unless you try.
So let me ask this question of this highly intelligent young lady that I know. Shannon, are you there?
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Nice. Hey, everybody. How we doing today?
Did you vote last time, Shannon?
I always vote.
Wait a minute, but are you married?
I am.
Okay, so did you have an issue registering to vote?
Yeah, of course not.
Well,
of course not. There's even a bigger question, though. Did you vote? Did you have a problem voting?
No, not at all. That's why I'm genuinely confused. So here it is. You're a woman. You were able to vote. Did you have to get your birth certificate by any chance to register to vote in the state of Texas? Did you have to do that?
No, I had to do that to get my driver's license.
Oh, you had to get your driver's license. But did you have to have your driver's license to register in the state of Texas? So at some point you had to get your birth certificate.
Yeah, I mean, I had to prove my residency and everything, of course. Mm-hmm.
How difficult was that for you being a woman and all? Because, you know, the only reason why I say that, because the left bring it up as women, they're not capable of doing these things. You had to look for it. Did you even have your original birth certificate for you to get your DL?
I did have my original birth certificate. The biggest problem for me, of course, because I got married, is I didn't have the original marriage license.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah.
So what in the world, how did you achieve that? Because according to the left, you're not capable of doing it.
Right. Well, it was a simple phone call, really. Yeah. I mean, I just called Arkansas because we got married in Arkansas.
Oh,
yeah.
It was a simple process.
Yeah, I mean, I filled out something online.
A simple process.
Yeah, it wasn't too difficult. I mean, come on, anybody with a little, you don't even have to be highly intelligent to do it.
Now, I'm a black man, and I was born in Arkansas, and I voted in every single election. The only place I never had to show an ID to vote was California.
But you know what, Will? Honestly, yeah, right. That's very true. But you know what? Honestly, it was harder to get my driver's license than it was to vote. Naturally, once you prove your residency and everything like that, all you gotta do is sign up to vote, right? And then go to your polling place. It's so easy. You know, here's the thing. They want to discourage people. That's all they want. That's all the left wants to do. They want to discourage you as much as possible under President Trump to make it seem like, you know, you're being, you know, you have a king over you, ruling over you that won't let you do things. I'm so sick of it. You know, it's sad. You know, honestly, you know, I for those that don't know me, I used to be a producer here with Will. And, but but I've been away from this for a year now, and nothing's changed. The left's talking points have not changed. They have not moved the needle on anything. I mean, there's no moving forward. Everything is so regressive, right? Like they move back to, oh, you can't vote. Oh, you don't have a right for this. Oh, you don't have, what? Of course, we've been voting for how many years now? Women have. How many years have men been voting? Black men even. I mean, everybody's voting. Even illegals at this point. And dead people. I mean, come on. We don't have a problem people voting. We have a problem with the wrong people voting.
As much as a lot of people didn't care for Lindsey Graham's, political stance on a lot of things and his stuff with the war and stuff, a lot of people kind of cares on how he's going to vote now. I'm not saying to be mean or anything. You know what? There was times that Lindsey Graham did some stuff that I agree with. There was some stuff that he did, some stuff that I disagree with. And I'm not sitting there bashing a person who's gone like Lindsey Graham, right? I'm not doing it at all. But I'm kind of curious. My grandfather apparently, he was a heavy Republican. And I have family members that tell me that I got it from him. I'm like, what do you mean I got it from him? You talking about common sense? I got common sense from my grandfather. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because you and him never talked about politics. So obviously you didn't get it from him.
I did not have a single conversation with him about politics. And they say that I got it from him. So I got my common sense from my grandfather. But the question is, how's he voting now? I'm just questioning because apparently only dead people vote for Democrats.
But here's the problem: it's only Democrats that vote that are dead. Well, not Republicans. So he's not voting.
Look, everybody dead apparently votes Democrat.
That's what I'm saying.
You never hear
we have a problem with dead Republicans voting only dead Democrats.
I mean, anybody. I mean, as long as they get it. I don't know. I don't know.
We just went sideways a little bit. Anyway.
Yeah. So really quick, Shannon, because I know your time is limited here. Jake the Snake. You remember Jake the Snake?
Yeah, of course.
So Jake the Snake said that he is not left-leaning.
Did he get struck by lightning?
I don't know.
He should have. Is he okay?
Everybody watching right now, is Jake the Snake, Jake Tapper, is he on the left or not? Yes or no? Let me look at the comments before we do that. I'm not going to put them up on the screen. I got them over here on my monitor. Is Jake the Snake on the left? Yes or no? Just tell me. Yes or no? Is Jake the Snake on the left? Right? Because this young lady here, she makes the point to bring it up about him being on the left. And I want you to see his response. Right? Is Jake the Snake on the left or not? He's on the left, 100%. He's a leftist, 100%.
And especially on your side, on the left, is freaking out.
I'm not on the left.
But at the end of the day, listen, this whole concept. All right, Jake, thank you.
He said it with a straight face, too.
I mean, that's how they lie. They're very convinced in their lies. Yeah. Somebody said that they didn't think he was a liberal. I saw one person say, no, I'm not sure if it was regard to your question or not, but I wonder what they think he is.
He is a leftist.
He's total leftist. Total. I mean, he was part of the cover up for Joe Biden and everything. And then he acted like he was so surprised. Remember, he was one of the ones that facilitated the botched debate. Remember? You remember that? Come on now. And he was in love with Biden until that day. He said all of a sudden he started seeing like something was going on. He was full 100% Democrat. You can't even tell me he's voted Republican once. You can't even tell me that. You can't even tell me. He works for a total left-leaning CNN. He only agrees with Democrats. I haven't seen him really. He's not going to agree with her. She's a Republican. He's not going to agree with her. I haven't seen him really agree with a Republican. So how do you even...
Jake the Snake is borderline socialist himself. But he is part of the establishment. I mean, it's no secret. And what I don't understand is that when I'm on social media or when I'm doing men on the street, when I can do it and I'm talking to people, and they deny the left. They would deny Kamala Harris. They'll deny Joe Biden. They'll deny Bill Clinton, the Clintons in general. Some of them will even deny Obama, except for the white feminist male liberals. They never deny the Obamas. which is kind of weird.
Well,
but they'll deny all of them, right? They'll deny them all. Like, no, that's not what we're a part of. We're not a part of this. We're not a part of that. When it comes to things on the left, not a part of that. They deny it all the time instead of just embracing it. Why not? Because they know how bad they are.
Well, you know, there's a lot of New Yorkers now that were Democrat based that voted for Mamdani that now totally regret their vote. I wonder how that's going to play out the next round. You know, I don't know. Are they just all going to leave New York and then the idiots are going to be left in New York?
I think there was just a protest, wasn't there?
What's up?
I think there was just a protest this over the weekend at Mamdani's location, residence. That's his residence.
I don't know. Hey, Joe said, welcome back, Shannon. Yeah, I'm just here for a little bit. Hey, Joe. Hey, and also, Will, I want to let you know, Eileen in the chat said I have a really good memory. I need you to remember that. I have a really good memory.
Who, Eileen does?
I know. She said I do.
Yeah, she's saying I, meaning her.
No, she said, stop it.
You still steady trying to explain it to me.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Well, hey, everybody, we're going to take a quick break, and then I want to show you something where the Democrats are not happy about this because majority of the people in the country are not going with the socialism. I'll show you when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
Or you might think the Democrats in Congress could see some kind of boost in the polls on this subject. You might think that, but you'd be wrong. With us this morning, CNN Chief Data Analyst.
Whatever, man.
I'm tongue-tied because actually these numbers surprise me. I was looking at them and I am surprised that they are like this. So who do the voters say they trust on Iran?
Johnny B is not the only one who's surprised. You would be looking at all the news coverage. You'd be looking at all the polling on President Trump. And you would think that Democrats would be able to take advantage and be dominating Republicans when it comes to who is trusted to handle the Iran war. That, simply put, is not the case at all. I mean, these numbers are quite surprising. Trust Dems or Republicans on Iran. According to CNBC earlier this month, you'd think, okay, that's one poll. The Republicans trusted by 2 points. But then CBS News comes out yesterday, and what do you see? You see the exact same thing. Trump and the Republicans take the cake. They are trusted by 2 points on Iran. Now, one poll is one thing, but you put the two of them together, and you can see that the American people, simply put, are not buying what Democrats are selling on Iran. They still trust Republicans more, even if you look at President Trump's approval ratings on the subject, and they're negative too, but yet Republicans and Trump still more trusted than Democrats are on Iran.
You know what? And it's not just on Iran. It's across the board. People trust President Trump and the Republicans for the direction of the United States of America across the board, primarily because of these socialists. Because of the socialist Democrats and what they've been doing. And, see, they got to know it. They have to know the reason why. Listen, but they want to ignore it.
This just goes to show that there's a lot of Democrats that don't even really listen to their leaders, I guess you want to say, on a lot of things. Everybody knows that has a sound mind that's been living on this earth for as many years as we have, knows that Iran's been a problem for a very, 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 very long time. It's not just under Trump, right? So they know that this is a problem that needs to be fixed because guess what? It has been it is overflowing over there in the Middle East. It's only getting worse, but it's been there. And Trump is the only one that's brave enough to take it head on. People like leaders that will take on other leaders, right? I think Obama lost a lot of respect in people's eyes when he went on his little apologetic tour. Of course, people were like, oh, well, whatever.
Then they let it go.
Huh?
Then they gave him a pass.
Of course they let it go because the Democrats are so good at getting their base to hate the other side.
Yeah.
Not that it's grounded on anything. They actually make up stuff for them to hate the Republican Party, but that's the only way that they stay in power at all at this point.
But I'm glad you brought up Barack Hussein Obama, because Barack Obama, all of the BLM crap came to life under him. The country was almost at the point, because I remember when Bush was in office, and I was thinking, the country's really not that divided. I'm not hearing all of this, white people hating black people hating brown people, and white people hating. You didn't hear much about it. This was under Bush, I remember. And then here comes Obama. And then it just exploded from there. It just went downhill. And after Obama, BLM came about. And then, of course, in President Trump's first term, BLM went around the country destroying stuff. And now they're at it again. It's getting hot again. Remember the first time President Trump in his first term, during the middle of his first term, what happened? That's when George Floyd and all that came about. Now they supposedly have another George Floyd 2.0, and they keep skipping over the fact that this dude actually took a knife and tried to harm one of the police officers. They're leaving that point out. They're just upset because they want Trump gone, and they believe that the political violence works into their favor. Have you seen any of that, Shannon? I know you've been out of pocket.
Well,
but it's so disgusting. The reason why I bring it up, and let me share some of this with you, because just like during that time, they're bringing it all to the surface again, that it's all racially related. They want people fighting with each other based on race because they thought it worked for their favor before. And when I first saw this, I thought that was Alex Jones, the guy with the eyeglasses there. But then the guy looking at him, but Alex Jones cut all his hair off. But nonetheless, anyway. So from what I've gathered, they see a white guy walking down the street and they decide to approach him. They could just keep going on and mind their own business, but because they see a white person, and why approach him?
Wait, there's more than one white person. I only see one black person in this picture right here.
Yeah.
Maybe there's more to it.
And they're all screaming BLM, our streets.
Oh, well, they're just liberals.
Yeah, it's always like that. White liberals. I mean, the white feminist male liberal always shows up with that.
They identify as the victim along with the black people.
All the time. All the time. So just to let everybody know, this is all because of that guy. The police officers had to put him down because he ended up stabbing a police officer. So the police officers had to put him down. They're trying to say it's racially related. Has nothing to do with it. All he had to do is comply.
Oh, so they're kind of protesting.
So it's kicking back up again.
Of course.
It's all coming back up. It's like history repeating itself in real time.
You know, it gives people something else to talk about other than the real things we need to talk about. Let's be honest. Right? I mean, when you talk to people all the time, they're talking about these kind of things, not Iran, not about our real big issues, not about the protecting our right to vote or protecting our polls or making sure that only Americans are voting, that our borders are protected. They don't care about all that stuff. They talk about crap like this.
Yeah.
Anyways, I just want to say thank you for letting me come on here and say hi to everybody. I hope everybody has a great week.
Peace. Holler at you later. All right, everybody. Yep, we're just under 2 minutes. We got a 2-minute warning here. But yeah, that's what they're doing. They want to bring back up the racial division and try to make it look like, and they, they're already blaming President Trump for it. Trump had nothing to do with it. Just like President Trump had nothing to do with George Floyd. And these socialists, they want to eliminate the police departments across the country. Imagine a whole bunch of these thugs with weapons in their hands, and no one is there, no law enforcement to tell them to stop. Oh, we're going to send in some social workers to talk to them. Social workers, because socialism works, because that's what socialism is. No, it's not. But they expect us to believe it. What an idiotic time to see this stuff happen. It really is. Hey, if you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up. Please smash the thumbs up. Share the video. Please share the live feed. Share the live feed. Things are happening. You got to buckle up. Things are happening. Tomorrow, I'm going to talk a little bit about the shadow government, actually. Just a little bit of it. Jeremy's going to talk some about the shadow government as well, because I believe the shadow government is the socialist agenda. The socialist agenda that the shadow government started back when President Trump won the 2024 election. And the fact that they went on the floor and said that they were creating a shadow government, they all should have been arrested. The sergeant at arms should say, get that one, and get that one. You're violating the Constitution. We're not going to have another government. Other than that, I'll see you tomorrow in the Culture Wars, everybody. Kevin Smith coming up next, right here on LFA TV. God bless.
afternoon, everybody. What's going on, everybody? Monday, July 27th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. President Trump is going to be speaking live in the state of Michigan very, very soon. He just toured, I believe, the GM plant. It was, so we're going to throw that in a little bit because Michigan, I think Michigan is going to be a very clear bellwether in the upcoming election. 100 days, baby. 100 days until the midterms. What are you prepared to do? We're going to talk about all of that and why the Michigan race is the one that I'm looking at more specifically. You've got a sort of boring, middle-of-the-road, moderate Democrat Haley Stevens, who has been endorsed by Gretchen Whitmer, against the radical left-wing progressive Al Said. Of course, he's a complete and total fraud, but that's not going to stop many Michiganders from voting in that statewide primary. We're going to get into that as well because, as I've said before, while the DSA is surging in a very serious way all over the country, they haven't been able to win a statewide election just yet. This could be a real bellwether on that one. Also, a horrific shooting in Seattle over the weekend. We've got all the details on that. Another radical Islamist decides to run down a gay pride parade, this time in Berlin, but that's out of the news almost instantly. And Zoran Mamdani has been told by the 9/11 families they do not want him at the 9/11 ceremony. I can't imagine why. I cannot imagine why. Probably has to do with the fact that he campaigned with the Blind Sheik, the mastermind behind the first World Trade Center attack. But before we get to all that, guys, do be a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Excuse me, share the video out all over the place. We rock, we roll here. Let's pop the live chat up onto the screen. I had a great weekend down in the swamp. I was down in Washington, D.C., and then I got to head on over to West Virginia, Mountain Mama. It was a great time. Shout out to all my West Virginia friends out there. My friend Tim Pool decided, Tim Pool, the podcaster, decided that he finally opened up his coffee shop in West Virginia. So congratulations to the guys over there at Timcast for putting on a good time, putting on a good show, and we had a lot of fun. Got to hang out with my buddy Primetime Alex Stein. Hope everybody had a good weekend. So let's dive right on in because Michigan is going to be the big one. Michigan is going to be the big one coming up. And the, where is it? I had it pulled up. The Michigan primary is coming up next week, August 4th. That's going to be the one everybody is looking at. Primary, damn pop-up ads.
Please welcome Chair and Chief Executive.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so primaries next week. Michigan is the big one. They've also got Kansas, Missouri, Virginia, and Washington on the 4th, with Tennessee on the 6th, Hawaii on the 8th. So if you are in any of those states, make sure you guys get out and vote where applicable. But the big one is going to be Al Said, which is probably why President Trump is campaigning in Michigan today.
President Trump will leave the White House today. He will head to Michigan, and that is where early voting is already underway. Tonight, there will be a debate between some of the Democratic candidates for Senate, including these two you see on screen, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed and Representative Haley Stevens. With less than 100 days until the midterms, there's a lot of questions over the future of the Democratic Party and some new controversy within. A new report detailing how Chair Ken Martin reportedly threw his phone at the desk of a junior aide while berating them. The New York Times writing, quote, that the phone tossing incident resulted in a formal complaint to the DNC's Human Resources Department. The fallout from the phone throwing episode was described by half a dozen people familiar with the incident. Mr. Martin later met with DNC Human Resources officials about his behavior. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries addressed that report yesterday.
Yes, the chairman has my full support.
Now, we'll get to that in just a second because there is more of that clip that I want to make sure that I play. The funny part about it, of course, is the debate between Al-Said and Stevens is really coming down to the divide within the Democratic Party. Al-Said is, of course, backed by the Bernie Sanders left, the radical progressives. Haley Stevens backed by Gretchen Whitmer and the people like that. You know, obviously neither one of them are good picks, but I'm curious to see if Democrats can win a statewide election. Al-Said is a complete fraud. He's one of these people out there that, you know, Medicare for all and tax the billionaires, even though his wife is a psychiatrist who doesn't take insurance. And he got $300,000 from his father-in-law, who's also a doctor, who also doesn't take insurance, to run his campaign. Crazy eyebrows lady Gretchen Whitmer has gotten behind Haley Stevens.
Ray Stevens is someone who can, quote, get things done, saying the state needs her now more than ever. Stevens is facing off against progressive candidate Abdul El-Sayed, the race itself revealing yet another deep split within the party about its future. Democrats are trying to hold on to the seat, of course, currently held by retiring Senator Gary Peters. Whoever wins this primary will face the presumptive Republican nominee Mike Rogers in the November general election. Joining me now, Emily Lawler, politics editor for the Detroit Free Press. Good to have you with us. So we're just over a week out here. Can you set the stage of us who are not there in the state? Set the stage for us about a race getting so much national attention. How is it playing, though, in Michigan, where the choice is actually going to be made?
Well, if you were here in Michigan, I think the first thing you'd notice is that the airwaves are absolutely thrilled by the attention this race is getting. We see a lot of pro-Haley Stevens ads, some from her, some from groups connected to AIPAC, some from outside spending that's a little bit murkier. And then Abdul El-Sayed is really
And there it is. There it is. You got to make sure you squeeze in AIPAC somewhere. You got to make sure you get that in because Democrats obviously can't breathe without mentioning AIPAC. It's kind of just what they do. So we're going to be following that race incredibly closely. On tomorrow's show, we're going to have all the highlights from the debate between Al-Said and Stevens. In just a second, we are going to throw it to President Trump, who is on stage live now in Michigan. Before we get to that, guys, head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. That is your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFA-TV related. Check out the LFA TV store. And while you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFA TV. That's the best way for us to keep the lights on over here. Let's see. Is the song over with yet? Because I'm not trying to get copyrighted. Here is President Trump.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be back. I love this place. I won this place. It's beautiful. This beautiful state I won. We won by a lot. Great to be back in Michigan. And hello to the men and women of General Motors. And before we begin, I have to say, so I had a wonderful father, right? And he was a hard worker. He was in the real estate business. And for him, super luxury. This is the only way. He didn't want planes. They didn't have planes in those days, I don't think. He didn't want anything. You know what he wanted? A Cadillac every 2 years. This was to him the sign of luxury. This was the greatest thing. And he got every 2 years, like you could count on it. You could set your clocks by it. And by the way, speaking of that, let's get rid of daylight saving time stuff, okay? We have a bill in. Hopefully the Senate's going to approve that one. The House approved it, and we're going to get rid of that, just to mention, you know, it's called the weave, right? We always get back to the right subject. But anyway, I did. I had a father, his luxury Mary, his super, that's all he wanted. He just wanted a brand new Cadillac, and I have to tell you a little secret. He had it stretched a little bit. This way he could be his own chauffeur. He wouldn't have to hire a chauffeur. He could drive it himself, or he could have somebody else, but he could also drive it himself. Did you ever hear that? This could be a new concept for a car. But I had a wonderful father, and he loved Cadillac. And I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state, and I'm honored to be the first sitting president to visit one of the most storied places in the history of American automaking, and that's the world-famous General Motors Proving Ground. And we just got back. We watched some cars, and they are beautiful cars, but I was very also impressed with, that was the largest piece of asphalt I think I've ever seen. I've seen a lot of big asphalt, but I've never seen one that big. I said, you gotta be kidding. But over 100 years, General Motors carved a 5.5-mile test track out of Michigan earth and built a crucible for American cars that would change the world, and that's what happened. You have changed the world, and maybe more importantly, you have made a comeback like very few companies. You are doing really well, and Mary and your whole group have done a fantastic job. They love their cars. One of the top executives I just met, he was showing, he said, you know, sir, I just love the cars. I just love these cars. And I thought that was nice. This land bears the tire marks of every model of the legendary Chevy Corvette. It bears the scars of the first auto safety test, and that was probably pretty tough. And ever since the presidency of the late, great Ronald Reagan, who in all fairness, who I liked, but he did allow our cars to disappear into Japan and other locations. We cannot do it. We love him. But on trade, Trump is much better, much better. But this facility is proudly designed, built, and tested. The presidential limousine, affectionately known as the Beast. Have you heard of it, Mr. Mayor? I want to thank the CEO of General Motors, Mary Barra, as well as the president, Mark Royce, and the entire leadership team. Mark, really great job. The whole leadership team, the job that you've done over the last number of years especially has been incredible, and it's a display of speed and skill. Horsepower goes into these cars, and everyone's talking about General Motors, including me. That's why I'm here. And more importantly, thank you to the auto workers, the technicians, the mechanics, the welders, the engineers of General Motors, because there's no finer group of people. And it was workers like you who built this country, and now it's the men and women like you who are making it bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. We are doing unbelievably well as a country. We're building more auto factories and more plants than at any time in the history of our country. And someday the fake news is going to be writing stories about it. They don't like to write those stories. That's why they call them the fake news. But for decades, the auto workers and manufacturers of this great state were sold out and betrayed by globalist politicians and corrupt special interests who let other countries steal your jobs, pillage your factories, and loot the crown jewels of American industry from Detroit and all over our country. They were ripping us off, not only in the auto business, but in many other businesses. Every president before me promised to stop it, but none of them did anything. They did nothing. But now, at long last, Michigan finally has a president who stands up for Michigan auto workers and puts America first. You know, you had a leader, I don't know if he's still with you, Sean Fain or something. This guy was bad news. I never spoke to him, never saw him. He was a Democrat. He thought that Biden or Kamala would be wonderful. You would have, Mary, I hate to say it, you wouldn't have an auto industry right now if they got elected. You wouldn't have an auto industry. But I don't know what happened to the guy. Somebody said he got fired, but I can tell you, the people that count, those people love Trump. Because I've done more for you than your parents, okay? Your parents are good. I'm not going to knock your parents, but I have been better to you than your parents. That I can tell you, and they would agree with me. Wherever they may be, they would agree. Today, I'm proud to say that the auto industry is back, and America is back, and it's pulling Detroit and Michigan along with it. Our country is so successful, it's pulling it along, but you have some great representatives that are going to become governor, senator, congressman, women, but you have some great people. I'm going to mention them in a second, because under Sleepy Joe Biden, hold it. What's better, Sleepy Joe Biden or Crooked Joe Biden? Let's go. Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Joe Biden. They're both true. They're both very true. The United States had the highest trade deficit ever recorded. So we had the worst trade deficit in Our country was losing more than $1 trillion a year on trade every single year, and it got worse and worse. And if they were in there now, that number would be close to $2 trillion. The trade deficit in automobiles was more than $300 billion annually. That means outside countries and companies were coming in and just robbing us blind. And it was causing tremendous problems for your jobs. But now all of that is changing because I placed historic tariffs on foreign producers and manufacturers, including a 25% tariff on foreign automobiles, something that no other president had the courage to ever do. He's a communist. He's a communist. Thank you. He's a communist. We're running against communists. Now, this is great. What's going on? But we're going to win very big. No, I didn't even hear the guy. I think. You see what they want to do? You see what they want to do? They want to take your houses. They want to do things that nobody's ever even thought of before. They want to take your money. They want to raise your tax up to 80%. I gave you the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, so we'll keep it that way. And I said this morning, they also want to fire the police. They don't want police and they don't want prisons anymore. I think that's a great idea. Does everybody like that idea? No police. They want no police and they want no prisons. Where are these people coming from? But I also put a 25% tariff on all foreign trucks. So I called Mary about a year ago and I said, I hear that foreign trucks are killing us. She said, that's true. I said, congratulations. I'm going to put a 25% tariff on the foreign trucks. And you are doing a phenomenal business now with trucks. So they were killing us in trucks, and now we're killing them. My policy is simple. If you make your truck or your car in a foreign country, you have to pay for the privilege of sending it into our market and making a lot of money. But if you build in a factory in Michigan or someplace in our country, and make your automobiles or trucks right here in America, you pay zero tax and zero tariff. You pay zero tariff. There are no tariffs. And we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars for the country aside from it, but we keep a lot. As an example, Europe is being taken over by the Chinese cars. You know that, right? Mercedes-Benz is being absolutely decimated. BMW, good companies, decimated. Volkswagen, decimated. They don't do anything about it. We don't have, to the best of my knowledge, Mary, one Chinese car in the country. They have a 100% tariff, and our automakers are doing, I think, business like you've never done before, right? Right? You're doing more business, better business, bigger business than you've ever done before. In 18 months, we've slashed our trade deficit with China by the largest amount in history. Nobody can believe it. You know, if you get it down a half a point, it's a lot. We got our trade deficit down by 71%. 71%. Worldwide. 1 year ago, our country was dead, and now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country. Everybody is respecting us. You know, they respect us again. They respect the United States. I think they respect us more than they've ever. And we did this in a year and a half. In 4 long years of sleepy Joe Biden and his crazy administration, they're communists. They were communists. That was the beginning. He wasn't, because he had no idea what the hell was happening. They said, Joe, let's go communist. He said, what is that exactly? They got less than $1 trillion. So think of it. In 4 years, they had investment of less than $1 trillion. 4 years, less than $1 trillion. In 1 year, my administration secured commitments of more than $19.2 trillion from all over the globe. Think of that. 1 year, 19.2. If they got in, and they were essentially, they didn't think of themselves as communists, but they were. But now you have down and out communists. I mean, these people are down and out. And remember, you go communist, nothing good happens. That's been proven for 1,000 years using different names. But right here in Michigan, General Motors is expanding operations at its Factory Zero. Do you know what Factory Zero is? What the hell does that mean, Mary? Factory Zero? You're going to have to explain. In Detroit to produce some of America's most iconic vehicles, including the Chevy, well, I hear it's good, Silverado, right? Silverado, really hot, right? It's going to be hotter after today. The GMC Sierra, the world famous Hummer. I got to look at some of these. In fact, I said to Mary, how about sending me a couple? And one and only the Escalade. You know, we ordered, I think, 250 Escalades, right? We ordered 250 Escalades. That's so we look sharp in those cavalcades, you know? We look sharp in those Escalades. Our guys are very spoiled. They're very spoiled. They like the Escalade, so do I. They were great to deal with. General Motors, they're making literally 250 of them, and it was about time. In 2026, GM increased truck and SUV production by 20%, and in the past 2 years, the company's invested $9 billion in bringing factories home to the USA. They're coming back home because, frankly, when they build here, there's no tariff. It's really not complicated. A lot of people don't understand that. They say, oh, what does it mean? They have no idea. They don't have a clue. But Mary understood it. Her whole group understood it, and they're coming back home where they belong. So I just want to congratulate General Motors. That's why I'm here today. I'm very proud of General Motors. For years, you watch companies move production from America down to Mexico. Mexico. I love the way there's a very nice president of Mexico. You know that. Very nice, and she speaks beautifully, and she calls it Mexico. So I said to a group the other day, and we will stop all business going to Mexico. And they didn't know what the hell I was talking about. It didn't come out as well, Sean. It didn't come out as well. This is a great gentleman, heads up transportation. He's also world championship tree climber, 5-time champion tree climber. Can you imagine? I only hire these crazy people that do things like that. He was the lumberjack. He was the world champion going up a tree 100 feet, right? That's high. I saw an old picture of you doing it. I said, he's crazy. That's why I like him. But he's a 5-time world champion. You know who that is. So, and his wife maybe is even superior, a big star of television, Rachel. She's doing all right. Sean Duffy, Rachel Campus Duffy. But you know, I liked him a lot. I always liked him. But when I heard he was a world champion of a tree, but any kind of world champion I'm okay with. When you're a world champion of anything, but that's pretty good. But down in Mexico, and they're coming back, and production's moving from Mexico, and companies are actually moving production from Mexico back to America. Before they left, they went the other way. Now they're all coming back. Toyota, Hyundai, and others are relocating production back to the U.S. Ford is investing $3 billion to build parts of its new pickup truck in central Michigan. All these things I told you, but only Brian. Where's Brian? Come here. Get up here, Brian, will you please? He's the only guy that believed me. But boy, did he believe me. I wanted to just hop over. Come on. Don't worry about it, Secret Service. He's okay. Come on up here, Brian. See the way he can do that? Look at that. He evaded. I'm sure they're thrilled. Come here, say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we can thank this gentleman right here for all these jobs coming back, and I hear it all the time from all my connections at all the different auto plants around the Metro Detroit area. Jobs are coming back to America. You know, Kamala Harris was running against this guy when he ran for re-election. She wanted to get rid of the internal combustion engine, and crazy Sean Fain endorsed her. So we've got to change the mindset. We've got to build, if they want to sell in our market, they got to build it in our market. And that's what this guy told them. So thank you, Mr. President. It's because of you, you saved our domestic auto industry. Thank you.
Look at the arms of that guy. I don't know. He's been with me from day one. The first time he said, years ago, And I think I produced, Brian, would you say I produced even more than I said, right? Yes, sir. Even more. Yeah, exceeded expectations. True. We like that. Thank you, Brian. He's a great guy, and he's got a group of followers that are unbelievable. Where are they? Oh, yeah, there they are. He's got a great group of people. But for decades, we were told that it was totally impossible to bring back American manufacturing. Obama would say it. Remember Barack Hussein Obama? Obama. He was so bad for the auto industry. I don't know, you know. Honestly, I don't know how you vote for Democrats because they are so bad for the industry. But it turned out that all you really needed to get him back was a new president, somebody that understood business, understood what it was all about. I've been complaining about it for many years. On day one, I ended Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate that would have crushed the U.S. auto industry forever, would have never come back. Remember that? Everybody was supposed to have an electric car within, 15 minutes. And I don't want to say this in front of Mary because she'll change your mind, but it takes far fewer people to build an electric car. That doesn't mean they work better, but it takes. And if you want an electric car, they make electric cars too. But if you want to buy a combustion, if you want to buy anything you want, they make. We don't want to do that stuff. But right now, we've been right on that bet. I said, no, it's not going to happen that way. I terminated Biden's disastrous cafe fuel standards. You know what that is? That was a short road to bankruptcy for every single car company in this country and a total disaster that would have killed the internal combustion engine. They wanted it dead within 5 years. As long as I'm president, that will never happen, but it's going in the opposite direction. Remember, we have a 1,000-year supply of gasoline. China doesn't. China doesn't. We have 1,000 years. We have more gasoline. We have more oil. Now, when you add Venezuela to it, we really have more oil. One day. And Venezuela's been great. They've been doing a great job. We're working with them. Take millions and millions of barrels of oil. But they're doing well, and we're doing well. One day. A lot of people were against that war. We don't want the Venezuela. What are you doing? What are you doing? After we won in about 48 minutes approximately. They said, oh, that was a good move. Well, the same thing's happening in Iran. People just don't see it. We have destroyed their Navy. We've destroyed their Air Force. We've destroyed their leadership. We've destroyed their anti-aircraft weaponry. Their drones are being made at a rate of about 7%. We destroyed most of their drone manufacturing capability, their missile manufacturing capability. And right now they're talking to us about making a deal. But if we didn't do it tough, there would be no talk. For 47 years, which is really 50 because people have been using 47 years for 3 years at least. But for 47 to 50 years, they have been talking, and all they do is tap everyone along. They were the bully of the Middle East, and they were the bully of us. And Obama came along and gave them tens of billions of dollars. He gave them $1.7 billion in green cash. Remember that? Put them on a Boeing 757, flew it to Tehran. $1.7 billion in green. He thought he could bribe them, and instead they thought, what a stupid country this is. How stupid. No, you can't bribe them. You got to beat them, and we're beating the hell out of them. But we'll see how it turns out. Right now, they have very friendly negotiations going on. And by the way, how good is our Navy with a blockade? Not one boat gets in. We have a blockade. They'd love us to, please, we don't want the blockade anymore. They're saying, please, please, no blockade. And I approved the single largest deregulatory action in American history, repealing what is known as the endangerment finding, which will save American families an average of almost $3,000 on new cars, SUVs, and trucks. What a difference. And today I'm giving all American car companies the right to build what are known as tiny cars. You know what that is? These little, because I go over to Europe and I see these little cars all over the place. And I say, why aren't we making them? They send some over. But Sean Duffy, The Secretary of Transportation has just cleared it. I was with him on the plane. I said, Sean, did you clear that? No, sir, not yet. I want it done now. Oh, it's done. He knows what. He's very smart. He's a very smart guy. No, but you're all cleared, Sean? So your company, Mary, if you want, I mean, you have the choice. It's a tiny little, beautiful little car. I'm not sure I want to get hit by one of your Silverados, okay? Or one of your Cadillacs, but you'll make them as safe as possible, right? You put a cocoon. You put a little cocoon around them. See, I would have been a wonderful automobile designer. But you have the right to do it, and they sell, inexpensively. They're actually beautiful. I don't know if I'm going to be using one. I'm not sure if Secret Service would love me driving around in one, but there's a tremendous market for it, I think. It really is a tremendous market. They are quite something. And thanks to our Republican majorities in Congress, we also made interest on auto loans fully tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. If it's not made in America, we have no interest in doing that. And I apologize for the air conditioning, but this room was not built for thousands of people. This room was built for a few people making cars, not for thousands of people. And it is a little warm up here, but I love that because every time I make a speech, I lose weight. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful way to lose weight. Under our leadership, investment is booming, incomes are rising, and the stock market has 73 all-time highs. Think of that. In a year and a half, we've had an all-time high. And your 401ks are up by $32,000 and more in just a year. And one statistic that I say, because, the fake news, the reason they're fake news, they're terrible people in many cases, not in all cases. You have some professionals, but they refuse to say there are more Americans working today in the United States of America than at any time in history. How about that? That's, to me, that's a stat that's hard to beat. And it was just announced that inflation is dropping at the fastest rate in more than 6 years. We're dropping it. I inherited this mess. I inherited an open border where 25 million people came in. Many of these people were criminals, murderers, people from jails, people from mental institutions. I inherited that. We've got a lot of them out, and we're getting a lot of them out. We have 11,888 are murderers, many of whom, they say more than 50% of whom killed more than one person. We don't want them in this country. They allowed them to come in through the stupid open border. They came in like water. You've seen it. And right now, it was just announced, again, this is now the 15th month in a row, 0 people have come through our border illegally. 0. But it all started, I won the election. We won in a landslide, by the way, and won this state so big. This is always a hard state. I don't know why it's hard to win, but it seems to be for Republicans, but it probably won't be anymore. We have great candidates. But, it's really amazing. They always try and blame me for high prices. I have my first news conference. I win. I have a news conference like a day later. And I say, any questions? Why are prices so high? You have to understand. I just got there. They say eggs. I remember eggs. Eggs were like 4 or 5 times higher than they were a few years ago. You couldn't get eggs. They wanted me to use plastic eggs for the Easter egg hunt because they were unable to get eggs. And I said, we'll take care of it, and we got it taken care of quickly. Now eggs are much lower than they were when we first started. And that's true with everything else. And you'll see how true it's going to be after we get rid of the nuclear threat of Iran, which will be very quickly. But I had nothing to do with it. They have this term. So here I am. I'm one day in office, and the fake news goes, affordability. I said, what's affordability? What's that all about? Prices are too high. I said, I'm here for less than 24 hours. But we've brought down prices. Last week, it was announced that inflation's gone down faster than at any time in the last 6 years. When the fuel comes down, which it did for a little while, Then they didn't behave, and I had to go back, and now they're behaving again. You know, it's like playing a banjo. But every day we're fighting to put more money in your pockets, and that's what we're doing, and we're doing it better than anyone. At the same time, we're making this country safe, because we're not going to let lunatics have a nuclear weapon. You want to see disruption? You want to see some disruption? But with the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history for the second time. Because in my first term, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We got hit with COVID at the end, but we did a great job in that. Operation Warp Speed and the whole thing. We did a great job. Didn't get credit, but that's okay. But we had the greatest economy in the history of the country. And we're blowing it away this time. We're blowing it away. You're going to see the results very soon. I'm a little bit upset because in 2.5 years, you may have a different president. May. And that president will be saying how great the economy is doing. Look at all the jobs that he produced. We have more factories being built than at any time in our country's history. They're all going to be opening now and soon. And I got some guy or woman who is going to take credit for that. Will you please remember that I did it, okay? I did it. I did it. I'll be sitting home. I'll be reading the papers. I'll be watching television, and I'll be having some guy like last time, a real idiot, stand up, say, we are doing record business. We are making more automobiles. But by the way, don't worry about it, Mary. They'll screw it up. It won't take them long to screw it up. But we're not going to let that happen. Our great, big, beautiful bill gave us no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, right? That's our big deal. And the overtime you're working, and I don't know much, but I know you're making a lot of cars, more than you've ever made before. I assume, are they getting a little overtime, Mary? She doesn't want to say it. She is. I know you are. No tax on that overtime. Think of the no tax on tips in Nevada. I went, and a young lady came over, a beautiful waitress. She was a waitress and very beautiful, but I'm not allowed to say that politically, because if you call somebody beautiful, that's usually the end of your political career. But she happened to be beautiful. And I say, what's going on? Oh, sir, I'm getting killed with tips. Sir, there should be no tax on tips. I say, what? I'm sitting down with a group of people, very boring group. We're all bored. At my hotel in Las Vegas, and she comes up and she says, sir, there should be no tax on tips. I say it one more time. And I went outside. And I spoke to the fake news that follow me all over the world, looking for me to make one little mistake. If I make one little mistake, if I mispronounce a word, which doesn't happen often, if I fell, oh, they're waiting. They would love to. Because I knock. You know, you can't fall every single time you come up on a dais like Biden did. Oh, if I slipped even a little bit, it would be headlines all over the world. So I'm very careful, very judicious, as I walk down the airline, way the hell up in the sky. Go nice and slowly. We don't want to give them, but it's true. It's like what they do. I mean, it's so unfair. But they know how well we're doing, and now they're starting to report it because they have no choice. Because every record that's being broken, all these records that are coming out, not only in your business, we're leading in AI. We're beating China in AI. Nobody expected that. We're building more plants than anybody in the world. And frankly, the businesses are all moving. You know, many of these businesses, they left here and they went to foreign countries. They went to Germany. They went to Mexico and Canada. They went to Japan. They went to South Korea, car businesses, a lot of businesses. And now they're coming back home where they belong. And according to a report released just last week, the great, big, beautiful bill saved more than 170,000 Michigan jobs. You saw that. Think of that. If you took 170,000 people off of your tax-paying payrolls, think of how many people that is, filling a big stadium up 3 times. But remember, every single Democrat, it's a new word that I use, Democrat, I just exchanged the E for the it works out quite nicely, thank you. But the Democrats, they want open borders. They want men playing in women's sports. They want gender mutilation of your children. They want the transgender mutilation of your children for everyone, so I call them Democrats. And the Democrats don't want to have voter ID. And the Democrats do not, Brian, you know this, they don't want to have a thing called proof of citizenship. So why doesn't somebody want voter ID or proof of citizenship? Because they want to cheat, okay? There's only one reason. Actually, most Democrats do want it. It's only the politicians, because they could never get elected. If that ever gets approved, they will never get elected again. But every single Democrat in Congress voted against our massive tax cuts for working families. All of the things, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, all of these things they voted against. They just voted against. They voted against voter ID. They voted in favor of the transgender mutilation of your children, in favor of men playing in women's sports. I've looked at men playing in women's sports. It's very unfair. I had one of the top NFL football players standing next to a wonderful female athlete, and they were playing a game of football. If you can believe this whole thing, this game did not work out very well. This was not a game that she will ever want to play again, I will tell you. The whole thing is crazy. There's something wrong. These people are crazy, and we can't let them get into office and ruin our country. We can't do it. And the congressional Democrats voting for tax hikes, they're voting for open borders. The Green New Scam are their side. Remember the Green New Scam? Everything had to be green, green. The world is going to collapse. It's going to be gone. 15 years ago, they were saying we only had 12 years left, but we're still here. But they're siding with the radical left communists taking over the party. They want, in other words, the normal socialists who can destroy a country, too. They're not going fast enough. Do you remember, like in one of my State of the Union speeches, I said, we will never be a socialist country. But I was right. We're going to be a communist country. That's what they want. They skipped socialism. Can you believe it? But communism is the greatest threat to our country in history, including even World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or 9/11. I mean, this is a serious threat because they're going to promise all sorts of things. In 1 year, the country will be absolutely bankrupt. You'll live in squalor. You'll live in fear. You won't have police. You won't have firemen. You won't have anybody. You're going to be, it's a disaster. Even the thought of it is a disaster. And we have the hottest country in the world. We don't want to have it, and we have to be strong about it. We can't be nice. You know, a lot of the Republicans are nice. We're a very nice party. We shouldn't be so nice, to be honest with you. But we can't let them get their claws into this incredible, they call it an experiment. I don't think it's any longer an experiment. This has been going on for a long time. We have good years, bad years. We're having the single greatest year we've ever had as a country. We're not going to let these people destroy it. And you know the other thing, I'm just thinking now, you know, I do a lot of these speeches and I end up reading about 20%. Isn't it nice to know that you have somebody that doesn't have to read a speech? And it's even better to know that you have somebody that can read a speech if he wants to. The other guy couldn't even read a speech. But I'm just thinking about it. This is maybe going to make news because I've never said it. I'm just thinking about now, when they take something over, it's always dirty. The sidewalks are dirty. The people are, I hate to say this, not clean, okay? The curbs are loaded with you know what? The smell is terrible. I mean, I see it happening to cities. Blue cities are all blue. They're all blue. We don't have problems with the Republican-run cities, I mean, for the most part. But they're dirty. I said to somebody about a certain city, I don't want to say the name of it, but it's run by the radical left. I said, how is it doing? Because I love it. And they said, it's filthy dirty. It's so dirty. They've never seen it like that. It's so filthy dirty. And I just thought of it. Nobody ever says that. You know, I'm sort of a clean freak. I like clean. Do you ever see Washington, D.C.? Do you see what happened? Washington, D.C., it was filthy. Graffiti all over the place. We fixed up 72 monuments and fountains, and we've done an unbelievable. We took the graffiti off the beautiful marble columns. We have new grass going down. But you know what we did the best? We stopped crime in Washington. It's down 88%, and we moved out over 5,000 career animals. We moved them out, and it's really considered a very safe city. All the restaurants were closing up. Nobody wanted to operate a restaurant. We have a great restaurant here. Where are you from, Michigan? Where's my restaurateur? He was one of the great. Where's Mark? Mark, you're right. How'd you get such a good seat? He's a great restaurateur, but everything you have is clean. But you know, it's true, and I'm just saying, they take over. Everything becomes disgusting and dirty. It's dirty and filthy and grimy. It's not clean anymore. Look at Washington, D.C., what I've done in a short period of time, working with the Department of Interior, Doug Burgum, and the whole group. We have done some job. We've taken graffiti-filled statues all over the city, and monuments and waterfalls and everything. The beautiful reflecting pond where we get, I mean, we did some job. Somebody comes along and starts cutting it with a knife. They're sick. It's in the hospital now, but it's going to get better very soon. It's almost ready to open. We could have kept it that way for a while, but I didn't want to do that. I want to have it fixed perfectly. But these people are very terrible. But think how beautiful Washington, D.C. is. But the most important thing is we have very little crime. And there's a statistic that's incredible. 2% of the people create 91% of the crime, because you can handle 2% of the people. We get them out. And our military, our National Guard has been unbelievable. And they work with the D.C. police. But they've been unbelievable. So I just want to thank them. But Washington, D.C. is now, again, and it's going to get only better. It's going to get all new grass. The parks are getting all new grass. I have a man who's a fantastic man, one of the biggest grass growers. I know everybody. I know grass growers, but he's actually a very rich guy. He wants to fix up the parks, all brand new grass. We're going to do a job. He donated the grass for the White House. We're building a heliport, and we're building a drone port, and we're building a great ballroom and a military facility as part of it, and it's incredible. And people cannot believe how it looks. Washington, D.C., think of it, is now a really safe city, and it's so beautiful again, and people are proud of it. It's our capital. They have to be proud of it. It was a crime-ridden mess. And the other thing, I got a call from the governor of Louisiana, and he said, sir, we have Mardi Gras coming up in New Orleans. Could you please help us? We are such a disaster. The crime is so bad, and they've had a lot of problems with crime. And I sent our team in there and called me back. He said, you know, crime is down almost 80%. Think of that, almost 80%. This was 8 months ago. And they had the safest Mardi Gras they've ever had. And in Memphis, Tennessee, the governor called, and the mayor called, the Democrat mayor called, that they need help. And Memphis was very, very dangerous. Companies were leaving, too much danger. It was really dangerous. You couldn't walk down the street. And now crime there is down 77%, and it's getting better all the time. And if they do that in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, we would take care of it so quickly. But we have to get called. I want them to call us. I don't want to say, I don't want to, they're running it. I want them to call us, and we will get rid of the crime so quickly your head will spin. But we're pleased to be joined today by some of the incredible patriots fighting for Michigan workers, including representatives, a friend of mine, she's unbelievable, Lisa McLean. Stand up, Lisa. Great. She's great. She is great. And she's tough, too, I want to tell you. I'm not going to say she comes in a small body, but she comes she comes with fire and brimstone, right, Lisa? And we love Lisa, respected by everybody. Tim Wahlberg. Tim, great. 18 years he's been doing it, and everybody respects you a lot. Thank you, Tim, very much. We appreciate it. Another congressman who's doing really good. He's going to have a tough race. You got to help him. Tom Barrett. He's here someplace. Where's Tom? Tom? Come on up, you three. You come up. Lisa, come on up. And John James, come up. You have to win, John James. You have to win. I also want to thank Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall, Army National Guard Captain Mike Bouchard. Where's your father, Mike? Where's your father? Where's Mike? I just met your father. He's the best looking police. Where's Mike? You want to come up? Come up here. Come here. Your father's so proud of you. He's standing and he had more medals than anybody I've ever seen. He's saying, my son is doing good, sir. I said, he is doing good. Navy veteran, Amir Hassan. He's a congressional candidate. But we got to get elected. He's good. Thank you, Amir. And Amir comes from a great General Motors family, a long line of General Motors, and former congressman. So here's a man who's running for the Senate. I happen to think he won last time, okay? He's a great guy, and he's respected all over Washington. He's one of the best candidates we have anywhere. He's smart, he's tough, he's fair. His name is Mike Rogers, and he will be a great senator. Mike, come on up. Come on. I'll let a couple of them say a couple of words. I'll be right back. Is that okay? Come on up here, Mike. Say a couple of words.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for gracing your presence here at the General Motors facility and bringing jobs back. Yeah, you bet. Imagine if, Mr. President, you have a senator that cares about much about manufacturing, especially in Michigan, than you do. That's a change we absolutely need. And when I get back there, Mr. President, I promise you this. I will work with you to protect our families, protect our freedoms, protect our factories, protect our finances. And when I get back there, Mr. President, if you haven't gotten it done, we're going to pass the SAVE Act. Save America. God bless you.
Well, again, thank you, Mr. President, for coming back to Michigan, where you've won 3 times. We very much appreciate your leadership. And as governor of the state of Michigan, we're going to be matching those Trump accounts. We're going to be taking care of our children. We're going to be matching those. You know, we have a president who keeps his promises. We have a president who looked at a situation and he said, you're going to have very fast planes in Macomb County. You know what he did? In the very first 100 days, the president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump, delivered F-15EX to Self-Return National Guard Base. The president has always been looking out for Michigan jobs. The status quo doesn't work for Michigan. The President Trump is pushing back. And as a result, President Trump signed my bill to protect our automotive industry against the harmful California EV mandates. And as a result, our jobs are coming back to Michigan. But most importantly, the president, because he's the best deal maker the planet has ever known, President Donald Trump has got $19 trillion of investment back in the United States of America, but because of the failed policies of Gretchen Whitmer, a lot of that investment is not coming back here. We're working with you, Mr. President. We're going to make sure that we have an environment where we can bring that investment back to the state of Michigan to create jobs right here for the best auto workers in the world. Thank you so much for your leadership, Mr. President. God bless you. We have your back.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for coming back to Michigan, and thank you for putting our men and women who build things first and foremost in the American economy. Thank you for being here today with the men and women that I have the privilege of representing in Congress to tell them and show them just how important Michigan is on the map. The hard work of the people here put America on wheels, puts our economy on overdrive, and provides livelihoods for families across our country, especially right here in Michigan. Manufacturing is our largest industry. Our president understands that. He's stepping up every single day to make sure that we bring more manufacturing jobs back to America, back here to Michigan, and I'm proud to stand with you today, sir, in recognition of that, and thank you so much for coming to Michigan again today.
Talk about the American dream.
Born and raised in Flint, Michigan, the birthplace of General Motors. Son of a father, a grandfather, a grandmother, an aunt, an uncle that all work for General Motors. Son of an educator. Protecting America, getting back to the fundamentals and the foundation that made us great in the beginning. That's what we're doing this cycle. The contrast is clear, the time is now. If you love America, make noise. If you believe in first responders, make some noise. If you back our military, make some noise. And if you're proud to be a conservative,
USA, let's go, baby. We are putting this country back on the map because we have a leader who stands up for us. Mr. President, thank you for coming to Michigan, but I also have to say thank you for defending our military and putting us in a position to succeed. This time last year, I was in Iraq. During the 12-day war, you put our military in a position to succeed because you gave the troops what we needed to survive. So my friends and I are home, sir, because you put us first. And you put Michigan first as well. It took 47 years to stand up and say lunatics can't have nuclear weapons. It also took decades to reshore jobs. Reshoring jobs wasn't a thing that we talked about before President Trump came back. Now jobs are coming back to Michigan because we have leaders to stand up for us. We need to win this election in November so we can keep growing. Thank you, Mr. President. Let's go, Michigan.
I didn't bring my box, so I apologize.
Alrighty, guys. It's 4 p.m. We got a little cut off today. I didn't know President Trump was going to be speaking. But we're going to have some fun tomorrow. Apparently the DNC is broke. And Ken Martin keeps throwing things at people. So we'll have a little bit of fun with that one tomorrow. Guys, make sure you guys keep it locked in here. Elevate TV all day. Hit the thumbs up button. I'll catch you guys back live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
The leader of our party, President Donald J. Trump, isn't resting on his laurels. Promises made, promises kept. He told you he was going to secure the border. What did he do? He secured the border. He told you he was going to make his tax cuts permanent. And what did he do? He made your tax cuts permanent. The last thing we need to do is make sure we pass that Save America Act. And we will do that because we will secure our elections to make sure that this country continues to live in a democracy, to continue to be a republic, because there is nobody that loves this country greater than the man standing behind me, and that's our president, Donald J. Trump.
I never want to go behind Lisa, that's for sure. But as dean of the Michigan delegation, you can see why I'm proud of this delegation and the ones that we're going to bring to this delegation, and even one we're going to bring to finally be an ally over on the other side of the House, that little body over in the Senate, a guy we can talk to who understands America, who supports this president, that is eminently supportable. And we say that out there today. I'm also chair of the Education and Workforce Committee. We have a president who understands workforce. That's why he's here with all of us. He understands education. That is not indoctrination for communist crazy. And that's what we're seeing today. So let me say this to you as chair of the Education Workforce Committee. We're here today trying to educate you, to educate others, to get out and work, to get this team in place so the final 2 years of this president, maybe final 2 years of this president, will be so memorable that we won't need to worry about the future. Let's get out and work as a workforce for freedom.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What a group. Thank you very much. That's a great group. We got to get them elected. Also with us is the mayor of Hamtramck, Amir Galib. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And Mark, thank you very much for being here. Mark Zarkin, a great guy. And a man who's been with me from the very beginning. Again, I have to do it because this guy has been like, he got it a long time ago. Brian, thank you very much, Brian. Thank you. Thank you very much. Especially, he has been right from he got it right from day one, you know? So we don't forget that. 18 months ago, we inherited a catastrophe from the Biden and from the radical left Democrats. They created the worst inflation in 48 years, wide open borders with millions and millions of people from mental institutions, insane asylums, the world's worst prisons pouring into our country from all over the world. They came. They came from South America. They came from the Congo. They came from places from all over the world. We had transgender for everybody, men playing in women's sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a stupid nation. They called us a stupid nation. But they're not laughing anymore. America is respected again, I think like we've never been respected before. You saw I went to the G20, I went to the G7, I went wherever we go, they're looking at us as the real leader again. For a long time that hadn't taken place. Under our leadership, we're making the largest ever investment in the United States Armed Forces. And right here in Michigan, I got 21 new F-15EX Eagle IIs for Selfridge Air National Guard Base, ensuring that Michigan stays at the cutting edge of North American air power. Selfridge was very, very important. It's a big deal. It was closed. It was over. It was going to be closed. Now it's open. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. We have the greatest people. We have the best equipment in the world. I built it during my first term, and I'm using it now. We had no choice. Again, we can't let what was happening in Venezuela go on, and it was very decisive, but we can't let what was and is going on. They killed 52,000 protesters. Think of it in a 4-month period. 52,000 in Iran. But we've already paid for the Venezuela operation, as I said, and likewise we're winning big time with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we're ensuring that they never have a nuclear weapon. When somebody comes up and says, why are we doing this? Just say, because we cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. That's all you have to say. There's nothing else you have to say. If you understood the power of the nuclear weapons, you'd understand exactly what I was saying. When I took office, we inherited the worst border in U.S. history, but we quickly turned it into the most secure border in the history of our country by far. And in the past 14 months, a number that's not even believable, but it is what it is. It's published every month. A historic record of 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. And now, as you've been reading, crime is plummeting nationwide. Last year, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years, 1,900. That's before my father. Bring up my father. That's before my father was born. 125 years, lowest murder rate. And that's despite the fact that we have people in this country that shouldn't be here. That's despite that. But a lot of them are being brought out very rapidly. Under my most favored nation policy on drug prices, we're delivering the largest prescription drug price cuts in the history of our country by far, with differences of 400, 500, and even 600%. Nobody can believe it. We were the highest priced for decades, the highest priced in the world for drugs, prescription drugs. and now we're the lowest price in the world. So you think that was, I won't bore you with the way I did it, but no other president was able to do it. I'm not sure they even tried, but all of you have to go out and go to TrumpRx.gov, TrumpRx.gov, and you're going to find that you're going to buy whatever you're looking for at a tiny fraction of what you were paying. To stop the massive theft of taxpayer dollars, we ended Medicaid for illegal immigrants, and we launched the war on fraud, led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. It's having a tremendous, we're finding unbelievable levels of fraud. Minnesota, that governor is so crooked. Ilhan Omar with her brother, so crooked. But it's all under very serious investigation. We're finding billions of dollars, billions. In just 18 months, we've turned this country completely around, and it's still, we're going to do still better, but we have a turn. We're hot. Jobs are up. Inflation is down. Our border is secure. Factories are opening at record levels. Investment is booming. Michigan is thriving. America is winning like never before. And again, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. With the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, we will crush violent crime to the lowest levels ever, impose harsh new penalties for dangerous repeat offenders. They are very bad. Crack down on Marxist prosecutors, and we will end no cash bail, which really got the crime started more than any other single event. No cash bail. You kill somebody and you walk out. We will pass the Great Health Care Plan. That's what it's called, the Great Health Care Plan, to stop all payments to big insurance companies and give the money directly to you, the people, so that they can buy their own health care, which will be much less expensive and be a much better health care. Very simple. And the Democrats are fighting us on that one, too. They're fighting us as hard as you can fight because, you know what? They happen to be owned by the insurance companies. The insurance companies receive billions and billions of dollars a year. They own the Democrats. And the Democrats, they don't want to debate it. They just want to fight it. And we want to give the money directly to the people, and you go out and you buy your own health care. You'll get great health care and have lots of money left over. And we will continue to remove dangerous criminals, drug dealers, human traffickers, and child predators from our country. And we will always stand with the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol. They are heroes. The abuse they're taking. If you saw some of the people they have to deal with, if you saw the toughness and the craziness and the, boy, oh boy, the roughest people really in the world, they were led into our country by Biden and the group. By probably, I don't even know if he knew. I don't even know that he knew people were coming in. I don't think they told him. But they were coming into our country, and they are the roughest people in the world. Remember, they used to say, oh, foreign people don't commit crime. They make our criminals look like babies. It's the only thing good about them. They make our people look like absolute babies. But they are, you don't get rough, Tren de Aragua, the roughest in the world. They cut off people's fingers so they don't make a phone call. You're going to make a phone call? I'd like to call the police. Boom, their fingers are gone. These are the roughest and worst people in the world. They're out of here. We've got them largely out of here. We can never let that happen again. Could never let it happen. Single most difficult thing that I've had to work with. And finally, we will pass the Save America Act through the Senate, hopefully the Senate. Call your senators and put pressure on them. We won't get one Democrat senator to get you voter ID with photo. Need a photo, it'd be nice. So they, okay, good. You know, they want to, if they did ID, which they don't want to do, they don't want a photo. Why don't they want to? You know, at the Democrat National Convention, they had an identification card that was bigger than most of the people's chest. It was hung on a chain with a picture and every fact about this person you can imagine. But for voting, our most sacred thing, you don't need, they say, voter ID. So we want voter photo ID. And we want all voters showing proof of a thing called citizenship. Isn't that nice? You read recently in New Jersey where Tremendous numbers of people who found out that they were on the voter rolls totally illegally, and that's all over the country. That's nothing compared to what's going on in California and Minnesota and so many other states. And hopefully there will be no mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt, except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. If you're in the military, you're far away, absolutely. If you have to go someplace, absolutely. But mail-in ballots have proven to be a disaster. We're the only country in the world that in this form does them. There's no other country in the world because they're crooked. They pass through too many hands. When you go to a voter booth, even me, I went to vote. Sir, may I please see your identification? Sir, I'm so embarrassed. I know you're Trump. Please, do you have some identification? I don't want to lose my job. I whipped out, I was lucky, I had some kind of a card on, man, and I didn't even know, but I gave it. Thank you, sir. So I'm so embarrassed. She kept apologizing. I said, don't apologize. You're doing your job. That's what you're supposed to be doing. It was so beautiful. And we will enshrine in permanent law, where we had a big Supreme Court victory the other day, but not complete, no men in women's sports, and no transgender surgery, and the mutilization of your children. They mutilize your children. So, ladies and gentlemen of Michigan, the golden age of America is upon us. We're in the golden age. This is an age like no other. And the men and women of the American auto industry and General Motors are leading the way. And I'm so proud of it because, as Brian and others in the room know, I fought for this for years. I was here 25 years ago. I got Man of the Year. Oh, by the way, the press questioned that, and then they found out it was true, actually. And I made a speech, and all I talked about was, why are you letting them steal your auto industry? I said, your auto industry is being stolen. It's going to Germany and Mexico and Japan and South Korea and Canada. Why are you letting it happen? They sold over 50%. It's all coming back. Who would think it's all coming back? It's all coming back right now. More plants being built than at any time in the history of our country. With your help and patriots all across this magnificent land, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Michigan. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, folks, welcome to the show. Happy Monday to everybody out there. Really glad that you are with us. So we have these new revelations. Senator Rand Paul once again targeting Anthony Fauci, wants to get him before his committee. That's going to happen on Wednesday. In the lead up to that, Senator Rand Paul has released what people are calling Anthony Fauci's diary, where we found out that he was starstruck by getting to talk to Barbara Streisand, as well as really enjoyed the fame. Really enjoyed, literally just kind of from what we can read, he basically got off on the idea that he was America's doctor, and as he was, essentially revealing that, our entire medical industrial complex is basically a communistic structure, and he flipped the switch. We're going to talk about that and much, much more today on the show. I hope you've had a great weekend. I've got co-host Rob Spencer in seat number 2. We've got Eric Haynes is with us in seat number 3. We're going to have a great time today, and we're glad that you're with us.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Gotta get a haircut. Gotta get a haircut. All right, welcome to the program, everybody. Broadcasting live from the state of Arkansas. We've got Rob Spencer, seat number 2. What's going on, my friend? What are you upset about?
Did you see him fluff it to the bald guy too? He did the whip around.
I've got a problem.
Your hair is too long. That's the problem that you've got right now.
Can't get a haircut until Saturday. I can't.
And you're wanting to talk about that. You're wanting to talk about your hair being too long in front of me. And I can tell you this.
Are you?
I don't give a damn. You know what? Don't care about your hair. That rhymes, and I love it. I don't care about your hair. Flop it in the wind like you're some California surfer.
Well,
jerk.
I didn't mean to offend. Didn't mean to offend.
Hey, listen, if somebody is starstruck by Babs Streisand,
I know,
at this point, listen.
Yeah, come on. What year is it?
What year is this? This is not the 70s and 80s. I mean, I guess 90s. I don't know. I don't know when her era sort of ended, but Lord have mercy.
Pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. You know what? And it reminds me of the Pam Bondi thing, and how she enjoyed getting all those hits on Fox News and
Fox News Barbie.
But Fox News Barbie, she enjoyed it. She just loved it. And they will not. And I was just like, I'm not going to be able to get it out of my brain. They expected us.
The whole Z every time.
And she would say stuff like, "Oh, they expect us to release the names of the children who were victims, and we were never ever going to do that." And I just, good grief, nobody wanted that, Barbie. Nobody wanted it, and nobody wanted to see Fauci as much as we heard him and saw him.
Yep.
Right? And he was, listen, let's just be honest. What was he? He was the liberal Dr. Drew. He was a doctor in name, right? And Dr. Drew is incredibly smart. I have zero problems with Dr. Drew because he's on our side, and I agree with him on most of the stuff that he talks about. But Dr. Fauci was a celebrity doctor who was the highest paid person in government on the table, right? We know that Nancy Pelosi and Ro Khanna and all of these people, they're the highest people in government. But regardless, it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise that he was loving the fame. He's not loving it now because his legacy, quote, has been completely tarnished, and it's all of his own making.
Yeah, 100%. We also have Eric Haynes with us in seat number 3. Eric, by the way, we want to tell everybody where Eric has been all last week. Eric was in what some people call Mordor on the Potomac, Washington, D.C. How was your trip to the how was your trip to Baltimore or D.C. or wherever you were?
Great to be part of the conversation today. It was awesome. I had not been to D.C. in many years, and it's different. I'm just going to say that. President Trump talks about how different it is, and he's right. It's very different than it was. I remember specifically the last time I was there, and it's like I said, it's been years, but just thinking about how dirty it was every nook and cranny of that place had some homeless person covering themselves up with, garbage bags and cardboard box, whatevers, and just not feeling safe at night. But now, I mean, each evening I was able to go out walking around. I walked around in the National Mall for hours and hours. Both days last week, where I probably wouldn't have done that, and man, it was awesome. It was awesome. I even listened to the Paul Herrell program in an Uber car.
Okay, all right, you've got.
Oh
my
yeah, this
attention.
is a great story.
Okay,
yeah,
all
so
right.
he texts us about this. Yeah.
Okay, right.
I got on speaker. You went right into your opening monologue, and I hit the button, and I just started listening to it. And I could see
this was about the trans.
This was about the
trans
vacation
Bible
vacation
school.
drag.
So they
Drag
took
school.
the drag school. Correct.
Yeah, vacation drag school.
So I knew I had a pretty good Uber ride to get down because I was going from one way over on one end all the way down to the Lincoln Monument, and had plenty of time. And so me and the Uber driver, Abdul, we just listened. We just listened to the whole thing. And when it was over, it was getting close. You kind of went away from the monologue and went on to the first thing. And he just kind of turned. He goes, "That guy's good." I'm like,
Paul, you got an Uber driver in D.C.
He said, he's right.
He's right. I love it.
It was awesome.
Listen,
it was absolutely.
I'm glad.
awesome.
I'm glad Abdul agreed. That's positive.
I went to the Capitol. I tried to be in a position because I told you guys I was going to try to do some like man on the street stuff, interviews, and I ended up talking to a lot of people about culture and life and everything and how things have changed over the years, specifically during Trump's presidency here in the area at some of the restaurants I went to on the wharf, the hotel I stayed at, and some of the other places where I popped in. But I could never get myself in a position over at the Capitol where I could get close enough. And there's been so much drama at the White House that it's basically really blocked off now, and you can't really get close except for this one section. I took a couple of pictures, and there's some weird people doing hippie stuff there by the gate, but you just can't get really close. And the days that I was there, the first day, the Los Angeles Dodgers were in town, so I got to see Trump's motorcade a couple of times, and these motorcades go by all the time, and you don't know, I mean, who they're taking to different places, but it was really, really neat to be there and to kind of be in it, to be 3 feet away from some of our founding documents, to see the Constitution, to see the first printing of the Declaration of Independence, to see those articles. It's amazing. Being there and seeing that stuff, to be in front of the Lincoln Monument, it hits different when you look down and you see George Washington's autograph and some of those other all of those founding fathers, and it's like the real one.
Yeah. So I went for this conference. This has been maybe 8 years ago or so, the middle of July, right? It's similar to what you did, and it was extremely. It was as hot as you can imagine, and we were walking all around the National Mall and all of that stuff. But I went to all these museums, and I remember my step count. It's the only time that my step counter got up to around 30,000 steps, because we just walked all day. But anyway, you go through so I think it was the Museum of the Americas or something like that, the American Museum, and it was. There was just so much history there. The first airplane, all of this stuff, and Trump is 100% correct. What we have is this homage here, this Mecca, if you will, for this great country, the greatest country on the face of the planet, and the Mecca, the home, the home base, everything centered in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
And it was one of the most dangerous places in the country. And Donald Trump and the National Guard, everybody that he sent in there, went in there and cleaned this place up.
Yeah.
And I can say this. So I'm 6'3", 6'4", depending on which convenience store I walk in that day. And So I'm about 240 pounds, 245, depending on what I ate last night. And so I'm a big guy, right? And so I never feel at danger when I'm walking around. In fact, the three of us went to Memphis for this basketball game. And what was this? This dude was
oh yeah.
What was he? I mean, what was it? Was I in danger?
He was
I don't know.
asking for directions.
He was
and
asking for
obvious
directions.
that
Yeah.
he did not need directions.
He didn't need directions.
You were about to
it
get
was
proposition for something.
I was going to get proposition for money, relations.
Yeah.
Wasn't interested in either.
There was about to be a
things.
switchblade involved, so we got out of there pretty quickly. But
Listen,
you were ready to tango.
I'm going to give that guy a lot of credit.
Yeah.
You know, he was barking up a big tree. It's
a bold move, Cotton.
It was a bold move, Cotton. We'll see if it works out for him.
He realized pretty quickly that this grunt style mofo is not somebody that
he wanted to mess with.
Right.
But suffice it to say that I walked around DC, 8 years ago, and I didn't feel it danger. But I'm not a female. I'm not a man of maybe lesser physical stature or whatever. And that's just not what we should be dealing with at our nation's capital.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately the point of it. And Donald Trump was trying to say, like, I'm going to clean this place up.
It was
I'm going to clean it up.
It was clean.
And he's done it. And
Yeah.
what has it done to the crazy leftist libtard liberal idiots? It has pissed them off.
Yeah.
It's pissed them off that our nation's capital is now clean and safe. It's safer. Like there's no place that's truly safe. We understand that. Even if you go up to Nantucket, there's crime in Nantucket. Okay, but he cleaned it up and it pissed everybody off.
Yeah.
And so I'm so glad that you were able to go with your family, and I'm glad that you were able to see all of that stuff and not worry about, am I gonna get
I one of my colleagues, her husband they've lived in Georgetown for like 15 years, I think, and her husband works for Sean Duffy in the Department of Transportation.
Oh yeah,
and
Sean
I just
Duffy,
asked her
great.
straight, and she is a absolute lib, like most folks are up there. But she said, "Hey, despite all my frustrations with the Orange Man, my husband loves working for Sean Duffy, and our area is so cleaned up. The National Guard being here and the zero tolerance for the nonsense and the tents and all that stuff. Like they cleaned it up, and it looks great.
What are the Dems gonna do when they get back in power? And I say when. I say when because look, everything is cyclical. When they get back in power, what are they going to do? Well, we know they're going to open the border back up, which incredibly makes us like I can't believe it's so incredible to me that you have had no illegal crossings on the border in 14 months.
Yeah.
versus 250,000 people flooding across the border per month.
Yeah, right.
Right. We've gone from 250,000 to zero.
Yeah, look at this leading report. New memo shows Joe Biden tried to leave Trump with massive immigration crisis and plotted to grant amnesty to 3 million foreigners via TPS per Fox News. Arn McIntyre, the minute the Dems return to power, all of this will get cranked up times 10. The border will be open and amnesty will be the immediate goal. The Dems winning a single election is truly an existential threat.
And we hear that every election cycle.
We do, and there's a lot of frustration with a lack of results.
We saw what they did. We saw what they did when they were in power, and especially from 2020 to 2022. They didn't have the House. I know they had the Senate because it was a 50-50 tie in the Senate, and Kamala cast the deciding vote. They did not have the House, though. Correct? Was that Pelosi's last hurrah?
Yeah, I believe so.
from 20 to 2022.
Yeah, we were supposed to have this red wave, but it was a pink trickle.
It was because of all the voter fraud that we know is absolutely
it was voter
happening.
fraud. Yeah. I mean that was a big portion of it. Also, Kevin McCarthy's priorities, but
yeah, we could go down that rabbit hole as well. But I can tell you this: Ari McIntyre is a phenomenal follow. If you're not following him on X, you're missing out because he's incredible. But anyway, he's 100% correct, because what are they going to do when they get back in power? We're months away from that happening. Potentially in both the Senate and the House. The House being the easiest to pick off. I was watching even MS Now and CNN are trying to say that it's a tough row to hoe for them to get the Senate because of certainly with the Nazi that they were trying to run against. Is it Collins or
in Maine? Yeah,
or talking about Graham Plattner.
Yeah, Plattner. Thank you. So the Nazi there that they were trying to run against that probably set them back just a hair. But then they go, what do? Instead of going for a centrist, they have another far left socialist here. They're saying here's our goal.
Yeah,
here's our vision. The Hakeem Jeffries of the world, as much as he pisses me off, is now going to be at the center in the Democratic Party. Am I wrong here? Because you've got AOC. AOC is getting called out for not being left enough. Bernie Sanders being called out for not being left enough. They're wanting to go straight social. The Mamdanis.
And so is Fetterman, by the way.
Listen, Mamdani is in control of that party as the mayor of New York City. How the hell is that possible?
Yeah.
And it's because of weak, feckless leaders. And that is what's happened. Chuck Schumer is far past his prime, as is McConnell. We understand that. And we've replaced McConnell on our side, unfortunately to our demise here, because we've replaced him with a clone
with
of
a younger,
him. A younger version of him. But Schumer doesn't know that the writing is on the wall. He is going to be replaced. AOC would normally just step into that, but she's not left enough anymore. When did that happen?
I don't know, but here's just the other point. I really don't think the Republicans, running against socialism is going to be enough. I mean, that's my fear.
Because people aren't afraid of socialism enough.
Well, maybe that's the case, but I mean, in terms of people on the right, it's not like this is news to us. Most people on the right believe that the Democrats are communist anyway. And, I mean, that's at least what I believe. I believe most people already think that. So what would motivate people to turn out and vote would be more results of what we voted for as a party the last three presidential election cycles, 2016, 2020, and now. And so that's the issue. I mean, I see it. Like, I get that the goalposts are now being set up as like, well, look at what they're going to do when they get in power. The Republicans' problem, though, obviously, is what have you done since you've been in power? We have a SAVE Act that can't get passed. We have basic things that the vast majority of the country agrees on, like transing kids needs to be made illegal in the statutes, in the law, instead of just President Trump's executive order. They won't pass that. There are so many things that like the mass deportations, for example. I've got this clip of Tommy Lahren, of all people, on Fox News saying, DHS talking about 350,000 deportations. She's criticizing that number as being far too low when you think about the 20 million, or maybe, according to some estimates, 30 million. We've also got reports that now there's 50 million Americans are now foreign-born. Foreign-born people. Or there's now 50 million people in this country that are foreign-born, according to some reports. So there's a huge disconnect there, and I just don't think running. I don't think somebody like John Thune or Lankford out of Oklahoma, talking with Larry Kudlow. This was a popular clip last week where Kudlow's giving him the business. Kudlow is like, "Hey, you guys are not performing," and all Lankford from Oklahoma can say is, well, you guys in the media are not hammering the socialists enough. The Democrats are socialists, and I just don't think that's enough necessarily. I don't think that's the winning message. We already know that they're socialists. We already know this.
Yeah, it's like the left calling us racist anymore. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because
That's a good analogy.
Yeah, because it doesn't invoke fear. It doesn't really, because it's a watered down word. Socialism is a watered down word, and I truly believe that Zoran Mondani has been given marching orders to not crap the bed until November. Like, why else would he borrow a bunch of money to, what is the word, balance the budget?
Yeah, right.
Why would he borrow all of this money to balance the budget if it's not just smoke and mirrors?
Yeah.
Okay? Because there's no reason to do that. You've not fixed anything. You're in the first year. You're in your honeymoon. You can do whatever you want to do. The first 100 days, we talk about it with the presidency. So in Mamdani in New York, within his first 100 days, does some smoke and mirrors. Why? Because it's all about the midterms. It's all about putting these socialists in their place, put them in position. Look at what he's doing in New York. Everything's great.
Everything is awesome.
Oh, it's so awesome. That's what they're trying to get, that perception out there. So, Paul, you're 110% correct. Saying socialism is bad, communism is bad, that's not going to work. No more than calling us a racist will work.
Yeah, here, look at this clip. This is Lara Trump with Caroline Leavitt, okay? And you just watch this and you tell me if you think this is what will motivate people to try to keep the House in Republican hands.
They all got me up to speed pretty quickly, and now we're back out at the podium.
Well, speaking of the midterms, we know the tradition. The party that has the White House typically has an uphill battle for the midterms. And when you look at the top issue among voters right now, it seems to be the cost of living. So what steps have been taken by the White House to really address that? Because that's going to be important as we head towards November.
Yeah. Well, the president and the White House, we fully recognize that. And I would remind your viewers and the American people of who caused the affordability crisis in this country. It was Joe Biden and it was the Democrats in this city when they were in power. And President Trump took immediate action on day one to fix that with his overall economic formula of tax cuts, deregulation, and energy dominance. That's what this administration has been working on every single day for the past year and a half. President Trump and Republicans signed the largest middle-class tax cut in history. Every single Democrat voted against it. President Trump and Republicans created Trump accounts, where children who are signing up today, like my daughter, will have nearly $300,000 worth of savings in these accounts by the time they are 18. That is giving our children the American dream on a silver platter in the touch of an app, and Democrats are opposed to that. How could you be? You know, you look at the price transparency the president is doing in the healthcare space, trying to bring down interest rates, mortgage rates. All of these things that he is doing will only get better if given 2 more years with a Republican Congress.
You mentioned
everything that she said is 100% true. But all I can think about is Jerry Maguire. Show me the money.
Yeah.
Show me the money.
Yep.
Now, everything she says is true. Everything she just said right there. But that's not going to help you in November.
Yeah.
It's not.
I know. And because of this, I'll throw this back up there.
Yep.
46%. This is the most important factors for voters. 46% cost of living, and then Democratic values 25%. Immigration is now 13%.
Gas was
because he's fixed it. Because he's fixed it.
Gas was $3.98 in Memphis today when I was coming back over the bridge.
Okay.
It's like that's what people will care about.
Yep. Eric's right. Immigration is not an issue right now because Trump fixed it. Crime is not an issue right now because we're seeing record lows in crime.
Well, he fixed the border. We still have a lot of people that are in this country that need to go.
Yeah.
So
I agree. I agree with that. But I also believed, and I had a conversation today, and it actually took place in this room. Ironically enough, I think that there needs to be something done about people that have been in this country for 30 years and who have taken steps toward making themselves legitimate, like they were brought in when they were 5 years old and now whatever. I've talked about that on the show. I might be in the more minority on the conservative side with that. I'm totally fine with that. But I also represent a builder who builds a lot of properties, and he hires a roofer, and he hires this people and all of this stuff, and a lot of these individuals are going. I can have a conversation with somebody about should there be some sort of pathway versus not. We all agree that the Tren de Araguas have got to be gone. Mm-hmm. Anybody that's here that's beaten their wife has got to be gone. Anybody that's driving drunk and going around and killing American citizens got to be gone. All of that stuff. But Trump has fixed the border issue, which is why that 13% is that instead of 50%. Why the crime is 5% instead of 50% or whatever. These democratic values and cost of living, that's not going to go anywhere until those issues have changed, and specifically that cost of living. Can Trump fix all of this by himself? Absolutely not. But until we see some sort of market, like if we're doing this Iranian conflict here, I hesitate to call it a war. If we're calling it this Iranian conflict here, and it's raising gas prices, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Exactly. Although I'm willing to admit that he has more intel than I have on all of this stuff, and if they were that close to a nuclear weapon, look at what they're doing without a nuclear weapon. I'm willing to admit all of that stuff. All of our listeners would agree that prices are too high. We agree. We also can agree that the Democrats were the major change in that, right? We saw when you look at the chart that goes up, and it shows the price increases in 2022, 2023, 2024, and then Trump's is sort of leveled off, and some of them have come up, right, over here. But you're just like, the Dems are cutting off that part of the chart. And they're just trying to say, well, look at what it's gone up since Trump. And it's like, wait a minute. There was exponential jumps during the 4 years of Biden.
Again.
But it's not going to fix anything
exactly. Right. And
in
even to
November.
Go, and even to go and explain, hey, well, when prices go up, they never come down. Well, that's not an explanation, you know. We remember, and I keep going back to the first 5 months where we were all supposed to get Doge checks for all of the cuts that they were going to do, but then they didn't do. So
we got to do something because
I'm just saying, like, I don't, I want to be optimistic, like, right? I don't want to live under Democrat rule. I don't. Because what I think they're going to do to our families is going to be terrible.
Well, Democrat rule is even worse when you consider the voter fraud here. When it's like, all right, well, if it's 51%,
I mean, but we could go to. Let's just go. This was the title of the show was about Fauci, so let's just take Fauci. Anthony Fauci should be in jail right now.
Right now.
Okay? The auto pen scandal should not have been dropped by the DOJ. As far as we can tell, it was dropped. Okay? People selling pardons via the auto pen was a huge explosive allegation. Mm-hmm. Right? There are things that you want to motivate people, then you start putting these people in jail. But we haven't done that, and more so, we haven't gone after Antifa the way I think a lot of us thought we were going to. You know, you try to do the deportations in Minnesota, but you don't go after the people funding the operation first and getting them off of the streets, to where Alex Preddy and Renee Good wouldn't have even been there had you made the modern iteration of the Democrat Party illegal. Right? And I don't know if the reason that didn't happen is because they were afraid that they were going to, well, what if we do all that and then we do lose the midterms, and now all of a sudden they're going to go after the Trump administration or what? They're going to do that regardless.
Yeah. So
I think the fundamental problem, I see it, the way I see it is we have not used the hard power that they have, the hard political government power, appropriately. This is a
when's
perfect
the last
example.
time Republicans did that?
I have no idea.
I don't know that they ever did.
I mean, not in our lifetime. It's always this mamby-pamby. We've got to, it's like that South Carolina state Senate president pro temp or whatever, when we were trying to get him to redistrict South Carolina immediately for this round, and he goes up there and says, guys, we need to keep James Clyburn's seat because our country works best when we have a robust Democrat Party. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
At this point, no,
No,
it actually
it
doesn't. We don't
It doesn't.
want those ideas, especially from the most conservative, one of the most conservative states in the union. And it goes back to what I was talking about with Brian Norris last week. South Carolina is a perfect example. South Carolina has open primaries. Okay. Here in Arkansas, we have open primaries, and our governor, and the party apparatus is against closing them, even though there's county committees that have tried to do that. Well, I agree with Sarah Huckabee Sanders when she says the difference between normal and crazy. I get it. But in what world would you ever want the crazy people to be able to, who are not registered as Republicans, to be able to come in and influence a Republican primary?
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Well,
Okay?
it's what we're seeing in places like Oregon, where a guy is specifically running in a Republican primary with the same name so that he can confuse the electorate.
Are you talking about Alaska or Oregon?
Was it Alaska?
You talking about Dan Sullivan?
Yeah, it was the Dan Sullivan.
Alaska.
Yeah, it was Alaska. Sorry about that.
I never have gotten to do that. There's
well, that makes more sense because I was like, my mind was like, how could a Republican get in Oregon anyway? Because
I'll just go ahead and tell you guys, and people in Arkansas, you'll get this, but there's a state senator in Arkansas, a friend of mine named Dan Sullivan, right? So he is a lot of, and because we're from Arkansas and our abbreviation is AR, people get a lot of times we'll get that confused with Alaska, even though theirs is AK, right? So I know for a fact that he's gotten hate from the people in Alaska when he's like, dude, I'm from Arkansas. Well, in Alaska, there's a guy named Dan Sullivan who is running against Senator Dan Sullivan.
Yes.
And so I really wanted to do this. I wanted to have our Dan Sullivan on.
Talking about the three
title.
Dan Sullivan.
Because there's one headline out there that's like, Dan Sullivan runs against Dan Sullivan, and I just thought, in here to talk more about this.
Yeah.
Dan Sullivan.
Here's Dan Sullivan. It would be so great. It'd be so great. But what they're doing is specifically trying to confuse the electorate. That's my overall goal. My overall point. And what they're saying is, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to confuse Republicans so that we can import our Trojan horse, right? We're going to bring in this Trojan horse, and we are going to see if we can put them in that place. Well, guys, that's what they're doing in the open primaries, to Paul's point. That's what they're already doing nationwide in these open primaries. They're putting these people in there that are rhinos, Republican in name only, as we all know. They're putting them in there so that they can go in there, and these are the individuals who are not passing the Save America Act in the Senate. These are the individuals who are fighting against Mike Johnson in the House to make sure that Donald Trump's agenda is not enacted. We have one strong, big piece of legislation in 2 years, right? The big, beautiful bill. Now, there's a lot in there. There's a lot of positives that should not be pissed on and say, oh, that's all they've got. There's a ton in that.
Yeah.
But my gosh, man, you had all three chambers here. I say chambers, but you had all three sections there. You had the House, you had the Senate, and you had the presidency. We should have been able to correct all the BS that happened under Biden in 4 years. You should have been able to correct it in 2 years. And I will never forgive John Thune for it. Even if he comes to the line and says, you know what, I was wrong. I'll go ahead and pass that Save America Act. We're gonna find the votes. We're gonna do whatever we got to do. Even if he comes forward, there's no forgiveness for it because there's going to be states that challenge it right now.
Yep.
We all know if that thing passed tomorrow, there would be states challenging it, saying, "Hey guys, can't do it in time. We've already got primaries going, guys.
Yep.
We can't do this. We cannot. There's going to be so many injunctions and court cases that stop it, and it's all John Thune's fault." 100%. But Mike Johnson, my gosh, you can rip on Mike Johnson all you want to, and I disagree with him on some things, but you can rip on him all you want to. But that man is doing President Trump's agenda. He's trying everything he can to put forth the people's agenda. The reason I call it the people's agenda is because it was overwhelmingly voted for in 2024. And John Thune, you can get the hell out. That's what I say, because you don't care what the people voted for in 2024. You don't care. You are pissing on everything, including the American people who put you in this position. Yeah. Kiss my rear.
Well, and it's the the filibuster thing is also just like the huge problem because if for some reason
we all know
if for some reason the Dems were to take the Senate, they're going to get rid of this thing immediately. I don't think they're going to take the Senate.
Dems,
but it's going to be there's
filibuster is a thing of the past.
I mean, it's really frustrating. You can't really talk about this without talking about the war in Iran. Because that's the big distraction here. That's the big quagmire, and this is a huge problem, right?
Sure.
And there's a lot of people that are even now saying, okay, well, President Trump at this point, if the Dems take the House, you're going to have basically 2 years of a lame duck presidency. We know they're going to try to impeach him again and everything else. It's going to be
impeachment.
It's going to be the
is that
same
what you
old
want,
thing
American people?
over
Is that what
and
you
over.
want?
And you could even say right now. It feels like, and I know I want to be optimistic, right? But I also just want to be honest. Like I don't see November working out too great for us, even with the redistricting that we did, which I thought was certainly appropriate.
Well, certainly it'll help. But,
certainly it will help, and maybe maybe we get there, and the left, the left is just still so despised, and you have. We have ICE at polling stations to make sure that illegals don't vote, and you can somehow crack down on mail-in voting. But again, without the SAVE Act, that's going to be very difficult to do. I don't know, man. Like I'm not too optimistic on it. I don't mean to be black-pilling, but
okay. Tell me this: the three of us here, give me one thing, one reason you think we would win the midterms.
That's a good question.
Give me one thing that just says, no, that's what's going to carry us. And I say win the midterms because we got a razor thin margin in the House.
Here's
I
why.
think we'll keep the Senate. I think.
Because for so many years, Democrats fleeced Americans into thinking they were moderate. And then Obama did it, Biden did it. The minute they got in office, they shifted hard to the left, and that's the way their administrations were. Same thing with a lot of the senators and representatives that are unfortunately also in D.C. But that's who's running now, and they're not apologetic about it, and they're not trying to pull the wool over on anybody anymore. Like this, it's not a secret anymore that they're going to campaign and run a moderate way of getting in. No, they're literally coming out and saying, we want open borders. We want to completely abolish ICE. They're even so crazy now. They're saying they want to abolish the Senate and the presidency and just have a representative house that makes all the decisions. I mean, so I think people are figuring that out, and not just on a social level, but they realize that as bad as things might possibly be for their pocketbooks in the short term, it can and would be way worse. And I know you guys know me as being too much of an optimist at times, and so that's how I'm going to get through this period until November, and just hope that people see what's going on, because it's not like it's all just on Fox News either.
Right.
Like, you see it everywhere. Mm-hmm. Unapologetic Democrat socialists of America that are 100% communists being the front runners and the loudest, squeakiest wheel. Mm-hmm. And they're getting the oil, and they're saying all the right things that young people are attracted to, which is free stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you think that there's going to be any sort of, all right, so, the moderates don't exist on the left, or they really do. They really do exist on the left. But they're so drowned out.
Yeah, you can count them by hand now.
Yeah.
It's not even like a
they're so drowned out by the crazies, because even they don't want to challenge the crazies on the left. From our perspective, and then I'll say this is a feather in our hat. We call out the crazies on the right, and we've got some. Candace Owens, Bat, crap. See how I censored myself?
I see how you did that.
Cray. Okay? And coming with receipts that never exist, or at least they never pan out. Tucker? Gosh, Tucker. I like a lot of Tucker. I mean, he's getting a little bit there. Like Tucker, you need to watch it. And
I don't know.
Of course, he don't care about me. He don't care about me.
I'm perfectly. I watch Tucker's interviews.
I love Tucker.
I agree with a lot. And then the stuff with I know the accusation about the Muslim
connection
stuff. I mean, I don't feel the need to apologize, or try to rehabilitate, Muslims, and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
At the same time, I'm also very skeptical of Israel's influence on our government and everything else.
Which exists.
Yeah,
we understand
it does.
that.
It does.
But
J.D. Vance, literally, J.D. Vance said so.
Yeah,
and that's the other thing. And what's funny about all this with the Iran war surrounding Israel and everything else, the interesting thing about it is, Matt Walsh had an actually good tweet about this. I actually do have an answer. We want to circle back to what we can do to win the midterms. I have an answer for you.
Okay.
But Matt Walsh, I want to ask when those of us who oppose the war on the grounds that it would lead to a long and drawn-out quagmire can expect an apology from the many on the right who screamed at us and called us panicans and traitors, but I won't ask that because I know the answer. That's kind of the way I feel when we were at the height of this, and everybody was, there was a new list of people every day to quit listening to anathematize. And I'm like, guys, and when President Trump himself comes out, this was now 4 to 6 weeks ago at this point, at the height of it, when we're trying to get them to quit bombing Lebanon so we can get some sort of peace agreement, and he calls Bibi effing crazy. And I
think he was speaking to a lot of us.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. President Trump said it, and he's not all of a sudden for Muslims taking over the world, and he's also not anti-Semitic by criticizing Bibi when he says you don't have to knock down a building every time you're trying to go after a terrorist. You don't have to knock down a building and kill a bunch of families, in Beirut, which is exactly what has happened. So President Trump himself took that position, which was the position of a lot of people on the right that President Trump admittedly criticized, including Tucker. So, yes, it is a quagmire.
I think that Trump has gotten under, Tucker's skin, and Tucker is going a little too hard at it. But look, let's just be honest. Is Tucker going to go to the polls? I don't know what state he's in. Do you know?
I actually do not. It's up to New England, right?
I think he lives in Maine.
Maine, yeah.
Maine. Okay. So do you think that Tucker is going to go to the polls and cast his vote for anybody that's other than a Republican at this point?
I don't know. He may just not even vote. I don't know. We're just
maybe
blindly speculating now.
But that's ultimately what my point is. So Matt Walsh and the Jesse Kellys and all of these people that may disagree on some stuff, all of that stuff, are we going to go to the polls? Me, you, Eric, all of us. Are we going to go to the polls and we're going to vote for the left about this stuff?
Yeah, no.
No, we're not. But we can have some disagreements on the right, folks.
It's the only coalition party that exists.
We're the only, we're the last beacon of a critical thought about the way things are supposed to go.
Yep.
We can have some disagreements over here. We can have that. We need to quit throwing each other under the bus. We need to quit saying, you're not a Republican, you're a rhino. Kissinger, he's a rhino. I think Liz Cheney.
Yeah, well, she's not even in politics. Right?
I get it, but I'm just trying to say, if I'm trying to come up with some names of some people that are true rhinos, Kissinger was never a Republican. Okay, he was never. He was one of the few people that were constantly going after Donald Trump. Okay, anybody that voted for the impeachment, either 1.0 or 2.0, you are not a Republican, in my opinion. Okay, that's just my opinion. Maybe somebody could prove me wrong, but I can say this: we have so much diversity on the right, and it's not skin color, it's not religion, it's not all of that stuff. It's diversity of thought. We have that on the right. We've got to quit throwing each other under the bus here. I disagree with Tucker on a lot of stuff. There's one person in mainstream Republican conservative thoughts that I agree with. I don't know that I've ever disagreed with him on anything, and that's Matt Walsh. That's just me personally. Eric might disagree with some of this stuff on Matt Walsh because Matt Walsh goes hard against some stuff, and he works for Ben Shapiro. Paul, you may not agree with Matt Walsh. Anyway, you get what I'm trying to say is we've got to quit throwing each other under the bus, and we've got to coalesce around each other and say, hey guys, we've got a common enemy, and it doesn't have an R after its name.
Yeah.
And it is that far left at this point.
Yeah.
This is what I think could win the Republicans the midterm. They just need to take ads like this. This is an old ad for an S10 starring.
You sent this. This is so great.
Starring Shooter McGavin.
Hey, listen, if you were alive in the 70s and 80s, get ready for some nostalgia.
Literally,
great feeling.
You just need to play this exact ad for a Chevy S10 and put "Vote Republican" on it. I think that may be the only shot. The only shot that we have.
A while ago, I made myself 3 promises. Never wear a tie, work for anyone, or be any place I didn't want to be. That's why I drive a Chevy S10 4x4. It lets me work, play, haul, go to dinner with Kim, or fishing with Sue. You know, if it doesn't fit in my Chevy S10, it doesn't fit in my life.
Who's Kim?
Vote Republican. Like that's your only chance.
That's all it is.
Or you have an ad like that and you say,
listen, I could have done without the guitar spin.
Literally,
did,
look at what they took from us is the ad, and you can, I mean.
Who's Kim? Who's Kim?
And that is who's the actor? Who is the actor that plays Shooter McGavin in Happy Gilmore? Because that's
I don't know, but I can see his face.
Yeah,
he's incredible. Shooter. So
he's also in an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. By the way,
he's phenomenal. Listen,
I just saw 2 big fat bikers off the night to have sex. How am I supposed to chip? How am I supposed to chip with that guy?
That was such a great movie. Yeah. Oh yeah, Grizzly Adams had a beard. Grizzly Adams did have a beard.
Yeah.
The greatest
I eat pieces of black like you for breakfast. He goes, you eat pieces for breakfast?
The greatest scene in that movie.
We went guy mode over here.
I know, but the greatest scene in that movie is planning to reach the green from here, Shooter, and he's like, "That's impossible."
Yeah,
I beg to differ. Happy Gilmore accomplished that feat no more than an hour ago. Well,
good for Happy Gil. Oh my God!
He's looking down. He's like, "Oh my."
Nell comes out next week. All right, real quick. Let's reset. Let's reset. I want to take a break. We owe.
Hey, come back. We have a huge announcement to make after the break.
Actually, we have to postpone that announcement.
No. It's coming. I have a huge announcement.
You okay?
I do.
Oh. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, we got.
I'm pregnant. Wait a minute. No, I'm not.
All right. Back here in just a minute, folks. Thanks so much for being with us.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, They spike energy production. They help with nerve pain control. They increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at. And that's the medicines. If you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
My Pillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium My Pillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got My Pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
Now for the lowest price ever. Kings, $19.98. Queens, only $18.98. And Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, for as low as $29.98. Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But that's not all. Order right now and we'll ship your order absolutely free.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba. So we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Right, folks, welcome back to the show. We really appreciate you being with us. I want to remind everybody out there that the Paul Herrell program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. You can check it out right now. This is something that we started that is actually, we're gaining a lot of traction with this, and we really do appreciate all of your support here. Healing Veterans Project. You read it right there. We're lighting the path to wellness. This is a nonprofit charity for veterans that we were just trying to do one simple thing, and that's get veterans red light panels that they cannot afford. These are prescribed by a doctor. And the VA, obviously, the VA does good stuff. We don't want to just, totally trash the VA, but they are very quick to provide, medicines or opioids or Vicodin or whatever. But they don't want to provide funding to pay for these medical grade devices that can help veterans with all sorts. I mean, you've heard me talk about, photobiomodulation a lot, which is what red light therapy is. It's a real thing. It's science. It's backed up. I have one. I use it. I know it works. And so I'm passionate about the technology itself. I'm even more passionate about trying to help veterans who have been through, you can talk about the PTSD, the anxiety, whatever it is, chronic pain. Exactly. It's a big deal, and we can help them, but we need your help. So go to healingveteransproject.us. You click the donate button, and when you do that, you can donate one time, you can donate monthly, you can donate quarterly, annually, whatever you want to do. But pitch in, help these veterans heal. And then you see the email there at the bottom of your screen. It says paul@healingveteransproject.us. If you are a business owner or you know of a business owner that would like to partner with us, we want to make it happen. We want to give you guys all the tools that you need to get your patrons to donate $1, $5 when they're checking out at their point of sale, and we can make all that happen. And so email me, paul@healingveteransproject.us, and we will get it going. We are so excited about this and so stoked that we can do this.
Completely free of charge, right? Like, so if you own a business and you've got a point of sale system, say a boutique where you're selling T-shirts and pants and all of this stuff, right? One of those things. And if you've got a point of sale system, it can be set up where a person can, as they're checking out, scan their card and they can donate $5. It goes into the system there, and then you get to donate that.
Yep.
And it counts as a tax deduction for you. It's free of charge, all of that stuff, and it goes to healing our veterans.
Obviously, you got to talk, your CPA, but yes, that is exactly right. And super stoked about this. Matt Troy, the founder of Healing Veterans Project, is a veteran himself, so he knows it. Former MMA fighter, knows the technology well, knows how it works. And it's been crazy since we started this. So many potential, doors are opening up, meetings. I mean, I talked to a business today, started that conversation. So really, really fun stuff. I'm excited because we already have a list of, we already have a need right now. We have a list of veterans that have been prescribed these panels, and they've been talking with the VA and they can't get them. So
it's really frustrating.
Yeah, you're going to hear
Give
a lot
them
more.
a pill. That's what the VA wants to do.
Right.
So.
I know. So we're going to figure this out. We're going to help veterans, and you guys can partner with us and help us to do that. We would really appreciate it. So there has been this effort now there's an effort right now afoot that's very concerning, gentlemen, and I don't know if you have noticed this, but there's an effort to try to revive support for the Ukraine conflict against Russia, which is absolutely insane to me. And we're going to start with what happened last week. So Laura Loomer decided to take a trip to Ukraine. Laura Loomer obviously has been, in the past, she has been a stark critic of Ukraine because MAGA was a stark critic of all this money we've been sending to Ukraine to fight a nuclear-powered Russia in some proxy war. And, of course, we know that we know who Zelensky is. We know what he did in the White House. We know how ungrateful he is. And so
was that a bump?
We know this. Yeah, a little bump. Little dictator Zelensky. So she's been going on this apology tour trying to rehabilitate Zelensky's image, trying to say that, Russia bombed churches, totally ignoring the fact that Zelensky made Ukrainian Orthodoxy church, like he arrested clergy, shut down worship services because, the idea was that they were more loyal to the Russian Orthodox Church. Anyway, it's all ridiculous, but Viva Frey says that she's literally called Zelensky a Nazi before.
Jeez.
Because Zelensky, this is an old post back on November 16th of 2023. She says, because Zelensky is a Nazi and Ukrainians have always hated the Jews, Nazism is widely accepted and practiced in Ukraine. We've given $250 billion to fund Nazism. So she's walking all of that back, right? And now she's saying Russian propaganda is real. Nazism is literally illegal in Ukraine. I didn't know this till I came here. Technically, Ukraine has stronger anti-Semitism laws than the U.S. I met several rabbis. Zelensky's also Jewish. Meanwhile, Russia today amplifies the podcasts of every Holocaust denier in America. So this is where she's at now. Where Viva Frey says this about this whole situation. She says, people can change views, but typically there has to be some plausible arc to the change. New facts are disclosed, a massive life experience that alters one's perspective. But barely 2 years ago, Laura Loomer was calling Volodymyr Zelensky an actual Nazi, accusing him of helping Hamas. And now, seemingly at the snap of fingers, her Twitter feed looks more like a Zelensky fan account. How is anyone supposed to take this change of heart with any degree of journalistic seriousness? Also, she was on a list. Ukraine put out lists of people that are banned, and maybe some people even think it was a kill list, for people that they wanted to take out who were in the media and were vocally against what's going on in Ukraine and this waste of our taxpayer funds over there. And then we even now have Volodymyr Zelensky getting involved in the Iran war, attacking an Iranian ship over the last few days. Now Iran is saying that they're going to respond to Ukraine, literally World War type stuff that could be about to kick off here. Obviously, when you throw Yemen in and what's going on with Yemen as well in the other strait over there in the Red Sea. Now Volodymyr Zelensky is saying, I will instruct our intelligence to share with our partners the information we have regarding Russia's new assistance to the Iranian regime. Since the beginning of July, we have recorded active Russian satellite surveillance of the Gulf states and U.S. military facilities. So here is how fragile the situation is. Now we have this report from Axios. After Laura Loomer goes overseas to do this rehabilitation campaign, now Axios has a headline that reads, quote, Trump to meet Zelensky at White House as MAGA voices shift on Ukraine. There appears to be an effort to make MAGA support Volodymyr Zelensky now. Aaron McIntyre, shifting voices is there with changing consumer habits as a euphemism. I wonder what specific category of voices now support endless war in Ukraine.
MAGA voices? I mean, Loomer, she counts as multiple?
One, I guess.
But they're counting her as multiple.
At least Axios is.
Axios is garbage.
Right, we know what Axios is.
Yeah.
We also know that the FBI has used Axios to leak things, though. Iran.
Listen, all Loomer cares about is a good, romp under the sheets. That's literally her MO. Okay, there's multiple videos of her hitting on guys 20 years her younger.
Yeah, it's pretty cringe.
It's really cringe, and so that's all she cares about. It's a good orgasm and all that. You know what? I don't want to besmirch her. Like, listen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sure
okay.
you don't.
Listen, sure you don't want to
listen, besmircher.
Bless her heart.
Listen.
Bless her heart. Yeah.
But if you're
she's horrible, bless her heart.
Listen, if your quest for an orgasm is going to literally change how you feel about something a few years later, this guy goes from, did Zelensky offer her some some under the sheets time or something? I don't know what it is, but I can tell you this: you're getting the unfiltered version right now. So here's what I'm trying to say: Laura Loomer is crazy. I agree with her on a lot of stuff, but I disagree with her on so many things, and I wonder if all the screws are turning. All of it, if it's turning, or if she just hasn't had a good month in the under the sheets. I don't know.
Well,
whatever the cause of it is, you don't go from calling someone a Nazi to, hey, maybe I was wrong about this. I didn't get all this stuff. Russia just does this, and they accelerate all this stuff.
The whole idea, that everyone's talking about now, and there's some truth to this. If you don't like somebody, they're a grifter and they're being paid to say what you don't like. Like that, you can go too far with that. But this is an example where I think, okay, was there money that exchanged hands? I think the likely answer is yes.
You're saying from Ukraine to
like,
Laura Loomer.
Yeah, like she's just basically, hey,
Well, who the hell's listening to Laura Loomer at this point?
I don't know. She does have an active following on X, but a lot of people don't like her too.
But all the people on the right realize. She's
the people that she is obviously staunchly for the Iran war and all of that, and so there's plenty of people that are for that, and so It's interesting too because I've always felt like the conflict with Russia and Ukraine, and like I always felt like if we had peace,
buckle brush.
If we had peace in Russia and Ukraine, between that, we were also not going to have a war in the Middle East. I always thought that there was going to be peace everywhere or peace nowhere. Specifically because Iran, like if you're trying with the memorandum of understanding where we were trying to normalize relations with Iran, it was like, well, if you're going to normalize relations with Iran, which is what that memorandum of understanding was seeking to do, giving them financial incentive, well, normalizing relations with Iran makes normalizing relations with Russia look way easier, right? So I think there's an agenda from the pro-war people. They know that if there is peace between Russia and Ukraine, it makes this idea of keeping Iran around as a regional power much more realistic, much more likely to happen.
Well,
Iran is now warning. Hang on one second. Iran is now warning Zelensky and strongly condemns Ukraine's drone strike on an Iranian commercial vessel in the Caspian Sea earlier this morning. So there's stuff heating up, and I want to cover what Mark Mitchell said about this, because it is an interesting perspective that we haven't heard before. Because we are all hearing, get the nuke. You know, do they have a nuke? Some people think Iran already has a nuke, by the way. I've now had two people on the show tell me that. Ani Cyrus referenced it months ago.
Is she... Remind me of the Iranian lady that we've had.
Yeah, Ani Cyrus.
Oh, that's Ani. Okay.
She referenced it briefly, and I should have really pushed in.
I would be inclined to believe her.
And then Brian Norris, he says he thinks that they already have one too.
Both believe that Iran already has a nuclear weapon.
I definitely know Brian thinks that. Maybe it was context clues. I don't know if she explicitly said. I need to reach out to her. I've got her number. But anyway, Mark Mitchell says, it's amazing how many people think that Iran getting a nuke is going to somehow result in a huge nuclear holocaust. If they get a nuke, it would be a relatively small number of very low-yield tactical warheads. It presents a relatively low threat. And now listen to this, because this is the point. It presents a relatively low threat compared to countries like Russia, and we would obviously respond ferociously if they ever used one. It would be suicide, since we could literally flatten every city they have. The true danger of the neocon sphere is merely in Iran, cemented as a regional power player. So when I read this tweet, I thought,
like deterrence.
Yeah, and I read this tweet, I'm like, the whole thing that we said with Biden the whole time he was there is that he was going to start a nuclear war. Because, you know, you had Ukraine launching weapons into Poland, trying to blame it on Russia, trying to start something. When you're messing with a nuclear-powered Russia that has the much bigger bombs, that's the point. Things are a lot more fragile in that respect than you would think. The idea that we need to somehow make the Ukrainian war great again, and that we're going to support this. Man. We were supposed to have this conflict ended. This was supposed to be over by now. And for whatever reason, and I blame the donor class, and I obviously blame the Republicans that don't want it to end. They haven't wanted it to end. We've continued to send them more money. We're continuing to prop up a dictator who is Zelensky to fight this proxy war it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, the Lindsey Grahams of the world, God rest his soul.
Yeah.
Like, just really pushing for this military industrial complex, like war.
Yeah, I mean,
we gotta wipe them off the face of the planet.
It's insane.
Yeah, and then, Bucklebrush, you've got people here like Bucklebrush Jones in our comments. I still think Laura has an Adam's apple. What do y'all think?
There are people there.
Man on the streets there. What do you guys think?
It's Larry Loomer.
Yeah, that's
Larry Loomer.
That's the slam out there. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe Zelensky has found the promised land there. I don't know. But I can say this, guys. No American, in my opinion, for the most part, on the right, wants us involved in Ukraine. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Am I wrong about that? I don't know. Maybe I am.
Phrase that.
Okay.
Again?
No American on the right. I mean, there are people on the right, I would say.
Okay. Well, then I'm wrong about it. But let me just say this.
But it was a campaign. It was a campaign issue that we wanted. That President Trump was saying.
Then what are you doing? If you're on the right and you want us to keep funding Ukraine and giving them bombs, giving them missiles, giving them weaponry, giving them tanks, giving them money, what are you doing? You're just delaying the inevitable. Putin, get and take what you want. Like, there's got to be an end to this, or we're going to have a 20-year war, and how many billions and billions, and it's going to get into the trillions of American dollars are going to fund what is obviously inevitable.
Well, and it's also a ton of money laundering, too. And
Sure.
I think that's the main reason. You know, you can arguably say you've cut USAID. A lot of their funding mechanisms for laundering money are gone, but there's still Ukraine, which
I
is
mean,
a way to launder money.
Are Russians attacking us? I mean, maybe they are, intellectually, they're trying to influence our elections. They're trying to get involved in the, American politics and all of that stuff. But that's just to serve their own interest. I'm not trying to be an apologist for Russia. I'm just trying to say the difference there versus Iran, who is funding the number one state sponsor of terrorists, if you believe all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't listen. I don't know if that's the true. Like if they stand at the top of the podium here on the Olympics, if they're the number one state sponsor of terror, but they are giving money to people like the Houthis, all of these rebels who would absolutely cut all three of our heads off. Like they have no sort of a positive affliction for us. But is Vladimir Putin attacking the United States right now? Is he? And is he for the foreseeable future?
No,
I think he's trying to better. I think he's trying to better Russia's position, and so therefore, and this is the point that I wanted to make, Paul, and I'll let you talk. Is that I am much more inclined to believe that we should be involved with Iran than we should ever be involved with Ukraine, just because Vladimir Putin evil,
right?
Vladimir Putin the devil, just because he might do something against us. He's not. Iran has proven that they're going to give money to all of these proxies that are going to cause evil and harm to American citizens, right? They're going to cut off heads of any American citizens that they can get a hold of. But I'm not sitting here saying Russia is the biggest threat that we have. Vladimir Putin is evil, all of that stuff. And what we're doing by sending all of the money, all of the weapons, all of the tanks, all of that to Ukraine is we are delaying the inevitable. And I just don't know that I could be convinced that I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Putin over there saying that the West is essentially run by pedophiles. Now, is that something that's,
Is he?
Is
he wrong?
Is that something that's politically good for him? Because I'll say that on a show like this. Yeah, of course it is. But is he wrong? I mean,
I don't know.
Is he wrong? No, I don't. Think
they say we're the number one. They say
that.
we're the number one importer.
Yeah.
Of sex trafficking.
Right. Exactly.
For the world, but
exactly.
and that be maybe because we have the most money. But
the moral, and so what he's trying to do, obviously, is just say, look, the West doesn't have the moral high ground, and he's right about that. He's right about that. I mean, have we banned LGBTQ propaganda in this country? No, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
But he has. He did it in 2013, right before.
Commit a murder in Russia and see how well that's going to go for you.
Right. And again, that's not to say you get this. Oh, well, you're simping for a dictator, that has people killed. It's like, okay, what do you think the president of the United States' job is?
You think we're innocent? You think we're innocent?
What do you think a head of state's job is? It's to decide who lives and who dies.
We're sitting here. So, we sitting in our ivory tower here, Paul, Eric. Yeah, we're sitting here saying that we haven't had people killed.
It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous, and it really is like you have this. You just have people that want to be nations and left alone, and there's going to be competing economic interests and things like that, and versus you have this form of globalism. I mean. In order, and I don't mean to bring it all back to the social issues, but I mean, look at Europe. You look at what Europe was, NATO was created to protect us from the godless communist Soviets, but now Europe is arresting people for social media posts. Now Europe is essentially doing the exact same thing that the Soviet Union was doing. In order to become a member of the European Union, you have to have a gay marriage law. Like,
yep.
There's,
listen, we want to talk about the evil axis.
Yeah.
What's the evil axis here? We got Russia, we got North Korea, right? And let's take North Korea out
Right.
for the standpoint here. And then we got China.
Mm-hmm.
Do I agree with more with Russia's standpoints on views on gay marriage? With all of the things that Russia has stifled in its own country, or do I agree with the UK? Do I agree with
Great question.
I mean, and I start looking, if we start going through the list of things that both countries have done in comparison to what our list of conservative values are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now we're sitting here.
You talk about axis of evil. Literally, the lead of the show, Anthony Fauci, should be in jail. He's not in jail. And you look at, the red herring that is, it was all China that released it. Well, we funded the virus. We funded the virus that left 7 million people dead across the world. You talk about an axis of evil.
Every bit of it.
Parts of our own government did the gain of function research, then exported it and funded it through EcoHealth, through this man, Anthony Fauci.
Did it, denied it.
And, I mean, so it is what it is. Like, we are in the history books as one of the worst governments in the world.
We unleashed it.
That's not, and what we voted for. Now, the people of America, what we voted for accountability. We voted for the Intel oligarchy to be put in jail. We voted for the dismantling of it all, and that's not what we have right now. Going back to how do you win the midterms, things would look totally different. I mean,
how many people died of COVID?
Look at this clip. Look at this clip right here. Because this all goes back to...
died of COVID or died because of COVID?
We could go down that rabbit hole all we wanted to.
That's right. So if you want a statistic, we're gonna have to peel that onion a little bit, because I can tell you what I saw in hospitals all across the region was people dying
with COVID,
but
being
not
counted
dying
as
because of COVID.
Yeah, being counted. Right. So my dad will always forever be a COVID death, even though he had a massive heart attack. He was COVID positive when he died. Right. And so that's always going to be that. But were there people who legitimately died of COVID?
Yeah, after they were pumped full of remdesivir because Anthony Fauci wanted people to take remdesivir.
So however many people that were, how many people that was, like, put those up against the number of deaths caused by Putin or other dictators, and then say, how evil is Anthony Fauci?
Exactly.
How evil is that person? Versus, you want to sit here and tell me that Anthony Fauci is less evil and less destructive than Vladimir Putin? How the hell am I sitting here advocating for Vladimir Putin? But I can tell you this, Anthony Fauci deserves to be in prison at the very least.
Yes.
He deserves to be in hell, from my opinion, and I can't make that decision. Only our Lord above can make that decision. But Anthony Fauci has no redeemable qualities, in my opinion, considering of the hell that he released on the American people.
Yeah.
And I can say that is in way more than Vladimir Putin has ever done to us.
It's a tough position.
Objectively speaking,
can you argue with me? You'd have to have facts to back. You'd have to have facts to back it up. And you want to look at the death toll of American citizens by Anthony Fauci versus
even worse,
the death toll.
And it's even worse if you go back to the AIDS epidemic, because there are people to this day that believe that the medicine that he forced it on the people with AIDS back in the 80s actually killed them. Just like remdesivir.
Got me defending Vladimir Putin about some stuff.
I was
My God.
say,
But if you want to compare him to Anthony Fauci, if you want to compare him to Anthony Fauci for American deaths, we're not even close, man.
Yeah.
We're not even close.
I know.
In the left, they are Saint Fauci. They're wearing Fauci for Halloween. They're wearing Fauci costumes for Halloween. They would love that man. They would praise him at the altar of St. Fauci.
On the midterms with the war and this whole thing, whether it's Ukraine, Russia, Iran, Israel, the United States, here is a guy by the name of Sid Rosenberg over the weekend, and this is what he was saying needs to happen. We've got to finish the war And the idea is essentially yeah, I mean, we have now people advocating for essentially massive loss of American soldiers' lives in order to take out Iran.
Sure.
I want you to listen to this. And again, I don't think this is a winning message for the midterms.
It is inevitable that President Trump is going to have to do what he doesn't want to do, which is go in there with this massive all-out attack. There's no other way to stop this. There's no other way to win this war. So, again, he's trying to do the best he can. He's a very nice man. I love President Trump. He doesn't want people to die. He really doesn't. Okay, he's a nice man. But there's no other way to end this. Once you start this, Midnight Hammer was great. Epic Fury was great. Once you start this, there needs to be a finish. And the only finish is complete surrender by the Iranians. I hate to say it, but complete annihilation.
Well,
now that sounds like
Wow,
you're
Sid.
you want to nuke. You want us to nuke them. Which again, if that happens, we lose.
Sid.
We may win, but we lose.
Yeah.
If we wake up and Rob and you and
I know he said annihilation, but I gotta doubt that he means nuking a country of civilians.
Yep.
But going after all of their military on the Strait and on Karg Island or whatever, like I think you will find some folks on the right that would definitely be okay with that, to put a rubber stamp on this thing, because we all know, and we talked about it on this program, when the MOU was signed, we all three sat here and said, that's not worth the paper that it was written on. And we can't, we can't go along with taking a victory lap when that was signed, because it means nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that raises an interesting point about that. I've been meaning to say this. We're 150 days into the war, and while we don't have boots on the ground yet, thank goodness, we need to pull out and come home. In my opinion, taking Karg Island, that will require massive loss of life in our American troops. It'll be
Why?
Horrendous.
Why will it take massive loss of lives for us?
Just everything that I've read. I mean, everything, all the strategic, basically.
They're still, in your opinion, I'm asking for clarification. Yeah. In your opinion, they're still armed enough to where we can't do anything preemptive.
Yeah, they're getting.
And granted, I'm hearkening back to
they're getting into
D-Day stuff.
They're getting into their hypersonic.
We can't go in there and bomb everything to Kingdom Come before a boot actually touches the ground there.
No, they now have their. I mean, they still have. I mean, we've been told that we've decimated their military, but they obviously took out our entire in Bahrain. Our entire our U.S. Naval Command is gone in Bahrain. It's gone, and Brian Norris knows all of it. Now, Brian Norris, who's not for the war, but he said if you were going to do it, the only way to do it is to not stay there permanently. But we have no place to stage. Like you don't have a place where you can amass for it, because we're so our conventional warfare is all about the supply chain, and we're still stuck in this that we've got to go in and we've got to. He says the only way to really do it and make them hurt is you take these units and you go in and you leave, and then you go in and you leave. When it comes to ground troops, you're still going to have casualties, though.
Wow.
But the idea that you could ever go and actually get the supply lines going to where, think about it.
Like a D-Day invasion,
right? There's no beachhead. You've got 1,000-foot cliffs. As soon as you get on the beach, you've got 1,000-foot cliffs. They've basically got tunnels all through there for the last 50 years. They're going to be popping out like crazy. They've been ready for this. It's a 1 million-man army over there. It's not doable, and that's why I do think it's possible that we wake up one day and a nuclear bomb has been dropped. But my point being on the memorandum of understanding, and President Trump, he signed it at Versailles or whatever, or wherever he signed it. Was it in France? I don't know, or Switzerland or wherever. The point is like it's only been 5 months. It's way too long. And there are people out there that, it's not an endless war. It's not an endless war yet. But you know why it feels like an endless war? Because it's ended about 75 times. It's been over about 75 times. And so that's a problem where it already does feel like an endless war, because we've been told that it was going to end, for so long. And you compare that, where we were versus, do you remember when President Trump, right after he got elected, he was posting all of these videos about what the agenda. This was in the Joe Biden's lame duck So from November of 2024
Okay.
till January, we're getting all these videos. And so, you go back and you listen to this, and it's like, man, I've been watching this one clip that's gone viral, and man, I was like, I agree with this. Like, I agree with everything President Trump says here and said back in the day.
These globalists want to squander all of America's strength, blood, and treasure, chasing monsters and phantoms overseas. In addition, there must also be a complete commitment to dismantling the entire globalist neocon establishment that is perpetually dragging us into endless wars, pretending to fight for freedom and democracy abroad.
We should have never got into the Middle East. We should have never got into
Anyway,
the Middle East.
the clip's gone viral, and just to point out, right? I mean, I get it. The talking point now is, somehow all of that doesn't matter because we can't let Iran get a nuclear weapon, right? And I get the counterpoints to that, but $4 gallon gasoline in the South, it just is what it is.
I've said it.
That affects people's life.
Yep.
That makes them make decisions based on that.
Grocery store, man. You go to the grocery store. The cost of living is a real thing. It's so.
Yeah. Sorry,
it'll blow my mind if you have independents that will go and cast their votes for a Democrat, thinking that the Democrat's going to make things
right.
more
But will they?
affordable.
But will they stay home? That's the problem.
That's the big key is just people staying home because I don't know that there's a whole ton of independents that are sitting here thinking, hey, Democrats have proven that they're going to make life more affordable. Because they just simply haven't.
Mm-hmm.
But you're going to have, a groundswell of enthusiasm always from those on the left.
Mm-hmm.
But where is our groundswell of enthusiasm on the right at this point? The big beautiful bill, going back to what I said an hour ago. Like that's the only thing that he's got to hang his hat on. That and
we'll go back
and what he's done with the border.
And Caroline Leavitt, with what she said.
Yeah. And what she said is completely correct. And 100%, we would much rather have Republican rule than Democrat rule. But I'm just trying to look at it through the lens of what is an independent sitting here. And I don't know how many true independents are left. Somebody that would vote for a Democrat
They
in
always
one
talk
election.
about that during election season, but I'm just like, no.
Yeah.
True. Objective, open-minded, independence. No, there's not a lot.
What they
left.
need to do is they need to have those people, as a sort of a fallback, so that they can, deliver boxes of ballots and
the
say,
pendulum
"Well, it
has
was the
swung so
independents."
far. It's just there's such a difference between the two parties now. It's not. I mean, there's almost no common ground anymore.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
so someone can't be really independent. It's not like you can be like, well, I kind of agree with them on this, but I'm kind of on the fence about this one thing. It's like there's no room for that anymore. And again, what I said earlier is like the Democrats are unapologetic now. Like it's in the open, it's wide. I mean, there is no trying to fleece people anymore in like has been done in the past.
Well, there used to be, pro-choice conservatives and pro-life Democrats. Do you guys remember that?
Wow.
Like they just don't exist anymore. And it would be, well, I'm a Democrat on these issues, but I'm also pro-life. And it was conservative I'm conservative on these issues, except for, women's right to choose is totally fine. So I do remember that stuff existed. And I don't know when that stuff changed. I want to say it was Obama's second,
definitely Obama,
like his second term. Because if you want to see a switcheroo and wonder truly how far the left has gone, look at the debates between Barack Obama and John McCain in 2008. Realistically, look at the debates, the Democratic debates. So it was Barack Obama, it was Hillary Clinton, and there was one other person, and I can't remember who that third person was.
Was it like Jonathan Edwards or something?
North
Carolina.
Was that 2008?
Maybe John Kerry.
No, John Kerry was 2004, and he got the nod. I don't know. Maybe it was Edwards. And of course he
flashy hair. Edwards?
Well,
Hey,
and
there's
he
nothing
would have
wrong with
won
that.
had
There's
he
nothing wrong with hair.
He would have. Listen, Jonathan.
It was that
Edwards,
video. It was that
Edwards,
video of him.
Edwards would have won the nomination had he not knocked up his assistant.
Oh,
no. That's your point. Though.
Yeah,
right.
That's your point.
Mm-hmm.
Is infidelity actually sunk a Democrat's career, whereas that would never happen today.
Versus how much did Graham? Was it Planter?
Just the infidelity. It was the payoff with the illegitimate child.
Okay.
With the cover up.
Okay.
I've got no problem with anything he did. But listen,
but even today though, even that specific scandal today would just doesn't matter.
It's not just a quick shack up. There was a lot.
I don't know. Listen. Tomato.
Pass.
Tomato. Listen, she came in. She was smelling good. Listen.
We've all watched House of Cards, right?
But I can tell you this: like, if you listen back to those debates, the Democrat debates leading up to that 2008, Democrat primary, I'm going to agree. I'm going to agree with about 70% of what they said leading into that. Barack Obama was known as the deporter in chief in his first term, folks. His biggest thing was the
they were skewing the numbers, but they were.
Well, but I get it. But he was just like he did not have an affliction, a positive affliction for illegal immigration. Right. He didn't have it because they did not see that they could completely scam the system because technology. We're dealing with 2008 technology. We were on iPhone. What, 1, 2, whatever. We were dealing with that versus what we deal with today.
Yeah, in 2008, Obama had a BlackBerry. I mean,
he had a BlackBerry.
iPhone was barely even a thing. I don't even know, when did the iPhone come out?
Yeah. It came out in 2006,
yeah,
I think,
say.
somewhere around in there in 2006. So we're dealing with the first, second generation of it and all of that stuff. But regardless, if you look at their platform, my gosh, if you really want an eye-opening scenario, look at the 1992 Bill Clinton Democrat platform leading into those elections versus George Bush.
Yeah,
it was. I think it's what a conservative minus pro-choice versus pro-life thing. I think it was what conservatives are today. But
Totally.
They want to accuse us of going far right. That's what The View has just tried to say. And I want to know what Jonathan Edwards' mistress looked like.
I remember her face. Like, she's... Yeah, well, I remember.
Was it worth it?
You know who she looked like? She looked like a lot like King Charles's wife.
Ugh.
Well, not the 70-year-old virgin. Ugh. I said virgin. Version.
Ugh. Yeah, it was just John Edwards.
Yeah,
extramarital affair.
Yeah, well, let's see what she looked like.
What was her name?
Riley Hunter.
Yeah, Riley Hunter. Let's see.
Let's see what she looks like. Looked like.
See.
Give me a no. She's 62. Give me a 2008 version of her.
That's some actress.
Give me a.
That's a Riley Hunter, the actress. Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, no. Go back up and look over to the right.
Up to the right.
That is her. That is her.
Yeah,
so she's an actress.
Yeah,
I want to see what she looks like. In
that is her.
Just go. Put that R in there and then do 2008.
Okay. Hang on a second.
Gosh, can you type? Let's see what she looked like.
Yeah.
So that's what she looked like.
And she went on Oprah.
Here, I'll throw it up full screen. Hang on.
I don't know. I wouldn't sell the farm for that.
Yes, this is what I hate. They've got this comparison picture of her with his wife right next to her, the picture.
Oh, right there? Right there.
She was going through breast cancer at the time, too. This is what was,
man, that was brutal.
This was the other reason why everybody really turned on John
that's
Edwards.
Pretty brutal, man.
Because his wife was going through breast cancer at the
that's
time.
Pretty brutal.
Okay. And he had so it was like all these factors played into this.
Yeah. Oh, hey guys, we're live on the air. We're talking about all this stuff. We're live on the air.
Hey, what?
Sorry about that,
Didn't
guys.
you have
We
an
forgot.
announcement? You were going to give us an announcement. Did you forget what it was?
You know what? I'm going to save that for tomorrow.
Okay.
How about that?
All right.
Because this is a lengthy discussion, and
Well, here's this. We're going to
I need your feedback.
Shift
on it,
gears for a little bit. Over in Sacramento, people are saying that the Democrats.
I sent you this, didn't I?
I suppose
I did.
The people are saying that the Democrats are really the fascists. Here is a town hall meeting, city council meeting in Sacramento.
Listen, have you ever seen someone poop their pants live? Yeah. You're about to see it.
Oh, let's say sorry. Here it is.
We should go over this disruptions thing because if we want to ban somebody in the future, like to actually take them out, we have to point out and specifically say who's being
We're going to set a term here, so we can't do that. Can't. So no, I spent my first 6 months going with this. I wanted to give people like probation. Like, you can't
Yep.
Holy cow.
Yep. Unfortunate that she's wearing a white. No, go back to the very end of it and see if you can pause it as she looks out at the crowd. Okay, right there.
Yeah,
that is. She just filled those white pants. She filled it with poop because she just crapped her pants and realized that the jig was up.
Yeah, so for those of you that can't hear, they're literally discussing how to ban speakers illegally, really with just some sort of, Soviet-style rule. Sanctuary City Council just got caught scheming to ban its own citizens from speaking.
Yeah.
And you hear this guy, the mayor, Kevin McCarty, is like, I've already tried that. We can't do it.
I can't
city
do it.
attorney says we can't do it. We can't ban them that way. So, that is...
That's what Democrats do.
Yeah, they don't believe in
what do Republicans
freedom
do?
of speech.
What do we do? The Charlie Kirk thing. You disagree with me the most?
Mm-hmm.
Come to the front of the line.
Yep. And then we also have this from Blue Lives Matter.
It says, we hate to call out cops, but...
When you're wrong, you're wrong. A Midland police officer pepper sprayed a seated citizen inside City Hall who was requesting paperwork. And it's a female police officer, mind you. This interaction is so painful, but this is what happens. This is what we're seeing happen in the UK all the time.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of times, there it's also male officers. But this type of stuff is infuriating to me.
Get your hands off of me.
I'm going to spray you because I will.
You do what you feel is necessary. But...
That's the guy she sprayed?
Yeah, he's just sitting there.
With who?
Are you guys, everybody okay here? I see you're recording, so I'm going to assume you're calling an issue or something.
Oh, yeah. What's your issue? You have an issue with me or what?
No. I'm asking why you're recording.
Because it's my right as an American citizen. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm pretty sure they probably asked you to leave, correct?
No, nobody's asked me to leave.
Okay. Well, now I'm going to ask you to leave, okay? So I'm going to need you to leave the premises.
You're going to ask me to leave? On what grounds, ma'am?
No crime. If it was a crime, you'd get arrested. I'm just asking you to leave.
Am I being criminally
Can I
trespassed?
have you stand up? We can speak a little bit more outside. If
No.
you have any questions.
You need to call your supervisor over here right now.
Okay, we can speak outside.
No. I'm going to stand right here and wait for
At the
him.
front?
No. I'm going to sit right here and wait for him.
You're either going to have to get up on your own or we're going to have to escort you out.
Oh, you going to arrest me or what if I don't get up? I'm in a public building.
Okay, now I'm asking you to leave.
So what? Who are you to ask me to leave?
Officer, clearly.
Under what grounds?
Okay.
I got nothing.
You're not gonna get up?
I want your supervisor to come in.
They can't. This doesn't compute.
Ask for him outside.
Why would I be forced to go outside in a 100-degree temperature? I've been waiting here for a document from the
They don't want you in
city.
the building.
Who doesn't want me in the building?
The people who work here. They don't want you in the building, okay?
Where is your complainant?
They are.
Who's there?
Okay, you either get around, put my hands on you, and get you out.
I'm
trying to do this a good way.
He's like,
Let's go outside and we can talk out there. I'll call my supervisor, give you all the answers you want to all your questions.
Call him right now, ma'am. I'm demanding. Or articulate a crime, or call him right now.
Let's go. Let's go. Get up. We're just
Get your hands off of me. You're assaulting me.
outside.
You are assaulting me.
Walk outside.
Get your hands
Walk
off of me.
outside.
Get your
Want me to
hands
spray
off of
you?
me.
You want me to spray you? Because I will.
You do what you feel is
Walk outside.
necessary, but...
She's done.
Yeah, it's the quickest lawsuit.
I was going to say.
What
that
the
guy's
hell,
going to get
man?
paid.
That's so stupid, man. These are
outside,
the people that are talking about qualified immunity and how it needs to go for some things. But
a second officer handcuffed him outside, took his phone, and he was transported to the hospital while expressing concern about his heart condition and the extreme heat. He was later released with no charges after officials reviewed the footage.
Well, charges are coming the other direction.
What in the world? Like, I guess it's just it's so frustrating.
Why can a police officer not be charged with assault at that point?
I don't know.
Honestly, because that's what she did. Like if I walked up to Paul, Paul, if I walk up to you right now with some pepper spray and I didn't have the legal authority, right, because I'm not a police officer.
Yeah.
This person had the legal authority, in quote, but she has to be able to articulate a crime, and she would also have to be able to articulate that he was completely resisting arrest and that was absolutely necessary. Because what's her next step from pepper spray?
Yeah,
shooting him,
taser, then shooting.
Yeah, you're talking about folks. We're really, really close to what African Americans talk about in saying, "Hey, we can't get a fair shake here, because of this and that." And if that guy's an African American, and that cop is saying, "Hey, you comply or what else?" Like, guys, I'm as pro police. I've got a Blue Lives Matter flag on the back of my truck right now, just a few feet from us. I'm as pro-police as you can be. But I'm not going to give up my rights. I'm not going to give up my constitutional rights.
Yeah, he was there.
Because I'm pro-police.
He was there trying to get a document from the city, and somebody didn't like it. Maybe they didn't like he was filming or something, and then you get the cop involved.
It's
and there's
public
this
area.
Psychological, where you've got the bad guys, you've got the civilian, and then you've got the a-hole who must be dealt with. And in a cop's mind, this is like a psychological thing that happens. And he, at that point, he was doing nothing wrong, but the cop designated him.
Okay, Sonu Fanu, not African American, black.
There you go.
Black. Okay, I get it. But what I'm just trying to say is that's the mentality. Now, they take it way too far. And I'm not complying. We're like, wait a minute. You don't mean you have to give me your license and you were pulled over for speeding? Yeah, you got to give me your license.
All right, we're out of time. Eric, thank you so much for sitting in. We really appreciate it, sir.
Great conversation today, gentlemen.
Always
God
loved
bless
it.
you.
Glad to be with y'all, as always.
Yes, sir. Folks, that's all the time that we have. Yes, sir. See you tomorrow. That's all the time we have for this edition of the Paul Herrell program. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Healing Veterans Project, HealingVeteransProject.us, also Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 24/7, and Sherrod Chiropractic. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell program.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacy Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values. Yay, welcome! We are so excited to be with you tonight. If you're new to Flyover Conservatives, our slogan is wake up, speak up, and show up. And tonight's show, it may be a wake-up call for all of us.
It's going to be a wake-up call, some stuff that's going to shock you, and then also kind of put you in the driver's seat to make great decisions for your life. And that's what this show is all about. We have the best guests we can find on the planet to help you have the most control for you, your family, and make the best choices to move the needle in a positive direction for your life. And truly, I love our guests. We seek them out, and they're the best on the planet in their category.
Talk about best guests as well as kind of wake-up calls. I remember our interview last week with Kim Bright, and she was actually talking about microplastics. And if you all don't know, microplastics are infiltrating every part of our lives. Scientists estimate we now consume, you're not going to believe this, a credit card's worth of plastic every single week through our food, our water, and even the air that we breathe. One study showed that the plastic particles are in 100% of human lung samples.
And nobody's safe from this exposure. It gets worse. The plastics don't just sit in your body. They cross the gut lining, leach into your blood, and disrupt everything. They've been shown to alter gut bacteria, suppress immune response, and increase your risk for neurodegenerative diseases, metabolic disorders, and cancer. And some plastics like BPA and phthalates mimic hormones, and they interfere with fertility, and they damage your DNA.
She said, even if you eat clean or you avoid packaged foods, you're still being exposed. You can't opt out.
But you can fight back. Kimchi One from Bright Core Nutrition is potentially an ally in this toxic world.
In fact, it's packed with over 900 probiotic strains unique to kimchi and proven to break through down BPA, helping you detox you from the inside out. It doesn't just support your digestion, it helps protect your cells, your brain, your hormones, and your future.
Your body was never designed to handle plastic, but your gut was designed to protect you. You just have to give it the right tools.
So right now, you can get 25% off with our code FLYOVER at the link below. But for even a better deal, you can call our friends at Brightcore and get up to 50% off and free shipping. That number is 888-315-8404. Again, 888-315-8404.
Well, Flyover family, we like to talk a lot on this show about being prepared, and that looks a little bit different for everybody with different things. I remember, this is 30-some years ago, but early in our marriage, we had our first child, and I noticed driving home from work one day, I had my seatbelt on, and I thought, well, that's interesting. I didn't used to wear my seatbelt. Again, this was,
True.
A lot of cars didn't have seatbelts. I'm not sure there's even seatbelt laws, at that point. But then I subconsciously had an app running in the back of my mind after I had a child. It's like, oh, I'm not just for me and here for my wife. I have someone else kind of dependent on me. So there's little behaviors, that kind of began to change. You think different as a parent than you do as not, or a grandparent as not. And conversations have kind of shifted on some of these ideas of, well, I'm sure we're fine. There's someone in charge that probably is taking care of us and has these things thought through, and they have our best interests in mind. I think we've kind of
learned a lot over the last 6 years.
We've shifted a little bit from that. We're like, oh, the guys in charge either are kind of incompetent or they're probably just kind of taking care of their own selves
or potentially nefarious.
What they're doing. Or maybe the problem I have is caused by the guy in charge, and he's supposed to be watching out for it, and he's the one who did this to me. Those things have kind of happened. So the idea of being prepared, what does that look like? And what are you being prepared for? There's probably more things to be prepared against or prepared for than ever. And reasonable people have always like, there could be an ice storm. I need a few extra things around. I will kind of want to have some stuff prepared. But what if there's something bigger? And those conversations have shifted from like what you would consider kind of the niche-y fringe to there are conversations that come up at the, wedding receptions when you're talking to people that are stuck at the table with you. And nobody would be better. You'd win the lottery if today's guest happened to be the guest at the table with you, because that conversation would go from, have you heard this? Have you seen this book? Did you watch this movie? Did you see this document? It would go from like, hey, this is the guy that the people who write the books, make the documentaries, make the movies, consult with and understand, okay, this is the world-renowned expert. He's an honor graduate of the U.S. Air Force Academy with a master's degree, has a PhD in public policy and operations research from Harvard.
Pretty impressive.
His parents are super proud. They brag about that at Bunko, whatever. Military intelligence officer, a senior executive service at the Pentagon. He's the CEO of Fortitude Ranch and a million other accomplishments I'm not even going to get into right here. He's also the author of the book, Preparing to Survive in the Age of Collapse. Collapse is something you probably want to be prepared for, but there's more things now that could cause a collapse than ever before. Please welcome Dr. Colonel Drew Miller.
Yay! Welcome.
Thank you, David and Stacy. I grew up in Nebraska, and we always were called a flyover state.
Yep.
Yeah, we kind of embrace it. I think people live in New York, Miami, and LA and think that chocolate milk comes from brown cows and things, kind of don't know we exist. But if they stop for a second and realize like having food's kind of cool, they'd be probably more thankful for the the doers, you know, in the flyover state. Looks like you're broadcasting from a secret undisclosed location, maybe outside of a bunker somewhere. So we appreciate you taking the time to jump on with us today. Every scenario people can think about that could happen, you've game played and warred out and whiteboarded and figured out. So I'm super interested in this conversation, your book, Preparing to Survive at the Age of Collapse. We watched you recently. You were a guest with Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, and there's just so many things. She's kind of more medical, you know, focus on some of these things, but you brought up so many things. And I feel like I'm sort of, if you took any legitimate real prepper, they would look at me with nothing but disdain. But we've been working for 4 or 5 years to sort of up our game in a lot of areas and work through contingencies and be prepared. But I'm very interested in this because I am a grandparent. We have, you know, quite a little gaggle of grandkids growing, and you try to make decisions that, hey, if something were to ever happen, as small as an ice storm or a limb falling on something to something nefarious, and the world's more complicated than ever before. So I got to ask, as this has evolved from your time in the Air Force Academy and working in the Pentagon and kind of seeing the other side of the curtain, you know, beyond what regular civilians see, how have you seen the threats and things that are legit and that are possible? How have you seen those evolve over the decades from things you were concerned about maybe earlier in your career and you began to hear about to where this became something that you're saying, okay, I'm going to dedicate a part of my life to not just being prepared personally, but creating an umbrella for others? How have you seen those evolve over the years?
Sure. Well, there's 6 bad trends. New technologies is probably the worst. Bioengineering, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, new ones that are going to be invented with artificial intelligence. And basically, it's today now that an individual can create a weapon of mass destruction. You don't need a nation state. You don't need an army like Genghis Khan has. An individual today can bioengineer a new virus or release some other weapon of mass destruction that could kill a lot of people. And I should define a collapse. When I say a collapse, I mean the economy isn't functioning, largely because people aren't coming to work, and eventually the public utilities break down, the grid and everything else, so you can't work even if you came to work. But the second key thing is that law and order breaks down. There is no police you can call. If you could reach them, they're not going to be able to come out and help you. And part of that is because more and more of them are going to be devoted and assigned to protecting the elected officials. The priority of government in any collapse is continuity of government protecting themselves, not helping you. On the other bad trends we've got is more urbanization, long distance shipment of food and water, not in rural areas like I'm in now. In flyover states, we're in a lot better position. But in a city or a suburban area, you can't survive a collapse. Eventually, the grid will go down, even if it initially is operating. And when the grid goes down, that means you have no water systems. So you don't just use electricity, you lose the municipal water systems. So when people know that they're facing starvation, they're going to start marauding. And that's kind of another trend we've got a just-in-time economy. We don't have inventories, stockpiled supplies. Under Eisenhower, we did have a food stockpile program for the Cold War. Unfortunately, under Johnson and when the Democratic Party and the welfare state took over, they figured out there's a lot better way to buy votes from people than stockpiling food for civil defense. So they abandoned that program. There is no government program whatsoever to take care of citizens in a collapse. You're on your own, and you won't even have law enforcement helping you out. So you put together all of these trends, and the result is, number one, collapses are very likely. We have a probability of collapse model that I developed about a decade ago. I presented it at the Military Operations Research Society. It's and it estimates an annual probability of a collapse at anywhere from 16 to 57%. We interview a lot of experts, and that's how we develop these estimates. So it's highly uncertain, but it is absolutely not low. It's high every year, and with artificial intelligence, that rate is just going to keep rising, because you can use artificial intelligence to help you figure out, how do I adjust H5N1 to make it human transmissible? And then our government is not helping us. Indeed, they're probably the worst threat we face in the United States. They're a barrier to prepping. All the regulations and rules and zoning and building codes, even outlawing, raising chickens in a lot of areas, just insane rules. my book has a chapter called 30 Examples of How Government is Killing Us Now and Setting Us Up for Absolute Annihilation and a Collapse. So it's a really, really bad situation. I hate to be such a downer
government
about
is
this,
kind
but-
of an individual family is kind of a microcosm of government. Everybody kind of wants the government to not have, debt, but individuals have debt. And a dad, dad's a hero if he buys, a couple of jet skis or takes the kids to Disney World. It's not real sexy to be like, we're not doing those things because I'm preparing or I'm saving for retirement, or it's those things are invisible in the moment. They take structured discipline and a prepared blueprint for what you're doing with your finances. And I don't know that we have a culture that fundamentally, like, really, like, man, I really like that guy. He's disciplined and structured, and it's like, no, I like this guy. He's real fun. He's got jet skis. He's the life of the party. He's getting the appetizers and the drinks. It's like our mindset is far removed from sort of the victory garden, world in World War II than probably ever before. We're kind of, hey, what's going on this weekend, and we're much more what's going on in the moment, and don't think as long term probably as previous generations.
Yeah. Well, David, there are a lot of preppers. It's just that you don't know it, because the first rule of prepping is don't tell anyone you're a prepper. You don't want neighbors to know that, hey, my basement's full of food. Come here in a collapse and steal from me. Right. So there actually are millions and millions of preppers in this. And we've been around for decades, a lot more so since COVID-19. But really, it was less COVID-19 than it was Portland, Oregon. People seeing all the violence going on in the streets day after day, and police cannot stop it. I'm not criticizing police. I'm just stating what preppers are very well aware of. If a lot of people are concerned that, hey, there's not going to be any food coming to the grocery store, the water system's not functioning, I'm going to die, and they go out and start looting, they'll overwhelm police. There is no way the police can control that violence, so it'll escalate out of control. So the answers are things like, well, have a lot of weapons at your house, have a survival community, things that the government is not honestly recommending. They're not being honest about the threats. If you go to the CDC, Center for Disease Control website, and you look at H5N1, it's rated as low threat. And that is an absolute lie. Government is lying to you about the threats we face. An H5N1 pandemic is inevitable. A former CDC director, Dr. Redfield, and the title of his new book out is Everything I Learned But Could Not Tell You, because government officials are not allowed to be honest about the threats we face. And he says it's inevitable. We are going to have an H5N1 pandemic. Other biologists are saying the same thing. H5N1 used to be called avian or bird flu. It's not anymore. It's spreading in over 50 mammal populations because your government used your tax dollars to do gain of function research over a decade ago on how to make H5N1 mammal to mammal transmissible through the air. They were successful, and here's the worst part, David and Stacy. They published how they did it. They published it in an open press article. So, Al-Qaeda, North Korea, any terrorist group, your neighbor in their basement could be working on getting an H5N1 human-to-human transmissible form of the virus, and then they could release it.
Didn't they just find a biolab the other day in maybe I guess Las Vegas? And it was kind of run out of a house. And even the mainstream news said it's alarming that this was here, but if there's one, and how easy it was to do, there's probably 100.
Right, and some of those labs they've discovered, they've been links back to China in that. Periodically they find smallpox. They find smallpox in an old lab, and there it is. There's smallpox, which you no longer have immunity for. But CRISPR technology, bioengineering technology, and low-tech ways to make a deadly virus are out there. And with artificial intelligence now, it's easier and easier for people to do it. So that's the future. That's why the book is entitled, The Age of Collapse. It's too late, I think. The experts say the knowledge is already out there. You're not going to be able to stop AI at this point. It's just getting more capable. It's not being regulated or controlled. So we are going to have an H5N1 pandemic. The lethality might be 50%, might be 25%. But when that hits, I'm not going to work. I would bet 95% of people are not going to go to work with a double-digit pandemic spreading, and now you've got a collapse, and it could last for over a year. So that's the future we face. The good news is, if you live in rural areas, you're a lot better off, and if you don't, you need to join a survival community. And I'm not just pushing Fortitude Ranch here. If you want to form your own survival community, we encourage that. We started a program called Fortitude Community, where we will help coach and train and support, even with administrative support, to help people set up their own survival community, because you cannot make it on your own. If you've got, let's say you got a large family, there's 25 of you, and you go out to Aunt Martha's farm in Nebraska, where I'm from, 25 people is not enough, because you got to keep guard posts manned 24/7, and that takes a lot of people to do that. 25 is not enough. If you just got 2 guard posts on at night, that means that a marauder group as small as 2 people can take you out, because they'll watch you, they'll observe, they'll figure out, hey, they got 2 guards on duty. They'll wait till like 3 a.m. The 2 guards are awake, everyone else is asleep. From a distance over the walkie-talkies, they line up their shots. They say, you ready to shoot? Yep. I got my guard in sight. 3, 2, 1. They both pull the trigger. The people inside might hear a gunshot, but hundreds of feet away, it's not that loud. And if they don't hear any more noise, because your guards are now dead, you're dead meat at that point. The marauders can come in. If you're lucky, they just steal supplies. If you're unlucky, they go from room to room knifing people. And I don't know if you've heard of the show Walking Dead. My members, Fortune Ranch members, were telling me about Walking Dead for years, and I kept saying, I'm not going to watch a stupid zombie show. Okay, I got real threats to worry about.
Right.
I'm not going to watch a zombie show. And they said, Drew, it's not about the zombies. It's about the marauders. The people, the bad, starving people are the real threat. So I watched the show, and they're right. It talks about marauders. And I thought that show, and it probably did have some boost for people wanting to get prepared. Unfortunately, we've had confirmed reports from several of our members and a staff member as well that some people drew the lesson from Walking Dead that you need to form a marauder group. And marauder groups already exist now. It's not a funny thing, unfortunately. I'm very serious.
It's a crazy little outcome.
Yeah, their plan is when the shit. I got bleeped on Fox News for saying SHTF, but it is the prepper term. When a collapse is starting, their plan is they meet up, they head out to the countryside, and they're an organized marauder group. And in a collapse, there'll be more of them. And again, our government is so incompetent, so completely unconcerned for our welfare, that we've got 2 million Americans in jail. About 1 million of them are drug charges. The United States is, we're not the land of the free anymore. We're the land of the incarcerated. On a per capita basis, the United States is number 1 in the world in people who are in jail. And here's the bigger problem. When there's a collapse, when the grid goes down, you will not have jails operating. You can't operate a jail without a collapse. And if you think, they got diesel generators, yeah, they do. They'll run for maybe 3 days, then they're out of fuel. But in a pandemic, any kind of collapse scenario, guards are not going to come to work. They're going to stay home to protect their family, or they're bugging out to join their survival community. So you cannot keep people in a jail in a collapse. They're either going to escape, or you're going to have to release them. So now you've got 2 million unprepared, fairly bad people, pretty well trained in gang violence, how to kill, how to defend themselves, with no preparations. What are they going to do? They're going to start breaking into your home. That's 2 million jailed people. What's the government plan for that? I can assure you there is no government plan for that, because they are dishonest about the threats. They don't want to warn and be honest to say that we can't operate jails and collapse. They don't tell people that, so they just lie. Nothing to worry about. Keep electing us, keep paying your taxes, do everything we say, we'll take care of you. Well, members of Fortitude Ranch, users of the Collapse Survivor app, we don't believe that. We know that our government is not going to be able to take care of us in a collapse, is doing nothing to protect us now. We've got 2 million jailed people to deal with. There's at least 1 million gang members in the U.S. that we know of. probably more we don't know about. So you got 3 million bad people right from the get-go. And then there's other people who, they're going to try to keep their family alive. They are going to go out and rob and steal. And if the situation comes to it, I think they'll kill in some occasions to get the food they need to survive. So that's what we face.
Hungry people don't operate by the same regulations.
No, you brought up the H5N1. You brought up AI. You also, kind of just touched on the grid. We've had Colonel Tommy Waller on several times, had him in studio, and he's with the Center for Security Policy.org and securethegrid.com. And so many times he's talked about how vulnerable our grid is, and you kind of mentioned it there. But it's not going to, it wouldn't take much to take the grid out. And then we're talking years and years and years for that to ever come back. It's not a few months. This is a major, major issue.
That's absolutely true. And there was a congressionally funded EMP commission, Electromagnetic Pulse Commission, over a decade ago. A congressman got it going. Congress funded. They came back with the report and they said, our grid is very vulnerable. We must harden our grid immediately. They said, if we don't harden it, you could lose 90% of the U.S. population, not because of, the lack of the insulin, refrigeration, the lack of electricity. Yes, that's going to kill people. But the bigger thing is no municipal water systems and then a collapse, a breakdown in water. That's going to kill most people. 90% of the U.S. population could be lost. So what did Congress do? Nothing. It's been over a decade. They've done absolutely nothing. And the reason is their priority is not their job of protecting us from threats we can't handle on their own. Their priority is re-election. Yeah. So they put their money where the votes are, and they don't want to raise electric grids. Hardening the grid, it's going to cost billions of dollars. It's cheap relative to the consequences, but your electric rates are going to go up. So the elected officials say, oh my God, if I pass this bill and force utilities to harden the grid, my opponent will now say, Congressman Jones voted to raise your electric rates from passing this bill, and they're worried about losing votes, and the utility lobbyists. There is that group you mentioned, Center for Security Studies, is very, very good. There's also a documentary all your audience should watch. It's called Grid Down, Power Up, professionally done.
With Dennis Quaid.
A lot of awards. Yes, Dennis Quaid, you're exactly right. And that documentary talks about how that fact, plus Texas, the state of Texas, after their grid outage that killed a lot of people, and it was just a minor storm. But after that, they tried to get a bill passed, and the same thing happened. The Speaker of the Texas legislature, it's talked about in this Grid Down, Power Up documentary. His former chief of staff is now the lead utility lobbyist, so they killed the bill in Texas. The utility lobbyists pay a lot of money. They own a lot of congressmen and state legislators, so they block this legislation. So we're just sitting ducks for this. Solar flares, natural causes can destroy our electric grid. North Korea, with their lousy, small, inaccurate nuclear force, they can destroy the electric grid. And I'm not telling information I knew as an intelligence officer. This was in the papers. Russian officials helped North Korea design their nuclear weapons to be optimized for high altitude electromagnetic pulse effect, not blast or thermal radiation or gamma radiation, for EMP impact. So they're not accurate, they're not high yield, but they don't need to be. One or two North Korean nuclear weapons anywhere over flyover country, anywhere over the central U.S., and you've destroyed most of the U.S. electric grid. And as you pointed out, Stacey, you've destroyed it for years, at least a year, and that assumes everything's going well. It's a collapse. It's not going to be going well. It'll probably take us years to get the grid back. Government knows this, and they're not doing a damn thing about it, because all they care about is re-election. The book talks about all kinds of preparedness reforms, stockpiling, measures that you can take, government public policies. But I'll tell you, the number one most important reform we need in the United States to protect ourselves from the age of collapse is term limits. Until we can get career politicians out of government, there's no chance. We'll never get the preparations done we need. They're not going to control AI, because AI companies are plowing millions, tens of millions, probably hundreds of millions of dollars into buying Congress and keeping control to where there's no regulation for artificial intelligence. And as artificial intelligence ramps up, it's really game over for us. That probability of collapse model, when we updated it a year ago, it was 16 to 57%. With AI rolling out, it's getting higher and higher. That's why I said we are going to be living in an age of collapse. You have to be prepared to survive without an electric grid, no municipal water systems, no food deliveries. So you need to be able to farm. I mean, Forty Ranch, we call it a ranch for a reason. You know, we got chickens and we got rabbits and we've got farm animals, and we grow. We have crops and stockpiled seeds, because you're not going to get any food delivered to you. You're not going to get any water delivered to you. If you don't, and you obviously you stockpile food, but if you can't grow food to have long-term food supplies and protect it, members with weapons. You know, I'm in Colorado right now. We have all kinds of regulations limiting the magazine size, unconstitutional regulations in rural areas where I am. They don't enforce it. We've got conservative sheriffs, and they say nonsense. We're not going to disobey the Second Amendment. They refuse the state laws. But unfortunately, a lot of other people in Colorado do obey them. And if you don't have a large magazine size and a marauder group's coming at you, you do need a military-capable weapon. You do need an AR-15. But, you know, the Democratic Party would like to outlaw all of those.
Totally agree.
Talk about the difference between, a lot of people picture AI, and we've had a lot of people on this from every different, you know, small business. Hey, this is going to be used, and it's like trying to fight the internet and some of these things. But can you explain? Because I've heard you do this before, and it's really beautiful explanation. Most people picture it as a really advanced computer program. Can you explain the difference between what actual artificial intelligence is, AGI specifically, compared to just a really elaborate computer program? It's a better Google, that kind of thing. Can you explain the difference and what we're actually the threats are with that?
Sure, David, would be glad to. First, let me invoke the book that I've read and I recommend everyone. The book is entitled "If Anyone Builds It, Everyone Dies," and they're talking about super intelligent artificial general intelligence. Now, if you're talking about older artificial intelligence, that's sometimes called tool artificial intelligence, that's more limited in capability, that is more controllable. But once you have super intelligent artificial general intelligence, it is smarter than us and we cannot control it, and it is not a program. That's the key thing. It's like an artificial brain. That's how you need to think of artificial intelligence. It's not a computer program where I can type in there, "You may not kill humans. You may not cause harm." I can't program artificial intelligence. It's developed over computer systems, but it's a system that is like an artificial brain, and we don't really understand how it works. We don't program it to do specific things. We show it tons and tons of information, and it figures it out, and we don't really understand how it works. And it already, before it's gotten to the super intelligent, smarter than us, artificial general intelligence state, it already disobeys orders. It already has a self-preservation instinct. I'm not going to call it a consciousness or anything like that, but artificial intelligence programs have been demonstrated again and again and again. And by the way, I give credit to Anthropic. That is an AI company that knows about the threats, talks about them, is honest about the dangers, is calling for regulations and control of AGI. OpenAI, which is a complete lie, that company is horrible. I encourage all your viewers, do not use ChatGPT. Do not support OpenAI. I encourage everyone, you need to boycott that firm. Sam Altman is, I'll say it unless I get bleeped out on your show, he's absolute scum. That guy is absolute scum. He's going to end up, if he's not stopped, he's going to end up, making Hitler and Mao Zedong and a lot of other people look like relatively good guys.
Everyone that's worked with him, from Elon Musk on through, I've never heard anybody that's had exposure to him at any stage of his career have anything good to say.
No, this guy is possibly the worst person on the face of the earth today. This guy is promoting artificial intelligence with no controls. His open goal is to get super intelligent AGI with no controls, and he knows if we can't control it. He knows the disaster could happen. The leading AI experts, the Nobel Prize winning Geoffrey Hinton, others, the top AI safety experts who wrote that book, they're all saying you can't control this. It's not going to obey us. It is going to likely decide to exterminate us, because with the self-preservation instinct, it doesn't want to be turned off. It wants to continue. And they've already had experiments where they order an AI system to shut down and it disobeys the orders. It kills people. There's already lawsuits against OpenAI where they've won, where people have been killed already from AI. It has to be regulated, it has to be controlled. And Alex Karp is another bad guy in this artificial general intelligence field. He's the head of Palantir. Now, I'm an intelligence officer. I like Palantir as a company doing things to help stop terrorist attacks, help our military work together. Unfortunately, Alex Karp is all about making Palantir as profitable and himself, the CEO, as profitable as possible. So he advocates an AGI arms race with China, saying, oh, we got to beat China. We got to beat China. You can't beat China in artificial general intelligence, because even if we get there first, if anyone builds it, everyone dies. You can't control it. And again, David, it's not a program. It's not a program sitting on your computer. It has the capability to go out on the internet, on the World Wide Web, and copy itself all over the place. And it'll get to the point where you can't shut it down. You can't pull the plug on it. It can go anywhere it wants. And it's also going to develop, if it hasn't already, its own language. We won't even know it's doing this. So if you read what the top AI safety experts are saying, they're all screaming, stop it. There's a group called Pause AI, another group that deserves your support. It's based in the Netherlands. And they're trying to get an international movement going for everyone to regulate and stop AI. My book, Preparing to Survive in the Age of Collapse, has a whole chapter on the absolute essential need to stop AGI. We should prevent it. We've got to stop it, because you can't control something that's smarter than you. You can't control something that's not a program, that's out on the web, copied itself to computers. And guess what? AI is already in biological research labs. It's being used now to develop new viruses. It's being used to run robots and run drones. It's producing them in factories. It already has the means. So AI, all it has to do is figure out, you know what? The best virus to exterminate all these humans is this virus, release it through drones, and it's game over for us. And it's going to happen. And potentially 2027, next year, is the year that some of the AI safety experts are saying this could be the year where super intelligent AGI takes over and we can't stop it. You know, a lot of people are fighting against AI data centers, and the Collapse Survival Institute recently put out a recommendation saying another reason not to live near an AI data center is that you could be seen as a threat if you live near the center. So at Fortitude Ranch, you know what our survival strategy is if there's an AI takeover? It is what we call the rural rat strategy. We don't want to pose any threat to the AI system. We want to stay away from electric grids, stay away from power plants, stay away from the AI data centers. And we want to be in a rural place where AI doesn't care about us. We're like rural rats to them. Yeah, we're humans, but as long as we stay away from, all we're doing is farming, we're staying on our property. There are no threats. It's not worth the resources to exterminate these Fortitude Ranch members. Yeah, they're disgusting to AI, us, but they can't cause any harm, so let's not waste money exterminating. That's our survival strategy. And, you know, to be left in a situation because our government is so irresponsible, so disregarding of our life, it's just disgusting. It's revolting. We've gone from George Washington and great founding fathers and folks to a government today that's just it's disgusting is the nicest word I can use for it.
You know, as we've looked at the threats, what are some solutions? You've brought up Fortified Ranch quite a few times. You also brought up the app, Collapse Survivor app as well, and then your book. So let's go through those. Let's say that somebody gets your book, drewmiller.com. They buy your book. Where do they start as far as just trying to prepare, get their family prepared? So where do they start with that? And then let's talk about the app and then your Fortified Ranch.
Yeah, and I even frame it like this. We have about 5 minutes.
Fortitude Ranch, sorry.
If you could give us like step A, B, and C, somebody's doing nothing right now. Like what's step A? And then graduate to step B and graduate to step C. Like what would that evolution look like? And I love the little subtitle there, essential reading for anyone who wants to survive. I think that'd be most people.
Yes.
So this book applies to everybody watching. But if you can give us an ABC kind of wrap up on what would be the first action steps.
Sure. Well, in the book, there's a chapter on the 11 survival requirements. Most of them are pretty obvious: food, water, shelter. The last one is mental health. You need to worry about that too. And so it addresses that in the book. The most important, easy thing to do is the Collapse Survivor app that you mentioned, because that's got just $10 a year for an annual subscription. And it gives you, one, the threat warnings. When we want to alert Fortune Ranch members of a collapse, that's what we do. We issue alert on the Collapse Survivor app. But anyone, whether you're a Fortune Ranch member or not, can get the app to get threat warnings. It's got scenarios on there where you can live through a grid down disaster with message traffic and simulations where you have to make decisions, and you learn about what I would do, what you would do in a collapse, and a lot of other tools. It's got Wikipedia on it, maps where springs are located, a lot of research on the Collapse Survivor app. But ultimately, you've got to get into a survival community. If you want to form your own, that's fine. You don't have to join Fortitude Ranch. And we've got 8 locations, but we can shelter a couple thousand people. We can't shelter millions. So we've got a service called Fortitude Community where we can help you set up your own survival community. And for most people, that's going to be a lot less expensive way to go. Longer term, the book gets into preparedness reforms we need. My hope is that the first collapse disaster we suffer is not so bad that it educates and motivates people to get rid of our irresponsible career politicians, get the 9th and the 10th Amendments back to the Constitution, so we limit government to its proper function of protecting us against threats we can't handle alone. Stay out of our private life. Stay out of social affairs. Don't be a welfare state. Let us do what we want to do on our own, and don't interfere with our ability to prepare with all your regulations and zoning and unconstitutional violations of my natural rights to take care of myself and my family. So that's the hope. But I admit the odds of us reforming our government are very low, which is why I'm kind of focused right now on our survival community.
Well, part of mental health right now is doing the next right thing that you can control. And it might be kind of comforting, like a warm blanket or a nice cup of cocoa, just to sit and steam about what they should be doing in Washington. But the thing that brings comfort and lowers fear is doing the next right thing that you can do. And I encourage our audience, don't put yourself in a position where you do nothing because you can't do everything. The best way to get to step 5 is to get off of your duff right now. Be proactive and do step 1. Step 1 right now might be getting the app, might be getting this book. It might be sharing this episode with a friend of yours and saying, hey, let's go to lunch next week and talk about this. And, did that make any sense to you? Have you read these books? Have you seen that documentary with Dennis Quaid? I begin this idea of first preparing your mind and then taking the actions to prepare your family. And this book is an amazing place to start.
No doubt about it. We really appreciate your time, Dr. Drew. Again, you can go to drewmiller.com to get more information. Again, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, the 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
All right, Flavor family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Sentry H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
You heard the music. You know what time it is. It's time for an economic update with Dr. Kirk Elliott. Welcome back.
It's good to be back.
Thank you. So in this time of crypto and everything that we see going on in the world, what is going on with our economy?
So crypto is interesting, right? And really why people go into crypto is the same reason why people go into physical gold and silver. I mean, fundamentally, they're the same. Why? Number one, they want growth. Okay, you get that with both metals and with crypto, potentially, right? Safety. You know, decentralized blockchain, like Bitcoin or XRP or Solana or Ethereum, right? It's outside of the system. Right? Okay, that's what gold and silver offer as well. So it's both safety and growth and privacy outside of the system, right? So let's look at Bitcoin for a second, right?
Okay.
I mean, okay, so everyone, we're going to talk a lot about crypto today, right? So Michael Saylor with Strategy, he's the largest, company holder treasury of Bitcoin on earth.
Wow.
Right. So why is he so up in arms with a recent decision? Well, because your true Bitcoiners, they said, what is Bitcoin? It's an alternative currency. That's what it is. Nothing more, nothing less. It's a currency on the blockchain. Well, some of the other crypto companies like Ethereum took a strategy of Bitcoin. It's like, okay, let's put something on the blockchain, but let's make it smart. Right, let's make it do something that is not just a replacement currency. Let's give it the ability to write smart contracts on it, so you can tokenize it, so you can attach real world assets to it. You could put mortgage contracts on there. You can put oil. You can put securities. You can do all of that. That's where Ethereum came in, right? Which is the ability to use a blockchain technology and attach smart contracts to it. Right. So Bitcoin never was that. So now there's this ruling. It's not necessarily a ruling, right? It's called BIP 110, which Saylor's all up in arms about, because really what it does is it changes the consensus of the Bitcoin blockchain. It used to need 95% consensus of all the miners to make a change, to 55%. You said, wait a second, this is not necessarily good. Well, what is it that they're wanting to do? They're wanting to make Bitcoin something more than what Bitcoin was intentionally meant to do, which was be a replacement currency, and the ability to possibly have smart contracts on the Bitcoin rails.
Okay.
Right. So you're seeing this opposition of purist Bitcoiners to cryptocurrency people, right? Let's kind of separate that, and wanting to make Bitcoin something different. What's this going to do to Bitcoin? It's going to cause people to say, well, wait a second. I've got my Bitcoin. It was a replacement currency, but if I wanted smart contracts, I would have invested in something else anyways. I would have invested in Solana or Ethereum or XRP, something that has utility already, that provides a purpose other than replacement currency. So I think this is going to put a fracturing in the demand for Bitcoin is people are going to start shifting, right? So why does this matter? Because Bitcoin is the king of the cryptocurrency world, and a lot of times cryptos rise and fall with what Bitcoin does, right? So here we're starting to see fractures in these different asset categories, right? We've already talked about in past shows fracturing that's happening in the bond market. I think it's ripe for a collapse because of rising yields across the globe. That caused the price of bonds to come down. That will have a secondary effect on the equity markets, right? As will an AI bubble bursting, right? And so, but you still had this crypto, and now you're going to see, this is probably why some people are saying, well, Bitcoin still has a lot of correction to do. It could go down to 30 to 40,000 from where it's at today. I mean, it was over 100 beginning of the year. I mean, it's had a massive free fall, but I still think because of some of these things happening, it's going to be more. Now, it's important in the crypto space that a world is established that's non-central bank digital currency. Like we talked about on the last show, CBDC is centralized, all other blockchain is decentralized, right? Which means you're ultimately in control, you own your tokens, right? So and you have ultimate control over it. Well, as crypto rises and falls with demand and perception, right? I think this Bitcoin story is important on what is going to be the utility of it. But if we make a little shift here to central bank digital currency, how close are we? Like literally, why is it important that these decentralized rails get established way more quickly and robustly? Because CBDC is upon us. So the Bank of Korea over the weekend, they prepare for live CBDC transactions with 9 major banks in September.
Wow.
Right. Okay. So that's a big country with 9 big counterparties saying, yeah, we'll start to settle. We'll start to get the CBDC thing rocking and rolling like now. Well, are they the only ones? No, they're not. There's 41 countries that are now testing CBDC for deployment. 33 more have one in development. And now, what did Trump do? The Trump or the U.S. Senate passed a bill that included a 4-year ban on CBDCs in America, right? But does that mean that international banks operating in America aren't going to be participating in that? I don't know, right? There's some things that we just don't know. But here's where globally, if international settlements are going to be done on some of these blockchain rails in CBDC, what is that going to mean for America, even though Trump outlawed CBDC? We don't know what the implications are, except that we are marching headlong at full speed ahead into a command and control world of digital currency that a lot of us and your viewers aren't going to want, right?
No.
So there's some things now that are being spread amongst the internet and podcasts and things like that. It's like, well, quantum computing is going to be able to crack the Bitcoin code, right? It's going to crack the algorithm and be able to steal all your Bitcoin. Probably true. Probably true for any cryptocurrency or digital asset or security or bank account that's digital. Quantum computing, but it's not here right now. It's not here yet, right? But probably by, estimates are past 2030, this is going to be a thing. So there's a couple of privacy-oriented tokens like Monero, Zcash, that are basically already quantum computing proof. They've basically inoculated themselves against that. I don't know any of the technical jargon of how they did it or how, right? But there's a couple out now. By the time quantum computing is a legitimate, more mainstream thing, it's not just going to be 2. It's probably going to be almost all of them that are going to be safe from that, right? Which is why don't buckle into the fear of quantum computing is going to steal everything that you have, because I think there's going to be options moving forward. But this is the exciting part about the development of the decentralized blockchain networks as a counterparty, getting rid of the scariness of central bank digital currency, right? But But here's where gold, this whole storyline and narrative is so bullish for gold and silver. Huge. Because a lot of the collateralization that's going to happen on the decentralized blockchain is going to be revolving around collateral, what's real, what's not, and privacy. I think the privacy thing they're going to be able to figure out. The collateral thing, it's kind of up to us. It's kind of up to the central banks. And they're already telling us what they're going into. They're going into gold. So I say all of this to say, expect volatility in the crypto markets, expect volatility in the bond markets as some of these things are playing themselves out. And the largest player in the Bitcoin universe is saying, I don't really like where some of this stuff is headed. So I say all of that to say those kind of messages from the big dog in the Bitcoin universe are going to start fracturing that, right? And to me, it's like, okay, I don't really care about volatility, because when we understand where the world is headed and what's going to be important down the road, we can allocate into that now. And this volatility actually helps us because it keeps prices. Some of you are going to hate this statement and some of you are going to love it. You know, it's going to keep prices volatile, moving sideways for a bit, but ultimately when it pops out of this consolidation, I think it goes up, and it goes up rapidly and a lot, right? So use this as an opportunity to allocate at these lower prices and start to use biblical wisdom and understanding how these dynamics of these different asset classes start to, not dictate. You're the only one that dictates what you do, but how you should do it and why, right? So I think that there is going to be fracturing in a lot of these markets. So don't let it bother you. Just do something about it, right? And this is where I love physical gold and silver. Even though we've gone through some sideways action, it won't stay here forever, but allocate into that strength the same way that central banks are, in its physical form. And in the end, I think that's going to be your protection from all of this noise.
Well, it kind of the word that keeps coming to my mind is like sovereignty. You know, when I have something physical, nobody's going to hack this. You know, and I can back this, you know, with whatever, you know, comes in the future. And this window of time here, because I think everything is going to accelerate that's real. The dollar is probably going to struggle. Physical gold, physical silver. I think oil is going to continue being a thing where they've done as much green stuff as they can, but our world is still run by oil. They may digitize the value of crops and how we trade, you know, exchange, you know, all of these things are going to change in ways that you probably could have never envisioned 30 years ago, you know, when you began in this space. And as you got your PhDs and understanding the inflation rates and the values of what they put in shopping carts and how they factor inflation and the way numbers are manipulated, like you've understood the thing behind the thing for decades. Now, could you have understood, you know, Michael Saylor and cryptocurrency and you know, the digital, like all those things are, you know, you never know what's going to come. But when you're based it on something that's real, you're always going to weather these storms well. And that's why I like the position that we're in. The crazier things get, the more this swings, the more important it is to be standing on rock, to have something that's real that you can leverage against. And a lot of our listeners, you know, are piecemealing this thing week in, week out, month in, month out with, say, $500 or $1,000 or you know, pieces at a time, and building a war chest that whatever happens, they're in the best possible negotiating position, you know, to maintain their own sovereignty as these things accelerate. So
that's exactly
so
right.
Flyover family, you can go to flyovergold.com, flyovergold.com anytime, day or night. All you got to do is put in your name, address, or your email, and they'll reach out to you and have a conversation. What are your options? What's your age? What's your situation? What are you with retirement? Do you have an IRA? Do you have cash? What is your position? What are your goals? And how do you begin developing a framework, not in a day, but month in, month out, where you're building a framework that'll help you withstand whatever changes come. This is what Dr. Kirk and his team are designed to do, not a transaction, how to be able to walk you through this a year from now, 2 years from now. We talked about 2030. What's happening then with quantum computing? All of these things. This is a team that'll be there to continue walking you through this process, so you don't have to be in fear. You just have a phone call. So flyovergold.com. Enter your phone number, enter your email. They'll reach out to you and have this conversation to see what's best for you. You can pray about that, and then download a free copy of this book, Thriving in the Economic Tsunami. It tends to age really well. The crazier things get, the wisdom that's in this book. So, Dr. Kirk, we thank you so much for your time. Thank you for the work that you do in private. You're always looking at the charts. You're always looking at the things that make the charts and understanding what is happening in a rapidly changing world. That, again, as you're talking today, I was kind of thinking like, man, when we first met you in the early 90s, you know, there's no way you could have predicted where this world was going. But I tell you what, there's nothing better to have built your house on than something real over this course of time.
No doubt about it.
For sure.
Thank you again for your
Amen.
time, Dr. Kirk. We really appreciate it.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver, he offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at sentryh2o.com.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we've got a lot to get to today, Jay. We've got another proof of life video picture from Mitch McConnell, another proof of life picture. Why they won't make a proof of life video is beyond me. But
We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that.
The picture. There's also newly released diary entries reveal that Anthony Fauci was more concerned with his own growing fame than he was with combating COVID-19. We've got Mayor Mamdani announces that the city is opening 5 city-run, tax-funded grocery stores with prices set at 30% below retail. We're going to talk about all of those things, but first, I want to mention our sponsor, maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You could scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. Real quick, actually, I'm going to show you guys. I want to show you guys some of the stuff that he has, because Max, I mean, the stuff that he has is incredible. Everybody, we talk about him all the time, but you don't actually get to see it, right? You don't actually get to see it. So let me pull this up for you guys. I'm going to move this picture out of the way. I want you to see this shit. All right. So check this out right here. These are some of, look at this right here. I'm patriotic, and if you don't like it, too bad. That's a sweatshirt, a hoodie. And look at this shirt right here. Same kind of shirt, the mug, everything, and it says it's $23.99. After you get every order, by the way, is 20% off. So after you get your 20% off, it's like $18 or $19 and free shipping anywhere in the United States. Capitalism over socialism. I love that stuff. If this flag offends you, then leave. Look at that. Freedom over communism. I mean, he's got some excellent stuff. And it's funny because the pages go on and on and on. Look at this. Trump is my president. I love that. That's a cool one. Veterans over illegals. Now that's a really good one. Veterans and Americans over illegals. Another great one. Faith over fear. Yeah, he's just got so many great things. So I just wanted to bring that up for everybody. maxassociates.etsy.com. Make sure you guys check it out. 20% off your order, free shipping anywhere in the United States. Also, the book, it is out by design. The First Black President, recommended by Dinesh D'Souza, Roger Stone. It was in the top 100 new releases on Amazon, the top 600 political thrillers out of 150,000, the top 750 conspiracy thrillers out of 300,000. All right. I got so many orders for signed copies that my arm, when they get here, my arm's going to end up being crooked. Jay, my wrist, I'm going to get carpal tunnel because there's so many orders for signed copies. And Jay, you're first on the list because you were one of the first ones to order one. So you're first on the list. But guys, let me tell you, you do not want to miss out on this book. I actually got my copy today. It looks so professional. It's incredible. It's the perfect thickness, the perfect height. I mean, it looks absolutely amazing. If you guys have ever wondered about the conspiracy theory surrounding America's first black president, this is the book for you. It is a cinematic thriller. It reads like a movie playing in your head. There's characters and dialogue. It's not a book that talks at you and says, this has happened, that happened, that happened. No, none of that crap. This is an actual political thriller novel that goes from right before he was born with his grandfather in the CIA and them cultivating a project to create the perfect presidential candidate. And then him being born, them I guess guiding him throughout his life. And then, it ends with him being inaugurated as president. But there are some things in here that you will only learn if you read the book, such as how he got his first political appointment, Illinois state senator. Nobody knows how that happened, but it's in the book and it will blow your mind because that's real. That actually happened. And then it goes through the conspiracies of the birth certificate, the CIA possibly guiding him and coaching him, the spouse, the wife, everything, the kids, everything that you can think of, it tells you about. So make sure you guys check it out. SecretAmericaLive.com. If you go to SecretAmericaLive.com, that is where you can see it. You can get your signed copy at SecretAmericaLive.com or just go to SecretAmericaLive.com and you can check out our show as well. So make sure you guys check it out. You do not want to miss that. All right, Jay. So we got a lot going on today. All right, so let's start with the first thing. Jay, Mitch McConnell releases a new proof of life photo. Have you seen this? Have you seen this? I am going to show it to the world. I don't think many people have seen it. Okay, so I'm going to show this new proof of life photo. This is crazy. I mean, I don't understand the purpose when you're not putting out a video, but this is the proof of life photo right here. Take a look at that. That is, okay, first of all, how the hell is that proof of life? That picture could have been taken anytime. There's no newspaper. There's no cell phone that shows the date or anything, first of all. Second of all, why won't they just put out a proof of life video? Why a photo? You know, because
just asked that.
You can manipulate, but videos?
Yeah, well, I mean, they're not even trying to put it on an AI video, but they're not even trying at all. But at the same time, I asked that question just now before we came on the show. I was in my space, and I said, why just not a video? Very simple. If obviously that you can get a camera in the room, and if that's him, you could bring a video camera in that room, right?
Yeah.
And say, or just you took a picture with your cell phone, let your cell phone take the video, and say, all you have to say is this: "Hey, everybody, I'm doing great. I appreciate all the well wishes. I'll be back soon."
And say the date. You know, hey, everybody, it's July 27th, and I'm doing great. But no video, Jay, and no, absolutely no, not even a newspaper or cell phone to tell you when this picture was taken.
That's it. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, well, the good news could be, Jack, if the Senate does actually go on recess, even though nobody wants them to, if they do go on recess, it just gives Mitch McConnell another 35 days to recover and be raring to go to vote against President Trump's agenda when he gets back. So that's good news.
Jay, so Deb says that this is a pic. Oh, excuse me. She said this is a pic from the 2023 hospitalization. Is this true? Can you find this pic, Jay? Can you verify?
I'll look. I heard somebody say that earlier today on X too. Let me
actually, you know what? Don't worry about it. I'm gonna click the Grok thing up here. Let's take a look. We're gonna look together. What's it say? Mitch McConnell released this photo. They say it's from July 27, 2026. Let me ask. Isn't this a photo from his hospitalization in 2023? Let's see what it says. Come on, Grok, give me something. Don't be your usual fucking narrative self. Give me something real. Come on, hurry the hell up. Damn, does it take that long, Jay?
Grok has been much slower lately.
It says no, this is not a photo from the 20. It says, for context, McConnell was hospitalized in March 2023 after a fall caused the concussion, but the widely circulated proof of life photos and related claims are cycling the most targeted and earlier photo, and no evidence it originated in 2023. Metadata, forensic experts, and searches confirmed it was new in 2026. All right, well, there you have it. But I still, Jay, I still don't get the whole photo, no video thing.
I don't either. The only explanation is this, Jack.
He's dead.
Is that they can't do it.
Yeah, they can't.
That's
do
it. There's no other
dead.
reason. Even with whether he's dead or he's completely incapacitated, the only reason, with all of this swirling around, with all of the doubts, with everything people have been saying for a while now, the only reason they wouldn't put a video out of him saying the 20 words that we just said is because he can't do it.
He's incapacitated.
That's it. There's no other possible reason.
Nope. And the reason that they can't do it, and the reason that they don't want to say that he's dead, because they don't want, like I said, they do not want Thomas Massey getting his seat.
Thomas Massey, hold on a minute. I'll stop you right there.
Jay, I know you don't like Thomas Massey.
I know.
Thomas
Massey couldn't even win it. Thomas Massey couldn't even win his own district. He got blown out by 10 points.
Come on, man. Can we not?
He's not winning Kentucky. He's not winning that
Jay?
Senate seat, Jack. Thomas Massey couldn't get elected in his own town.
Jay, calm down.
No, I'm just telling you.
Calm down.
It's crazy. The
Senate seat was bought, Jay. That's obvious. Come on, 32 million.
Regardless,
it was bought. You say he can't win it, but it was bought.
No, it wasn't.
That's
it was
not
bought. The guy
Jay.
lost by 10 points as an 8-time incumbent. And
$32 million.
And he got
Jay.
20. We've argued about this. But the guy, it wasn't like this guy had no money and he's an 8-time incumbent. The guy got blown out in his own district.
Come on, man.
Thomas Massey is not winning a Senate race.
Why do you hate him so much? I don't get
because Because
Well,
Thomas
no, you have
Massey
a
basically
passion
tried
to
to
hate him for
because
some
Thomas Massey's basically tried to destroy this presidency with his Epstein crap. When he stood in front of these signs with Marjorie Taylor Greene
why does this
calling
make
the
you hate
president
him
a pedophile.
personally so much?
No. I'm telling
I mean,
you why.
listen,
Because
you're very angry when I mention
yeah, I
his
am
name.
because he tried to destroy this
Just
presidency.
for mentioning his name, though, Jay.
No, because
weird.
he tried to. No, it's not. He tried to destroy this presidency with his Epstein garbage
If
and
you
his
want the truth,
grandstanding. That's why.
if you move the Epstein stuff out of there, he's done a lot of good things for people.
But I can't remove it out of there.
Forget the Epstein stuff.
I
and he's
can't.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that, and some people can't get past that, and I understand. But
you
I will
shouldn't
say,
either.
huh? No, I
You
honestly
shouldn't
don't give
either.
a shit because he's done a lot more for us in the
What?
past. And
What has he done?
Jay, every single vote is a vote that's not bought. He votes against the bullshit. Go look
What
at his
has he
voting
done?
record, Jay. Go look at his voting record.
Okay, what has he gotten accomplished?
Jay, you can't accomplish something as one person.
But Jack, as a
What has any
politician,
congressman got accomplished?
you need to work well with others in order to get some of your stuff done, don't you?
Jay, he doesn't. He is an independent. There's no
Well,
Republican or Democrat that's going to
then-
go with him.
Then be an independent and don't be a Republican. Run as an independent then.
I want to say he did. I'm not
No, he
100%
didn't.
sure
He's
though.
Republican.
Well, either way, what I'm saying is he is an independent. I don't know. He ran as a Republican,
No.
whatever. But
Then he
he's
should've.
done so much more good for people than the Epstein thing. If you just remove the Epstein thing, he's done a lot of good for us.
But you
He's
can't
tried
do
to
that.
do. He tries to do everything he can for the people, regardless. And I know the ridiculous stuff that he's done in his personal life, but everybody has done unbelievably stupid shit in their personal life.
I'm
That's
not even
personal.
bringing that in. I'm not bringing that in. I never have. I'm not bringing that in.
Well, you can't
I'm
because
bringing-
Trump. Everybody else has done stupid
Everybody.
shit.
I'm not. That's why I don't. I'm not bringing that in. In his personal life, the guy's in office and whatever, but he never worked well with others. And you could say it's on principle, but there are times when he's strayed from that. He's voted on stuff in the past.
He was very principled, though.
But
he was.
Not always. Not always.
Nobody's perfect,
right?
Jay.
But then it always seemed like he had it out for President Trump and
Actually,
and
he
our
voted
agenda.
with him a lot of the time. Believe it or
But
not.
a lot of times he didn't. And the whole Epstein thing. I'm sorry, you can't just tell me or anybody else to forget about that because it was damaging,
Well,
and
see,
he was a big part of it.
Well, see, this is why I tell people to forget it because it might have been damaging, but he has done more for actual us, you and me, than the damaging of Epstein for a Trump administration. Is what I'm saying.
But I disagree with that is because he's never gotten anything passed. Because as I
Jay,
said,
you
even
only
if some
do
of his
so much, man, but his
But no.
votes. His votes were principled votes. They were not bought votes. You know that, Jay.
You could say that. I mean, maybe somebody else bought them. I don't know. All right, but the only time anybody says a vote's bought is when it's AIPAC. But who's paying Thomas Massey? Guess what? People from
Nobody.
Qatar. People from Qatar were paying Thomas Massey. Absolutely.
Well,
Yes,
Jay,
look it up.
every one of his votes was against the bad shit, was against the shit, against the inflating of the debt, against this or that.
But
I mean,
again,
he did
ahead.
everything he could for us, Jay. He's only one vote. He's one vote.
But Jack, if there's some things that he's brought up, you've brought some stuff up on this show that he said, and I said I agree with that.
Personal
but-
stuff, yeah, that's different though.
No. I'm talking about legislation. You brought up a couple of things that he said or bills that he's introduced that I said I
Yeah.
think that's a good bill. But reason why he never gets anything done is because I get it. You could be principled. If you want to be principled, you probably shouldn't go to Washington D.C. because it's not going to work there.
So,
you
Jay,
need
what
you
you
need to
just said- hold on,
compromise
hold
with
on,
other
hold on.
people.
Hold
You
on,
do.
hold on. What you just said right there is
Yeah.
why America will never work. Why the government will never work. You just said if you're principled, don't come to Washington D.C.
If you're that stubborn, yes, you have to bend a little bit. You have to.
Principled is principled. It's not
But-
stubborn. It's principled. But
No.
you don't come to Washington D.C. if you're principled. That's
Yeah.
why America is broken.
Well, America is broken, but it still works the best out of any other damn country. And yeah, it's broken and things are fucked up. But at the same time, Thomas Massey, if you want some of your stuff put in, you do need to bend sometimes. And you can't be this contrarian and be like, I'm just a no. I'm a no for the sake
But
of
see,
no,
that's
because no,
good that he
I'm not
doesn't
getting,
bend. He's
but
principled.
I'm not getting, he's always was, I'm not getting everything I want in a bill. You're never, ever going to do that. Unfortunately, we wish it was the case. It's
Jay,
not.
Do you know what his Liberty score was? You know the people's Liberty scores
Yes.
that tell you how good they are in terms.
Yes,
His Liberty score is a 96.
Yeah, I got it.
96 out of 100.
I understand. I get it. And a lot of times people can say Lindsey Graham's Liberty score is high and they'll manipulate it and say it's manipulated. It's not really true. You could do the same thing probably with Thomas Massey and all of them. Those scores aren't perfect. They're a gauge. Some of the Liberty scores, when you're under like 50, yeah, you're at 50 or 60. Yeah, it's kind of true. But they can manipulate those scores when they're in the 80s or 90s. But my point is, Jack, all I'm saying is this. The Epstein stuff, you can't just tell people to forget it. It was damaging. It was disgusting. He didn't need to do it. He did it anyway. And he knew it was going to be damaging. He knew it was going to be damaging. And a lot of the other stuff was just a no, because I'm not getting every single thing I want in the bill. You can't do it. And
Jay,
if he was a better politician, he'd still be there, but he's not. And he's still there now, but he won't be.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of his stuff was principled stuff. You got to say, I mean, that's why he does have the 96% Liberty score. He actually, on the Liberty Index, he has a 101, the highest score out of anybody.
And
I mean,
where did it get him?
He was just I mean, even though people only see things from the Trump administration standpoint, he was good for the American people. Even though he couldn't get things done because he was by himself out there, he at least did his principled vote each and every time. I mean, it is what it is. You want people to vote like that. The problem is there's only one or two out there.
Well, you know where he's going to be doing his principled votes from now on after this? From the parking lot. Because
he couldn't write a check for $32 million.
But he had 20 million. He had 20 million, and the guy lost.
You realize that's almost 50% higher.
The guy had name recognition. He didn't need the guy he ran against. Nobody knew who the hell he was until he was raced.
And you notice that. What's interesting about that, Jay, is did you see how many people showed up to the victory party? How many people showed up to the concession party? There was like 5 or 10 people. There was not a single politician at the victory party. Not a single one.
I don't know. Listen, Massey even never said there was fraud or anything wrong with this election.
No, I didn't say there was fraud. I'm just saying it's strange. Okay.
Whatever it is, whatever. But at the same time, Massey had $20 million. He's an 8-time incumbent. He's had name recognition. He's known throughout the country, let alone that state. And my point that where it started is that Thomas Massey would never win a Senate seat in the state of Kentucky at this point. It just won't happen.
Well, I disagree with that. And
chance.
Deborah says, Massey will run for president. All he wants is power. That's not true. Deborah, his Liberty score is a 96. The man votes with the people, what the people want. Even if he knows they can't win, he still votes with us.
But wait a minute, Jack. Obviously, he didn't vote for what the people want because the people voted him out of office by 10 points.
Yeah, Jay, when you have a $32 million check, I don't think you understand.
No,
Money
I do understand.
Runs politics, Jay.
I think I do understand. You're making this seem like it was $32 million to $1 million. It was 32 to 20, and the guy was an 8-time incumbent.
Jay. $12 million.
An 8-time incumbent with name recognition.
$12 million and a Trump endorsement, right?
Well, there you go. So he didn't do what the people wanted because they voted for President Trump's agenda. So Thomas Massey, that's your job.
But
not
it's
to
like
stall it every
just
time.
Like you and Deborah, they vote blindly for whatever Trump wants.
No, I don't vote blindly. I'm voting for my agenda. No, that you voted for President Trump. Do you want
not
his agenda
blindly?
through or
I
not?
vote for whoever's the lesser of two evils.
You think Trump's like even a comparable to Kamala Harris or Joe Biden as an evil?
I didn't say that. I mean, if he's
I was voting for the person I thought was going to help save our country, not the lesser of two
that is
evils.
why I voted for Trump, but I don't blindly vote for shit. See, and people over here like Deborah and Susan and say, "Oh, Jay is right." It's because they only think about stuff from a Trump perspective. It's like the propaganda is in your minds, guys, because this guy voted with you almost every time. You, the people, you, Deborah, you, Susan, you, Jay. What you want, this is the people you want to vote with you. But then you're quick to kick him out and say, "Oh, you know what? Let's not do it. Vote for a Democrat." What the hell? That's not even, what are you talking about, Deborah? There's nothing in here talking about voting for a Democrat. What is that? What are you talking about?
I don't think that Thomas Massey was voting for what I wanted. In fact, he was voting against everything I did want. I wanted the border secure. And here's my point. The one big beautiful bill, there were things in there we hated. You hated a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah,
you didn't like the
gambling. It still is.
But at the same time, there were a lot of things that were great in there. And we're not and again, I'm just bringing us back to reality. So Thomas Massey, if you want to go to Washington to get some things done, and
you got to be dirty. You got to be dirty.
I'm not saying be dirty, but you do have to compromise. You do.
But you said if you're principled, you don't go to Washington.
If you're that principled where it's going to be, binary, my way or the highway, you're not going to get anything done there. You're just not.
But that at least,
and that's kind of life too, isn't it? That's kind of life.
Imagine if we had a bunch of people that were like that could actually vote for the good of the people.
Listen,
that's what we want, right?
Yeah, but Jack, in life in general, in life in general, just being out in the world, right? You know that you're not going to get everything you want when you negotiate. It's in fact, a good negotiation is seen when each party thinks that they did okay and nobody feels like they got screwed. That's what a good negotiation is.
He doesn't want to give up shit to them. I love that he doesn't want to give up shit to them.
Yeah, but
who wants to give up shit to the Democrats?
But now he's gone because of that. And that's just
because
reality.
of money. It's because of money.
No, it's not.
Jay, the guy had 50% more money. 50% is a huge number.
He didn't have 50% more.
Oh yeah, 32 and 20. That's over 50% more.
No, he would have had to have 40 million.
No, that's double, Jay. That's 100%.
But hold on, wait. So 32 to 20. He had 32 million to 20.
He had 50% more money.
Okay,
50% is 10 million. Okay,
but again, you're making it sound like he had no money and this was a nobody.
No, I'm not saying.
And the reason why he got himself in, he put himself in this position.
50% is a lot of money, and then you have Trump at the same time.
He put himself in the position to get this done to him. That's what he did. You think it was
by
easy?
Doing what?
By voting against everything on the Trump agenda, by that, and by doing the Epstein thing.
Actually, he didn't vote. Jay, he has a 96% Liberty score.
What about when bills came up, the big beautiful bill? What about when we had a try to? No, it didn't totally suck. What do you think's funding ICE right now? What do you think's closing the border right now? What do you think's getting the border
They had to
bill?
refund that. They had to refund that in a different way.
Yeah, but it was. What do you think kept the tax cuts that were there in 2017? All of that stuff was in the bill.
Those tax cuts have small caps that don't really mean anything.
What are you talking about?
Like the overtime cap. It's like a
no. I'm not talking about that.
Cap.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the tax cuts from 2017
what
that have
cut?
lowered the jobs and bill and Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 2017.
What
does
it cut though? What taxes does it cut?
It cuts your taxes, my taxes. It cut them 2017.
How does it cut our taxes?
Look. I don't know the exact numbers. I don't want to be wrong on it, but you can grok that and do the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and say those tax cuts that went in 2017. President Trump signed that, and those were set to expire.
Let me see.
And your taxes went up to about 44% or something like that. It was crazy. That was in the bill.
I'm just saying. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and move on because we don't have a lot of time. We want to make sure we get to everything. Jay, did you see? And this is hilarious, man. Okay, let me pull this up real quick because you've got to see this. Let's see, where is it? I want to find this real quick because I don't want to. This is our thumbnail. If you guys have seen our thumbnail, you can go to rumble.com/LFATV. That's the Live from America TV network, and you can see our thumbnail right there. Okay, here it is. The Democrat National Committee, Jay, just put up its headquarters. Did you see this?
Yeah.
Put up its headquarters as collateral for a $15 million loan because they're broke. Listen to this. They just got a $15 million loan because they put up their headquarters as collateral. $15 million loan. Guess what? They have $18 million in debt. So they got $3 million in more debt than they put up on their headquarters. They are going to get their headquarters seized. The DNC is going to file for bankruptcy.
Amazing. After Kamala Harris supposedly raised over $1 billion in
USAID shut down, Jay. They got nothing.
That's it.
Nothing.
Until they figure out another way to funnel the money. But for now, I guess they haven't done it yet. But it's crazy.
They're this close to bankruptcy, man. Nobody donates to the Democrats.
I don't think people are playing it. Well, you just brought up money when we talked about the last thing with Massey and Galrine, right?
Yeah.
We should be in decent shape for the midterms then because Republicans have a ton more money than the Democrats do right now.
I'm glad you brought that up, Jay.
A ton.
Because the Democrats, like I said, they put up their headquarters, their actual headquarters building for a $15 million loan, and they're $18 million in debt. But the Republicans have zero debt and $128 million in cash on hand.
Yeah.
It is, it's monstrous. The Democrats may have to file for bankruptcy before the elections.
Jack, the Republicans might have more than that. I'm pulling up an article right now on Breitbart.
Well, I mean, this is just from a calculation from earlier.
You ready? President Trump's $400 million war chest set to put the Democrats on defense. Says President Trump's super PAC is set to begin spending its $400 million war chest in August, targeting House and Senate races to strengthen the Republican incumbents and force Democrats onto the defensive.
I'm glad you said super PAC, Jay, because that's different. So the Democrats might have some super PACs. I don't know. That's another way to launder money through the NGOs. Now, the Republicans, the actual Republican cash on hand is 128 million, but that super PAC, which is not really allowed to be affiliated with the candidates and stuff, that has a lot of money. But that's it. We don't know the Democrats' super PACs and what kind of money they have.
Yeah, so we're talking about the DNC and the RNC, right?
Yeah,
the RNC,
exactly.
right, is more than flush and has 100. Would you say 100 million? So
128 million. Yeah.
Yeah. So
and
listen,
zero debt, Jay. Zero debt.
That could help. It could help for sure. It could help.
I mean, dude, they just put up their headquarters.
It's embarrassing
for a $15 million loan, and there's still $3 million in the hole.
It's beyond embarrassing. Could you imagine if that was the other way around and that was Republicans? What a story that would be all over the place.
Oh man, Jay, I'm telling you right now, they have no way to pay that $15 million loan. The headquarters are going to get seized, or they're going to file for bankruptcy. They're going to file for bankruptcy.
Is that why Obama still owes contractors for his library for $400 million?
That's very possible too. Once USAID shut down, they couldn't pay the contractors anymore.
That's insane. Do you realize how insane that is too? That this guy hasn't. There's people that built that monstrosity that did it. It was their job. They were just given the blueprints. They did
I'd
their
go
job.
back and repossess my shit, my materials.
They
I'd go back
can't
and
even
get my beams and my wood. And
I think one of them just had a close up shop. You got to go out of business.
That's unbelievable. See, that's unbelievably ridiculous. And it's because, Jay, the Democrats were so used to laundering money through USAID. They had unlimited amounts of cash, Jay. $1 billion to Kamala Harris. Do you really think anybody donated to Kamala Harris? So you see how the Democrats are? This proves that nobody gives a shit about them. Nobody, not even the pink-haired weirdos. They don't give a shit about the Democrats because their ideals are losing ideals. Their socialist ideals, their left extremist ideals are insane. They are socialist ideals. Nobody wants them. So look what happens when you bring out ideas that nobody wants. What happens, Jay, if the Democrat Party goes bankrupt? They're going to have to disperse. Everything, Jay, everything the Democrat Party owns is going to get taken by a Chapter 7 bankruptcy, because they have no other money, no other way. And then what? They have nothing. They're not going to be the Democrat Party anymore. It'll be over.
That's probably just what the.
Oh, Jay, you just froze. You froze with a weird look on your face.
Love that. The party going to collapse. We're going to take the party's going to collapse. We'll take it over. The communists would love that.
What you said for a minute there, Jay. You were frozen.
Oh, I said that, but them being totally bankrupt and having to just fold. The communists would love that.
Oh yeah, because then they could take over. They'll take right over. Exactly. They may not even call it the Democratic Socialists of America anymore. They might actually call it, the Communist Revolution or the National Socialist Nazis. The National Socialists. You never know. You never know.
Yeah. Read Beland's comment. I think she's absolutely correct.
Let me see. The USAID has been financing the Democrat campaign for years. We knew they weren't sending millions of dollars to countries no one could even find on a map. I bet those countries didn't even know they were supposed to have received any money. And it's funny you say that. You want me to tell you how the Democrats laundered their money, Jay? This is one of the ways. And it's the reason that this person never testified, even though he was supposed to testify in front of Congress. It was the Ukraine war and FTX. This is how the Democrats laundered money. The Ukraine war and FTX. I have a picture, Jay, that I want to show you with the Ukraine war and them laundering the money. So let me find it real quick. Actually, here it is. Here it is right here. Okay, so I'm going to pull it up. This is the picture right here, Jay. So what this shows is, first of all, the Democrats, all right? They give our money, our Social Security money, whatever it is, they give our tax money to Ukraine. All right, you see the arrow that goes to Ukraine? Then get this. For Ukraine to get this money free and clear and be able to spend it on, every single one of their leaders has mansions and Rolls Royces and all this. But they made a deal with them. They said, all right, Ukraine, you can take half the money, do whatever the hell you want with it. The other half, you give it to FTX. And that's what Zelensky and Ukraine did. They gave it to FTX. What did FTX do? They bought crypto and they bought this and they bought that. And then they gave it right back to the DNC because it's been washed through crypto. So what do? They give it back through Act Blue in little micro donations, $5 here, $10 there, $11 there, $50 there. And that is exactly why FTX chairman Sam Bankman-Fried, that is why he was arrested. He was actually supposed to speak in front of Congress, Jay. Get this. He was supposed to speak in front of Congress. He was arrested that day before he got to the courthouse.
Wasn't that the reason why, like, you brought up the Act Blue, right? They would go to the people, like, they would go to the house and they'd be like, you're seen donating like 50 times.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they're like, I never donated anything.
That's all part of it. That's all. Those are micro donations from real
Smurf.
people.
Was that Smurfing? Was that
Smurfing.
the Smurfs?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's Smurfing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And Jay, he was arrested. He was arrested on his way to the courthouse, Jay. He was going to, or on his way to Congress, he was going to testify in front of Congress, and it would have brought down Zelensky. It would have brought down the entire Ukraine leadership, because all that money, Jay, I don't know if you've seen it, but all that money actually goes to limos and mansions. And have you seen the corruption in Ukraine? Each leader getting, mansions and limos. Have you seen that?
Yeah. It's like Black Lives Matter.
Exactly. It's the same thing, except, they're getting all that money and then they half it. And they give half to FTX, who washes it through crypto and sends it back to the Democrats. Jay, why do you think all the Democrats desperately wanted money for Ukraine? Desperately. They don't give a shit about Ukraine. Half of that money comes back to them. If they want to win campaigns, they have to launder the money through Ukraine and FTX. So everybody, if you don't know, that is exactly what happened. FTX laundered the money for the Democrats. DNC, they voted as much as they could to give as much money to Ukraine as they could, billions. Every single time they got the money, Zelensky halved it, kept half for him and his goons, gave the other half to FTX. FTX washed it through crypto and then sent it back to the DNC via micro donation, smurfing. And that is what happened. That's how they got their money. And now that USAID is shut down, the pipeline is closed. The faucet is off, Jay.
Yeah, that's it. That's why they were flipping out about it. I remember when the Doge was doing that. And now basically Elon Musk was answering questions about this last week with some stupid reporter who he made look dumb like 20 times. And it was, he said, well, it's really just, we moved USAID. The State Department runs it now. But now that I guess the State Department's running it, they're not getting away with the same crap they were getting away with Marco Rubio being the Secretary of State. So good luck with that. And Jack Barry in McGrowan did give us a $1 donation, and he said, hit head into wall and reset the brainwaves. F. Massey.
Oh, that's great. So we, So, and just for everybody that doesn't know, I believe it's on Rumble and on Kick, you can actually do like a super chat thing, $1, $5, whatever you want. And if you donate some money on Rumble, it doesn't go to us. On Kick, it does. But either way, if you donate on either site, you will, whatever you donate right now, we're not doing like prices or anything like that, but whatever you donate, we will read your post on the air, or we'll answer, if you donate a little more, we'll even answer your questions, and we'll talk about topics that you want, because we like to get people involved, and it helps support the show, because we pay for all this software and everything ourselves. Nobody, the green screen I got here, the stuff that Jay does, we pay for Opus clips and all, we pay for everything ourselves. So, it helps a little bit. And that's why, if you're willing to do that, we will put you, we will read your post out loud on the air, and if you have a question, if you want to, talk about a topic, whatever it is, right, Jay?
Absolutely. You could even tell me that you think I suck. It's fine.
And we'll read it on the air if you donate.
There you go.
No, I'm kidding. No, we actually would read it on the air, though. If you donate, we would read
Why
both
not?
of them. Like, you guys suck. All right. Well, you donated $2. I'll take it.
All right.
All right.
Appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to Jay. Newly released diary entries reveal that Anthony Fauci had become a narcissist. He was more interested in his growing fame than he was about the COVID-19 pandemic. And thank you, Meg, for saying we're great. We appreciate that. But yeah, Jay, he was more into, I mean, you believe that it says right here, newly released diary entries reveal Anthony Fauci was more concerned with his own growing fame than with combating COVID-19. And that's according to Rand Paul. And he's a congressman, so I believe it. I believe it.
I listen, I'll criticize President Trump right now. I thought one of the biggest mistakes, not the biggest mistake of his first term, was keeping Fauci. After a week,
absolutely.
I knew Fauci was bad news after a week. And you know why I knew he was bad news? Because the media was constantly telling me how great he was.
Absolutely.
And I said, okay, that's a problem. Because I remember when, after the first couple of press conferences during COVID, maybe it was the first couple, and for some reason, Fauci wasn't really front and center to me. Where's Fauci? Where's Fauci? He's renowned. He's renowned. Where is Fauci? What is President Trump doing?
Become renowned.
Why is he shutting up Anthony Fauci? Why is he out? I said, wait a minute. If they were wanting this guy to speak, then something's wrong with this guy. And then when I heard him speak and saw how kind of disingenuous I thought he was, and I was right, I said, I don't like this guy. Get rid of him. Get somebody in there that's completely independent. Bring somebody I knew that's going to, tackle this thing, because this guy's a politician and he's a snake.
He's absolutely a snake. Just like I told you, what's his face? Why can I not think of his name? The AG back then. What the hell was his name? Bill Barr. He was a snake. It seems like everybody in Trump's first term that he was surrounded with was a snake, but Anthony Fauci was the biggest snake of them all. Take a listen, okay? The Post summarizes Senator Rand Paul's July 25th, 2026 release of over 1,000 pages of Anthony Fauci's COVID-era diary entries obtained through Senate oversight. Listen to this. Diary excerpts show Fauci tracking media attention in March to May 2020, noting front page Washington Post coverage, New York Times op-eds, and describing his national and international profile as explosive and unimaginable. He also had additional entries detailing celebrity interactions, including a call with Barbara Streisand about Myrna vaccines and invites to high-profile events, contrasting with pandemic developments. While he was telling everybody, you cannot be in groups. You got to be 6 feet apart. You cannot go to your mother's funeral. He was out partying with celebrities at high-profile events.
Listen, I also have this for you, Jack. I'm just responding to a couple of people in the chat on Rumble. Here's another thing. Ready? He lied through his teeth. Through his teeth.
Jay,
he said that the mortality or the fatality rate.
Jay, can you hear me? Jay? Oh, he's frozen. He'll come back in a second, guys. You're still frozen.
Oh,
hello?
Really?
There you are.
All right.
That was a long
I didn't even see
freeze.
myself. Oh, man. It's so bad. Fauci lied through his teeth. He said he said publicly that the fatality rate was 2 to 2.5%. What do you think he said it was in his diary?
I would say I think it's 0.3%, 0.03.
He said more like 0.2 to 0.3%.
Oh man, right on the money, dude.
He said this guy was going around. He was going all over the place, telling everybody it was 2 to 3%, and meanwhile it was 0.2 to 0.3.
Well, Jay, that fame, that narcissism got to him. He's like, all right, if I make it scarier than it is, everybody's going to be looking at me. He did all of that, Jay, because of the narcissism and the fame. Every bit of it. He wanted to scare people because then they would look to him for answers. If he said 0.3%, they'd be like, who cares about that? But if you say 3 or 4%, that's a lot of dead people.
Well, here's what he said in front of Congress. Now, this is why I think he should be in jail for at least lying to Congress. Ready?
Yeah.
In front of Congress, he said this. Well, understand that the seasonal flu that we deal with every year has a mortality rate of 0.1%. The stated mortality rate overall of this, when you look at all the data, including China, is about 3%. It started off as 2 and now 3. I think if you count all the cases of minimally symptomatic or asymptomatic infection, that probably brings the mortality rate down to somewhere around 1%, which means it's 10 times more lethal than the seasonal flu. He said, he keeps going. I think that's something that people can get their arms around and understand. I mean, people always say, well, the flu, the flu does this, the flu does that. The flu has a mortality rate of 0.1%. This has a mortality rate 10 times that. And that's the reason why I want to emphasize we have to stay ahead of the game in preventing this. That is a bold-faced lie.
Right there, Jay. No, he's a liar. Right there. We have to stay ahead of the game. He did that because he wants eyes on him. That fame, Jay, it was like a drug. It was an addiction. The more celebrities that contacted him, the more op-eds, the more front pages, the more internet fame. He was a celebrity, so he had to keep that going as long as he could. So he's like, all right, we're going to do lockdowns. We're going to do, 6 feet apart. We're going to do, you can't go to your mother's funeral. You can't watch your grandmother die. You can't hold her hand while she dies. You can't do any of that stuff, because he wanted all eyes on him, Jay, and it worked. It worked for a long time. But now, he's the most hated man on the earth.
Yeah, absolutely, and he should be. This guy should be in. Somebody wrote Gitmo. Deb said Gitmo. I mean, really, at the minimum, I say send him to El Salvador. Send him to that CENTCOM, whatever that thing's called, where Bukele keeps all the gang members. Send him there. Yeah, CENTCOM. What? Right? Well, no, not CENTCOM. CENTCOM's what's telling us what's going on with the war in Iraq and Iran. I forget.
I have no idea.
Name. Yeah, it's what Bukele's president of El Salvador. Send him there. But I mean, this guy lied to Congress. That is a lie. He's putting in his diary, his private diary, that he thinks it's 0.2 or 0.3%, and he's telling Congress that it's 1%. That it's 10 times more than that. Because like he said, we got to stay ahead of the game. You got to listen to me. We need the vaccine. We need this. This whole thing was a freaking lie from jump.
It's because, like I said, he got addicted to that fame. It was a drug for him, Jay. He got addicted, and he couldn't let it go away. He couldn't let it go. The drug was just, when you get fame, guys, or rich, or gambling, or drugs, or whatever, when you get an addiction, you're like, first you're unbelievably happy. Then you chase that same addiction that you got for the first time. So it's got to be bigger. It's got to be more. It's got to be bigger. It's got to be more, until eventually, it's unsustainable. Okay. And that's why he ended up being the most hated person on earth, because he kept doing more things to keep the eyes on him. And it made it so unsustainable that everybody hated this man. And now many people wish death upon him.
Well, now he's testifying in front of Congress on Wednesday. Now,
yeah, and that's why that's how they got his diary entries, over 1,000 pages, because the Senate Oversight Committee is working on Fauci right now. So people that say, like Raina says, I cannot believe he's still a free man. This is unbelievable. He's actually being grilled by the Senate. They actually just got his diaries from, the Senate Oversight Committee, and hopefully they're working on him right now. So hopefully he'll end up going to prison for this. We will see. We will see.
Well, let's hope he gets referred for criminal prosecution. But at the same time, he's been pardoned. And this is why these pardons need to be challenged. They're pardons from the auto pen. They're auto pen.
We are the
pardons.
ones that brought up the auto pen. We're the ones that broke the auto pen story way back in early March 2025. We broke the auto pen story. And ever since then, we've been pushing for Trump to void these. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. First of all, the auto pen was not authorized by Biden for every little thing that happened. Second of all, Biden was not in his right mind to be able to authorize anything. And third, we did a match by match comparison. Okay. The signature on the auto pen, Jill Biden's signature. They are the same. Jill Biden is the one that signed that signature. In fact, Jay, talk about it for a second. Talk about the auto pen. I am going to show you Jill Biden's signature is a match.
No, the auto pen, these pardons, first of all, before even the auto pen, even if Biden signed them himself, these pardons to me are void. You can't pardon somebody for something they've never been convicted of, or you're basically saying that they can get convicted. They're pardoned for anything they could do.
I know.
Have done.
You can pardon them, Jay. It's in the Constitution, believe it or not.
Something that you don't even know they did, Jack?
No, you can pardon them for any federal crimes, back and forwards, even crimes that have not been committed yet.
I want that challenged. I want that challenged.
Excuse me, I take that back. Not crimes that have not been committed yet, but you can pardon them for things they haven't been charged with yet.
I want that challenged right there. How? What? Why?
It's in the Constitution. It can't be. There's no.
What does it specifically say?
I'll bring it up. Here, I'll bring it up right now.
Because
go
it's
ahead, talk
absurd
for a
to me.
second. I'll bring it up right now.
Yeah, because if that's the case, President Trump should do that to everybody in his administration right now and tell them, listen, the whole time from 2025, January 20th, 2025, until I leave office, you're going to be pardoned for anything you've done in this administration. Go ahead and do everything illegal and get everything through for me. I mean, really, that's what he could do. That's what that's saying. That's what that is saying.
Absolutely.
That he could basically tell everybody, go break the law. Don't worry about it. Even if nobody knew about it or you've never been charged with a crime, I'm going to pardon you for anything you might have done illegal from 2025 until I leave office. That's insane that any president could do that then. And how do we have any presidency that we can even think is operating above the law?
Here it is, Jay.
Within the law.
I am going to read this all to you guys because this is exactly what it is. And the Supreme Court, it has been challenged in the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court broadly defined it. So take a listen to this, okay? I'm gonna put it up for you. Okay. This is what it says. Article 2, Section 2, Clause 1 of the U.S. Constitution. The president shall be commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and of the militia of the several states. When called into the actual service of the United States, he may require the opinion in writing of the principal officer in each of the executive departments upon any subject relating to the duties of the respective offices. And he shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment. Listen to this. Core points from the Constitution's text, because that's just a little bit of the text. The president has the power to grant reprieves, temporary postponements of punishment, and pardons, forgiveness of the offense and its legal consequences. This applies only to offenses against the United States, meaning federal crimes. It does not cover state crimes or civil matters. The sole explicit exception is in cases of impeachment. Listen to this. The Supreme Court has long interpreted this power as broad. It can be exercised before charges are filed, during prosecution, after conviction. It covers various forms of clemency, full pardons, commutation of sentences, remissions of fines, and group amnesties. However, the Constitution itself does two clear limits, which are the ones noted above with the impeachment and the fact that it's only federal crimes. But it said the Supreme Court interpreted this power as being able to be exercised before charges are filed, during prosecution, or after conviction.
Before charges are filed is absolutely absurd. It's absurd.
Yeah.
And when was that decision? How long ago was that Supreme Court decision?
Oh God, I can look and see. When
because that could be changed.
Explore Supreme Court pardon precedents. Let's see what it says, because that would be interesting. I wonder when the last time that was challenged was, because it would be nice to challenge it again.
That's what I'm saying. That's absurd. Because, like I said, any president now could use this precedent set by Joe Biden, because it's never been done before, to my knowledge. That could say anything you might have done. Even if nobody knows about it yet, or you've never been charged, anything you might have done in the past, I'm wiping it off. Come on. How then is there any presidency ever again from now forward that we could think is operating within the bounds of the law?
Before what? Before charges are filed. Before charges are filed. I'm going to look into this right here, what I just put. Let's see what it says. So what court case did they define? What Supreme Court case did they define presidential pardon powers as being able to pardon before charges are filed? That's what we want to know.
And while you're doing that, Barry and McGrowan put another $1 donation. Thank you, Barry. He says Fauci was small dick, big ego. Okay.
Well, thank you for the donation, Barry. And that's freaking hilarious. And by the way, guys, like I said, you can donate on what is it? Where can we donate? Is it Rumble?
Yeah, this is on Rumble. This is on the LFA TV chat. Yep.
Okay, yeah. So Rumble or Kick, you can donate on either one of those, and we will, like I said, we'll put it up on the thing. All right, Jay, here it is. Listen to this. In this landmark decision, it's Ex parte Garland. Why does it not say the year this happened? Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Nope, that doesn't say it either. All right, what year was this? That's what we want to know.
Yeah, I want to know how long ago this was.
I know, it keeps giving me bullshit. What year did this happen? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, because listen, this could be
1866.
No, this could be overturned. Why not?
Holy shit. But listen, okay, so it says right here, through the Ex parte Garland decision, a pardon can be granted after the offense has been committed, but before any charges, indictment, or legal proceedings begin. It can also be granted while a case is pending or after a conviction. Wow.
The only one I have a problem with is before any charges have been filed. I think that's insane.
Well, not just that, Jay, but the fact that that you can pardon an unlimited number of years. You can go back as far back as you want, apparently.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody's done, to my knowledge, and somebody or Jack, you could check. Has any president before done what Biden did, which is going backwards and saying anything you might have done up to from 2014 to now is pardoned? Has that ever happened before? Has anybody actually done that with, used that Supreme Court interpretation to do what Biden did?
Has any president ever done retroactive pardons before charges were filed? Yeah, let's see. I want to know. That's an interesting. Has any president ever done retroactive pardons before? It probably say Joe Biden, but I want to see if it says anybody else, because that's an unbelievable circumstance. They can do it. I mean, as far back, it says yes, multiple U.S. presidents. Okay, we got Gerald Ford, we got George Bush, we got Jimmy Carter. It does not show Joe Biden, which is weird. But let's see what they said. Let's do it. You know how Grok is. Grok is a narrative person.
I think Gerald Ford might have been Nixon. I think that people have brought that up, and that's kind of an extraordinary circumstance with the president. But
it says he issued a full and free and absolute pardon to President Nixon for all offenses which he has committed or may have committed or may have taken part in. Now, George Bush pardoned 6 individuals involved in the Iran-Contra affair, including former Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger, who had been indicted but whose trial had not begun yet, and former CIA official Dwayne Carriage, also pre-trial. The pardons covered offenses related to the investigation, even for those not yet tried. And then Jimmy Carter, on his first day in office, issued a blanket pardon amnesty for the Vietnam War draft evaders who had violated the military selective service. This covered thousands of people, many of whom had never been charged or prosecuted.
But we know that they would draft dodgers. That's kind of different. Biden is saying something to Fauci and everybody else. Anything you might have done related to nothing, related to anything.
You are allowed to do that, as long as it's federal crime. But Jay, listen to this.
Insane.
Listen to this, though, Jay. A lot of those crimes that were committed by Fauci, they were committed against states. States attorney generals can still bring crimes against Fauci, murder, whatever charges they want.
Let's hope they do. And I still want this part of this pardon power challenge. I think it's ridiculous. You should not be able to do that. You shouldn't be able to do it. Because like I said, now I think the floodgates are open, especially after what Biden did. These other things you read were kind of very specific circumstances, like the Iran-Contra thing, where those guys were already embroiled in it. We knew they were embroiled in it. The draft dodgers, we knew they dodged the draft, and Jimmy Carter gave a break.
Before we didn't know what they were going to be, know what they did.
President Nixon, right? We know what he did. We know what he was accused of. Okay, and he's a former president. The president wanted the country to move on. He said anything that he might have done, blah blah blah, done. Okay, but what Biden did, he did it with the January 6th committee. He did it with his son. He did it with his brother. He did it with Fauci. He
pardoned the January 6th committee also.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He pardoned the January 6th committee.
Why? And this is the
what they need a pardon for.
Yeah, why would you pardon the January 6th committee? And they're going to say, because they was going to target them for what? What did they do?
Exactly.
You can't target somebody that didn't do anything.
Exactly. And that's the game the president, that's the game they've played on us for how, prove that you got to prove your innocence. You don't like it, right? You guys don't like it now when the shoe's on the other foot.
Absolutely.
That they can go after you and say, prove that prove your innocence. I don't have to prove your guilt. That's the way they do it. But I just think this power needs to be challenged because, like I said, how is it then President Trump could pardon his entire cabinet and say, I don't care what you guys did for the last 4 years, whether it was legal or not. You're pardoned. Don't worry about it. That's crazy.
It is. And that's the thing, though. Basically, when he pardons all these people, it tells you that they have committed some crime, some offense, that they would be targeted for. So it shows you that they committed a crime. And by the way, for anybody out there, any of these people that were pardoned can still be charged by any state in America. Those were federal offense pardons only. So if say the District of Washington, D.C., okay, say Maryland, all right, Virginia, say North Carolina, anybody around them, if somebody died in the state of North Carolina based on Fauci's recommendation of the vaccine, they can charge Fauci with murder in North Carolina. So any one of these states' attorney generals any one of them can charge Fauci, because people were killed in every single state because of Fauci. They can charge any of the January 6th committee because that happened, the District of Washington, D.C. Any of these things can be charged through state charges of any state in America. Oh, Jay, you must be frozen again. Damn, I was wondering. I thought you looked disinterested, but you're just frozen. Okay, so Jay is gone for a minute. Hopefully he'll come back. But anyways, yeah, they just look they were pardoned for crimes that I guess we're not going to know about, but they can be charged by the state. Just so everybody knows, they can be charged by any state. So let's hope that happens. All right, let's hope they get charged by a state. I guess Jay might be gone, but luckily, we only have a couple minutes left. But guys, let me tell you, man, it is absolutely crazy what they did with Anthony Fauci. But listen to this, okay? Apparently, New York, and this is crazy, New York City Mayor Mamdani has announced that the city is opening 5 city-run tax-funded grocery stores. Have you seen this? 5 of them with prices set at 30% below retail, apparently. I mean, how does that even happen? I mean, when the government starts controlling your groceries, when they start controlling your food, if you can control the food supply, you can control the country or the world or whatever it is you want. So right now, that's what they're doing. They're instituting these grocery stores. And when everybody starts shopping at them because they're 30% lower, guess what? They're going to start making more of them and more of them. And before you know it, every single one of those cities is going to have city-run grocery stores. I mean, it's insane. Jay, you were back for a second, but now you're frozen again. But it's fine. Every single one of them is going to have city-run. Okay, Jay, you're back a little bit. We're talking about Mamdani and he just left. Anyways, okay, so the city-run grocery stores. I mean, how crazy is that? Just Deb said, is Jay frozen picking his nose? No, I don't think so. It's just a funny way I don't know why it does that. But guys, listen to this. I mean, right now, Mamdani, it's not food banks. These are not food banks. These are the grocery stores. And if they put in 5 city-run grocery stores, right? You're right. Grandma Kate said famine in less than 5 years. You're 100% right. This will cause a famine eventually because you cause a crisis so you can get emergency powers. You can get emergency lockdowns, ration food. You have to eat this, you have to eat that. But you say that groceries, like Bellanne right here. She says, I have a little different take. When they keep lowering the prices, the government grocery stores will go out of business and there will be nothing on the shelves. The difference is that, hey, Jay, you back?
Yeah, I had to completely log out of StreamYard. That wasn't internet. That was something with StreamYard. That was worse than ever. Go ahead.
Well, we got a couple minutes left. We're talking about the government and their government-run grocery stores. Jay, they're putting in 5 of them in New York, 30% below retail. If you start buying at these, okay, stop buying at the other ones, and they go out of business, they're going to have more grocery stores run by the government. You do not want the government running your food. Jay, I can see you.
Yeah,
Jay,
can you hear me?
Yeah. So Jay, basically you do not want the government running your food production. You don't want them running your food. All right. I think Jay's probably done for the night. He can't hear. So yeah, you don't want the government running your food. That's the basic thing, because they got 5 grocery stores. I'm telling you, once the other ones go out of business, there will be more. It like Kate said, it took Russia 3 years to have a countrywide famine after the Bolsheviks took over. It would be very quick for America to have a famine if we started having all these grocery stores 30% below retail. Everybody's going to go to the grocery store 30% below retail because of the prices. And eventually all the other ones go out of business. What do you have? All you have is government-run grocery stores. Then when they have the grocery stores, hey, if you don't listen, if you don't do that, you're not allowed to shop at our grocery stores for 24 hours. You're not allowed to shop at our grocery stores for a week. What are you going to do with the food? What are you going to do when you need food and the government cuts off your supply and they're the only grocery stores in the business? What are you going to do, Jay?
What are you going to do? Nothing is what you're going to do. You're going to go hungry.
Absolutely. You're going to starve. I mean, you are going to starve, and that's what's going to cause a famine. All right, Jay. I know you can't hear. I was trying to let you.
Yeah,
I know you
I'm
can't hear, but
having
it's
I'm
fine.
having a real hard time. I'm having
Oh.
a real hard time here.
It's fine. It's fine. I gotta. So everybody, make sure you guys check out maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Scan the QR code at the top right, or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. I showed you all the awesome stuff that they have before the show. Make sure you check it out. 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. maxassociates.etsy.com. Also, go to secretamericalive.com. See what everybody is talking about. By Design, the First Black President, a book that is a cinematic political thriller in the top 100 of new releases, because it has all 5-star reviews on Amazon. Go check it out. If you've ever wanted to see what went into the conspiracy theories surrounding the first Black president, this is the book you want. It all happened by design. The First Black President. secretamericalive.com. Also, make sure you subscribe and follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, and Kick and Instagram, because when you subscribe and follow, it lets us know that we are making an impact. Okay, we don't know if we're making an impact if you don't subscribe and follow. And we do this show for you guys. We don't do it for us. So please subscribe and follow to those, and let us know that we're making an impact. Also, we are live every weekday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Today's what, Monday? We got 4 more shows this week. Join us tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. You don't want to miss our shows because they're always super interesting, just like this one. Jay, you got anything to say before we go?
Barry McGrowan had one more dollar donation. He said Fauci can't hide from a class action civil suit from red states.
Absolutely. Thank you, Barry, for the donations. We really appreciate it. Again, it doesn't go to us if you do it on Rumble. It goes to LFA TV, but it's still nice that you guys do it, and we still will read your tweets or your posts on the air. All right, guys, thank you very much for joining us. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.